Of all the gods who lived on Mount Olympus, Ares was perhaps the most powerful and the least loved. He stood among the 12 great Olympians, the children and grandchildren of the first gods, and he carried with him a domain that the Greeks knew intimately and feared profoundly: war in all its chaos and blood and terrible momentum. His name echoed across the ancient world in the prayers of soldiers and the lamentations of those who had lost someone to the battlefield. He was immense in his power, enormous in his presence, and utterly, almost uniquely despised. Other gods were feared for what they could do. Poseidon could shake the earth, Zeus could split the sky open with lightning. But Ares was something different. He was not feared the way one fears a storm, with a kind of reluctant awe. He was feared the way one fears something shameful, something that cannot be looked at directly. Among the gods of Olympus, there were deities of plague and grief and death, and even they were treated with more reverence than the god of war. There was something about Ares that made even the immortal gods uneasy, something about the particular kind of violence he represented that the ancient Greeks, for all their experience with warfare, could not bring themselves to celebrate. And yet there he was, permanent, inescapable, seated among the highest gods in the universe, the most unwelcome guest at the most powerful table in the world. What makes this so remarkable, and so worth sitting quietly with as the night deepens around you, is that the Greeks were not a people who shrank from war. They lived within it and around it constantly. City fighting city, hero seeking glory on the battlefield, whole generations shaped by the fact of conflict. Warfare was woven into their stories, their values, their understanding of what it meant to be a man of honor and strength. And yet the god they gave to represent war's darkest face, its most brutal and chaotic expression, was a god they kept at a kind of permanent distance. When the Romans encountered Ares and made him their own, they called him Mars, and they loved him deeply. Mars was the father of Romulus, the legendary founder of Rome itself, and he stood as the second most important god in the entire Roman divine order, second only to Jupiter. He was honored and celebrated, given temples and festivals and genuine affection. The same god, or something very close to the same god, worshipped by one civilization as a source of shame and worshipped by another as a source of national pride. That difference tells us something important, something that the myths about Ares will slowly make clear as this night moves gently forward. Ares was the son of Zeus and Hera, the king and queen of the gods, one of the very few children born from their union, a legitimate heir to the most powerful dynasty in the ancient imagination. And still, no one truly wanted him. He was the son of the king and queen of all the gods, born to the most powerful family in the universe, and yet he was the one god that almost no one wanted around. Zeus and Hera were not, by most accounts, a happy couple. Theirs was a marriage of immense power and immense tension, a union between two of the most formidable beings in the ancient world, held together not by tenderness, but by the weight of divine custom and the complicated necessity of ruling the cosmos together. Zeus was the king of the gods, the lord of the sky and thunder, and he moved through the world as if its rules had been written for everyone but himself. He pursued mortals and goddesses and nymphs with little restraint, fathering children across the length and breadth of the mythological world, and he seemed genuinely unbothered by the chaos this caused at home. Hera, for her part, was a goddess of extraordinary dignity and pride, the queen of Olympus, the protector of marriage and the bonds that hold families together, and she spent much of her divine existence in a state of smouldering fury at the very husband whose side she was meant to stand beside. They gave us a Hera who pursued Zeus's illegitimate children with relentless anger, who punished the women her husband had loved for the crime of being loved, who watched her own queenly status be diminished again and again by a husband incapable of fidelity. This was the household into which Ares was born, not a warm and peaceful one, but a household crackling with old grievances and unspoken resentments, presided over by two gods who were bound to each other and yet perpetually at odds. Ares was one of the few children that Zeus and Hera produced together, which made him something rare in the mythological family, a legitimate son of the king and queen of the gods both. This should have been a position of honor. In most families, divine or otherwise, the legitimate heir carries a kind of natural prestige, a sense of belonging that other children must earn. But Ares found that his legitimacy offered him very little warmth from his father. Hera, perhaps because she had so few children who were truly hers, and Zeus's both, poured a fierce and sometimes overwhelming devotion into him. She defended him, championed him, and kept close watch over him in ways she did not extend to all her children equally. But that protection, as tender as it sometimes was, also had a complicated edge to it. The ancient sources suggest that Hera occasionally directed Ares against the children Zeus had fathered outside their marriage, using her son as an instrument of her own long-running grievances, setting him in motion against demigods and heroes whose very existence reminded her of her husband's faithlessness. He was loved by his mother, but he was also used by her, and the line between those two things was not always easy to see. Among his siblings, Ares occupied a peculiar position. Hephaestus, the god of the forge and fire, was also a child of Hera, though the ancient traditions disagreed about whether Zeus was his father or whether Hera had produced him alone in a kind of divine act of defiance. Hephaestus was brilliant and creative and odd, a god who had been cast from Olympus in one version of his story, and who moved through the divine world with the careful, deliberate patience of a craftsman rather than the restless aggression of a warrior. Then there was Athena, who had not been born to Hera at all. She had sprung fully formed from the head of Zeus himself, armored and ready, a goddess of wisdom and strategy and righteous war who carried none of the domestic complications that followed Ares wherever he went. Athena was Zeus's favorite, radiant with the kind of purposeful intelligence her father openly admired. Apollo and Artemis, the twin children of Zeus and the Titaness Leto, were gods of light and beauty and the hunt, beloved and celebrated throughout the Greek world. Each of these siblings carried something the Greeks found genuinely appealing: craft, wisdom, beauty, order. Ares, by contrast, carried something that made the gods shift uncomfortably in their seats. The Greeks understood war as a necessity, but they did not necessarily celebrate it in the way they celebrated other divine domains. Wars could be just or unjust, could be won through courage or cunning, could serve noble purposes or ignoble ones. Athena embodied the strategic dimension of conflict, the wisdom required to wage war successfully and righteously. But Ares represented something less refined, something that existed beyond the boundaries of reason or purpose. The ancient writers and artists who depicted him seemed almost uncomfortable with his existence, as though his presence in the divine pantheon represented a truth about human nature and divine power that was easier to ignore than to contemplate directly. He was necessary. All acknowledged that warfare itself was real and would occur regardless of whether any god presided over it. But he was not celebrated with the warmth extended to his siblings, nor was he viewed with the affection that even the most flawed Olympians could expect. In this way, Ares' isolation began not with Zeus's coldness alone, but with a kind of fundamental unease that surrounded his very nature. He was drawn to battle not as a matter of strategy or defense, but as an end in itself, pulled toward the tumult and the blood and the chaos of open warfare, the way other gods were pulled toward music or love, or the pleasures of Olympus. He did not seem to fight for causes or for glory in the measured way that heroes were supposed to. He simply fought, with a relentlessness that the Greeks found difficult to look at directly, the way one finds it difficult to look at something that reveals a truth no one particularly wanted acknowledged. Zeus recognized something in Ares that he did not like, perhaps because it was ungovernable, perhaps because it reflected a disorder that threatened the careful authority Zeus had built his reign upon. From his earliest appearances in the ancient sources, Zeus regarded his son not with the quiet pride a father reserves for a child who has done well, but with something closer to distaste. He did not cast Ares out. The king of the gods was bound by his own divine order, and Ares was his son by the queen of Olympus herself, which made any outright rejection complicated in ways that even Zeus had to respect. But he made his feelings known in other ways, in the cool indifference with which he received his son's complaints, in the open contempt he would one day express in words that the poets preserved and repeated for centuries. From the very beginning, Ares seemed destined to be the child that made his father uncomfortable and his mother fiercely, sometimes desperately, protective. To understand why Ares was so disliked, it helps to understand exactly what he was the god of. He was not simply the god of war in the broad, general sense that the word might suggest to a modern listener. He was the god of something far more specific and far more disturbing. That was the raw, uncontrolled violence that lives at the center of armed conflict, the part of battle that has nothing to do with strategy or discipline or the defense of one's home, everything to do with bloodlust and chaos and the terrible momentum of men who have stopped thinking and surrendered entirely to the impulse to destroy. The ancient Greeks made this distinction carefully and deliberately. This was because they understood that war was not one thing, but two very different things happening simultaneously on the same field. They gave each of those things its own divine form. Athena, the goddess of wisdom and craft, governed the side of war that could be admired, the careful planning of a campaign, the intelligence of a general who knew when to advance and when to hold back, the courage that acts with purpose rather than simply erupting without direction. Ares governed everything else, the screaming charge that breaks formation, the slaughter that continues long after the battle has been decided, the intoxicating fury that turns men into something they would not recognize in the morning. Where Athena represented war as a tool that civilization might use in its own defense, Ares represented war as something older and darker than civilization itself, something that did not serve any human aim, but simply consumed whatever it touched. The Greeks feared that quality in warfare the way they feared fire, acknowledging its power, knowing it was sometimes unavoidable, but never romanticizing it or welcoming it through the front door. This distinction shaped how the Greeks organized their entire military system. When they trained soldiers, they taught them to emulate Athena's qualities, the phalanx formation that required perfect discipline, the tactical maneuvers that demanded quick thinking, the strategic retreats that preserved forces for future battles. A good soldier was one who could harness the necessity of violence while maintaining the mental clarity to direct it purposefully. Military academies and training grounds were understood as places where young men learned to channel the Ares within them through the wisdom of Athena. This was not simply a matter of practical effectiveness, though it certainly was that. It was a philosophical stance, a way of insisting that organized warfare could remain a civilized endeavor if men refused to surrender entirely to the impulses that Ares represented. Priests did not typically invoke Ares before battles the way they invoked Athena. When warriors made offerings before engaging the enemy, they sought wisdom and victory from the grey-eyed goddess. Ares was acknowledged rather than invited, recognized as a force that would inevitably manifest rather than one that required encouragement. The few shrines dedicated to him were notably plain and modest compared to the elaborate temples of other gods. Some cities maintained a tradition of leaving a portion of spoils or captives as an offering to appease him rather than to honor him, as if the gift were meant to satisfy a dangerous hunger rather than express gratitude for a blessing bestowed. This is why a society that built its entire world around the reality of armed conflict, that celebrated its warriors, that raised its sons to be soldiers, that decorated its pottery and temples with scenes of battle, could look at one of its war gods and feel not pride, but something closer to dread. The Greeks were not being inconsistent when they honored their warriors and despised Ares, any more than a society that values medicine is being inconsistent when it fears the spread of disease. What they valued in war was precisely what Ares did not offer: the discipline, the order, the sense that violence was being directed towards something worthy rather than simply unleashed. Ares offered none of that. So even in a world where war was constant, he found himself at the margins of divine affection, associated with the aspects of conflict that even veteran soldiers could not speak of easily. His sacred animals told the same story in their own quiet way. This was because none of them suggested glory or purpose, or the measured strength that a civilization might want to claim for itself. The vulture followed in the wake of battles. It fed on what was left behind when the fighting was over: the uncollected dead, the abandoned field, the aftermath that no one wanted to look at directly. The dog, in this association, carried something of the soldier's blind loyalty, following orders without question into whatever carnage those orders led toward. The boar, short-tempered and nearly impossible to redirect once it had gathered momentum, charged headlong into whatever it encountered, rarely pausing to consider whether the charge served any purpose at all. Each animal reflected something of Ares himself, useful in certain conditions, terrifying when unchecked, not particularly interested in the finer questions of why or to what end. His symbols in art and ritual were similarly plain. This plainness was itself a kind of statement. This was because the other Olympians carried objects that announced their specific domains and gifts with unmistakable clarity. Poseidon with his trident, Hermes with his winged sandals, Apollo with his lyre, Artemis with her silver bow, while Ares carried a spear and a shield and a helmet and a sword that were not divine symbols at all so much as the basic equipment of any foot soldier on any battlefield in Greece. There was nothing in his iconography that elevated him above the violence he represented, or softened the nature of his domain into something easier to contemplate. Artists who depicted him tended to show him either as a mature man in full armor, indistinguishable at a glance from a mortal warrior, or as a young man, beardless and unadorned, who might have been anyone. The elaborate mythology that surrounded other gods, the stories of creation, transformation, invention, love that gave each Olympian a rich and varied personality, never quite attached itself to Ares in the same way, as if the tradition itself wasn't sure what to do with a figure who embodied something the culture found necessary but could not fully embrace. Where other gods carried symbols that spoke of their particular gifts and domains, Ares carried the weapons of an ordinary soldier, as if even the symbols of the divine world had nothing special to offer him. Homer gives us one of the most vivid portraits of Ares anywhere in the ancient sources. It is not a flattering one. In the Iliad, after Ares has been wounded on the battlefield of Troy, wounded not by another god, not by some titanic force of equal power, but by a mortal man guided by the steady hand of Athena, he retreats to Olympus in tremendous pain, crying out with the kind of raw, ungoverned anguish that the other gods rarely permitted themselves in public. He arrives before Zeus not as a warrior returning from honorable combat, not as a son seeking the comfort of a father, but as something embarrassing, something that has gone wrong. And Zeus, the king of the gods, the sovereign of the skies, the one deity whose authority extended across every corner of the divine and mortal world, looks at his wounded son and feels not sorrow, not protectiveness, not even mild concern. What Zeus feels, according to Homer, is contempt. He tells Ares plainly that of all the gods who dwell on Olympus, Ares is the most hateful to him, that he is double-faced, a shifting and unreliable creature, that the only reason he has a place among the gods at all is because he was born of Hera. Without that, Zeus says he would have cast him far below the heavens long ago, lower even than the Titans in Tartarus. It is a declaration of the most extraordinary kind, spoken openly, without softening, without any of the political delicacy that Zeus often exercised when navigating the tensions of his divine household. This is not a private frustration voiced in a quiet moment. It is a public pronouncement, made in the halls of Olympus, in front of the assembled gods. It carries the full weight of Zeus's authority behind it. To understand what that means, it helps to understand what Zeus was. He was not merely the most powerful god among many powerful gods. He was the principle of order itself, the force that held the cosmos together after the chaos of the earlier ages, after the war with the Titans, after the long and violent struggle to establish the Olympian world as the governing reality of existence. Zeus represented law, structure, the kind of authority that comes not just from strength, but from the imposition of form upon formlessness. When he looked at Ares, he saw something that was antithetical to everything he had built and everything he stood for. Ares was not orderly. Ares was not purposeful. Ares embodied war, not as an instrument of divine will or civic necessity, but as something that simply erupted, that fed on itself, that cared nothing for outcome, or meaning, or the shape of the world after the blood had dried. For a god whose entire existence was oriented around maintaining the structure of things, a son like that was not just disappointing. He was a kind of affront, a living contradiction of everything the divine order was supposed to represent. In the mythology of the Greeks, this distinction was not merely philosophical or abstract. It expressed itself in the very structure of how the gods were imagined to function. Zeus commanded not because he was strongest, though he was, but because he represented the logic by which power could be exercised with purpose and direction. He was the god of justice precisely because justice requires that force be applied according to principle, not according to appetite or impulse. Ares, by contrast, represented the complete antithesis of this ordering principle. He was not interested in victory in any strategic sense. He cared nothing for the political or civic purposes that war might serve. He was interested only in the raw sensation of violence itself, in the collision of bodies and the spilling of blood, in the chaos that seized warriors on the battlefield. For Zeus, who had imposed order on cosmic chaos and meant to maintain it eternally, such a son was not merely disappointing. He was a standing contradiction, a living insult to everything the divine order was supposed to represent. What makes the Homeric passage so remarkable, so enduring in the tradition, is the intimacy of the rejection. Zeus does not merely disapprove of Ares from a distance, the way a ruler might disapprove of a disruptive subject. He articulates a personal disgust, a father's open declaration that he wishes his son had never been born to him at all. There is a cruelty to it that the text does not flinch from. Perhaps that cruelty is precisely the point, because what the Greeks understood, what Homer captures so precisely in that scene, is that the contempt of Zeus for Ares was not incidental, not the result of a particular quarrel or a momentary irritation. It was structural. It was built into the nature of what each of them was. Zeus could not look upon the chaos and purposeless violence that Ares carried within him without feeling the threat that it posed to everything he had spent ages constructing. And Ares, for his part, could not be anything other than what he was, the raw, ungoverned force of war, stripped of strategy and dignity, arriving wounded and screaming before a father who looked at him as if he were proof that something in the divine order had gone deeply, embarrassingly wrong. The wound he carried home from Troy was real and painful, but the wound Zeus delivered in that moment, the casual, almost bored declaration that his son was the most despised creature on Olympus, was of a different order entirely. It was the kind of wound that does not heal cleanly. It was the kind of judgment that follows a being through every myth, through every story, through every encounter with the other gods and with the mortal world below. When Ares charged across battlefields in stories told after Homer, when he was captured in bronze jars and humiliated by craftsmen's nets and driven from the field by mortal heroes, guided by divine wisdom, the shadow of that scene was always somewhere behind it. The father who had said, without hesitation, that he wished his son had never been his. And yet Ares remained on Olympus, tolerated because he had to be, acknowledged because war could not be removed from the world any more than Ares himself could be removed from the pantheon. present at the divine table in a way that was never quite welcoming and never quite comfortable. He occupied his place among the gods, the way the worst aspects of human experience occupy a life, not chosen, not celebrated, but undeniable, impossible to simply set aside. Always there when the light went out and the noise of the world grew loud enough to drown everything else. Zeus called his own son hateful, double-faced, the most despised of all the gods, and the myths that followed seemed determined to prove him right. When the great war at Troy began, Ares did not hesitate to choose a side. He had made a promise to Hera, the very mother who had always shielded him from Zeus's contempt, that he would fight for the Greeks. For a time, it seemed as though he intended to honor it. But the battlefield has a way of drawing out whatever is most essential in a being. What was most essential in Ares was never loyalty or restraint or the careful weighing of obligations. It was the pull of the fight itself, the irresistible gravity of bloodshed and tumult. When he looked across the plain at Troy and felt that pull, he turned from his promise and took his place among the Trojans. He brought with him his sister Eris, the goddess of discord, his sons Phobos and Deimos, fear and terror, who moved through the Trojan ranks like a wind before a storm, filling the soldiers with something that went beyond ordinary courage, something wilder and more dangerous. With Ares among them, the Trojans pressed forward with a force that seemed almost unnatural. The Greek lines, which had been holding, began to buckle and give way. Homer describes Ares on the Trojan battlefield as something closer to a natural disaster than a deity, not a god directing a battle with any particular plan or purpose, but a presence that simply overwhelmed, that crashed against the Greek formations the way a wave crashes against stone. Not because it has chosen to, but because that is what it does. Athena, meanwhile, was doing something quite different on the Greek side. She moved through the conflict with her eyes open, watching, choosing her moments. Speaking quietly to the commanders she had decided to favor, she did not throw herself into the chaos the way Ares did. She worked at the edges of it, shaping things, tilting the balance in directions that served the larger purpose she had in mind. And it was Athena who would ultimately determine how Ares' time on that battlefield ended. She turned her attention to Diomedes, one of the great Greek heroes of the war, a king of Argos whose courage and capability she had long admired. And she did something remarkable. She removed from his eyes the ordinary human limitation that prevented mortals from seeing gods clearly on the battlefield. She told him that he could strike Ares if he found him. She counseled him on when to hold back and when to move. Him exactly the kind of guidance that Ares, in all his divine power, had never once thought to offer anyone. Diomedes went forward into the fighting with this knowledge held carefully inside him. He watched and waited. When Ares came against him, roaring, enormous, the bronze of his armor catching the light like something terrible and beautiful, Diomedes did not run. With Athena's hand guiding his spear, he drove the weapon into Ares' side, into the flesh of the god of war himself. Ares felt something he was not accustomed to feeling. He felt pain. The wound was real. The god who had spent countless ages inflicting agony on others discovered. There on the plain before Troy, that agony was something he understood only from one side. According to Homer, the cry that Ares let out when the spear pierced him was like the sound of 10,000 men screaming at once, a sound so vast and so raw that it rolled across the plain and shook the heavens above it. And then the god of war did something that none of his titles or his symbols or his terrifying presence would have prepared anyone to expect. He fled. He left the battlefield entirely, rising into the sky and abandoning the Trojans he had come to fight for. He went directly to Zeus on Olympus, not with any dignity or composure, but with the wound still bleeding and the shock of what had happened written plainly across everything he was. He came to his father expecting, perhaps, what any wounded child might hope for, some acknowledgement of his suffering, some recognition that he had fought and been hurt and that this mattered. Zeus looked at him, and felt none of it. What he felt, Homer tells us, was something much closer to irritation, to a weariness with the god who had embarrassed himself on the battlefield and was now bleeding on Olympus and complaining about it. Zeus allowed the wound to be healed. He was not entirely without mercy, or perhaps simply did not want his son dying dramatically in his presence, but he made clear that the healing was a practical matter rather than an act of paternal tenderness. The contempt that Zeus had carried for Ares since the earliest days of the myths was not softened by the sight of his son in pain. If anything, this moment confirmed everything Zeus had always thought, that Ares was loud and overwhelming and ultimately ineffective, that he brought chaos wherever he went and then retreated from the consequences of it, that the battlefield he was supposed to embody had actually managed to spit him out. Athena, by contrast, was still at Troy when Ares fled, still working patiently through the long and grinding years of the war, still shaping the conflict toward the outcome she intended. She had not been wounded. She had not screamed. She had done exactly what she always did. It had worked exactly as well as it always did. The difference between her conduct and Ares' conduct in that war was as clear and as final as any mythological lesson the Greeks ever wrote down. He had fled the battlefield screaming, humiliated by a mortal guided by his sister's hand. His father had looked at him with nothing but disgust when he came home. There is a story in the ancient tradition that is almost impossible to imagine about most gods, but which fits Ares with uncomfortable precision. It begins, as many of the older myths do, with a pair of brothers, twins in this telling, who were not like ordinary giants. Their names were Otus and Ephialtes, and they were known together as the Allodae, sons of Iphimedia, and said by most accounts to be fathered by Poseidon, the god of the sea. What set them apart from other giants, from other enormous and dangerous creatures in the mythological world, was the nature of their growth. Each passing month, they grew taller and stronger than the month before, at a rate that alarmed even the gods who watched from Olympus. By the time they were young men, they were already said to tower over most creatures on earth, and they knew it. The Allodae carried themselves with the kind of confidence that comes not from wisdom or patience, but from the simple, uncomplicated awareness that they were larger and stronger than almost anything they were likely to encounter. They were also reckless in a way that would have made Ares himself recognize a kind of kinship had he been in any position to observe them clearly. They declared that they intended to pile the mountains of Greece one on top of another until they could climb to Olympus itself. They announced their plans to take Hera and Artemis as their wives, as though the will of the gods was simply an obstacle to be moved out of the way. And somewhere in the course of their rampage across the ancient world, they encountered Ares. The accounts do not all agree on the precise circumstances of the capture. Some suggest it happened during a battle, that Ares was caught off guard in the middle of the fighting, absorbed in the chaos and fury he so often generated, and that the two brothers overwhelmed him simply by being larger and stronger than he was prepared for in that moment. Others suggest it was more deliberate, that the Allodae sought Ares out, understanding that capturing the god of war would be a declaration of their own power, proof that they stood beyond the reach of divine authority. What the accounts do agree on is the outcome. Ares was bound and placed inside a bronze jar, and there he remained. 13 months. Some translations say it was a bronze vessel. Others describe it as something more like a pot or an urn. But in every version the image is the same: the god of war, contained, imprisoned, sitting in the dark inside a jar made of metal, unable to break free through any force he could bring to bear. It is the detail that stops you if you sit with it for a moment. Ares, who could shake a battlefield with his presence, who could send armies fleeing with the sound of his voice, who had made even the bravest warriors turn and run, that Ares was sitting inside a jar, not fighting his way free, not calling on his power to shatter the bronze around him, simply trapped. It says something important about the limits of brute strength, and the Greeks who told this story understood that well. Force, taken to its absolute extreme, will eventually encounter something it cannot simply overpower. The Elodei were stronger than Ares in that moment, or cunning enough to catch him at a disadvantage, and all the divine fury in the world could not undo the simple fact of the bronze walls surrounding him. He could rage inside that jar. He could be every inch the god of war that he had always been. It would not matter, because rage alone does not open a locked container. The months passed. It was Erebia, the stepmother of the giants, who eventually broke the silence, she who told Hermes what had happened, where the god of war had been taken, and what had become of him. The stories vary on her motivation. Perhaps she had no love for what the Elodei had done. Perhaps she simply could not bear the thought of a god suffering inside a jar while the world moved on above him. Whatever her reasons, she acted, and the knowledge reached Hermes. By the time Hermes found him, Ares was described in some accounts as weakened, not merely humiliated, but genuinely worn down by the long imprisonment. The god who embodied the raw, surging energy of warfare had spent more than a year in confinement, and that confinement had taken something from him. There is a particular quality to the image. The jar opened, and Ares emerging into the light after 13 months of darkness, not triumphant, not having won his way free through courage or power, but released by the kindness and cleverness of another god. The Elodei themselves, in most versions of the myth, did not survive to enjoy their victory for long. The stories place their deaths in various ways. Some traditions say Artemis tricked them into killing each other. Some say Apollo destroyed them. But they did not live to see old age, and their great ambitions came to nothing. In the end, the giants who had grown so large and strong that they dared to capture a god were undone not by force, but by something subtler, by deception, by a swiftness they could not match. Even their end carried the lesson that the myth had embedded from the beginning. Strength alone is not enough. For Ares, the episode joined a growing catalogue of humiliations. The wounding at Troy, the scorn of his father, the battlefield defeats at Athena's hands. Each story added another layer to the portrait of a god whose power was real and whose limitations were equally real. A war god who could be captured and contained by those willing to approach him with something other than a direct confrontation. The bronze jar became one of the ancient tradition's clearest illustrations of that truth. A quiet and devastating argument against the idea that force is its own answer. It was Hermes who eventually found him and set him free, not his own strength, not his own cunning, but someone else's intervention, after more than a year in the dark. Of all the stories told about Ares, the one people seem to remember most fondly, or at least most eagerly, was the one about him and Aphrodite. It is easy to understand why. In a mythology full of divine violence and cosmic struggle, this particular story offered something different. Warmth, desire, the particular kind of recklessness that belongs only to passion, and ultimately, a humiliation so thorough and so public that it has never been forgotten. The affair between the god of war and the goddess of love was not a brief or careless thing. According to the tradition that Homer preserves in the Odyssey, it was a sustained and genuine attachment, one that both of them pursued with the kind of devotion that neither of them was especially known for offering elsewhere. Aphrodite was married to Hephaestus, the god of the forge, a god of extraordinary skill and patience and craft, but one whom she had never chosen and never loved. He was, in many versions of the tradition, physically imperfect in ways that stood in stark contrast to the brilliance of his wife, and the marriage itself was understood to be a mismatch from the very beginning. Ares, by any measure, was her opposite in almost every way except one. He was beautiful, in the way that violence can sometimes appear beautiful from a safe distance, burning and bright and impossible to look away from. What drew them together, the ancient sources suggest, was something almost inevitable, the oldest pairing in the world, the kind of gravity that has no explanation and requires none. They found their way to each other the way storms find coastlines. There was no careful reasoning in it, no strategy, no plan. And for Ares, who had never been especially gifted with strategy in any domain, that quality was perhaps part of the appeal. Aphrodite did not ask him to be wiser than he was. She did not look at him with contempt, as his father did, or with the measured disdain of a goddess who found his nature embarrassing. She looked at him simply, as though he were exactly enough. Their meetings had a pattern to them, one that might have continued indefinitely had fortune tilted toward them rather than against them. Ares would find his way to certain sacred groves and hidden chambers where Aphrodite waited, places that held the particular power belonging to spaces where gods choose to encounter one another away from the watchful eyes of Olympus. The affair was not precisely secret, though the lovers had not made it openly known either. Such things had a way of being understood among the divine community, even when no formal announcement was made. Helios, whose eyes saw everything on earth below during his daily journey across the sky, had inevitably witnessed their meetings. There was something almost defiant in this visibility, as though they had decided collectively that some truths were better acknowledged than hidden. What struck observers was not merely the fact of the attachment, but its apparent duration. These were not chance encounters or momentary lapses of judgment. Rather, Ares and Aphrodite met with a consistency that suggested something far deeper than passion alone, though passion was undeniably part of what bound them together. According to some versions of the tradition, their time together stretched across years, long enough for children to be born, and for the attachment to settle into something recognizable as genuine love. In the mythology that Homer inherited and preserved, there is no suggestion that either of them intended to end the arrangement or questioned its rightness. Aphrodite had never asked for her marriage to Hephaestus in the first place. The union had been arranged by Zeus himself, often as a means of resolving conflicts that roiled the divine realm. Her body may have belonged to the god of the forge, according to the laws of Olympus, but her heart remained entirely her own to give. For Ares, who wanted so little from anyone, this attachment represented perhaps the most generous thing he was capable of desiring. Hephaestus, however, was watching. He was a god who understood better than almost anyone that patience and precision could accomplish what force alone never could, and he applied both to the problem of his wife's affair with a thoroughness that would have impressed even Athena. Instead, he went quietly to his forge, and he worked. What he made there was invisible to the eye, a net of golden chains so delicate and so fine that they could not be seen hanging in the air, yet so perfectly engineered that nothing could break or loosen them once they fell. He strung this net over the bed in the chamber where Ares and Aphrodite met, and then he announced that he was leaving, departing for the island of Lemnos, as though nothing unusual were on his mind. The moment he was gone, the two lovers came together, and the net fell. It closed around them both with the quiet, irreversible certainty of a trap built by a master craftsman, holding them fast in a position from which neither divine strength nor divine beauty could provide any escape. Ares struggled, one can only assume, with the particular fury of a god of war who suddenly finds himself helpless, and found that fury useless against chains his own hands could not locate. Hephaestus did not come immediately. He sent word instead to the other gods of Olympus, inviting them to witness what he had discovered, and many of them came. The goddesses, in some versions of the telling, stayed away out of a kind of dignity or discretion. But the gods, Poseidon, Hermes, Apollo, arrived and looked. Apollo turned to Hermes, according to Homer, and asked with what appeared to be genuine curiosity whether Hermes would endure such chains if it meant lying beside Aphrodite, and Hermes replied that he would accept 3 times as many chains and let every god in heaven stare. There was laughter. It rang through the halls of the divine assembly, and Ares lay at the center of it, caught, exposed, and entirely unable to do anything at all. Eventually, through the intervention of Poseidon, who spoke on Ares' behalf and offered his own word as surety that Ares would pay whatever price Hephaestus demanded, the net was released and the two were freed. Aphrodite went to Cyprus, and Ares returned to Thrace, and the story settled into the tradition with the permanence of something that cannot be untold. What lingered, though, was not only the humiliation, but something quieter beneath it. Their union, for all the shame it ultimately produced, had already made things. Phobos and Deimos, fear and terror, were said to be among their children, the twin companions who rode with Ares into every battle, embodying the emotional reality of warfare more honestly than any weapon or wound. Harmonia, whose very name belongs to a world entirely unlike her father's, was also counted among the children of Ares and Aphrodite, a goddess of accord and concord, and the gentle binding together of things that might otherwise fall apart. Eros, in some traditions, was theirs as well, along with Anteros, the god of love returned. The union of war and love produced, in other words, both the worst feelings a battlefield can create and some of the most sustaining ones a human life can hold. That contradiction was not accidental. The ancient Greeks understood that fear and longing lived closer to each other than most people like to admit, and that the same ferocity a man brought to battle could be turned, completely and without warning, towards something else entirely. Ares, who was never subtle about anything, was at least honest about that. He loved Aphrodite the way he did everything, without reserve, without calculation, without the protective distance that wisdom might have advised. It cost him dearly in the end, as it always did. Even the god of war, it turned out, could be caught completely off guard by love, and just as thoroughly defeated by a craftsman's patient hands as by any blade. A god known for bloodshed and chaos might not seem like a natural candidate for devoted fatherhood, and yet the myths suggest that Ares took his children seriously in a way he took very little else. From his long affair with Aphrodite came a handful of children whose names alone tell a story stranger and more layered than anything a simple war god should have produced. There was Phobos, the personification of fear itself, not the fear that warns you away from danger, but the cold, consuming panic that overtakes a man in the thick of battle when he no longer knows which way to run. There was Deimos, his brother, who embodied terror in its most disorienting form, the dread that settles over an army before a single sword has been drawn. These two sons followed their father onto every battlefield, riding beside him on his war chariot, and in a sense they completed him. For Ares without Phobos and Deimos would have been only half of what war truly was. The ancient Greeks understood that warfare was never merely a physical event. It was also something that happened inside the men who fought it, in the chest and the stomach and the mind, and so it made a certain quiet sense that the god of war should father the gods of fear and terror as well. They were not separate from him, they were extensions of him, the emotional weather that always followed wherever he went. And yet, from the same union, the same love between Ares and Aphrodite, there came a daughter named Harmonia. She was the goddess of harmony and concord, of the kind of peace and agreement that holds communities together and keeps families whole. It is one of the more remarkable details in all of Greek mythology that a god so closely identified with destruction and disorder should produce a child whose entire divine purpose was the opposite. Some ancient sources also placed Eros among the children of Ares and Aphrodite, and Anteros as well, the god of requited love, though traditions varied on this point and not all accounts agreed. What remains consistent is that the union of war and love produced something the Greeks found both surprising and meaningful, harmony emerging from violence, tenderness born from chaos. It was as if the mythology was gently insisting that these forces were not as separate as they seemed, that somewhere between the battlefield and the marriage bed there existed a space where both found their resolution. Harmonia carried that truth in her very name, and she would go on to play a significant role in the story of Cadmus and the founding of Thebes. But that belongs to another part of this story. The contradiction inherent in Ares fathering both the gods of terror and the goddess of harmony speaks to something deeper about how the ancient Greeks understood their world. They recognized that the same man could be both a bringer of violence and a protector of his own, that brutality and tenderness were not necessarily incompatible traits, but rather different expressions of the same passionate nature. This duality in Ares' character extended even to his children with other partners, creating a pattern of complex and contradictory offspring that reflected the god's own internal conflicts. The myths seem to suggest that Ares was capable of investing his full attention in whatever role he took on, whether as a father defending his child, as a divine patron of warriors, or as an unlikely source of harmony and balanced order. This complexity made him more interesting to the Greeks than a simple embodiment of destruction could ever have been. His children, in their variety and strangeness, served as proof that even the most violent and chaotic of gods contained unexpected depths of care and meaning. Beyond his children with Aphrodite, Ares fathered a great number of other offspring throughout the myths, and the breadth of that lineage is itself revealing. Various traditions trace the ancestry of fierce and warlike peoples back to him directly. Certain Thracian kings were said to have descended from Ares, which fit naturally with the Greek understanding of Thrace as a wild and martial land where the god's kind of uncompromising ferocity was not merely tolerated, but celebrated. The Spartans, too, held connections to Ares in their mythological heritage, though the precise genealogical lines varied depending on the source. What mattered was the symbolic claim. To be descended from Ares was to carry a particular kind of strength in the blood, a readiness for violence, and an indifference to softness. These were qualities that certain peoples wore as points of pride rather than sources of shame, and the figure of Ares gave them a divine ancestor worth invoking. Among the groups most closely associated with him were the Amazons, the legendary warrior women who appear throughout Greek mythology in roles ranging from allies to adversaries. Ares was considered their divine father or patron in a number of traditions, and he was said to have given them his sacred girdle, a belt of extraordinary power that became one of his most recognizable symbols. For the Amazons, Ares was not a figure of embarrassment or ambivalence. He was precisely what a god of war ought to be, and they honored him accordingly. Several Amazon queens were described in the myths as daughters of Ares, women who had inherited his fearlessness and his refusal to yield. Their relationship with him represents one of the clearest inversions of the typical Greek attitude toward their war god. Here were people who looked at everything the rest of Greece found troubling about Ares and saw instead a model worth following. But perhaps the most humanizing story connected to Ares as a father is one that involves neither Aphrodite nor the Amazons. According to the myth, Ares had a daughter named Alcippe, whose mother was a mortal woman named Aglaulos. Alirotheos, a son of Poseidon, assaulted Alcippe, and Ares killed him for it. It was an act of protective fury, swift and absolute in the way that everything Ares did tended to be swift and absolute. And yet it was not mindless. It was not the violence of a battlefield god drunk on carnage. It was the violence of a father who found that someone had harmed his child and responded in the only language he had ever truly known. Poseidon, grieving his son, demanded that Ares be tried for the killing, and so the gods assembled to hear the case. The site they chose for this trial was a bare and rocky hill just outside the Acropolis in Athens, a place that would carry the memory of that gathering for centuries afterward. Ares was acquitted. The gods, having heard the circumstances, found that what he had done in defense of his daughter was not murder, but justice of a particular kind. It is a striking moment in the mythology of a god so often presented as the embodiment of violence without purpose. Here was Ares acting not out of bloodlust but out of love, and being judged not guilty for it. The hill where he stood trial for that killing, the Areopagus, the Hill of Ares, would become one of the most important judicial sites in all of ancient Athens, a strange and enduring monument to the one moment when the god of war was called to answer for his violence. Just outside the walls of the Acropolis in Athens, there is a low rocky hill that the ancient Athenians called the Areopagus. It rises only modestly above the surrounding city, bare and pale in the Mediterranean light. Its surface worn smooth and slick by centuries of rain and the soft footsteps of those who climbed it to sit in judgment or to be judged. The rock itself is ancient, older than the stories told about it. Yet the stories are the reason it has meaning at all, because according to the mythological tradition, it was on this very hill that the gods of Olympus once gathered to hear a case unlike any that had come before them, a case in which the defendant was not a mortal man or a wandering hero, but Ares himself, the god of war, called to answer for the blood on his hands. The story begins with a crime. Like so many of the most important stories in Greek mythology, it begins within a family. Ares had a daughter named Alcippe, whom he loved with a devotion that seemed almost foreign, given everything else the myths tell us about him. Eileithyos, a son of Poseidon, assaulted her. When Ares learned what had been done to his daughter, he did not pause, did not weigh consequences, did not consider the political complications of killing the son of the god of the sea. He simply acted with the swift and total violence that was his nature, and Eileithyos was dead. Poseidon, grieving and furious, refused to let the matter rest in the way that divine killings so often did, absorbed quietly into the ongoing chaos of Olympian life. He demanded a trial. He demanded that Ares stand before the assembled gods and answer for what he had done. So the gods came down to the rocky hill outside Athens. The Areopagus, the hill of Ares, received its name and its purpose on that day, according to the tradition that the Athenians themselves preserved and passed along. The trial itself was momentous, a gathering of the divine council convened not out of routine, but out of necessity. It established a precedent that would echo through centuries of human justice. The assembled gods had to determine whether the killing of Eileithyos fell within the bounds of acceptable action, even for a god. Whether love for his daughter and protection of her honor could justify Ares' immediate and lethal response. What is remarkable about the trial, about the myth that surrounds it, is not only its outcome, but what it reveals about the particular kind of violence Ares had committed. He was acquitted. The gods heard the full account of what Eileithyos had done to Alcippe. They heard Ares speak in his own defense. In the end, they found him not guilty of murder in any ordinary sense. This was because what he had done was not born of bloodlust or chaos or the mindless appetite for destruction that the myths more often associated with him. It was something closer to what the Athenians themselves valued most deeply: the protection of the innocent, the defense of a daughter, the refusal to allow a violation to go unanswered. For once, Ares' violence had a clear and human reason behind it, a reason that the gods recognized, and the Athenians who inherited the story recognized as well. The verdict sent a message that would resonate far beyond Olympus. It suggested that violence itself was not the problem. Rather, the intent behind the violence, the cause for which it was deployed, determined its moral character. An act of protection carried a different moral weight than an act of cruelty, even when both drew blood. The hill where the verdict was delivered became, over time, one of the most important judicial institutions in all of ancient Greece. The historical Areopagus was a council and a court that met on that same low rocky outcrop, handling the most serious cases in Athenian law, cases involving intentional homicide above all others. The mythological story of Ares standing trial there gave the institution a gravity and an authority that mere civic tradition alone could not have provided. A court that had once judged a god carried a different kind of weight. The Athenians understood this. They kept the story alive, not simply as a piece of old mythology, but as a living explanation of why that particular place mattered so much, why verdicts delivered on that bare and ancient stone carried consequences that verdicts delivered elsewhere could not. There is a quiet irony woven through all of this that seems to have gone largely unexamined, or perhaps was simply accepted as one of those truths too obvious to require comment. Athens was a city that had turned away from Ares in the deepest possible sense. A city that had named itself after his sister and built the Parthenon as a monument to her wisdom and her grace. A city whose intellectual tradition consistently elevated strategic, thoughtful, reasoned engagement over the raw and consuming force that Ares embodied. And yet, it was on an Athenian hill, in an Athenian court, that Ares had once been tried and found innocent. It was the Athenians who kept that story and gave that hill his name, and let that name stand through all the centuries that followed. The city that had chosen Athena over Ares, that had built its greatest temple in her honor, had also quietly named its most sacred place of judgment after the god its people were never quite sure they wanted. If there was one group in the ancient world that genuinely, wholeheartedly loved Ares, it was the Amazons. They appear throughout Greek mythology as a nation of warrior women who lived beyond the edges of the known world, somewhere to the north and east, in the wild lands that the Greeks associated with Ares himself. In Thrace and along the shores of the Black Sea, in places where the rules of settled, ordered society gave way to something older and more difficult to contain. The Greeks viewed the Amazons with a mixture of fascination and unease, much the way they viewed Ares, acknowledging their power while remaining deeply uncomfortable with what that power represented. And perhaps that is precisely why, in the traditions that survived, it was the Amazons who honored Ares most fully, who looked upon the qualities that made the rest of the world recoil from him, and found in those very qualities something worth venerating. According to various traditions, Ares was not merely the Amazons' patron deity, but their divine father, the source from which their entire people flowed. Several Amazon queens were said to be his daughters directly, born of his blood, inheriting his ferocity and his fearlessness and his absolute refusal to retreat. For peoples who built their identity entirely around the discipline and courage of war, a god who embodied war in its most uncompromising form was not a source of shame. He was an ancestor to be proud of. The Amazons were said to worship Ares above all other gods. In some accounts, they maintained a sacred island in the Black Sea, sometimes called Aretius, the island of Ares, where a temple to him stood, and where his birds, dark and unsettling, gathered in great numbers. The Greeks imagined this place as remote and inhospitable, which suited their picture of Ares perfectly. He belonged, in their view, to the wild margins of civilization. So did the women who called him father. He was said to have given the Amazons his sacred belt, his girdle, a gift that carried his divine authority and protection into every battle they fought. That belt would later become an object of legend in its own right, the prize sought by the hero Heracles in one of his famous labors. That brought him into direct conflict with the Amazon queen Hippolyta. According to one version of that myth, Hippolyta was herself a daughter of Ares. She wore the belt her father had given her as a symbol of her leadership and divine lineage. The confrontation between Heracles and the Amazons, whatever its precise details in any given telling, reflects the way the Greeks consistently imagined Ares and his people, powerful, formidable, ultimately positioned as adversaries to the heroes their own culture celebrated. This dynamic between the Amazons and the rest of the Greek world was not merely mythological. It reflected something fundamental about how different societies related to violence and power. While Athens sought to control warfare through rational strategy and civic duty, the Amazons represented an alternative vision entirely. They showed that a culture could be built upon martial values without the moderating influence of philosophy or democracy. Where the Greeks saw something that needed to be tamed and ordered, the Amazons saw something sacred. The stories told about them reveal how deeply some ancient peoples differed from the Greeks in their core values. They demonstrate that not all ancient cultures viewed Ares with suspicion and dread. For the Amazons, his unapologetic nature was not a liability, but a source of pride and strength. However, the Amazon story that most deeply illuminates what Ares meant to those who honored him belongs not to the labors of Heracles, but to the last days of the Trojan War. long after Hector had fallen and the Trojan cause seemed nearly lost. A queen arrived to take up arms in the city's defense. Her name was Penthesilea. She was, according to the tradition Homer's successors carried forward, a daughter of Ares. She came to Troy carrying her father's blood in her veins, and something of his spirit in the way she moved through a battlefield. The ancient sources describe her arrival as a moment that shifted the tenor of the entire war. At least briefly, she led her warriors into the fighting with such force and such disregard for the danger around her that even the Greeks, hardened soldiers who had been at war for years, were startled by what they encountered. There is something in the descriptions of Penthesilea that captures what Ares himself was always said to be. Not strategic, not measured, not calculating, but fully and terrifyingly present in the violence of the moment, unafraid, unwilling to hold anything back. The Greeks who recorded her story did so with a kind of grudging admiration, even as they shaped the narrative toward her eventual defeat. She was killed, according to the tradition, by Achilles, the greatest of the Greek heroes, and in some later retellings, Achilles was said to have felt grief when he looked upon her face after the battle, a grief that surprised him. That detail, whatever its origin, speaks to something the Greeks understood about Penthesilea. She was worthy of being mourned. That was a form of respect they rarely offered to anyone who came against them. She had fought as her father would have fought, with everything she had and nothing held in reserve. She had been defeated, as her father so often was, by someone who combined strength with something more. But she had made them feel it. The Amazons, through Penthesilea and through the long tradition of their divine connection to Ares, offered the ancient world a portrait of what it looked like to take Ares seriously, not to fear him and keep him at the edges of respectable worship, as the Greeks did, but to draw from him, to call him ancestor, to see in his refusal to temper or soften his nature a kind of purity rather than a flaw. In a world that preferred Athena's discipline and Apollo's grace and Hermes' cleverness, the Amazons stood apart as people who found a different kind of virtue worth honoring. Penthesilea came to Troy carrying the blood of Ares in her veins. She fought with the kind of ferocity that made even the Greeks pause, a reminder that the god of war, despised in Athens, was still very much alive in the hearts of those who called him father. Not everyone in ancient Greece found Ares shameful. While Athens built its greatest temple to Athena and named its most celebrated hill after the goddess of wisdom, there was another city, one that looked at the same mythology and arrived at entirely different conclusions. Sparta, the most formidable military power in the ancient Greek world, did not regard Ares with suspicion or embarrassment. The Spartans looked at everything the god of war represented: the unrelenting aggression, the willingness to meet violence without hesitation, the complete absence of softness, and they saw not a cautionary tale, but a model for living. To understand what Ares meant to the Spartans, it helps to understand what Sparta was. From the earliest years of a Spartan child's life, everything was organized around a single purpose: the creation of warriors. Boys were taken from their families at a young age and entered a rigorous system of training known as the agoge, in which they learned to endure hardship, to fight, and to regard pain as something beneath their attention. Girls, too, were trained in physical strength and discipline, because a society built entirely on military readiness needed its women strong as well. Comfort, luxury, and excessive intellectualism were viewed with a kind of contempt that would have puzzled most Athenians. What the rest of Greece prized, Sparta set aside. What the rest of Greece quietly feared, the raw, unadorned face of war, Sparta placed at the very center of its identity. In that context, Ares was not a god to be kept at a comfortable distance. He was a god to be drawn close, honored sincerely, and called upon with genuine devotion. The Spartans offered him sacrifices before battle, as many Greek city-states did, but their relationship with him went deeper than ritual obligation. They saw in his nature something they actively aspired to, not the cowardice that Homer sometimes attributed to him, but the part of Ares that was fearless, uncompromising, and wholly committed to the work of war. The Spartans were not much interested in the mythological episodes where Ares was humiliated or defeated. They were interested in what he stood for, and what he stood for was the thing they had built their entire civilization around. There is a tradition associated with Spartan worship of Ares that is striking in its strangeness and its logic at the same time. According to some ancient accounts, the Spartans kept a statue of Ares that was bound, wrapped in chains or fetters, and they kept it that way deliberately. At first, this might seem like a form of punishment or containment, as if even the Spartans were trying to control something they found dangerous. But the reasoning behind the binding was the opposite of that. The chains were not meant to restrain Ares or diminish him. They were meant to keep him in place, to prevent the god of war from wandering away from the city. The Spartans wanted war, or rather, the spirit and the power that war required, to remain always within their walls, never to desert them when they needed it most. It was an act of devotion dressed in iron. This kind of thinking was deeply Spartan. Where other cities might have hoped that peace would settle over them and war would stay away, Sparta invited it to stay permanently, bound it to the city's heart, and asked only that it never leave. They were not afraid of Ares. They were afraid of losing him. The contrast with Athens could not be more complete. Athens prized reason, rhetoric, philosophy, and the kind of strategic thinking that Athena personified. Its citizens debated, built, wrote, and governed with an eye toward order and civic wisdom. When Athenians went to war, they preferred to do so with a plan, with purpose, with the sense that violence was a last resort rather than a first language. Ares, with his appetite for chaos and bloodshed, represented everything that Athenian culture was working against. It made a kind of sense that the Athenians regarded him uneasily, that they built him relatively modest temples and wrote myths in which he was defeated, humiliated, and scolded. But what this difference between Athens and Sparta reveals is something important about Ares himself. He was not universally rejected in the ancient world. He was rejected by cultures for whom his qualities were genuinely threatening. Cultures that had built their sense of identity on the opposite values. In Athens, brute force without strategy was the enemy of everything the city stood for. In Sparta, it was the foundation. Ares fit perfectly in one world and threatened the order of the other, and the mythology that surrounded him reflected that divide as clearly as anything written in stone. There were other places in the Greek world that honored Ares with similar seriousness. Thrace, the wild region to the north, had long associations with him, and Thracian warriors were known for the kind of ferocity that the southern Greek city-states tended to find excessive. The Spartans shared something of that spirit, that willingness to meet war on its own terms without dressing it up in the language of wisdom or civic virtue. For them, the virtues of battle were not complicated. Courage was courage, strength was strength, and a god who embodied those things without apology was a god worth worshipping. What the Spartan relationship with Ares ultimately shows is that a god's meaning is never fixed. He is shaped by the hands that reach for him, by the prayers that are offered, by the values of the people doing the worshipping. The same deity who embarrassed the Athenians was the pride of the Spartans. The same qualities that seemed like flaws in one context seemed like virtues in another. Ares had not changed. The world around him had. The Spartans kept a statue of Ares bound in chains, not to punish him, but to keep him close, to make sure the spirit of war never wandered far from the city that had built everything on its back. No relationship in Ares' mythological life was more defining or more complicated than the one he had with his sister Athena. They shared a father in Zeus. They both claimed dominion over the experience of warfare, and they appeared together repeatedly throughout the myths, in ways that were always charged with an unspoken tension. a kind of divine argument conducted not in words, but in outcomes. And yet, despite everything they had in common on the surface, they were, in the deepest sense, opposites, embodiments of two fundamentally different ideas about what war was, what it was for, and what a civilization that practiced it ought to value. The Greeks understood this distinction with great clarity, and they encoded it into their mythology with a deliberateness that is still legible today, thousands of years after those stories were first told around fires and in temples and in the long, unhurried hours before sleep. Athena was not simply a smarter version of Ares. She was a different kind of war deity altogether, representing something the Greeks called the disciplined, purposeful, and ultimately civilizing aspect of conflict, the warfare that builds walls rather than tearing them down, the battle that preserves a people rather than consuming them. She was born fully formed and armored from the head of Zeus himself, and that strange and particular origin told the Greeks something essential about her nature. She emerged already thinking, already prepared, already complete. Ares, by contrast, was born in the ordinary way, the child of a troubled marriage, and grew into his nature through a long accumulation of impulse and appetite and unchecked force. Where Athena planned, Ares charged. Where Athena counselled, Ares screamed. Where Athena measured the cost of a battle before committing to it, Ares had already entered the fray long before the question of cost had occurred to him. This fundamental opposition manifested itself not merely in their temperaments, but in the very aesthetics of how they conducted themselves in battle. Athena's warfare was methodical and purposeful, marked by strategy, calculation, and an almost austere commitment to achieving specific objectives. She never fought for the sake of fighting itself. Every blow she struck served a larger purpose. Every engagement she participated in advanced some grander design. Ares, conversely, seemed to fight for the sheer joy and ecstasy of combat itself. The myths portray him as intoxicated by violence, as someone for whom the experience of battle was the goal rather than merely the means to an end. This distinction was profound and far-reaching, for it suggested to the Greeks that warfare itself could be oriented toward either destruction or construction, toward either the mere expression of power or the purposeful application of it. The choice between Athena's way and Ares' way was thus not merely a military choice, but a civilizational one. The Iliad makes this contrast vivid in the most direct possible terms. Athena moves through that great poem as a careful and attentive presence, whispering counsel to favored heroes, guiding hands and steadying resolve, shaping the outcome of the war through patient and accumulated influence. Ares moves through it like a storm, enormous, deafening, and utterly without subtlety. Homer depicts him riding into battle with a terrifying roar, rallying the Trojans with the sheer overwhelming weight of his divine fury, and for a time he is genuinely fearsome to behold. However, it is Athena who ultimately neutralizes him, and the manner in which she does it is deeply instructive. She does not match him in raw power. She does not outscream him or outcharge him. Instead, she guides the mortal hero Diomedes with careful instruction, telling him when to strike, where to aim, and how to move. And Diomedes, armed with nothing but a spear and the goddess's quiet direction, drives that spear into the god of war's flesh and sends him howling from the battlefield. The lesson the poem offers is unambiguous. Wisdom, applied with patience and precision, defeats strength every time, even divine strength, even the strength of the god of war himself. Their encounters in the Gigantomachy, the cosmic war between the Olympians and the giants, told a similar story and told it with equal clarity. Ares fought in that battle with everything he had, hurling himself into the chaos with characteristic and total commitment, and his contributions to the fighting were real and significant. But it was Athena whose conduct in the Gigantomachy was remembered with the greatest admiration. According to the tradition, she defeated the giant Pallas in single combat and then did something that the Greeks found deeply meaningful. she fashioned the fallen giant's skin into the aegis, the divine shield she wore ever afterward. In doing so, she converted her enemy's very body into her own armor, turning his strength permanently to her advantage. This act was not merely impressive as a feat of combat. It was a demonstration of the principle that intelligence transforms everything it touches, that the disciplined mind can take even destruction and make something lasting and protective from it. Ares never did anything like this. His victories, when they came, were simply victories. They ended the fight, and that was all. The cultural meaning of this divine sibling rivalry extended far beyond mythology itself. The Greeks were a people who went to war constantly, against each other, against Persia, against the endless pressures of a violent and unpredictable world. And they knew warfare from the inside, knew its weight and its cost and its strange, terrible momentum. When they chose to represent their two war deities the way they did, they were not making an idle artistic choice. They were making a statement about what kind of people they wanted to be, about which face of warfare they wished to honor when they went home from the battlefield and tried to build something worth defending. The city of Athens chose Athena as its patron, named itself for her, built the Parthenon on its highest hill in her honor, and in doing so, declared publicly and permanently that the warfare it valued was the warfare of thought, of strategy, of purpose. Ares, with all his terrifying power, was acknowledged but not embraced. He was left at the margins of the divine world, honored only in places like Sparta and Thrace, where a different set of values governed daily life. It is worth noting that some later traditions did attempt to reconcile the two deities, pairing them together as complementary aspects of the same experience: courage and wisdom, force and direction, the body and the mind of war, understood as two halves of a single whole. There is something genuinely appealing in that reading, and it is not entirely without mythological support. However, the primary Greek tradition was far less generous in its even-handedness. It elevated Athena, repeatedly and unmistakably, and it did so at Ares' direct expense, constructing story after story in which his approach to warfare led to his humiliation, while her approach led to lasting achievement. The contrast became one of the most enduring allegorical frameworks in all of Western thought. Used by philosophers, poets, and historians long after the Greek gods had ceased to be worshipped, because it spoke to something that did not expire with any single civilization. The Greeks used their two war gods to ask a question they never fully stopped asking. When men go to war, do they follow wisdom or do they follow rage? And which one, in the end, wins? Long before the Trojan War, long before any mortal had set foot on a battlefield, the gods themselves went to war. The conflict known as the Gigantomachy rose from the very earth beneath Olympus, born out of the ancient rage of Gaia, the great mother of the world who had watched the Titans, her children, cast into Tartarus by Zeus and his siblings, who was determined in her grief and fury to see the Olympian gods brought low in return. So she called up from the deep places of the earth a race of giants, immense and terrifying beings, some of them said to have serpents in place of legs, all of them burning with a singular purpose of tearing the divine order apart and replacing it with something older, wilder, far less given to the careful arrangement of the cosmos that Zeus had worked so hard to establish. These were not ordinary adversaries. This was not an ordinary war. This was because the ancient tradition held that the giants could not be killed by the gods alone. They could only be truly defeated if a mortal fought alongside the divine. That is why Heracles, the great son of Zeus, was brought into the battle. His presence, the necessary piece that made the difference between divine victory and divine catastrophe. The gods gathered from every corner of their world. Among them, Ares descended into the battle with the full, unrestrained force of everything he was, carrying his spear and his fury and the terrible sound of his war cry. Falling upon the giants with a violence that shook the landscape around him, his chariot pulled by fire-breathing horses across a battlefield so vast and so loud that the ancient poets described it as shaking the very bones of the earth. He fought as he always fought, without hesitation, without calculation, without the kind of measured restraint that might have made him easier to admire, throwing himself into the chaos of the conflict with an abandon that was, in its own way, magnificent and terrible all at once, a god so thoroughly at home in the noise and blood of battle that he seemed almost relieved to have found a war worthy of him, a war large enough to contain the entirety of what he was. He drove into the ranks of the giants with a force that was genuinely staggering, pushing them back, wounding many, overwhelming others with the sheer relentless weight of his aggression, so that even his enemies must have understood, in those moments, why a civilization might choose to keep such a god close, if only because the alternative, having him as an enemy, was too frightening to consider. The battle itself raged across realms that mortals could scarcely comprehend, with the very fabric of existence seeming to strain under the weight of such cosmic conflict. The earth split open in places where the violence was most intense, mountains crumbled under the force of divine weapons, and the sky itself appeared to bleed with the intensity of the struggle. Each god brought their own particular gifts to bear against the giants, their unique powers and their specialized forms of divine violence, all of it necessary, all of it fearsome. The giants, for their part, fought with the same desperate fury that their mother Gaia had instilled in them, driven by the hunger for revenge and the hope of restoration. They were formidable in ways that ordinary enemies were not, sustained by the ancient power of the earth itself and driven forward by a primordial malice that predated civilization. The battle would be remembered, not just for its outcome, but for the sheer overwhelming sense of danger it represented, a moment when the cosmos itself seemed genuinely uncertain of its future. And yet, for all of that raw and genuine power, it was Athena whose actions in the gigantomachy became the ones that endured most vividly in the memory of the ancient world. This was because Athena did not simply fight, she thought. The difference between those two things turned out to matter enormously, as it had a way of doing in the Greek tradition, wherever the two of them appeared side by side. Among the giants she faced was one named Pallas. Athena defeated him not merely by overpowering him, but by outmaneuvering him. Then, in an act that the ancient sources described with a kind of awed attention, she took the skin of the defeated giant and fashioned it into the aegis, that great divine shield or breastplate that she wore ever after, transforming her fallen enemy's very body into her own protection, his strength literally becoming hers in a way that spoke of something far beyond physical victory, something closer to the appropriation of power through intelligence and preparation, the idea that a true warrior does not merely defeat an enemy, but learns from that defeat and carries it forward as a lesson, as armor, as proof that understanding an adversary is more enduring than simply destroying one. There were other gods who played decisive roles in the battle. Apollo and Artemis brought their own gifts to the conflict. Dionysus appeared in some versions of the tradition, swinging his thyrsos with unexpected effect. Heracles moved through the battlefield, bringing the mortal intervention the gods could not themselves provide. But it was Athena's actions that the tradition seemed most eager to hold up as exemplary, as instructive, as the kind of warfare that a civilization ought to aspire to, purposeful and transformative rather than merely overwhelming. Ares had fought with everything he had. There was no dishonor in that, no laziness or cowardice, only the pure expression of his nature poured out across a cosmic battlefield. And yet the myth seemed almost designed to make certain that his sister stood beside him in the same battle and emerged from it with more, with something richer than victory, with a symbol she would carry for eternity. The giants were defeated. The divine order was preserved. Athena walked away wearing the skin of her fallen enemy, while Ares walked away having done what he always did, fighting with everything he had and still somehow emerging with less glory than his sister. The ancient Greeks themselves had a sense that Ares did not quite belong to the world they had built. When they wrote about him, when they tried to place him within the orderly, luminous world of Mount Olympus, with its marble halls and its gods who moved through the air with grace and purpose, there was always something about Ares that seemed to resist the setting, something that suggested he had come from somewhere older and rougher and less refined than the civilization that had claimed him. Many ancient sources were quite direct about this feeling, pointing northward, toward the wild and mountainous region known as Thrace, as the place where Ares truly belonged. Thrace lay at the northern edge of the Greek world, a land the Greeks regarded with a mixture of fascination and unease, a place of fierce, horse-riding warriors, of cold rivers cutting through dense forest, of people who lived by codes that had little room for the philosophical and civic values that Athens and Corinth and the other great city-states held most dear. Homer himself places Ares in Thrace, describing it as his homeland. Other ancient writers followed that tradition comfortably, as if it explained something they had always felt but struggled to articulate. The god of war, in his most raw and elemental form, came from the edges of the known world, not from its center. That geographical origin was deeply meaningful to the Greeks who told these stories. It allowed them to acknowledge his power, which was undeniable, while quietly locating that power somewhere outside the boundaries of proper Greek civilization. He was not, in this framing, a god of their world so much as a god of the world beyond their walls, the world that pressed against them with cold and violence, and the kind of unthinking force that no amount of philosophy or strategy could entirely hold at bay. Thracian warriors, for their part, did not share this ambivalence. In the traditions associated with Thrace, Ares was not an embarrassment or a figure of shame, but something closer to a sacred ancestor, a divine embodiment of the qualities that a warrior people considered essential: ferocity, endurance, the willingness to meet violence with greater violence and not flinch. He was honored there in a way he rarely was in the southern regions of Greece. That reverence said something important about the relationship between a god and the people who worship him. A deity's meaning is never fixed. It shifts depending on who is doing the honoring and what they most need from the divine. This split perception manifested throughout the classical world in subtle but persistent ways. Some city-states, particularly those with stronger military traditions or those bordering Thracian lands, maintained noticeably more reverent attitudes toward Ares. Other cities, especially the great southern cultural centers, deliberately reinforced the idea that truly civilized people should transcend the raw brutality he represented. Yet the tension within Greek religion never fully resolved itself, producing the kind of cognitive dissonance that the myths themselves recorded and reflected. Ares remained, always with the discomfort the Greeks felt in his presence. There is also a deeper question buried within this Thracian association, one that scholars of Greek religion have turned over carefully for a long time. It is possible, and some ancient sources gesture toward this possibility, that Ares represented something older than the Olympian religion as the Greeks came to practice it, an earlier conception of the war deity that predated the great myths, predated Homer, predated the elaborate divine family of Zeus and his children, and their rivalries and their stories. In many early religious traditions, the war god is not a figure of shame, but one of the highest powers in the pantheon, a deity whose function is so essential to survival that his worship is central rather than peripheral. The Greeks, as their culture developed and as the ideal of the thoughtful, strategic, civilized warrior took hold, may have gradually shifted that central position away from a figure like Ares and toward a figure like Athena, without ever entirely dispensing with the older conception. What remained was Ares as we find him in the myths, still powerful, still divine, still technically one of the 12 Olympians, but carrying something of the uncanny quality of a guest who has been tolerated rather than invited. His sanctuary near Thebes hinted at this older layer of his worship as well, connected as it was to the story of Cadmus, the legendary founder of that city, who was said to have killed a serpent sacred to Ares and was forced to serve the god for years as penance before he could lay the first stones of what would become one of the great cities of the Greek world. That story, which the next part of this telling will explore more fully, suggested that Ares could not simply be ignored or pushed to the margins, that his power demanded acknowledgement even in the heart of civilization, even from those whose ambitions were entirely directed toward building rather than destroying. There was something in the Thracian god, ancient, ungovernable, rooted in the dark soil of places the Greeks considered foreign, that kept insisting on its own reality, that refused to be entirely civilized away, no matter how clearly the culture preferred Athena's composed and strategic face. He was the god of those wild, warlike places at the edges of the Greek world. Perhaps that geographical distance was part of why the Greeks could acknowledge his power while keeping him at arm's length from the things they truly valued. Among the myths that connect Ares to the founding of cities and the shaping of civilization, the story of Cadmus stands out as one of the most quietly remarkable. It begins, as so many Greek stories do, not with Ares himself, but with someone who had the misfortune of crossing him, a Phoenician prince named Cadmus, who set out from his homeland not in search of glory or conquest, but simply to find his sister Europa, who had been carried away by Zeus in the form of a white bull. Cadmus searched for a long time, traveling across the known world, eventually arrived in Greece, where the oracle at Delphi told him something that must have been both a comfort and a grief. He would not find his sister. Instead, he was to follow a cow that bore a particular mark on her flank. Wherever that cow finally lay down to rest, he was to build a city. He did as the oracle instructed. The cow led him across the Greek countryside, walking steadily without pause, until at last she lowered herself to the earth in a region called Boeotia. It was there, on that land, that Cadmus would build the city of Thebes, one of the great cities of ancient Greece, a place that would later produce its own long chain of stories, tragedies, and kings. But before Cadmus could begin laying any foundation, before any walls rose from that earth, something stood in his way. He sent a group of his companions to a nearby spring to fetch water for a sacrificial offering to Athena. They did not return. When Cadmus went to look for them, he found the spring guarded by an enormous serpent, a creature of tremendous power, its scales glistening, its coils wound around the water as if it had always been there, as if it had grown up out of the ground itself. His companions were already dead. According to the ancient accounts, this serpent was a child of Ares, sacred to the god of war and bound to that spring in some deep and territorial way. Cadmus, with the particular courage of a man who has already travelled too far to turn back, killed the serpent. What followed was not a simple act of violence easily set aside. Killing a child of Ares, even an animal one, even a creature rather than a person, was not something the god of war could overlook. Ares made his displeasure known. Cadmus understood that before he could build anything, before his city could take root in that ground, he would need to answer for what he had done. According to the tradition, Cadmus was bound to serve Ares for a period of 8 years as penance for the killing. A long, humbling stretch of time for a man who had come to found a civilization. There is something deliberate in that number, something almost agricultural in its rhythm, as if Ares were insisting that nothing built on his sacred ground could skip the necessary years of patience and labor. But before his service was completed, something else happened at the sight of the slain serpent that would shape the destiny of Thebes for generations. At the goddess Athena's instruction, Cadmus took the teeth of the dead serpent and sowed them in the earth like seeds. From that dark planting, armed warriors rose fully formed from the soil, the Spartoi, the sown men. They immediately began fighting one another with furious, inexplicable aggression. By the time the violence subsided, only 5 remained. These 5 survivors became the founding ancestors of the great noble families of Thebes. their lineage rooted literally in the earth and in the violence of Ares' serpent. It was a strange and shadowed beginning for a city. The Greeks seemed to understand that. Thebes carried that inheritance of violence all the way through its mythology, from Oedipus to the seven who marched against its gates. When Cadmus had completed his 8 years of service to Ares, the god's anger was appeased. And here the myth takes an unexpected and luminous turn. Ares, together with Aphrodite, offered Cadmus a bride, their daughter Harmonia, the goddess of harmony and accord. It is difficult to overstate how striking this is. The god of war and the goddess of love produced a daughter whose entire divine domain was peace and agreement, the smooth running of things, the absence of strife, and they gave her to the man who had killed the war god's serpent as a kind of gift at the end of a long atonement, as if the violence and the years of service had somehow earned him the right to harmony. The wedding of Cadmus and Harmonia was celebrated by all the Olympian gods, and this too is notable. Divine attendance at mortal weddings was rare and significant. It marked Cadmus as someone elevated, someone whose story had touched the highest levels of the divine world. The gods came down from Olympus and feasted at the wedding, and the muses sang. Ares himself would have been there, watching the daughter born of his union with Aphrodite take her place beside a mortal king who had built a city on the very ground where Ares' sacred creature had died. There is something in that image that the Greeks seem to find meaningful, the god of war, present not at a battlefield, not in the midst of screaming and blood, but at a celebration, at a beginning, at a moment of genuine grace. The myth carries a kind of quiet argument within it. Ares is not simply a god of destruction in this story. He is a god whose anger must be respected, whose sacred things cannot be casually harmed without consequence, but who is also capable of resolution, of releasing a debt when it has been fully paid. His daughter Harmonia is the proof of that. She does not exist in spite of Ares, but because of him, born from the union of his nature and Aphrodite's. As if something in that unlikely pairing of war and love produced the one quality capable of making civilization possible. Cadmus built Thebes not by escaping Ares, but by moving through him, by serving the god, accepting the terms of his anger, emerging on the other side into something new. Harmonia, the daughter of war and love, became the first queen of Thebes. The gods came down from Olympus to celebrate the wedding, as if in that one moment, Ares had given the world something it had been waiting for all along. If the story of Diomedes wounding Ares at Troy was not sufficient proof that the god of war could be beaten, there were other stories ready to make the point again. The Greeks returned to this theme with a kind of quiet insistence, as though they felt it was important, necessary, even to demonstrate more than once that the god who embodied raw, unthinking violence was not, in the end, invincible. And the hero they chose to make this point most memorably was Heracles, the greatest of all the mortal champions, a man who had faced monsters and titans and the edges of the known world and had always, somehow, come back. According to the tradition preserved in the works of Hesiod and later retold across many centuries, there came a moment when the paths of Heracles and Ares crossed in a way that neither god nor hero could easily forget. It began, as so many of the darker stories do, not with Ares himself, but with one of his sons, a figure named Cycnus, who had made a name for himself along the road to Delphi in a manner that was, even by the standards of the mythological world, deeply troubling. Cycnus had positioned himself along the sacred road that pilgrims travelled on their way to consult the oracle. He had been waylaying them, robbing them of their offerings, killing them, keeping their bones, their skulls in particular, with which he intended to build a temple to his father. It was a grotesque devotion, the kind of worship that carried all of Ares' most disturbing qualities without any of the martial context that might, in a warrior culture, have given it even a shadow of dignity. Pilgrims were sacred travellers. The road to Delphi was under the protection of Apollo. And what Cycnus was doing along that road was an offense against everything the Greeks believed about the sanctity of religious custom and the protection owed to those who sought the gods in peace. When Heracles encountered Cycnus on that road, he did not look away. The two fought, and Cycnus was killed. It was a swift and decisive end for a man who had built his entire existence on violence and fear. Its swiftness was itself a kind of statement about what happens when brute cruelty meets genuine heroic courage. What came next was the part of the story that elevated it beyond an ordinary hero's tale and placed it among the defining mythological moments in Ares' long, complicated history. Ares had been watching. He had seen his son fall. Whatever complicated feelings lived inside the god of war, the grief of a father, the rage of a deity who felt his honor insulted, the blind instinct to respond to violence with greater violence, all of it rose up at once and drove him down onto the field. He descended from wherever he had been observing and came at Heracles directly, the god of war in full fury, armed and intent on avenging what had happened to Cycnus. And here is where the story becomes something the Greeks clearly found worth repeating. Heracles did not run. He stood his ground against the god of war. In the struggle that followed, Heracles wounded Ares in the thigh. The god of war cried out and pulled back. The same instinct that had carried him screaming from the battlefield at Troy, away from the spear of a mortal guided by Athena's hand, carried him away now, back toward Olympus, away from a hero who had simply refused to be afraid of him. There is something worth sitting with in this image. Ares, the god whose entire identity was built around the capacity for violence and the willingness to enter the chaos of battle without hesitation, retreating from a mortal man. The wound itself was not permanent. Gods healed. Ares would go on, but the meaning of it lingered in the tradition long after the injury had faded. For the Greeks who told and retold this story, the point was not cruelty toward Ares, but clarity about what he represented. A god of war who loses to mortal heroes, who retreats when struck, who cannot defend his own son against the courage of a man favored by wiser, more purposeful divine powers. That God was powerful, yes, but he was also limited in ways that raw strength alone could never overcome. Heracles himself was not immune to the irrational and the dark. His own story was full of suffering and catastrophe. But in this moment, guided by the will of gods who valued something more than bloodlust, he had done what the myths kept insisting was possible. He had met the embodiment of unrestrained war and turned it back. The encounter with Cycnus and then with Ares fit neatly into the broader pattern that ran through so many of Ares' stories. The imprisonment in the bronze jar, the humiliation in Hephaestus' golden net, the wound on the plains of Troy. Each one said the same thing in a slightly different way, that power without wisdom, strength without restraint, violence without purpose would always find its limit. And that limit, in the Greek imagination, was not another god, but often a mortal who had learned to carry something more than a weapon into a fight. Ares limped back to Olympus for the second time, defeated by mortal courage, guided by the gods, and the great hero went on his way, unharmed. When the Romans adopted the Greek pantheon, they did something quietly extraordinary to Ares. They took a god that the Greeks had spent centuries fearing, mocking, keeping carefully at the edges of their divine affection. They made him into something altogether different, something noble, purposeful, beloved in a way that Ares himself never was in the world that created him. The Romans called him Mars. Under that name, the same essential force that the Greeks had struggled to love became the second most important god in the entire Roman religious order, surpassed only by Jupiter himself. It is one of the most striking transformations in the history of ancient religion. It tells us something important, not only about the difference between two great civilizations, but about the nature of gods in general, that what a deity means is never fixed, never absolute, always shaped by the hands and hearts of the people who are doing the worshipping. In Rome, Mars was nothing less than the divine father of the Roman people. According to the founding myth that the Romans held most dear, it was Mars who fathered the twin brothers Romulus and Remus upon the Vestal Virgin Rhea Silvia. Romulus, of course, went on to found Rome itself. That act of foundation carried the blood of Mars in every stone and street of the city. This was not a minor mythological footnote. It was the central story Romans told about who they were and where they came from. They were the children of a war god. They understood their origin not as something shameful or threatening, but as something to celebrate. Something that explained their strength, their discipline, their capacity to build an empire from a collection of hills beside a river. The Greeks never spoke of Ares that way. No great city traced its founding to his bloodline with pride. No civilization looked at the chaos he embodied and said, "That is where we come from. We are glad of it." Mars was also, in the Roman understanding, a god of agriculture and of spring, a god not merely of destruction, but of growth and renewal. The month of March carries his name still. In the Roman calendar, March marked the beginning of the agricultural season and the beginning of the campaigning season for soldiers, both understood as forms of the same fundamental energy. The world waking up, pushing forward, beginning again. This dual nature, war and growth, force and fertility, was essentially absent from the Greek conception of Ares. Ares was the battlefield and nothing else, the screaming and the blood and the collapse of everything ordered and good. Mars was the field before the planting and after the harvest, the soldier who fights so that the farm can continue, the protector whose violence exists in service of something larger than itself. That distinction changes everything. The connection between Mars and agriculture was formalized through the religious observances that structured Roman life. Festivals like the Aquaria and Lupercalia brought the community together to make offerings designed to secure the god's favor for both military success and agricultural abundance. The Salii, the priests of Mars, held one of the most important positions in Rome's religious hierarchy, entrusted with the sacred shields believed to have fallen from heaven. These observances were central to the Roman understanding of their relationship with the divine. The investment in Mars's worship reflected a genuine belief that the force powering their armies also powered the Earth's fertility. The Romans built Mars a great field in the heart of their city, the Campus Martius, the Field of Mars, where soldiers trained and citizens gathered, where the physical life of the Roman state unfolded under his watchful presence. There were temples dedicated to him, of real grandeur and civic importance, not the modest, somewhat isolated shrines that Ares tended to receive in Greece. Mars Ultor, Mars the Avenger, had a magnificent temple built in his honor by Augustus, who had vowed to build it after the assassination of Julius Caesar, who understood that invoking Mars gave his act of vengeance a sacred, civilizing weight. The Romans were comfortable asking Mars to stand behind their most important political and moral acts. The Greeks were far more cautious about asking Ares to stand behind anything at all. What this contrast reveals, when you hold the two traditions side by side and look at them carefully, is that the Greeks and Romans had genuinely different ideas about what warfare was supposed to mean. For the Greeks, or at least for the dominant strain of Greek thought that shaped the mythological tradition, war was always somewhat troubling, always carrying within it the seed of chaos and dissolution, always requiring the counterbalance of wisdom and strategy. Ares represented the part of war that had no counterbalance, the part that existed purely for itself. That was why they could not fully embrace him. For the Romans, war was inseparable from the idea of civilization itself. It was through military force that roads were built. That law was extended, that the known world was brought into a kind of order. A god of war, who was also a god of agriculture and spring and civic protection, made perfect sense in that framework. This was because in Roman life, those things were never really separate to begin with. It is worth sitting quietly with this for a moment. This was because it reflects something gentle and important about the way human beings relate to the forces they cannot control. The Greeks acknowledged Ares, They placed him on Olympus, gave him a seat at the divine table, told stories about him for centuries. But they kept him at a remove, kept him somewhat ridiculous, kept him defeated and humiliated often enough that no one would mistake him for something to be admired. The Romans took that same force and wrapped it in purpose, gave it a lineage and a legacy. Let it stand at the center of who they believed themselves to be. Neither tradition was wrong exactly. They were simply honest about different things, honest about different fears and different ambitions, honest about different relationships with the violence that runs through human history, like a river that never quite dries up. The Romans worshipped Mars as a father, a protector, a source of national strength, and in doing so, they showed that the god the Greeks had feared and looked away from could, in different hands, become something a civilization was proud to call its own. It would be easy to leave Ares where the Greeks left him, despised, defeated, embarrassing, and call that the whole story. But the myths, read carefully and without the lens of cultural preference, reveal something more complicated beneath the surface of all that blood and noise. There are moments scattered across the ancient tradition where Ares appears not as a mindless engine of destruction, but as something far more recognizable, a being capable of love, of grief, of loyalty, of something that resembles, however imperfectly, the tenderness that the Greeks reserved for more admirable gods. Consider what the myths say about him as a father, a god known for charging headlong into carnage, for screaming when wounded and retreating from battlefields in shame, was also a god who killed to protect his daughter. When Poseidon's son Alirotheos assaulted Alcippe, the daughter of Ares, the god of war did not weigh the political consequences or consider the strategic wisdom of his response. He simply killed the man who had harmed his child. This was not the act of a creature without feeling. It was the act of a father so consumed by protective love that divine politics meant nothing to him in that moment. The Greeks put him on trial for it, assembling the gods on the rocky hill that would ever after carry his name, and they acquitted him. Even in a tradition that found Ares deeply uncomfortable, even in a culture that preferred Athena's composed restraint at every turn, the gods gathered on the Areopagus and acknowledged that what Ares had done was not simply slaughter, it was justice, or something close enough to it that no one could bring themselves to condemn him. His children reflected him in ways that go beyond the obvious. Phobos and Deimos, fear and terror, accompanied him into battle and wore his nature openly, as children often do. But Harmonia, the goddess of accord and concord, was also his daughter, born of his union with Aphrodite. The fact that harmony emerged from the coupling of war and love is one of the more quietly astonishing details in all of Greek mythology, and it suggests that the ancient imagination understood something nuanced about Ares that the broader cultural preference for Athena tended to obscure. Violence and beauty together do not only produce terror, they also sometimes produce peace. Ares gave his sacred belt to the Amazons, those legendary warrior women who alone among the peoples of the mythological world looked upon him without contempt. For the Amazons, what Ares embodied was not a shameful excess, but a virtue, the willingness to meet the world without flinching, to carry no illusions about what conflict demands of those who enter it. He was their father and their patron, and they honored him in a way that most of Greece never did. There is also the matter of his penance to Cadmus. After Cadmus killed the sacred serpent that guarded the spring at what would become Thebes, a serpent that was, in some tellings, a child of Ares, the god of war demanded 8 years of service from the Phoenician prince. Cadmus gave those years willingly, and at the end of them, Ares and Aphrodite bestowed upon him their daughter Harmonia as a bride, and all the gods came down from Olympus to celebrate the wedding. This is Ares as a god who can be appeased, who recognizes genuine contrition and responds to it with genuine generosity. He is not simply a force that cannot be reasoned with. He is a divine power who demands acknowledgement, who requires that his sacred things be respected, and who, when that respect is given, can offer something extraordinary in return. And then there is Aphrodite. Their affair was humiliating in its exposure. Caught in Hephaestus's invisible net, displayed before the assembled gods, laughed at and ridiculed. But the relationship itself, across many versions of the myth, was not a passing encounter. Ares returned to Aphrodite again and again. He was drawn to her across years and tellings, across the full breadth of the mythological tradition, and she to him. There was something between them that outlasted the humiliation, that persisted through the laughter of the other gods. A god who could sustain that kind of attachment, that kind of devotion to a single figure across the long life of mythology, was not simply a creature of appetites without depth. He loved her, or whatever the divine equivalent of love looked like in that world, and he kept loving her long after the trap had sprung and the story had made him a figure of ridicule. Perhaps the most telling detail of all is the way Ares responds to pain. When Diomedes wounded him at Troy, Ares screamed. The sound, Homer tells us, was like the shouting of 10,000 men, and he fled the battlefield and went to Zeus, crying out about what had been done to him. The Greeks read this as cowardice, and perhaps it was, but there is another way to understand it. The other Olympians, when wounded or humiliated, often responded with cold composure, with scheming, with the kind of controlled dignity that conceals feeling beneath a surface of power. Ares felt everything and showed it immediately and completely. His pain was real, and he made no effort to hide it. His grief was genuine, and he carried it without pretense. In a pantheon full of gods who dressed their desires in the language of fate and wisdom and divine order, Ares simply was what he was: loud, raw, exposed, and entirely without artifice. That quality, the utter absence of pretense, was precisely what made him so difficult for the Greeks to accommodate. A civilization that valued strategy, composure, and the careful management of appearances had little use for a god who could not manage any of those things. He was the one Olympian who never learned to perform. He never pretended to be something he wasn't, never dressed his violence in the language of wisdom or strategy. And in a pantheon full of gods who did exactly that, there was something almost honest about him. The ancient Greeks were not naive about war. They had lived inside it for generations, city turning against city, seasons marked not only by harvests but by campaigns, by the slow return of soldiers and the grief of those who waited at home. They understood what violence did to the body, what prolonged conflict did to communities, what it meant to build a civilization in the shadow of constant military threat. And so when they sat down, across centuries and in many different voices, to make sense of the world through the language of their gods, they did not create a god of war who was glorious and beloved and admirable. They created Ares, despised, chaotic, perpetually humiliated, kept barely tolerated at the fringes of the divine family. That choice was not accidental, and it was not a failure of imagination. It was, in its own way, one of the most honest things they ever said about themselves and about the nature of human violence. The Greeks knew war was real. They knew it was powerful, inescapable, woven into the fabric of existence in a way that could not simply be wished away or reasoned out of being. But they refused, in their mythology, to make that power beautiful. They looked at the rawest, most purposeless kind of violence, the bloodlust that has no strategy behind it, no goal beyond destruction, the kind of fighting that feeds on itself and produces only terror and ruin, and they gave it a face and a name. Then they made sure that face was one nobody on Olympus could quite bring themselves to love. Ares stood in the divine assembly as the embodiment of a truth the Greeks did not want to celebrate, only to acknowledge. He was the god of what war actually felt like from the inside of it, the screaming, the chaos, the ground soaked through, and the sky full of noise, rather than the god of what war was supposed to look like from the outside, dressed in the language of strategy and honor and civic virtue. That outer version belonged to Athena. Ares was what remained when you stripped all of that away. There is something worth sitting with in the fact that the Greeks could not simply omit him. Other traditions might have quietly set aside a deity so deeply uncomfortable, might have folded his attributes into a more respectable divine figure, or let him fade from the center of religious life into legend. The Greeks did neither. Ares appears in Homer, in Hesiod, in the fragments of hymns and in the long prose accounts of mythology that survive into later centuries, always present, always recognizable, always occupying his uneasy place among the Olympians. His temples were few, and his worship was not widespread through most of the Greek world. Yet his existence was never in doubt. He sat at the divine table because the Greeks understood, at some deep level, that removing him from the story would be a kind of lie about what the world contained. Every civilization that knows war also knows the specific terror that Ares represented, the violence that erupts without plan or purpose, that destroys without building, that makes the battlefield into something entirely beyond the reach of wisdom or restraint. The Greeks had a name for it, and they put it on Olympus. They made Zeus himself say plainly that he found it hateful. They let that statement stand as something close to a moral position. Not that war itself was wrong. The Greeks were far too practical and too experienced to make that claim, but that this particular face of war, the face without wisdom or honor or purpose behind it, was something to approach with dread. Ares was necessary in the way that certain hard things are necessary, not because they are good, but because they are true. A story about human life that left them out would simply be false. He could not leave Olympus any more than violence could leave the world. But the gods of Olympus kept him at a distance. The Greek people, in the cities where philosophy and law and art were taking shape, honored him with far less devotion than they offered to Athena, to Apollo, to Hermes, to almost any other figure in the pantheon. That distance was deliberate. It was a way of saying that to know a thing exists is not the same as to celebrate it, that to acknowledge the reality of brutal, purposeless war is not the same as building temples to it or teaching your children to admire it. Ares endured across all the centuries of Greek religious life. As a god who was real but not revered, powerful but not respected, divine but not, in any ordinary sense, beloved. That is the particular quality of his mythology, the thing that makes him unlike almost any other figure in the ancient imagination, the thing that perhaps speaks most directly across the long distance of time. The ambivalence that the Greeks felt toward Ares, the recognition that war in its most chaotic and bloodthirsty form was something that had to be acknowledged but must never be admired, was not a contradiction in their thinking. It was a kind of wisdom. They kept him on Olympus because they knew they could not wish war away. They kept him despised because they understood, perhaps better than most, what happens when a society stops being afraid of it. Of all the gods and goddesses who made their home on Mount Olympus, Hestia is the one you are least likely to have heard a story about. She appears in almost no myths. She sets out on no quests, falls in love with no one, transforms no mortals into animals, wages no wars across the heavens or the earth. She does not carry a bow, does not wear armor, does not emerge from the sea in a shower of sea foam. She is not present at the judgment of Paris, not among those weeping at the fall of Troy, not seen navigating any of the great episodes that shaped the Greek mythological world as we know it. And yet she was, by any measure, one of the most important divine presences in all of ancient Greek life, not merely worshipped, but invoked daily, in every household, across every region, by people of every class and circumstance, from the wealthiest citizen in Athens to the most ordinary family keeping a fire burning in the countryside. She was called upon more consistently, by more people than almost any other deity in the entire Greek pantheon. Her name, in the ancient language, simply meant hearth, the word for the fire at the center of the home, the warm and steady flame around which a family gathered to eat, to speak quietly to one another, to shelter from the cold and the dark. Her name was her nature. She did not need to explain herself with myths and adventures. This was because she was already present in the one place every person understood, the place you return to at the end of the day, the warmth you feel when you step through the door. It is worth sitting with that contradiction for a moment. This was because it tells you something true about the kind of goddess Hestia was, and the kind of presence she occupied in the ancient world. Homer, who composed the Iliad and the Odyssey, the two great poems that shaped so much of how the Greeks understood their gods and their own history, never once named her. In all of those thousands of lines of verse, describing the gods quarreling and scheming and taking sides in the long siege of Troy, describing Odysseus blown across the sea for 20 years, encountering gods and monsters and the shades of the dead, Homer found space for nearly every deity in the pantheon and never once mentioned Hestia by name. Some scholars have seen this as an oversight, but it seems far more likely that it reflects something essential about her character. She was not a god who went to war, not a god who travelled, not a god whose presence could be felt in the great dramatic movements of the world. She was, instead, the god of the place that heroes leave behind when they go to war, the warmth they dream of returning to, the fire that is still burning when they finally come home. She was quiet in the way that necessary things are quiet, the way that bread baking or a lamp glowing through a window at night is quiet, not because she lacked importance, but because her importance was so constant and so close that it required no announcement. And yet in every home across ancient Greece, every single day, her name was spoken first. Hestia came into the world as the firstborn child of the Titans Cronus and Rhea, and almost immediately her world went dark. She had barely drawn breath, barely opened her eyes to the light of a world that was still finding its shape, when her father reached down and swallowed her whole. It was not rage that moved him, nor cruelty in the ordinary sense of the word. It was something colder than that, a fear so consuming that it had long since swallowed his reason, the way he would soon swallow his children one by one. The prophecy had come to him, as prophecies always do in these old stories, not as a question, but as a certainty. He had overthrown his own father, the great sky titan Aranos, seizing power in a moment of terrible violence, and now the same fate had been promised to him. One of his own children would one day rise against him and take everything he had built. And so, believing that foresight was the same thing as prevention, Cronus decided he would simply ensure that no child of his ever had the chance to grow old enough to try. Rhea, who was his wife and herself a titan of deep and ancient power, watched all of this unfold with the particular grief of a mother who understands exactly what is happening and finds herself unable to stop it. She had carried each child with care and love and the ordinary hope that comes before knowledge arrives and changes everything. And then, one after another, her children disappeared into Cronus before they had lived a single full day in the world. Hestia was the first. After her came Demeter, then Hera, then Hades, and then Poseidon. Each time, Rhea's grief deepened, and each time, Cronus walked away satisfied, reassured that the prophecy could not reach him from inside his own body. He was the lord of time itself in some tellings of this story, and he could not imagine that time would find a way around him. The particular arrogance of that belief, that a parent can contain the future by containing the child, is one of the things that makes this myth feel less like an ancient tale and more like a quietly recognizable truth. When Rhea found herself carrying her sixth child, she made a decision. She could not bear to hand another newborn into those hands, knowing what would follow. According to the myth as it has come down to us through Hesiod's theogony, she went to her own parents, Aranos and Gaia, the sky and the earth themselves, and asked them what could be done. They told her what was to come, and they helped her make a plan. When the child was born, she wrapped a large stone in swaddling clothes, the kind of cloth a newborn would be bundled in, and offered it to Cronus in the infant's place. Cronus, who apparently trusted the wrapping more than he bothered to examine what was inside it, swallowed the stone without any hesitation. He felt the familiar weight, the familiar finality, and he was satisfied. The child, this one named Zeus, was carried quietly to the island of Crete, where he was hidden away and raised in secret, far from his father's reach. There is something almost gentle in the way Rhea's deception works. She did not outwit Cronus with elaborate machinery or divine power. She used cloth and stone, and the simple fact that a tyrant who trusts his own certainty will not look carefully at what he is given. She hid the most important thing in the plainest possible way, and it worked. Zeus grew up in Crete, tended by nymphs, nursed and kept safe until he had grown into the god he was always going to become. And when the time came, when he had the strength and the knowledge and the will, he returned to confront his father. The liberation of the swallowed children is told with the particular economy that Greek myth often prefers when it comes to the actual mechanics of the impossible. In most versions of the story, Zeus obtained a potion, sometimes described as an emetic, something that induces purging, and managed to get it into Cronus's drink. What followed was the reversal of everything Cronus had done. He vomited up, first, the stone he had swallowed in Zeus's place, and then, one by one, the gods he had consumed. Poseidon emerged, Hades, Hera, Demeter, and finally, last of all, Hestia, the one who had gone in first, who had spent the longest time in that strange inner darkness, who came blinking back into the world after all her younger siblings had already been returned to it. This is the detail that the myth preserves and that is worth sitting with for a moment. Hestia was both the oldest and, in a very real sense, the youngest of the six. She had entered that darkness before any of the others, and she emerged from it after all of them had already taken their first breath of free air. She was, depending on how you count, the first child and the last born, the eldest and the newborn at once. Ancient sources acknowledge this paradox without quite resolving it, and perhaps it was never meant to be resolved. It simply becomes part of who she is, a figure defined by a kind of doubled identity, both beginning and end contained within the same quiet presence. What those years of darkness inside Cronus might have meant, what they might have made of her, is not something the myths say directly. But it is hard not to notice that the goddess who emerged from that long swallowing became, of all the Olympians, the one most associated with stillness, with staying in one place, with the interior spaces of the world, the home, the hearth, the room where the fire burns at the center of everything. There is something in her character, in every description that survives of her, that suggests a being who had been in a very dark and enclosed place for a very long time, and had made her peace with it. She did not emerge ready for war or intrigue or the long dramas of power. She emerged, and she found the fire, and she stayed beside it. The other gods went on to divide the cosmos among themselves. Zeus took the sky, Poseidon took the sea, Hades took the underworld. They drew lots, or fought or negotiated. The stories vary, but each of them reached outward for dominion over something vast and ungovernable. Hestia reached for something smaller and perhaps more lasting. She had been there at the very beginning, and she would be there at the very end. It was a pattern that would define her entire existence. When Apollo came to Hestia with the intention of winning her as his bride, he was not the first god to try, and he would not be the last. Poseidon had already made his own interest known. Poseidon, who commanded the oceans and held dominion over everything the sea touched, who was counted among the three greatest rulers the cosmos had ever produced, and who was not accustomed to being refused. Between the two of them, Apollo and Poseidon represented a kind of divine pressure that most beings, mortal or otherwise, would have found difficult to resist. Apollo was radiant in the way that only the god of light and music and prophecy could be radiant. Beautiful, golden, sovereign over the arts and over the future itself, the kind of god whose attention felt like a gift simply by virtue of being given. And yet Hestia received both of these suitors with the same quiet composure. the same gentle and unmoving certainty, and in the end, she turned away from each of them in turn and went to Zeus. She placed her hand on his head, for to swear by the head of Zeus was the most solemn and binding oath any god or goddess could make, and she spoke her vow aloud. She would remain a virgin always. She would not be given in marriage. She would not take a husband from among the gods or from anywhere else, and this was not a temporary decision or a wish she expected to be overruled, but a permanent and irrevocable commitment that she had arrived at entirely on her own. He honored it completely, and because he understood that Hestia had asked for nothing when she could have asked for a great deal, he offered her something in return, a privilege that would place her at the center of every act of worship and every sacred meal across the whole of Greece. From that point forward, the first and last offerings at every sacrifice belonged to her. Before any god was honored, before any feast began, before the first prayer rose with the first smoke, Hestia's portion went into the fire. And when the last libation of the evening was poured, when the meal was drawing to its close and the gathering was beginning to quiet, her name was spoken again. It was a gift that suited her nature perfectly, not a throne, not a consort, not a kingdom of her own, but a presence woven into the rhythm of every ordinary day. The significance of Hestia's renunciation becomes clearer when examined against the backdrop of divine genealogy and familial obligation. As the eldest Olympian, the first of the 6 children that Cronus and Rhea had brought into existence, Hestia occupied a place of particular significance in the hierarchy of the divine family. She had been swallowed by her father and then restored by Zeus during the war with the Titans, experiences that marked her as someone who had witnessed the oldest struggles of the divine world from the inside. Her position as eldest carried expectations of precedence, of leadership, of the kind of authority that should naturally accrue to the firstborn. And yet she had chosen to step deliberately aside from the structures of power that such a position might have granted her. In refusing marriage, she was refusing not merely a romantic attachment, but the establishment of dynastic lines, the creation of children who might be heirs or challengers, the whole apparatus of continuation and succession that marriage represented in the divine order. This was not simply celibacy, but a form of self-withdrawal from the very mechanisms by which divine power perpetuated and extended itself into future generations. What makes the vow worth dwelling on is the way it differs from the similar vows made by Artemis and Athena, the 2 other virgin goddesses of the Greek world, whose commitments to chastity are usually described as fundamental to who they were from the very beginning. Athena, born fully formed from her father's head and never oriented toward love in the way other gods were, Artemis requesting her bow and her freedom as a child, as if she had always known exactly what kind of existence she intended to live. Hestia's situation was different in a way that mattered. She was not born virginal in the way those 2 were understood to be. She was the eldest, a grown goddess who had already lived through the long darkness inside Cronus, who had been present at the making of the world, who had every opportunity the divine order could provide, and she looked at all of it clearly and made her choice. In a world where marriage was not considered something a woman, divine or mortal, simply chose or declined for herself, where even goddesses found their fates decided by the desires of the more powerful gods around them, that particular act of choosing carried its own kind of weight. Marriage in the ancient Greek world was understood as the natural condition of a woman's life, the arrangement through which she passed from one household to another, the mechanism by which the domestic world continued its work. The question of whether a woman wished to marry was rarely asked, because the assumption was that she would, and that the decision belonged to others. Hestia acknowledged all of that, and stood before Zeus anyway, her hand on his head and her mind already made up. The gods had taken Persephone from her meadow without asking. They had pressed Demeter's grief into the turning of the seasons. They had woven Hera into a marriage that would bring her as much bitterness as joy. Hestia had watched all of that unfold from the place where she stood, and she had made sure that none of it would be her story. There is something in the ancient sources, some quiet sense of admiration running beneath the lines, for the fact that she achieved this, not through conflict or cunning or the kind of dramatic intervention that fills the rest of Greek mythology, but simply by going to Zeus directly and by asking in a way that he could not refuse, without dishonoring the most sacred form of promise the Greek world knew. From that moment on, every sacrifice in every temple across Greece began and ended with her name, which, for a goddess who wanted nothing more than to be left in peace, was perhaps the most fitting honor anyone could have given her. To understand Hestia, you have to understand what a hearth fire actually meant to the people who kept it burning. In the modern world, fire is something you summon with the turn of a knob or the press of a button, and it disappears just as easily. It is a convenience, not a companion. But in ancient Greece, the hearth fire was something else entirely. It was the living center of the home, as essential to daily existence as the walls themselves, and in many ways more so, because a house without fire was not truly a home at all. It was the first thing established when a family moved into a new dwelling. Before furniture was arranged, before beds were laid out, before the household goods were unpacked from their traveling baskets, the hearth was lit. That first flame was not struck carelessly from flint and tinder and left to catch on its own. It was kindled with intention, often carried as a live coal or burning brand from the family's previous hearth, so that the fire was never truly extinguished, but only moved, like a continuous thread of warmth passing from one life to the next. The hearth itself was usually situated near the center of the main room, open to the air above so that the smoke could rise and escape through a hole in the roof. There was no chimney in the modern sense, no neat flue channeling everything away. The smoke gathered softly under the rafters before finding its way out, and the smell of it, wood smoke and cooking, the faint char of burned offerings, would have been the first thing anyone noticed when they came through the door. Around the hearth was where the family gathered, to eat, to talk, to shelter from the cold, to keep themselves company in the dark hours of evening. The light it gave was warm and shifting, throwing amber shadows across the walls and faces of everyone seated near it. There were no lamps bright enough to replace it, no other source of warmth in the room when the nights grew cool. The hearth was not one element of domestic life among many. It was the foundation around which everything else was arranged. Cooking happened there too, of course. The fire that warmed the household was the same fire that boiled the water and roasted the grain and simmered the stew. A woman who tended the hearth well was keeping her family alive in the most direct and tangible sense, making sure that the fire never dropped too low to be useful, that there was always enough fuel, that the flames were steady and reliable rather than fitful and hungry. The cooking pot hanging over that fire, the bread baking near its edges, the oil warming slowly in a small clay vessel set against the coals. All of it depended on the fire being there and being tended. This is why Hestia's symbols included the kettle alongside the flame. The two things were inseparable. Warmth and nourishment came from the same source, and that source had to be protected. The responsibility of tending the hearth fell primarily to the women of the household, and in particular to the senior woman whose authority within the domestic sphere was absolute. She was the one who understood the particular moods and quirks of her fire, who could judge by sight and experience whether the flames needed encouragement or restraint. Young girls would have learned these skills from their mothers and grandmothers, absorbing not just the practical knowledge, but the deep reverence with which the fire was approached and maintained. When the fire went out, through carelessness or catastrophe or the simple misfortune of a night when the wood ran low, it was understood to be a serious matter, not merely an inconvenience. An extinguished hearth was a household in disarray, a family whose inner order had somehow failed. Rekindling it required more than just striking a new spark. In some traditions it was done with ceremony, with prayer, with a recognition that the fire returning to the hearth was itself a kind of restoration. There were specific days in the ritual calendar when fires might be formally extinguished and then rekindled, marking the passage from one period of time to another, from an old state of things to a new beginning. But these were deliberate, ceremonial extinctions, carefully planned. An accidental one was a different thing, something to be remedied as quickly as possible, with appropriate attention to the goddess whose presence had, for a time, departed. It is easy to understand from our modern vantage point of electric light and instant heat why the protection of the fire was taken so seriously. But there is something deeper at work here, something that transcends mere survival. The fire itself became a kind of presence in the home, almost a living member of the family. It had to be fed like a dependent. It could be healthy or weak, vigorous or temperamental. It demanded respect and constant attention, and in return it offered not just warmth and nourishment, but a sense of continuity, a feeling that the household itself was alive. This understanding shaped the ritual of the Amphidromia, one of the most intimate and meaningful ceremonies in the life of a Greek household. When a child was born, the family would wait several days before formally welcoming the infant into the household. During that time, the child existed in a kind of threshold state, present in the home, but not yet truly part of it, not yet named, not yet claimed. Then, on the appointed day, the father or a designated family member would carry the newborn around the hearth fire, walking the baby in a circle around the flame as the family watched. This circuit was not decorative. It was the act of introduction, the moment when the child was placed under Hestia's protection and formally received into the warmth and shelter of the household. To carry a child around the hearth was to say, in the language that needed no words, "This person belongs here, this fire is theirs, and they are under its care." The name Amphidromia translates roughly as running around, though in practice, the ceremony seems to have been more of a slow and careful procession than anything vigorous. The fragile newborn held close, the fire burning steadily nearby, the family gathered around. Food was shared, gifts were sometimes brought by neighbors and relatives, and the child was welcomed into the web of relationships and obligations and warmth that made a household what it was. Without this ceremony, without that encircling of the fire, the child had not yet fully arrived. It was Hestia's fire that received them, and Hestia's protection that was invoked on their behalf. All of this points to something that the ancient Greeks understood intuitively and that we have largely lost. The idea that the physical center of a home carries a kind of spiritual weight. The hearth was not a metaphor for the family's unity. It was the actual, material place where unity was enacted, day after day, meal after meal, winter after winter. The family that shared the same fire shared something real and irreplaceable. When a son left to found a household of his own, he carried fire from his father's hearth to kindle his own, and in that act he was not only securing warmth for practical reasons, but extending a living connection backward in time through all the families that had tended the same flame. Every family that gathered around those flames was, whether they said it aloud or not, gathering in Hestia's presence. Before anyone at the table took their first bite of food, before the first sip of wine was raised to any lips, a small portion was set aside for the fire. This was not a grand ceremony, not something that required a priest or a special occasion or a carefully rehearsed prayer. It was simply the way a meal began, the way it had always begun, in every household across the Greek world, in homes that were wealthy and homes that were modest, in cities along the Aegean coast and in small farming villages far from the sea. A piece of bread, a little grain, a drizzle of oil, or whatever the meal happened to include that evening, some small part of it belonged to Hestia before it belonged to anyone else. It was placed near the fire, or offered directly into the flames, which received it quietly, the way a fire receives everything. There was no drama in the moment, no theatrical gesture meant to impress anyone watching. The family was simply acknowledging, before they fed themselves, that the warmth making the meal possible was not entirely their own. The hearth had made it. The The goddess of the hearth had made it, and so she was remembered first. Wine followed a similar pattern at gatherings that included it. At any feast, large or small, the first libation of wine was poured in Hestia's honor, and so was the last. The cup that opened a meal and the cup that closed it both belonged to her, which meant that every communal meal in ancient Greece was, in a quiet and unspoken way, framed entirely by her name. Guests reclining at a table full of laughter and conversation, the room warm and flickering with firelight, would begin and end their evening in her presence without necessarily pausing to think about it. The ritual had become so woven into the rhythm of daily life that it no longer felt like a ritual at all. It felt like the natural shape of how things were done. And that, in a sense, was exactly what it was meant to become. Something so ordinary and so steady that it could not be separated from the act of living itself. At the beginning of the day, too, households turned to her. Morning prayers were offered at the hearth before the work of the day began, and when the day drew to a close and the fire was banked for the night, she was addressed again, quietly, briefly, in the way that one might say good night to someone whose presence has been a comfort throughout the hours. The fire was never abandoned without acknowledgement. It was tended and spoken to with a kind of domestic reverence that modern life does not have an easy equivalent for, because modern life does not have a single object at the center of the home that also keeps the family alive. In ancient Greece, the hearth was that object, and Hestia was its living presence. Across a year, this amounted to an extraordinary number of invocations, more, almost certainly, than any other deity received. The great gods of Olympus were called upon in moments of crisis, before a voyage, before a battle, during a festival held once or twice a year. Hestia was called upon every morning, every evening, at every meal, at every gathering. She received more quiet attention than Zeus, more daily devotion than Apollo or Athena or Aphrodite, more consistent remembrance than any god whose stories fill the pages of the epics. And yet her name appears in none of those epics. The poets who celebrated the deeds of the Olympians, who told of wars and transformations and the long sufferings of heroes, passed over her almost entirely. There is something almost paradoxical in this, until you sit with it for a moment and realize that it makes a certain kind of sense. Epic poetry was drawn to movement and conflict, to things that could be narrated across an arc, a quest, a betrayal, a return. Hestia offered none of that. What she offered was repetition, and repetition is not what epic poetry is built from. It is, however, what daily life is built from. The family that sat down to supper and offered a little grain to the fire before eating did not record that moment anywhere. They did not compose a hymn about it or carve it into marble. They simply did it, and then did it again the next evening, and the one after that, in the same unhurried and unremarkable way that people draw breath. The constancy of it was the thing, not the beauty or the drama or the scale of it, but the fact that it happened without fail, that no meal began without it and no day ended without it, that through every season of a person's life, childhood and old age, abundance and hardship, grief and ordinary contentment, the offering was made and the fire received it. Day after day, season after season, it was the same. And the steadiness of it was the whole point. The house fire burning in a family's home was one kind of hearth, but each Greek city had another, a larger, more permanent one, tended not by a single household, but by the whole community. This was the Prytaneon, and it stood at the heart of nearly every Greek city-state, not as a temple in the traditional sense, with great columns and votive offerings stacked against the walls, but as something harder to categorize, part civic hall, part sacred ground, part shelter, and part the living embodiment of Hestia herself. If the household hearth was the place where a single family gathered in her presence, the Prytaneon was where an entire city did the same. The building itself was generally not the grandest structure in any given city. It was rarely the largest or the most elaborately decorated. What made it significant was not its architecture, but what it contained. A fire that was never allowed to go out, burning steadily through every season, every change of leadership, every war and festival, and ordinary grey morning alike. This flame was understood to be Hestia's flame, as direct and literal a presence as the Greeks believed a deity could have in the physical world. To let it die, even briefly by accident, was considered a grave misfortune, a sign that something had gone deeply wrong in the life of the community. When that did happen on rare occasions, when the fire guttered and failed despite every effort to maintain it, the process of rekindling it was treated with great seriousness. The new flame could not simply be struck from a flint or borrowed from a neighbor's torch. It had to be drawn from the sun itself, using a burning glass or a concave mirror that concentrated sunlight into a point of heat intense enough to catch. The logic behind this was not merely practical. It meant that the fire of the Prytaneion was always, in some meaningful sense, a fire that had never truly been extinguished, always returning to its original source, always beginning again from the warmth of the sky. In Athens, the Prytaneion stood near the Acropolis, in one of the oldest and most settled parts of the city. Its location was not accidental. The oldest parts of any ancient city tended to carry the deepest religious significance, and placing the Prytaneion there rooted it in the long memory of the place. Athenian citizens would have grown up knowing where it was, passing it in the course of their daily lives, aware of the fire burning inside even when they were not thinking about it consciously. It was one of those presences that shaped a city without demanding to be noticed. The people who worked most closely with that flame were the Prytanes, the rotating group of officials drawn from the citizen body of Athens who held administrative authority for a portion of each year. When they came into office, one of their first acts was to offer a sacrifice to Hestia at the Prytanean hearth. This was not incidental or purely ceremonial. It was the formal beginning of their time in service, the moment at which they placed themselves under her protection and acknowledged that their authority carried an obligation toward the welfare of the whole community. Hestia, in this sense, was the divine witness to the taking of civic responsibility. The Prytanes also ate their meals at the Prytaneon during their term of service, which meant that the building functioned something like a residence as well as an office, a place of both governance and daily life. In this way, it mirrored the structure of the household in miniature, with the hearth at its center and the people responsible for maintaining order gathered around it. The parallel was deliberate. The city was understood to be, in some essential way, a larger version of the home, and Hestia, who presided over the home, presided over the city by the same logic. Foreign ambassadors who came to Athens on diplomatic business were received at the Prytaneion. This was not simply a matter of convenience. Hosting a visitor at the hearth placed that visitor under Hestia's protection, which meant under the protection of the community's deepest values and obligations. The sacred law of hospitality that governed individual households extended here into the realm of international relations. A foreign dignitary welcomed to the Prytanean fire was being told, in the clearest way the Greeks knew how to express it, that they were safe, that the city stood behind its welcome, that Hestia herself was watching over the encounter. The Prytaneon also served as a place of sanctuary, a refuge for those seeking protection. Someone who reached the public hearth and appealed to it was understood to have placed themselves under divine care, which made them, at least temporarily, untouchable. The flame that provided warmth for the city's official business also offered shelter to the desperate and the frightened. This was entirely in keeping with Hestia's nature. She had no interest in power struggles or political maneuvering, but she held a deep and quiet concern for anyone who came to her fire in genuine need. The honors extended to individuals at the Prytaneion are also worth noting, because they reveal just how seriously the Greeks took the connection between Hestia's flame and civic recognition. Certain distinguished citizens, generals who had won great victories, athletes who had brought glory to their city at the Pan-Hellenic Games, statesmen who had served with exceptional dedication, were sometimes granted the right to dine at the Prytaneion for life. This was one of the highest honors Athens could bestow. It meant a permanent place at the hearth, a seat at the table that never expired, a kind of ongoing welcome that most citizens could only imagine. To be granted that privilege was to be welcomed, permanently and formally, into the presence of the goddess herself. What is remarkable, when you step back and consider it, is how completely Hestia made this transition from domestic to civic life, without anyone appearing to notice the strangeness of it. She was a goddess of the home, of cooking fires and newborns carried around the hearth, and quiet daily offerings before the evening meal. And somehow she was also the goddess at the center of every political ceremony, every act of diplomacy, every grant of sanctuary in every city across the Greek world. She moved between those scales, the deeply personal and the broadly public, without contradiction, because in the Greek understanding, they were not really separate things. A city was a home was a city, and Hestia was the fire at the center of both. The same fire that warmed a family's bread in the morning also received the prayers of senators and the pleas of refugees, and all of it burned in her name. When a Greek city sent its people out across the sea to build a colony on foreign shores, they did not travel alone. They carried fire with them. It was not a symbolic gesture or a poetic metaphor. It was a literal act, performed with great care and intention, before the ships were loaded. Before the families gathered at the harbour with everything they owned bundled into cloth and baskets, someone would go to the prytaneion, to the hearth at the very centre of civic life. Take from its sacred flame a portion of fire that had been burning, in some cases, for generations. That fire was placed in a vessel, a clay pot or a bronze lamp, packed carefully among the supplies, carried aboard the ship as one of the most precious things the colonists possessed. It was not merely warmth they were taking with them, it was Hestia herself, or at least a piece of her, a living fragment of the mother city's identity, passed from hearth to hearth across open water. When the colonists finally reached their new shore, exhausted and uncertain, the first thing they did was build a hearth and light it from that carried flame. The fire that burned in their new prytaneion was the same fire, in an unbroken line, as the one burning back home. And in that continuity, however far the sea had carried them, they were still connected to everything they had left behind. This practice was not left to chance or casual arrangement. The Greeks understood the fragility of fire at sea and took precautions accordingly. The vessels chosen to carry the flame were often specially designed, sealed clay containers with small openings, or bronze lamps with protected wicks that could withstand the salt spray and wind of ocean passages. Sometimes multiple vessels would be carried, redundancy built in against the possibility of loss. The firekeepers, those entrusted with maintaining the flame during the voyage, held a position of considerable responsibility and honor. They would be among the most trusted members of the expedition, individuals whose sole duty during the crossing was to tend the flame, to shield it from wind and moisture, to feed it carefully with dry wood and kindling they had brought for that purpose alone. There are accounts of voyages where the carried fire was lost to storms or accident, and the grief that followed was genuine and profound, not merely for the loss of a practical tool, but for what it represented, a severing of connection to home, a break in the chain that was meant to remain unbroken. There is something deeply moving about this practice when you sit with it quietly. The Greek world, during the centuries when colonization was most active, stretched across an enormous arc of coastline and island. Cities sent their people to Sicily, to the southern coast of what is now Italy, to the northern Aegean shores, to the coast of what we now call southern France, as far as the western edges of the Black Sea, into regions that correspond today to Ukraine and Romania. These were not short voyages, and the people making them understood that many of them would never return. They were building new lives in places where the landscape was unfamiliar, the neighbors were strangers, the comforts of home were entirely absent, and yet they arrived with something real, something warm and undeniable that tied their new community to the one they came from. The fire from the prytaneion travelled with them and burned in the centre of their new settlement. When other colonists came after, they would sometimes take their fire in turn from that second hearth, and so the chain continued. Extending itself further and further, each new flame descended from the last. What had begun as a single fire burning in a single city became, across several centuries, a web of connected flames scattered all the way across the known world, each one burning in Hestia's name, each one carrying, in its glow, the warmth of a home that might be 1,000 miles behind them and a lifetime away. The implications of this web were profound for how Greeks understood themselves and their place in the world. A citizen of a colony founded generations earlier could trace their hearth's lineage back through multiple stages of settlement, reconnecting themselves through flame to cities they had never seen. In times of conflict or uncertainty, this literal connection mattered. It was possible to look at the fire burning in one's own Prytaneon and know with absolute certainty that one stood in an unbroken line with Athens, or Corinth, or Thebes, that the very thing warming one's city was descended from theirs. This was not metaphorical belonging. It was kinship made visible and tangible, encoded in fire. This was, in the most tangible sense available to them, how the ancient Greeks understood belonging, not as a place fixed on a map, but as a fire kept alive, passed carefully from hand to hand, generation to generation, city to city, across whatever water lay between. When the people of a new colony gathered around their hearth for the first time and poured the first offering into its flames, they were doing exactly what their parents had done, their grandparents before them, in a city they might never see again. The ritual was the thread, Hestia was the thread, and the fire, small and steady in its new home, carried all of that meaning without needing to announce it. There is a reason the Olympic flame, even today, is still kindled at Olympia from the sun's heat, carried in a torch, passed from runner to runner across continents before it reaches the city where the games will be held. The ancient sanctuary at Olympia had its own Prytaneon, its own sacred hearth, where Hestia's flame burned beside the altars of the gods, where offerings were made to her as part of the rituals surrounding the games. The torch that travels the world now is not a modern invention built from nothing. It is a continuation, conscious or not, of the same impulse that moved a group of colonists to carry a clay pot of fire onto a ship 2,500 years ago. The belief that a flame passed from one place to another carries something more than heat, that it carries identity, memory, the quiet presence of something worth protecting. Every time that torch is carried around the world today, it retraces a path that Hestia's flame has been traveling for more than 2,000 years. Apollo came to Hestia in the full radiance of his youth and beauty, the god of music and prophecy and the sun. She turned him down without a great deal of ceremony. He was, by nearly any measure the ancient world could devise, among the most compelling figures in all of the divine household. The one whose golden hair and effortless grace moved poets to compose entire hymns before they had worked out what else they wanted to say about him. The one who drove a chariot of light across the sky each morning and who spoke in riddles from his great oracle at Delphi. The one who understood the shape of the future and whose music was said to calm even wild animals into stillness. A marriage between the god of the sun and the goddess of the hearth would have had a certain logic to it, in the way that ancient minds like to find harmonies between related things. Fire above and fire below, the great public blaze of the sun and the quieter, more intimate warmth of a household flame. Poseidon came to her as well. His case for himself was, if anything, even more impressive in terms of raw cosmic standing. He was one of 3 brothers who had divided the whole of existence among themselves after the defeat of the Titans. His portion was the sea, not just the sea as a body of water, but the sea as a primal force, the restless, ungovernable immensity of it, the earthquakes that radiated from his mood, the storms that sailors prayed against before they ever left the harbour. He was never a god who made small gestures. There is no reason to imagine he was especially understated in whatever offer he brought to Hestia. And yet she said no to him as well, without recorded drama. To refuse such deities required a kind of clarity that was rare among immortals. These were not minor figures she was rejecting. Apollo was not merely beautiful, he was the embodiment of order, of music and light and prophecy, all the things that helped mortals make sense of their existence. Poseidon was not simply powerful, he was essential, one of the three pillars upon which all reality rested. To say no to such beings was to say no to the kinds of power and prestige that other divinities spent eternity pursuing. It was to decline the very thing that organized most divine existence, the search for dominion, for influence, for the kind of significance that came from controlling others or being controlled by someone of equal or greater power. Hestia's refusals suggested a fundamentally different calculus about what made life worth living, without the kind of long and painful negotiation that colored so many divine relationships. She went before Zeus and laid her hand on his head and swore an oath by it, the most binding oath available in that world, that she would remain unmarried and untouched for as long as she existed. Zeus, according to the story, honored this willingly. As a mark of that honor, he granted her the privilege of receiving the first and last portions of every sacrifice and every offering made across all of Greece. In every home and every temple, every feast and every libation. This privilege was not merely ceremonial. To receive the first portion of a sacrifice meant that in the moment before any god received honor or any mortal received nourishment, Hestia was acknowledged. The last portion meant that long after the excitement and drama of a ritual had faded, after the petitions had been made and the requests offered up and answered or denied, Hestia remained. She had the final word, in a sense, in the shape of offerings that returned to her even as the festival itself concluded. This was a form of presence and power that operated according to entirely different principles than the kind wielded by the other gods. It was not the power to compel or to seduce, not the power to punish or to reward in the dramatic, visible ways that characterize divine intervention in mortal affairs, but it was power nonetheless, the kind that came from being essential, from being trusted, from being invited into the most intimate and sacred moments of human life on a scale that no other deity achieved. What is worth sitting with, when you think about those two refusals, is not simply that she said no, but what saying no meant in the world she inhabited. What might have happened if she had said yes? The myths of ancient Greece are full of goddesses and mortal women alike who were pursued by gods. Those stories almost never resolve into something peaceful. Persephone, gathering flowers in a meadow, was taken by Hades before she had any opportunity to form a preference about the matter. The grief of her mother Demeter was so total that the earth itself stopped producing, and the people living on it began to go hungry. Demeter herself was pursued by Poseidon in one version of the stories, the same Poseidon who had approached Hestia, and that particular myth does not end well for Demeter's sense of peace or wholeness. Hera married Zeus of her own accord, in most tellings, but the marriage she entered into became one of the most turbulent relationships in all of the mythology, marked by his repeated infidelities and her equally relentless and sometimes very destructive responses to them, so that the goddess of marriage found herself living, in many ways, a story about the costs of loving someone who was incapable of constancy. Even Aphrodite, who was herself the source of desire rather than its object, was bound to a marriage she had not chosen and spent her mythological life in a series of entanglements that brought more conflict than ease. Against that backdrop, Hestia's two quiet refusals look less like a withdrawal from life and more like a very clear-eyed reading of what life among the Olympians tended to produce when you allowed yourself to be claimed by one of them. Her virginity was not a condition she had been born into. The way Athena seemed to carry hers as part of her fundamental nature, it was not a fierceness or a hardness, the way Artemis held hers, with something close to militancy. It was a choice that Hestia made by looking at the world around her and deciding, with what the ancient sources suggest was a kind of serene and unhurried deliberateness, that the existence she wanted was not one organized around the will or the appetite or the moods of another being, however powerful or beautiful that being might be. The hearth she tended was entirely her own. The fire she kept was answerable to nothing outside itself. And the domain she held, every household in Greece, every family gathered around every flame from the mountains of Thessaly to the farthest island, was not something that had been given to her by a husband or won through a rivalry or taken by force. It simply was hers, in the same way that the fire was simply fire. This was because that was its nature, and because nothing about that was going to change. Of all the goddesses in the Greek pantheon, Hestia may have been the only one who was never taken from herself. There is one myth in which Hestia appears not as a distant symbol or a name spoken in prayer, but as a sleeping woman at a party. It is a brief story, told most fully by the Roman poet Ovid in his Fasti. It carries within it something that none of the hymns or genealogies quite manage to capture. A glimpse of Hestia as a presence in the world, a being who could be tired after a long evening, who could find a comfortable place among the grass and flowers and close her eyes, who could be entirely at rest and still, in the end, be kept safe. The myth begins with a gathering of the gods, a feast held outdoors in the manner of those long divine celebrations that could stretch across an entire day and well into the warmth of the night. The gods ate and drank at their ease, surrounded by the nymphs and satyrs and the minor deities who attended such occasions. As the night deepened and the wine went around again, the gathering grew slow and drowsy. One by one, the revelers settled into the meadow grass. The sounds of the feast gave way to the sounds of sleeping, of slow, even breath, of the insects in the surrounding trees, of the light wind moving through the grasses. Among those who had fallen asleep was Hestia herself, lying quietly at the edge of the gathering, undisturbed by the night around her. Nearby, tethered where someone had left him, was a donkey, an animal belonging, in some versions of the telling, to the old satyr Silenus, who had brought it along to the celebration. The donkey stood quietly in the dark while the rest of the world slept. And then there was Priapus. He was a minor god, a figure associated with fertility and gardens. He was not particularly known for his restraint or his good judgment. Finding himself awake while the meadow lay still and quiet, he moved through the sleeping figures and came to where Hestia lay. His intentions, the story makes clear, were dishonorable ones. He was not seeking conversation. He drew closer to her in the dark, the rest of the gods around him still entirely unaware, the night holding its breath, and then the donkey brayed. The sound rose up sudden and absolute across the meadow, sharp enough to startle anyone awake, and Hestia's eyes opened. The other gods stirred around her. In a moment the scene was illuminated by the awareness of everyone present. Priapus was found exactly where and how he was, caught, exposed, his intentions transparent. The gods drove him away from the gathering in humiliation. The night that had been so still a moment before rang with the very different sounds of his departure. What makes this myth worth sitting with is not the drama of it, which is over quickly, but the particular shape of the protection it describes. Hestia did nothing to defend herself. She was asleep. She had no weapon, no warning, no divine power she reached for in the moment of danger. It was the world around her, specifically an animal, an ordinary creature tethered at the edge of the party, that intervened. The ancient Greeks who told and retold this story understood something quietly significant in that detail. Hestia's purity was not a thing she maintained through vigilance or effort, or the constant exercise of will. It was something that the world around her conspired, almost instinctively, to preserve. The donkey brayed because that is what donkeys do, but in doing so, it became, for that one moment, the instrument through which her peace was kept. There is a tenderness in that idea, that a goddess so gentle and so removed from conflict that she could fall asleep at a party full of rowdy divine company was also, by some deep logic of things, not entirely unprotected. This understanding of protection through the natural order rather than through strength or vigilance was particularly important in ancient religious practice. Hestia's followers would have recognized in this story a reflection of how she herself functioned in the world, not through intervention or demand, but through a kind of quiet assurance that came from her very nature. The gods understood this principle too, it seems, which is why their response was not merely to punish Priapus, but to honor what had saved her. The donkey's action had not been heroic in the traditional sense. It had not required courage or cunning or any deliberate choice. It was simply the creature doing what came naturally, what belonged to its own essential nature. Yet in that moment of simple, instinctive action lay a profound protection. It is this aspect of Hestia, her reliance on what is true and natural, that sets her apart from so many other deities in the Greek pantheon. The story has sometimes been compared to a parallel myth in which Priapus behaves similarly toward the nymph Lotis. The two stories are clearly related, possibly drawing from the same source in the rich, overlapping traditions of the ancient Mediterranean world. But the version involving Hestia carries its own particular weight because of who she is. For a goddess who appears so rarely in narrative myth, who stays so consistently outside the tumult of Olympian drama, to show up here, in a story about a feast and a moonlit meadow and a sleeping figure almost caught unaware, feels both unexpected and somehow entirely right. She is not fighting anyone. She is not pronouncing judgment. She is resting, and the story confirms that even in rest, something watches over her. The donkey was garlanded with flowers afterward, in her honor. At her festivals, it was not uncommon to see the animals decorated in this way, acknowledged for what that one loud and badly timed bray had accomplished. It is a small mythological footnote, the kind of detail that ancient storytellers preserved without always explaining. Yet it reveals more about how people thought of Hestia than many longer accounts do. She was not helpless, and she was not fragile, but she was also not a warrior, not a schemer, not a goddess who protected herself by making herself feared. She was protected, instead, by something older and simpler, by the natural order of things leaning, quietly, in her direction. The gods laughed. Priapus fled in shame. Hestia returned to her rest, and from that point on, donkeys were considered sacred to her and were sometimes garlanded with flowers at her festivals. At some point in the mythology, a new god arrived at Olympus, young, wild, irresistible, and demanding a seat among the 12. Dionysus, the god of wine and revelry, and the strange dissolution of ordinary life, had made his way into the divine household by a path unlike any other god's, born of a mortal mother and raised in secret far from the halls where his father Zeus held court. His arrival was not quiet. He came with vineyards trailing behind him, with the sound of drums somewhere just beyond the edge of hearing, with followers who had left their ordinary lives willingly and without looking back. He was a force that did not ask permission easily, and he had come now to ask for the one thing that would confirm his place among the greatest gods of the world, a throne in the hall of the Olympians. The hall, however, had only 12 seats, and every one of them was already filled. The other gods had their places, their titles, their long-established claims, and the arrangement had held for a very long time. It is not entirely clear, in the various ancient sources that touch on this story, how the question was put, or who considered it first. But what the tradition does tell us is that it was Hestia who resolved it, not by argument, not by reluctant compromise, but by standing up and offering her seat before anyone else had fully understood what was happening. She told the assembled gods, in some versions of the telling, that her true place had always been the hearth, that she had never required a throne to know who she was or what she was there to do, and that if Dionysus needed a seat at the table, then she would give him hers with no ill feeling. Zeus honored the decision. The exchange was made. And from that moment on, depending on which ancient writer one consulted, the list of 12 Olympians might include Dionysus in the position that Hestia had once held, or it might not, which is why, even today, different sources give slightly different answers when asked to name the 12, and why Hestia sometimes appears on the list and sometimes does not. The decision itself became part of the divine record, spoken of among gods and mortals alike. In some tellings, other Olympians had suggested alternatives. Perhaps Hestia could share the throne, or perhaps a separate space could be created elsewhere in the divine realm. But Hestia had already made her choice, and it was absolute. She did not waver or second-guess herself. There was a clarity in her action that seemed to surprise even those who knew her well. Zeus, who was accustomed to far more complicated negotiations among the divine family, accepted it without the need for lengthy discussion or formal debate. The other Olympians, each with their own concerns and territories, seemed to understand that they were witnessing something beyond ordinary politics, an act of genuine self-knowledge rather than forced compromise. What made this moment different from other divine conflicts was the complete absence of resentment. When gods were displaced or diminished in the ancient myths, there was typically a story attached: anger, shame, a curse, or a burden that followed the displaced deity into exile or diminished power. But Hestia's departure carried no such weight. She did not rage against Dionysus or condemn the gods who accepted her offer. There was no hidden resentment festering beneath the surface, no promises of future revenge or retaliation that would emerge in subsequent stories. This was perhaps the most remarkable aspect of her choice. It was genuinely free from bitterness. She gave because she was choosing to give, not because she had been forced or manipulated by circumstances beyond her control. The distinction mattered greatly in a world where every transaction between gods seemed to carry hidden costs and long-term consequences that rippled across generations. The worship patterns shifted noticeably after the exchange was made. Dionysian cults proliferated across the ancient Mediterranean, with their ecstatic rituals and transformative experiences drawing followers from every walk of life. Hestia's worship, by contrast, never developed into anything so dramatic or publicly visible. She had no major festivals with grand processions or spectacular sacrifices that drew crowds to specific sacred sites. Her presence was acknowledged instead in quiet, domestic ways. The small portion of food left at the table before a meal began, the prayers whispered by those tending the hearth fire, the acknowledgement of her presence before wine was poured. What is worth sitting with in this story is the quality of the act itself. It would be easy to read it as a diminishment, a goddess quietly pushed aside to make room for someone louder and more dramatic, someone whose worship involved ecstasy and transformation and all the things that drew attention to itself. But that is not quite what the ancient telling suggests. There is no grief in Hestia's departure from the hall, no sense that she was made smaller by what she did. If anything, the act is entirely in keeping with everything else the tradition tells us about her, that she was a goddess who had no investment in appearances, no need for the kind of recognition that required a golden chair and a view from the highest mountain in the world. She had been content at the hearth of every mortal home, present in the daily rhythms of people who did not build grand temples in her name, but who would not have thought to eat a meal or pour a cup of wine without first acknowledging her. The throne had never been the source of her importance, and so leaving it behind cost her nothing that she actually valued. The Hall of the Olympians was a place of power and negotiation and the particular vanity of gods who measured themselves against one another. And Hestia, throughout her long existence, had shown very little interest in any of that. Her authority was not the kind that needed to be displayed from an elevated seat. It lived in the warmth of the fire, in the first portion of a meal set aside before anyone ate, in the safety felt by a traveller who had finally come in from the cold. None of that required her to remain in the grandest room in the world. She walked away from the grandest hall in existence and went home to the fire, and somehow that made her more herself than she had ever been before. For a goddess worshipped more consistently than almost any other deity in ancient Greece, Hestia had surprisingly few temples built in her honor. This is not an accident of history, nor is it a sign that her worshippers valued her less than they valued Athena with her great gleaming Parthenon, or Poseidon with his cliff-edged sanctuaries overlooking the sea. It is, if anything, the opposite, a reflection of the understanding that Hestia did not require a monument. This was because she already had one in every home, in every courtyard hearth where a family gathered to cook their evening meal and feel the warmth rise gently around them in the cooling air. Her temple was the one thing that nearly every Greek household possessed from the earliest age of the civilization, a place where fire was kept, tended, never carelessly left to die, and so the ancient world directed toward her what it directed toward no other god with quite the same constancy. Not spectacular festivals or elaborate sculptural programs, but the steady daily gift of attention. The archaeological record bears this out with striking clarity, where excavations of Greek homes and public spaces reveal the careful placement and maintenance of hearths in nearly every structure. Evidence suggests that these domestic altars served as the primary sites of Hestia worship. The absence of her temples is not, therefore, evidence of neglect, but rather of a fundamental shift in how the Greeks conceived of sacred space. Unlike other deities who required specific architectural interventions to be made manifest, Hestia could be encountered within structures already built for mundane purposes. Her presence transformed the ordinary into the sacred simply by its existence there. This may account for the relative sparsity of literary references to her worship compared to other gods, not because she was less important, but because her worship was too omnipresent to require special documentation or artistic celebration. There were places where formal worship of Hestia was organized at the civic level. We know from ancient sources that certain festivals were held in her name in various city-states. Though the details that survive are sparse, far less complete than what we know of the great Panathenaic festival for Athena, or the Thesmophoria honoring Demeter, what has come down to us suggests celebrations marked by communal meals, by the tending and renewal of sacred flames, by the particular solemnity that gathered whenever a community paused to acknowledge the fire at its center. But even without a full calendar of celebrations, Hestia's presence in public religious life was unmistakable, woven into the fabric of how Greeks understood their relationship to both the divine and to one another. In rural communities particularly, the rhythm of her worship followed the seasonal cycles that governed agricultural life. Spring planting required her blessing for fertility and safe growth. Harvest required her protection of stored grain, and the hearth fires where meals would be prepared from the year's bounty. Winter itself, with its long dark evenings, seemed to demand her warmth and constancy most urgently. Even the transitions between seasons, marked by particular agricultural rituals, often included formal acknowledgement of her role in preserving the household through the shifting year. The intimate connection between her fire and the community's survival gave her worship a practical dimension that other religious observances lacked. The animals most closely associated with her in sacrificial practice were cattle and pigs, creatures connected to the abundance of the household and the fertility of the land that sustained it. When offerings were made specifically in her name, they tended toward the simple and nourishing rather than the spectacular. There was no thunder in her worship, no procession of soldiers or athletes, no competitive games held to honor her power. What she received was food and fire. That is to say, the very things she presided over, returned to her in gratitude for having been given in the first place. It was a kind of quiet reciprocity that suited her perfectly. Her formal titles offer perhaps the clearest picture of how different communities understood her role and what they needed from her. She was called Hestia Boulea, Hestia of the Council, in those civic contexts where her flame burned in the Bouleuterion, the assembly hall where civic decisions were made, tying her presence to the deliberations of men who governed cities and were expected to carry that governance with integrity. She was Hestia Prytanea in her role at the Prytaneion, the central public hearth of the city, where the eternal flame she embodied was the spiritual heart of the entire community rather than any single family. And she was Hestia Hagne, Hestia the Pure, a title that reached toward the more interior, more personal dimension of her nature, the virginal sanctity that placed her outside the web of desire and conflict that so frequently entangled the other gods. Each of these names belonged to the same goddess, yet each illuminated a slightly different facet of who she was, the same fire. You might say, examined by different kinds of light. What is remarkable about these epithets, taken together, is the range they imply, from the most intimate domestic hearth where a mother woke early to coax the morning fire back to life, all the way up to the councils and courts and gathering halls of the polis. Hestia moved seamlessly between those registers because fire itself moved that way. The same element, the same warmth, the same careful tending required whether the flame was small and personal or large and civic. And in the absence of grand temples to her name, this is where she truly lived, not housed within carved stone walls, but burning already in the structures people had already built for other purposes, welcomed into the center of every room that mattered. To need no temple was not a lack. It was the fullest possible expression of what she was. The gods who required monumental architecture required it, partly because they needed to be sought out, approached, journeyed toward. Hestia asked only that you look down at the fire already burning in the room where you stood. Every fire that was kept burning was already hers. In ancient Greece, there was a set of obligations between host and guest that carried the weight of divine law. At the center of all of it was the hearth. The Greeks had a word for this sacred relationship, xenia, and it governed the way a stranger was to be received with a care and seriousness that went far beyond simple politeness. When a traveler arrived at your door, exhausted and dusty from a long road, having walked perhaps for days through sun and wind, and the uncertainty that comes with moving through unfamiliar country, the proper response was not caution or suspicion. It was welcome. The traveler was to be brought inside, offered water to wash with, and seated near the fire. Food was to be prepared and placed before them before a single question was asked about who they were or where they had come from. Only after they had been warmed and fed and given the chance to rest. Only after they had been made to feel that the house around them was safe. Only then would their host gently inquire after their name and their business. This was not merely custom in the way that table manners are custom. It was understood to be a divine obligation, one overseen by Zeus himself in his role as Zeus Xenios, the protector of travelers and guests. But it was Hestia whose fire made the whole thing real. She was the one whose presence transformed an act of hospitality from a social grace into something closer to a sacrament. To bring a guest to the hearth was to bring them under her protection. That protection was not merely symbolic. It was understood to carry genuine and serious weight in the eyes of both gods and people. A stranger received at your fire was, in some deeply felt sense of the word, under the care of the goddess herself. To harm that person afterward, or to turn them away in want, was not simply bad manners but a kind of impiety that the gods would notice and in time answer. The hearth fire crackled and threw its warm light across the walls, the smell of wood smoke settling into the fabric of the room. If you imagine yourself there, sitting close enough to feel the heat press gently against your face, listening to the sound of the fire working away at the wood, then you can begin to understand what it meant for a tired traveler to arrive at such a place after hours or days of cold roads and open sky. It was the most complete form of safety that the ancient world had to offer. Hestia was the reason why. The obligations of Xenia extended into the details of daily practice in ways that shaped the entire structure of Greek society. A host was not merely expected to feed a guest, but to feed them well, to offer the best that the household possessed, even if that meant sacrifice for the family itself. There were stories of families who had given their last stores of grain or wine to honor a traveler who arrived at their door. In doing so, they trusted that Hestia would ensure their own survival, that the goddess would repay their generosity many times over. This was not blind faith, but a kind of reciprocal agreement woven into the fabric of existence itself. The sacred obligation worked in both directions. The host's willingness to give was matched by the guest's responsibility to accept the welcome graciously and to remember the kindness shown to them. Many Greek myths carried stories of divine beings who had arrived at mortal homes in disguise, testing whether the family would extend xenia to a stranger whose status they could not initially determine. These tales reinforced what every Greek child learned, that any stranger might be a god in disguise, that every act of hospitality was potentially an encounter with the divine. The stakes of refusing or neglecting xenia were therefore existential. They touched not just social standing, but one's relationship with the gods themselves. This same principle of sanctuary extended beyond the private home and into the civic life of every Greek city, where the public hearth in the Prytaneum served a role that was in some ways even more expansive and far-reaching than the domestic one. Anyone who approached the sacred fire burning in the Prytaneum could claim the protection that came with it. The ancient Greeks took that claim seriously. The hearth was not a place where grievances could be settled by force, not a place where someone seeking refuge could be dragged away and punished without consequence. It was a threshold of a particular kind, one that even the powerful were expected to honor. Foreign ambassadors arriving in a city were received formally at the Prytaneum, where they were welcomed in Hestia's presence and offered the hospitality of the city as her guests. New magistrates taking up their civic duties made their first offerings to her fire before they turned to the business of governance. There was something quietly remarkable in all of this, the idea that the goddess who asked for nothing, who sought no adventure and no glory, was in fact the one whose presence guaranteed the safety of strangers, the legitimacy of public office, the bond between cities that had sent their people far across the sea to build something new. Her fire was not just warmth. It was the thing that made a collection of walls and rooftops into a home, a collection of citizens into something they could recognize as a community. The ancient Greeks were building a world that depended, more than perhaps they always acknowledged, on the shared willingness to welcome those who arrived in need, to feed them before questioning them, to keep the fire burning long enough for everyone within reach of it to feel its warmth. Hestia was the quiet force behind that agreement. She did not appear in the stories the poets told about the Trojan War or the wanderings of heroes across stormy seas. But she was there in the moment when Odysseus finally sat by a hearth after years of being lost, in the moment when any stranger, mortal or divine, came to a door in the gathering dark and found it open to them. The Greek world was large and often dangerous, full of long distances and uncertain roads, and the kind of loneliness that comes from being far from the people who know your name. Xenia was the answer to that loneliness, the human agreement to treat one another with the warmth that the hearth itself embodied. And it was a goddess who embodied that warmth in return, not the loudest or the most celebrated among the Olympians, but the one whose fire was already burning when the traveler arrived, still burning after they had rested and gone on their way. To welcome someone to your fire was to bring them into Hestia's presence. No one with any understanding of the gods would treat that lightly. Homer wrote about the Trojan War, about gods and monsters and the long way home from battle, and never once mentioned Hestia by name. Across the vast sweep of the Iliad and the Odyssey, two of the longest and most detailed works to survive from the ancient world, her name simply does not appear. There is no version in which she slips through the margins unnoticed or is briefly referenced in a list. She is not there at all. And what is remarkable is not that this feels like a wound to her reputation, but that it feels somehow appropriate, the way that silence in a piece of music can feel not like absence, but like intention. The Iliad is a poem about war, about rage and pride and the burning of a great city, about men killing one another in the dust while the gods above them quarrel and scheme. The Odyssey is a poem about wandering, about the impossibility of returning home when the sea itself seems arranged against you. Both of these stories are built on conflict, on movement, on the collision of ambitions and desires. They are, in the deepest sense, stories about what happens when people leave. And Hestia, by her very nature, was the one who stayed. She was the goddess of the place you came back to. She had no particular interest in what happened on the road, in the courtyard of a foreign king, or on a wind-battered ship in the middle of the Aegean. Those were other gods' territories. Poseidon churning the water into fury, Athena whispering strategy into the ear of a clever hero, Hermes slipping between worlds with his nimble sandals. Hestia was elsewhere, which is to say she was home, tending the fire, keeping the center of things warm and steady while everything else in the mythological universe spun and crackled and threatened to fall apart. When you look at the stories of her siblings and understand what kinds of lives the other Olympians led through myth, her absence from those narratives begins to read not as neglect, but as a kind of quiet statement about who she was. Zeus, her brother, accumulated affairs and deceptions and illegitimate children at a rate that kept the rest of the pantheon in a state of more or less constant outrage. Hera spent enormous amounts of her divine energy in retaliation, hunting down the women Zeus had loved, punishing children who had done nothing more than be born from the wrong union, sending serpents and plagues and monsters in directions that her fury required. Poseidon shook the earth when he was slighted, and flooded coastlines and held grudges that lasted decades of mortal time. Demeter, when her daughter was taken from her, withdrew her gifts from the world entirely and sat in grief while the harvests failed and human beings began slowly to starve. Hades kept a kingdom of the dead beneath the earth and had abducted the one person who would become his queen. Even Artemis, another virgin goddess, sent a great boar to devastate a kingdom when a king forgot to honor her at his harvest festival. All of this, the jealousy, the vengeance, the grief, the territorial fury, was the stuff of myth. Stories needed that kind of energy to move. They needed gods who wanted things desperately, who could be offended, who would act in ways that had consequences for the mortal world. And ancient sources describe Hestia as aloof from the other gods, and their all-too-human weaknesses, which is a remarkable phrase to find attached to any Olympian, and perhaps the most precise description of her that survives. She was, in some real sense, outside the drama, not above it in the way that might suggest judgment or superiority, but simply elsewhere, uninvested in those particular currencies of desire and pride. This meant she generated very few stories. A story requires a want, a conflict, a changing condition. Hestia had made a choice early on, her vow of virginity, her preference for the hearth over the throne, that removed her from the most generative sources of mythological narrative. She would not be seduced, pursued, taken, lost or found. She would not transform anyone in jealousy or be transformed herself. She would not weep on a desolate shore or walk the earth in disguise looking for something she had been robbed of. She would stay, and the fire would burn, and everything else would happen somewhere else. There is something worth sitting with in that. In a tradition where the most celebrated figures are the ones who act, who change things, who leave a mark that can be traced across generations of conflict, Hestia represents a different kind of presence entirely. She is the god of the unchanged thing, the warmth that was there when you woke up and was still there when you came home, the one constant in a world in which every other divine force seemed to be perpetually rearranging the furniture of the cosmos. The ancient writers who noted her aloofness were not criticizing her. They were observing, with some precision, that she had found a way of existing that the other gods had not. There is a phrase sometimes used in the study of sacred traditions to describe a figure or a place that serves as a point of stillness amid everything surrounding it, a center that holds even as the edges move. Hestia was something very much like this in the Greek religious imagination. While Zeus's attention travelled across the sky and into the beds of mortals and across the surfaces of the earth, wherever lightning could reach, and while Poseidon's moods sent waves crashing against shores from one end of the Mediterranean to the other, and while Hermes' quick feet carried messages in every direction at once, Hestia remained at the centre. She was the point everything else moved around. What is perhaps most striking is that the ancient Greeks worshipped her anyway, more frequently, in fact, than most of the gods whose stories they knew by heart. They did not require narrative to maintain devotion. The fire on the hearth was its own argument. It needed no myth behind it to feel sacred. The warmth was real, the light was real, the gathered family was real. And in that reality, Hestia was entirely present in a way that the gods of great stories, for all their dramatic power, perhaps were not. They lived in the poems. She lived in the house. While the other gods burned cities and turned lovers into animals and wept for children they had lost, Hestia kept the fire going. And perhaps that was the point of her all along. In the Homeric hymn dedicated to Aphrodite, amid all the praise for the goddess of love and beauty, there is a quiet line that calls Hestia chief among goddesses. It is an extraordinary thing to say, especially in the middle of a poem that is really about someone else entirely, someone far more visible and far louder in the life of the ancient world. And yet the line is there, slipped in almost without ceremony, the way you might mention something so obvious that it barely requires elaboration. The ancient Greeks who wrote and sang and listened to those hymns clearly understood something about Hestia that is easy to miss from a distance, that her quietness was not a diminishment, that her absence from the grand stories was not a failure, that the word chief was not being used loosely or by accident. She was described in ancient sources as kind, forgiving, discreet, a goddess with a genuinely peaceful nature that set her entirely apart from the rest of the Olympians, where so many of the gods were capricious, vengeful, proud, easily wounded in their enormous divine egos. Hestia seems to have stood at a slight remove from all of that, not coldly, not indifferently, but with something more like a settled calm that she had chosen and maintained with great care. Ancient writers occasionally described her as aloof from the quarrels and passions of the other gods. That aloofness was not the aloofness of someone who could not be bothered, but of someone who had made a deliberate and considered peace with what she was and what she wanted her existence to be. She never took sides in the long divine disputes that rippled through mythology. She never engineered the downfall of a mortal who had slighted her, never transformed anyone into a lesser creature out of wounded pride, never sent storms or madness or grief onto the world because someone had forgotten to honor her properly. In a family of immortals whose emotional lives were colossal and frequently catastrophic, that restraint was genuinely remarkable. She had arranged her life, through her vow and through her choices, in such a way that the particular losses and humiliations that brought so many other gods low simply had no path to reach her. She did not weep for children taken from her, because she had none. She did not rage at a faithless husband, because she had taken none. She did not grieve the end of a love affair, or burn with jealousy at a rival's beauty. This was because she had stepped carefully around all of those possibilities, and kept her inner world clean of them. There was something in that which the ancient Greeks found genuinely worthy of reverence, not a goddess who triumphed over her enemies, but one who had never needed enemies at all. In the classical Greek pantheon, Hestia's distinctiveness became increasingly apparent when set directly against her divine siblings. While Zeus commanded the sky with thunderbolts, and Poseidon ruled the seas with mercurial temperament, while Athena and Ares waged elaborate wars, Hestia remained steadfastly in the domestic sphere, not through exclusion, but through deliberate spiritual priority. She had been established in her role before many others came into their full power. Ancient texts suggest she had been offered various honors and domains over the centuries, genuine opportunities to step into greater visibility yet she consistently chose her simple role at the hearth. This choice, repeated across generations and reaffirmed through her steady example, held a particular kind of authority. What her example might have meant to ordinary people is worth sitting with for a moment. This was because the myths that survive tend to focus on kings and heroes and the great tragedies of divine and semi-divine lives. In all of that, it is easy to lose sight of the person who got up before dawn every morning and coaxed a fire back to life in the hearth and began another quiet day. For the woman tending a household fire in a small Greek city, cooking the morning meal, managing the domestic life of the family, receiving guests, overseeing the household's daily rhythms, Hestia was not a distant figure of legend, but something closer to a constant companion, a presence recognized in the warmth of the flames themselves. She was the goddess who had never been in an epic poem, and never would be, the goddess who did not have a dramatic origin story full of battles and betrayals, who did not travel to the underworld or transform herself into animals to achieve her purposes. She simply stayed and tended the fire, and received the first offering every morning and the last one every evening. In doing so, she presided over the part of life that was not grand, but was, in the end, perhaps the most essential, the warm room. The prepared food, the fire that had not gone out in the night, the household intact and continuing. Ancient writers who did speak of her used words that are almost gentle in their simplicity. She was pure, she was peaceful, she was kind. She was, by several accounts, regarded as one of the most compassionate of all the gods, the one least likely to send suffering into the world and most likely to receive a sincere prayer with something like mercy. In a pantheon that could be terrifying, capricious, indifferent to human suffering, those qualities were not small things. The people who poured the first cup of wine into her fire and spoke her name at the start of each day were not doing so out of fear, the way one might propitiate a god known for violent moods, but out of something more like genuine affection and gratitude, the way you might thank someone who has been quietly reliable and warm for as long as you can remember. She asked for very little. She did not require elaborate temples or spectacular festivals or great sacrifices in her name. She required only that the fire be kept burning and that she be remembered at the threshold of each day and again at its close. That was the entirety of what she wanted from the mortal world. A moment of acknowledgement. First and last, a small offering placed in the flame before anyone else was served. In a pantheon full of gods who demanded things from people, Hestia was perhaps the only one who simply asked to be remembered at the beginning and end of each day. When the Romans absorbed the Greek pantheon into their own religious world, they found in Hestia something they recognized immediately, a goddess they already had, whose name was Vesta. The identification was so natural, so instinctive, that it required almost no translation at all. Both goddesses presided over the hearth fire. Both were virgin goddesses who had refused the overtures of other deities. Both received the first and last offerings of every sacrifice. And yet what happened to this quiet, self-effacing goddess when she crossed from the Greek world into Rome was something remarkable. Because in Rome she did not remain quiet at all. The Romans took everything that Hestia represented in the intimate life of a Greek household, the steady flame, the warmth at the center of the home, the sanctity of the domestic fire, and they expanded it, formalized it, and ultimately placed it at the very heart of their civic and imperial identity. In Greece, Hestia had needed no priesthood and no dedicated temple, because every hearth was already her temple, and every family was already her devoted congregation. Rome was different. The Romans institutionalized her worship in a way that transformed what had been a deeply personal domestic practice into something closer to a matter of state policy. At the center of this transformation was the Temple of Vesta, which stood in the Roman Forum, the great open space around which the political, legal, and religious life of the city revolved. The temple itself was unusual in its architecture, small, circular, and very old in its origins. its round shape believed by some ancient writers to echo the form of the earliest Roman homes, those simple circular huts of the city's founding period. Inside the temple burned the sacred flame, and that flame, more than any statue or ritual object, was the true presence of Vesta herself. The women who tended it were the Vestal virgins, and they occupied one of the most extraordinary positions in all of Roman religious life. There were 6 of them at any given time. They were chosen in childhood, typically between the ages of 6 and 10, from families of good standing, and they committed to 30 years of service, 10 years as novices, 10 years performing their full duties, and 10 years teaching those who came after them. During those 30 years, they were bound by a vow of chastity that was treated with a gravity almost impossible to overstate in the modern world. They lived together in the House of the Vestals, a large and well-appointed building beside the temple, and in their daily lives they enjoyed a remarkable set of privileges that set them apart from every other woman in Rome. They could own property, they could make wills, they could travel through the city in a covered carriage, and were preceded by a lictor, an attendant who normally escorted only the most senior Roman magistrates. At public games and spectacles they were given seats of honor. If a condemned man being led to his execution happened to pass a Vestal virgin on the road, and if she testified that the encounter was accidental, the man was pardoned and set free. These were not trivial honors. They were signs of how deeply the Romans trusted these women to carry something sacred. Their central duty was the one that never changed across all 30 years of service. They kept the flame burning. The fire in the temple of Vesta was never allowed to go out. They tended it in rotation, maintaining a continuous watch, feeding it carefully, guarding it against the accidents and negligence that might extinguish an ordinary household fire. And the Romans were not merely being careful about a symbolic light. They believed, with a seriousness that shaped their understanding of history, that the fire of Vesta was directly connected to the survival of Rome itself. If the flame went out, it was understood to be a sign that something had gone terribly wrong, that the city was in danger, that the divine protection Vesta extended to Rome had been withdrawn, that disaster of some kind was approaching. The sources describe occasions when the flame did go out, and in each case the event was received not as an inconvenience but as a crisis, a portent requiring immediate and careful ritual attention. When the flame was extinguished, whether by accident, by negligence, or by the rare occasion of a deliberate ritual renewal, it could not be rekindled by any ordinary means. A torch lit from another fire would not do. The Romans relighted Vesta's flame by friction, using pieces of wood rubbed together until the spark came, generating fire from nothing, from the most primitive and original source of all. The ceremony was precise and deliberate. There was something deeply intentional in this insistence on returning to the beginning, on starting the fire again from the very same method by which human beings had first made fire at all, as if to say that each rekindling was a kind of refounding, a renewal of everything the city stood for. The consequences for a Vestal virgin who allowed the flame to go out through negligence were severe. She was subject to a ritual scourging, a punishment carried out by the Pontifex Maximus, the chief priest of Rome, who oversaw the Vestals and was ultimately responsible for their conduct. The humiliation was not only personal but religious, understood as a failure that had put the whole city at risk. And yet this punishment, severe as it was nothing compared to what awaited a Vestal who broke her vow of chastity. The Romans believed that a Vestal who was unchaste had polluted not only herself, but the sacred fire she tended, and therefore the city that fire protected. The penalty was burial alive, a form of execution specifically designed so that no Roman blood was technically shed in the city, a technicality that reveals how carefully the Romans thought about the boundaries of sacred law. The offending Vestal was entombed in a small underground chamber with a lamp, a little food and water, and then sealed in. These cases were rare, and not every accusation was genuine or just, but the fact that the law existed, that it was used, and that Romans accepted it as appropriate, tells us something about how seriously they took Vesta's flame. What had begun, in its earliest form, as the same quiet domestic custom that a Greek family performed every morning when they offered the first portion of their meal to the hearth, a gesture intimate, private, unhurried, had become in Rome something that touched the fate of an empire. The Vestal virgins were not merely priestesses of a household goddess. They were, in the Roman understanding, the living guarantors of Roman permanence, tending a fire whose continued burning was equivalent to the continued existence of the city itself. Generals about to depart for war sought their blessing. The sacred objects of Rome, among them certain items so holy that their exact nature was kept secret even from most Romans, were stored within the Temple of Vesta, under the protection of these 6 women and their unbroken flame. The goddess who had asked for nothing more than to tend a quiet fire had become, in Rome, the divine guardian upon whose faithfulness an entire empire believed it rested. When Greek artists chose to depict Hestia, which they did rarely and without fanfare, they did not reach for the imagery of power or beauty that marked so many of the other gods. There was no lightning bolt raised in a commanding fist, no helmet glinting with divine authority, no flowing hair catching the wind of some immortal drama. When they depicted her at all, what they gave her was quieter and more considered than any of that. A veiled woman, standing or seated, robed simply in long garments that covered her from shoulder to foot, her posture composed and still, her expression turned neither toward the viewer nor toward any particular drama unfolding around her. She holds a staff sometimes, or a branch heavy with flowers, or a small flame cupped in her open palm, burning steadily as if it has always been there and always will be. The rarity of her appearance in ancient vases, sculptures, wall paintings is itself something worth sitting with for a moment. This was because it was not the rarity of an unimportant goddess, but something closer to the opposite. She was too present in daily life to require a grand monument. Every hearth was already her image. Every fire that a family lit in the morning and tended through the evening was, in its own way, a portrait of her. When you understand that, the scarcity of her artistic representations begins to feel less like neglect and more like a kind of theological honesty. The Greeks knew well enough that no sculptor's chisel could improve on a living flame. Her symbols, though, did carry meaning. Each of them was chosen with the same quiet precision that seemed to characterize everything about her. The hearth fire was the most fundamental of all, the burning flame at the center of the home, the warmth that pushed back the dark and the cold, the source from which food was cooked and prayers were offered, and the rhythms of family life were organized each day. It was not a decorative symbol, but a living one, the actual thing itself rather than a representation of it. That is perhaps why it suited her so perfectly. A flame is not merely an emblem of warmth, it is warmth. Hestia was understood in much the same way, not a symbol of the home, but the home's actual animating presence, the thing that made a house into a place people could truly inhabit. The kettle or cooking pot carried related meaning, rooted in the same domestic reality. Food prepared over her fire, warmth delivered from her flame into the vessels that sustained the household. The kettle was a symbol that belonged entirely to the practical and the everyday. That was precisely the point. There was nothing abstract or remote about Hestia's domain. She presided over the work that simply had to be done, day after day, without ceremony or celebration. The cooking pot was an honest emblem of that. The circle, too, was associated with her, a shape without beginning or end, suggesting the kind of continuity and wholeness that she represented in the life of both the family and the city. Some scholars of ancient Greek art and religion have noted that the circular form of the hearth itself, a round pit at the center of a room, carried this same visual meaning. The household gathered around a shape that had no sharp edges and no point of rupture. Her veil was another symbol that communicated something specific and deliberate within the visual language of Greek artistic tradition. When a goddess was depicted veiled, It indicated modesty and a removal from the ambitions and conflicts that drove so many divine stories forward. The veil said, gently but clearly, that this was a figure who had stepped back from all of that, not out of weakness, but out of a considered preference for a different kind of existence altogether. In a tradition where goddesses were so often depicted with their beauty foregrounded as a source of power and influence, the veiled figure of Hestia communicated something almost entirely different, that her authority did not depend on being looked at. The flowered branch she sometimes carried in paintings and carvings softened what might otherwise have felt like pure austerity, offering a reminder that her domain included not only the fire and the hearthstone, but the natural world from which the household drew its sustenance, the garden and the grove and the orchard whose fruits ended up on the family table. And then there is the depiction of her holding a flame in her open palm, not a torch, not a lamp, but simply a fire burning in her hand as if it were the most natural thing in the world, as if she were the source from which every other fire in every other home had originally been kindled. It is one of the most quietly powerful images in all of ancient Greek religious art. It appears, characteristically, without drama. She does not brandish the flame. She simply holds it, steady and unassuming, the same way she was said to hold her place in the lives of ordinary people. That she was typically depicted as a middle-aged woman rather than a young one was equally deliberate. In Greek artistic tradition, youth and physical beauty often signaled a certain kind of divine energy, passionate, restless, transformative. The mature woman suggested something else, a presence that had already done its growing and could now simply be, reliably and warmly, in the place where it was needed. She carried fire in her hand, wore a veil over her face, held a branch of flowers, and somehow that was enough to know exactly who she was. The ancient world left behind 2 short hymns dedicated entirely to Hestia. Together, they take up less space on a page than most entries in a dictionary. That is not a complaint or a criticism. It is simply the reality of what survives. There is something entirely appropriate about it. Hestia, after all, was never a goddess who demanded large gestures or elaborate monuments. What she received from the poets, she received quietly. What they gave her, they gave with a certain measured tenderness that feels nothing like the soaring praise offered to Zeus or the elaborate mythological tapestry woven around Aphrodite or Apollo. The 2 hymns that carry her name are brief, composed, careful, much like the goddess they describe. They are known among scholars as Homeric Hymn 24 and Homeric Hymn 29, though the word Homeric here means only that they belong to the same ancient tradition of Greek hymnic verse, not that Homer himself composed them. He, as we have already noted in these pages, never wrote her name at all. Whoever did set these words down understood something about her that Homer perhaps set aside in favor of the wars and wanderings that drew his attention elsewhere. Homeric Hymn 24 is among the shortest of all the surviving hymns, only a handful of lines in its entirety, yet it manages to say something genuinely felt. It addresses Hestia directly, calling her the one who tends the sacred dwelling of Apollo at Pytho, the sanctuary at Delphi, one of the most revered places in all of ancient Greece. The pairing is worth pausing over. Apollo, the god of prophecy and radiant light, was the presiding deity of the oracle at Delphi, the place where mortals came from across the entire Greek world to hear the will of the gods. And yet even there, even in that most splendid and celebrated of sanctuaries, it was Hestia who tended the inner fire. The hymn then turns from Delphi to something smaller and more intimate. It asks Hestia to come with goodwill into a house, together with Zeus's clever son Hermes. Hermes, the messenger god, was the deity who guided travelers, facilitated communication, and moved between worlds with ease. The image of Hestia and Hermes arriving together at a threshold is a quietly resonant one. She who stays and he who travels, both essential, arriving side by side. The hymn closes by asking that both deities grant grace and prosperity to the household. That is another way of saying that a home needs both the warmth of the hearth and the good fortune that comes from the wider world beyond its walls. Homeric hymn 29 is somewhat longer and speaks with a slightly fuller voice, though it remains compact by any measure. It praises Hestia for having received honor in all the dwellings of immortal gods and mortal human beings alike, an observation that captures with precision the dual nature of her domain. She belongs equally to Olympus and to the humblest family home. She keeps faith with both, without preference or neglect. The hymn describes her as dwelling in the great houses, tending the eternal fire. It asks her to enter the house with a cheerful heart and a willingness to bless the people within. There is a warmth in the phrasing that doesn't reach for grandeur. It asks only that she be present and well-disposed. That turns out to be everything. The poem ends with a prayer for blessings on the household, for wisdom and good counsel to follow where she leads. That last detail is notable. Wisdom and good counsel to follow where she leads. That last detail is notable. Wisdom and good counsel to follow where she leads. Yet the ancient writer connected them naturally to her presence, as though a home where her fire burned steadily was also a home where clear thinking and honest judgment were more likely to take root. Then there is the passage in the Homeric hymn to Aphrodite, a much longer and more celebrated poem, where Hestia's name appears briefly but with unmistakable weight. The hymn is largely a tribute to Aphrodite's irresistible power over gods and mortals alike. But early in the poem, the poet identifies three goddesses over whom Aphrodite holds no sway. Athena is one, Artemis another, and Hestia the third. What the poet says of Hestia is worth holding gently for a moment. She was, the hymn tells us, the first child of Cronus. She chose to remain a virgin, despite the courtship of both Poseidon and Apollo. Zeus, the hymn continues, gave her a great privilege in return. She was to sit at the center of the house and receive the richest portion of the offerings. She was, in the language of the poem, honored in all the temples of the gods. This mention is almost parenthetical within the larger poem about Aphrodite, yet it carries the full weight of her story in just a few lines. She refused love's goddess, not out of any deficiency, but because she had made a considered and irrevocable choice, and the king of the gods honored that choice by placing her at the very center of sacred life. What these texts reveal, taken together, is that the ancient Greeks understood Hestia not as an afterthought, but as a foundation. The hymns do not dramatize her or perform enthusiasm for her. They speak to her quietly, gratefully, as one might speak to someone whose presence you have always depended on and whose absence you do not like to contemplate. They ask her to come in with a willing heart, to sit at the center, to let her fire continue to burn. For a goddess whose name appears so rarely in the great poems, those few lines carry a tenderness that is hard to miss. A new bride arriving at her husband's household for the first time would be led to the hearth before she was taken anywhere else in the house. It was not a dramatic ceremony, not something that required priests or elaborate preparation. It was simply understood. Before she saw the bedroom, before she was introduced to the household servants, before she sat down to share a meal, she came first to the fire. The groom's family received her there, in the warmth and light of the flame that had been burning in that house perhaps for generations, and in standing beside it she became, in a way that mattered to everyone present, part of the household. Hestia had recognized her, the fire had accepted her, and from that moment she belonged. The ancient Greeks understood marriage as a transition between two worlds, and transitions of that kind required divine attention. A young woman leaving her father's hearth was, in the most literal sense, leaving Hestia's protection in one form to receive it in another. Some accounts suggest that before the wedding procession departed, an offering was made at the hearth of the bride's family home. A farewell of sorts, a last acknowledgement of the fire she had grown up beside. The new household's hearth then received her with its own offering, and the two fires, though separated by distance, were understood to share something of the same warmth. She had not been abandoned by one goddess and taken up by another. She had simply moved from one hearth to the next, and Hestia was present at both. The ceremony of welcoming a newborn into the household worked in much the same spirit, though its details were their own. When a child was born, the family did not simply welcome it into the world and carry on. There was a ritual to be observed, one that Greeks called the amphidromia, which took place a few days after the birth. The father, or sometimes the midwife, would carry the infant around the hearth, circling the flames slowly, with care, the newborn held close. This act of encircling the fire was the household's way of presenting the child to Hestia and claiming it as a legitimate member of the family. Until this moment, the child existed in a kind of threshold state, neither fully inside the household nor fully outside it. The amphidromia resolved that uncertainty. The fire had seen the child. The child had been drawn into the circle of warmth and recognition that the hearth represented, and it was now, undeniably, home. There is something tender in the image of that procession around the fire, the small body being carried in careful arms, the flames steady and unchanging as the family revolved around it, the house quiet except for the sound of footsteps and perhaps the low murmur of prayers being offered. It was not a loud or festive occasion in its central moment. It was intimate, almost whispered, a private matter between a family and their goddess. Friends and relatives would join the celebration afterward, and there would be food and the pouring of wine, but the ritual itself belonged to the household alone, to the circle of the hearth, to Hestia. What is striking about both of these rituals, the welcoming of the bride and the presentation of the newborn, is how much they depend on the same simple gesture, bringing someone to the fire, not performing elaborate prayers, not sacrificing an animal, not making a journey to a distant temple, just crossing the threshold and standing close to the flame. Hestia's domain was the home, and so her sacraments were domestic ones, requiring nothing more than the fire that was already burning. Yet Hestia's influence extended far beyond the threshold of a single home. In every Greek city, the same reverence for the hearth that governed private households was replicated in the public sphere. The prytaneion, the civic hearth, burned at the center of each city's government and religious life, tended by officials with the same careful attention given to household fires. It was Hestia who presided over these communal spaces just as she presided over families. The principle was identical. The fire represented the city's continuity, its collective identity, and its sacred connection to the divine. Just as the home could not function without her blessing, neither could the city itself. When a Greek city prepared to send a group of colonists out across the sea, something similar happened on a far larger scale. The colonists were not only leaving their homes, they were leaving their city, their prytaneion, the public hearth that had burned at the civic center for as long as anyone could remember. To found a new settlement without that fire would have felt like sailing without any kind of anchor. And so they did not go without it. Before the ships departed, fire was taken from the prytaneion of the mother city, carried in a vessel designed to keep it alive across the journey, protected from wind and spray, and brought aboard. When the colonists arrived on whatever shore they had been sent to settle, one of the first acts of the new community was to establish a hearth and light it with that flame. The fire burning in their new prytaneion was, in a direct and unbroken line, the same fire that had burned at home. This was not merely symbolic in the way that a ribbon cutting might be symbolic today. For the Greeks, it carried genuine spiritual weight. The colony was connected to the mother city through that flame in a way that was as real as any treaty or blood relationship. The fire proved that Hestia had come with them. Her protection had crossed the water, had travelled through whatever storms the sea had offered, and had arrived intact on the other side. The new colony was, in the most fundamental sense, a home, because Hestia was there. Colonies were founded all along the coastlines of the Mediterranean and the Black Sea, in places that are now southern Italy, Sicily, the southern coast of France, and as far east as the shores of what is now Ukraine. In each of those places, a flame descended from a Greek hearth fire was burning at the civic center. Each of those fires had a lineage. Each of them could trace their warmth back through the hands that had carried them, across the sea, to the city that had sent its children out into the world. Hestia, who was both oldest and youngest, first swallowed and last released, seems always to have belonged to these moments of crossing over, the ones where something is left behind and something new is begun. Every threshold has two sides, and she was the constant presence at both of them. The bride crossing into her new home, the infant being carried into the circle of the family's life, the colonists stepping off a ship onto unfamiliar ground. All of them were received, in their different ways, by the same quiet fire. Every new beginning in the Greek world passed through her fire, and every ending left its warmth behind. In the end, the thing that is most striking about Hestia is not what she did, but what she didn't do. She did not chase anyone across the sea, did not transform a rival into a creature, did not weep at the foot of a mountain or throw lightning across the sky. She did not demand temples to be built in the finest marble, did not appear in disguise among mortals to test their virtue, did not ride a chariot into battle or preside over the fates of kingdoms, while her brothers and sisters filled the myths with noise and motion and consequence. She remained exactly where she had always been, close to the fire, attending to the quiet work of keeping things whole. And yet, when you hold the whole of ancient Greek religious life in your mind and ask which deity was called upon the most, that name was spoken with the greatest frequency across the widest number of homes. The answer is not Zeus, not Athena, not Apollo with all his oracles and hymns and shining temples. It is Hestia, whose name opened every meal and closed every feast, whose flame burned at the center of every household and every city, who received the first portion before any god and the last libation after all the others had been honored. There is something in that arrangement that feels true in a way that goes beyond religion, the idea that the one who stays home, who tends the fire and keeps the warmth available for everyone who comes through the door, is not somehow lesser than the ones who go adventuring, but is in fact the condition that makes the adventure possible at all. Without Hestia, there was no home to return to. Without her fire, there was no warm meal waiting at the end of the long road, no hearth to sit beside while the story of the journey was told. She was the reason the return was worth making. Perhaps the ancient Greeks understood that better than they are sometimes given credit for. This was because they never once forgot to say her name first. The practice of invoking her name at the beginning and end of meals was not merely ceremonial, but deeply embedded in daily religious life. Every family, regardless of wealth or status, maintained a hearth fire and acknowledged her presence there. The ritual did not require elaborate preparation or special occasions. It occurred in the simplest moments: a handful of grain cast into the flame, a cup of wine poured at the fire's edge, a whispered acknowledgement before breaking bread. In this way, Hestia was woven into the texture of ordinary existence, present in the mundane acts that structured each day. She was not the deity one sought in moments of crisis or ambition, but the one constant in times of peace and stability. The absence of grand myths about her was itself a kind of statement that not everything worthy of honor needs to be dramatic or exceptional, that the sacred could be found in the repetition of small gestures, in the commitment to show up day after day with the same care and attention. The ancient Greeks seemed to grasp something that modern sensibility sometimes misses: the reliability and continuity of their own form of power, that the person who remains steady and dependable, who provides shelter and sustenance without fanfare, performs a kind of heroism that is no less real for being invisible. What she offered was not drama, and it was not the kind of power that announces itself. It was something quieter and, in its own way, more demanding: the commitment to remain, to continue, to keep the flame alight through every ordinary day and every difficult one, through cold seasons and abundance alike, never wavering, never leaving. There is a kind of strength in that which is easy to overlook, precisely because it never calls attention to itself. The fire does not ask to be noticed. It simply burns, and everything that depends on it, the warmth of the room, the cooking of the food, the safety of the space, the welcome extended to a stranger arriving tired at the door, all of it proceeds quietly from that one steady source. That was Hestia. That was what her worshippers were honoring every morning when they placed a small offering at the edge of the flame before they sat down to eat. Every evening, when the last pour of wine was tipped slowly into the fire and the coals began their long, gradual dimming towards sleep, they were honoring continuity itself. They were saying, without quite putting it into words, that the ordinary day mattered, that the home mattered, that the warmth gathered around a hearth at the end of the afternoon was not a small thing, but a sacred one. And now the household is settling into the last hours of the evening, the way households have always done. The fire has been burning since morning. The room holds the particular quality of warmth that only a real fire produces, something that reaches into the body rather than simply touching the surface of the skin. The last meal has been eaten. The last words of the day have been exchanged. Someone has poured a small offering into the flame in her honor, as their parents did. Their parents before them, stretching back through generations too numerous to count. The fire accepts it without ceremony. The flame shifts slightly, settles, and begins to quiet itself toward coals. The room dims by slow degrees. Outside, the night has fully arrived, and the world beyond the walls of the house has gone still. Inside, there is only the low murmur of the fire finding its rest, the warmth it leaves behind in the walls and the floor and the air of the room, a warmth that will still be there when morning comes and the flame is coaxed back to life again. The fire burns low, the house grows quiet, and somewhere in that warmth she is still there. Of all the gods who lived on Mount Olympus, Hephaestus was the only one who had ever been thrown from it. That single fact contains, within it, nearly everything you need to understand about him. Not just what happened to him, but what he became because of it, what the gods who cast him out could never quite anticipate, that the being they discarded would eventually return, not as a supplicant, but as the one craftsman in the entire cosmos whose work they could not live without. There is something quietly remarkable in that reversal, something worth sitting with for a moment before the full story begins. Most of the gods of ancient Greece were powerful in the way that mountains or storms are powerful, broad, overwhelming, indifferent to the smaller things moving at their feet. Hephaestus was powerful in a different way entirely. He was powerful the way a careful hand is powerful, the way patience and fire and the slow accumulation of skill can reshape even the hardest thing in the world. He was the god of the forge, the god of fire and metalworking. If you had stood at the edge of his workshop, deep beneath a mountain, surrounded by heat and the low ringing of hammer on metal, you might have thought he looked like the least divine creature you had ever seen. His legs were twisted, his body broad and heavy, his face not the kind of face the ancient Greeks painted on their finest pottery when they wished to illustrate something beautiful. And yet, from those hands came the thunderbolts that Zeus carried into battle, the shield that carried Achilles through the final terrible days of the Trojan War. A golden throne so cunningly built that the most powerful goddess in the world could not rise from it once she had sat down. He was, by every account that survives, the ugliest of the Olympians, the maker of the most beautiful things that the divine world possessed. The ancient sources do not all agree on where he came from. That disagreement turns out to be one of the more interesting things about him. In one tradition, the one that Hesiod largely follows, Hephaestus was the son of both Zeus and Hera, born to the ruling couple of Olympus as any ordinary child of powerful parents might be born. But in another and equally ancient tradition, Hera conceived him entirely on her own, without Zeus, in a deliberate act of parthenogenesis, that is, a miraculous birth with no father at all. According to this version, Hera had grown resentful of Zeus's ability to produce Athena, the goddess of wisdom, seemingly from his own mind, without any mother involved. She wished to demonstrate that she was capable of the same kind of singular creation. She succeeded, in the sense that a child was born. But Hephaestus came into the world lame and imperfect, not the strong and fully formed ally she had been hoping to produce. This version of the story suggests that something went wrong in the making of him, as if a birth without its natural conditions produced something incomplete. What both versions share, however, is the mother's response. She was not pleased with what she saw. Whether she acted because she was disappointed by a son who did not meet her expectations, or because she was startled or repulsed by his deformity, the result was the same in every tradition. She let him go. There are, in turn, two different accounts of what that letting go actually looked like. In the earlier and perhaps starker of the two, Hera herself cast her infant son from the heights of Olympus, down through the open air, the sky receiving him and offering nothing in the way of mercy, until he landed far below. In a separate tradition, preserved most memorably in Homer's Iliad, the fall happened later, not at birth, but after Hephaestus had already grown up and taken his place among the gods. In this telling, he came to his mother's defense during a quarrel with Zeus. Zeus, furious at the interruption, seized him by the foot and hurled him from the mountain. He fell for an entire day. That is the kind of detail that only mythology can offer with a straight face. When he finally struck the earth, it was on the volcanic island of Lemnos, where the people who lived there, a people called the Sintians, found him and took him in. That island, sitting in the northern Aegean, all black rock and sulphurous warmth, would become the first place he truly belonged. The ancient Greeks seem to have held both of these falling stories simultaneously, without feeling a great need to choose between them. That suggests that the fall itself, the falling, the long descent, the landing far from home, was the essential image. The thing that mattered more than any precise accounting of when or how it happened. A god who fell, a god who was thrown, a god who landed somewhere unexpected, and in that unexpected place began the slow and extraordinary work of becoming who he was. And in that sense, the story of Hephaestus begins not with a birth, but with a fall. The question of exactly who Hephaestus's father was, whether Zeus or no one at all, troubled ancient writers far more than you might expect. It was not simply a matter of genealogy, the way one might casually wonder about the lineage of a minor figure tucked into the margins of a myth. It was a question that cut to the very heart of who Hephaestus was and why he came into the world the way he did. The ancient poets did not agree with one another, and the disagreement was not accidental. Each version carried its own logic, its own emotional truth, and its own way of explaining how a god could be born imperfect into a pantheon that prized perfection above almost everything else. In the older and perhaps more widely accepted tradition, Hephaestus was the son of both Zeus and Hera, conceived and carried the way a child might be, and born into the warm light of Olympus as the legitimate offspring of its two most powerful rulers. He was a true child of the divine marriage, with all the inheritance that implied, and yet, for reasons that the ancient accounts do not linger over very gently, he was born lame. His feet were bent, or his legs were twisted, or some part of him did not form the way that divine children were expected to form. The sources vary on the exact nature of what set him apart, but they agree on the fact of it. He entered the world already marked as different, already carrying something that his mother found difficult to look upon. In this version, it was Hera herself who cast him away, her own child, born of her own body, because what she saw did not match what she believed a son of hers ought to be. There is something in that which is very hard to hold comfortably in the mind. A mother looking at a newborn and finding him wanting. But the ancient Greeks were not always gentle storytellers, and they preserved this version faithfully, even knowing what it revealed about their Queen of Heaven. What makes this version particularly significant is what it tells us about the ancient world's understanding of disability and divine nature. In the accounts that preserve this tradition, the act of rejection is described with a kind of matter-of-fact horror. Hera did not hesitate, did not deliberate, did not attempt to find meaning in what had happened. She simply could not accept what she had produced. Some versions of the story say she threw him from Olympus in her disgust, casting him down toward the mortal world below as though he were refuse rather than a divine child. The fall itself, whether it lasted for a day or for 9 days, depending on which account one reads, became the origin of his lameness in some tellings, replacing his congenital condition with an injury, though the result was identical. The mythology here seems to be wrestling with a profound anxiety. What happens when the divine produces the imperfect? What happens when the very sources of creation and power in the cosmos cannot or will not accept what they have made? These questions haunted the ancient imagination, and the figure of the cast-down Hephaestus became a kind of embodiment of divine failure and rejection. And yet, even in rejection, there was paradoxically a kind of protection. Cast away from Olympus, removed from his mother's presence and her judgment, Hephaestus would eventually find his own place in the world, his own purpose that did not depend on maternal acceptance or divine approval. The rejection that seemed like an ending became, in time, a beginning of another kind. The second tradition is stranger, and in its own way more poignant. Some ancient writers, including Hesiod in his Theogony, offered a version in which Zeus had no part in Hephaestus's birth at all. According to this telling, Hera conceived him entirely alone, a deliberate, defiant act meant to answer the birth of Athena, who had sprung fully grown and armoured from the head of Zeus in a manner that seemed to make mothers unnecessary altogether. Hera, proud and wounded by that display of divine self-sufficiency, resolved to match it. She would bear a child without him. She would prove that she was capable of the same extraordinary act of creation. The result, however, was not what she had imagined. Where Zeus had produced Athena, radiant, powerful, perfectly formed, Hera's solitary effort produced a child who was lame from the moment of his birth. There is something quietly devastating about that version of the story. Her attempt to assert her own power and independence yielded the very thing she had not wanted. Proof, it must have seemed to her, that she had somehow failed. Whether Hephaestus's lameness in this account was understood as a consequence of the unusual circumstances of his conception, or simply as a cruel twist of divine fate, the ancient writers do not entirely explain. They leave it as a fact, hanging in the air, the way difficult facts often do. What matters, in either version, is the shape of the moment that followed. The Greeks who told and retold these stories lived in a world where the beauty of a god was not merely an aesthetic quality, but a theological one. The gods were radiant because they were divine, and their physical perfection was understood as the outward expression of something inward and essential. To be a god was to be free from the imperfections that plagued mortal bodies, the crooked limbs, the clouded eyes, the slow decay of flesh. A god who was born lame was therefore not just unusual. He was, in a certain sense, philosophically troubling. He upset a category that the Greeks had not prepared themselves to revise. You can feel, reading through the ancient sources, a kind of collective discomfort, a reaching for explanations, a need to account for why this one god, among all the gods, had arrived in the world with a body that told a different story than the rest of them. And so the two traditions existed side by side, each offering a different cause for the same undeniable fact. Either way, the result was the same. A newborn god who did not look the way a god was supposed to look, lying at the feet of a mother who was not sure what to do with him. When Hera looked upon her newborn son, what she felt, according to this version of the story, was not love, but something closer to revulsion. He was small in the way that all newborns are small. Perhaps that alone should have softened her, but his legs were bent in ways that legs were not supposed to bend. His face, though unmistakably divine in some deep and unnameable way, did not carry the luminous perfection that the gods took for granted in one another. The other Olympians moved through the world as if beauty were simply their natural condition, as easy and unconsidered as breathing. Hera, who was herself considered among the most magnificent of all the goddesses, whose bearing alone could silence a room, could not reconcile what she held in her arms with the idea of what a son of hers was supposed to be. And so, in a moment that the ancient storytellers recount with a kind of quiet devastation, she made the decision that would shape everything that followed. She carried her newborn child to the edge of Olympus, that brilliant cloud-wrapped height that stood above all the world. She let him go. The fall, according to the old accounts, lasted an entire day. You might sit with that for a moment. A full day of sky, of open air rushing past, of the world spread out below in all its greens and blues and browns, growing slowly larger and more real as the hours passed. There are no words in any ancient text that describe what that fall felt like from the inside. Perhaps that silence is its own kind of eloquence. What we know is the geography of it, the heights of Olympus above, the Aegean Sea below, the island of Lemnos rising from the water somewhere in between, dark with volcanic rock and edged with the particular stillness of a place that sits apart from the rest of the world. It was there that the child landed. Some versions say in the sea first, others say directly on the island shore, and it was there that the Sintian people found him. The Sintians were the original inhabitants of Lemnos, a people about whom the ancient Greeks knew relatively little and said relatively less, but whom Homer himself took care to mention when he told this story, noting that they received the fallen god with kindness. That word, kindness, is worth holding on to. It is not a word that appears often in the stories of divine encounters between gods and mortals. Usually there is awe, or fear, or bargaining, or some combination of all three. But what the Sintians offered Hephaestus was simply kindness, the quiet and uncomplicated variety that asks nothing in return and does not require the recipient to be extraordinary or beautiful or whole. Lemnos itself was a place that seemed to belong to a different register of the world than the gleaming marble heights of Olympus. Its landscape was shaped by old volcanic activity, black and rust-colored rock formations, soil that smelled faintly of sulfur, hot springs that bubbled up from somewhere deep in the earth where the heat had not yet gone out of things. The island sat in the northern Aegean, far enough from the mainland to feel genuinely isolated. Its geography gave it a quality of enclosure, of being held apart from the ordinary flow of the world. For a child who had just spent a day falling through the sky, there is something almost right about landing in a place like that, a place that had itself been shaped by forces it did not choose. That wore the evidence of old fire and old pressure in every stone. The mythological association between Hephaestus and Lemnos was not an accident of storytelling. The island's volcanic character made it a natural home for the god of fire and metalworking in the minds of the Greeks who told these stories. The connection between them ran so deep that Lemnos became one of his most ancient sacred places, a site of worship that predated, by some scholarly accounts, the fully formed Olympian tradition in which he would eventually take his place among the 12. The recovery itself was neither quick nor simple. Ancient sources hint at injuries sustained in the fall, bones that had to mend, skin that had to heal. The Sintians possessed knowledge of medicines and of tending wounds, knowledge born from the practical necessities of living on an island far from other sources of aid. They applied both their skill and their patience to the broken child in their care. What might have killed a mortal became instead a crucible of survival. The boy's body knitted itself back together in ways both miraculous and deeply imperfect. His legs, already bent, remained bent. But he lived. And in living, in remaining alive despite everything that had been done to send him away, he began the slow work of becoming. Not what his mother had wanted him to be, perhaps, but something nonetheless. But all of that came later. In the immediate moment of the story, what matters is simpler and more tender than any of it. A child had been thrown from the only home he had ever known, by the one person in the world who should not have been capable of doing such a thing. He had landed among strangers who chose, for reasons the myths do not explain and perhaps do not need to take him in. The Sintians, who had no obligation to a discarded god and no particular reason to invite trouble by keeping him, simply did what the ancient storytellers describe as ordinary human decency. They gathered him up, they tended to him, they gave him a place within their community. There is something quietly extraordinary in that, something that stands in stark contrast to the divine indifference that had preceded it. The gods of Olympus, for all their power and radiance, had looked at this child and found him wanting. The people of Lemnos looked at him and found a child. What Hephaestus made of all this in the years that followed, what it meant to grow up in the shadow of a rejection so total and so early, is something the myths can only gesture toward. But Lemnos gave him time. The volcanic earth of the island gave him material. The slow, patient work of the forge gave him a language for everything he could not otherwise say. The island was not Olympus. It did not shine the way Olympus shone. It did not carry the easy grandeur of the divine mountain, but it was solid beneath his feet. It was warm with the kind of subterranean heat that never entirely goes out. The people who lived there did not ask him to be anything other than what he was. It was on Lemnos, in the care of ordinary people who asked nothing of him except his presence, that Hephaestus first began to understand what he could do with his hands. Homer tells a different version of the fall, and in this one, Hephaestus was not an infant. He was already a god living among the Olympians. He had a seat at the table, a place in the halls, a name that was spoken alongside the other great gods. He had come back from Lemnos, from his time among the Sintians and the volcanic black rock, and whatever had brought him home to Olympus, he was there now, living among the very gods who had either witnessed or ignored what had been done to him. This version of his story comes from the first book of the Iliad, told almost as an aside, a piece of old family history that Hephaestus himself brings up gently, by way of calming everyone down. The quarrel between Zeus and Hera was not unusual. They argued often and with force, and the other gods generally knew better than to involve themselves in whatever storm was moving through the palace. But this particular argument had grown sharp and threatening, and Hera was on the receiving end of Zeus's anger in a way that seemed to go beyond an ordinary disagreement. The atmosphere in the hall had gone quiet, with the kind of tension that precedes something breaking, and Hephaestus, watching his mother, decided to step in. He moved through the hall with a cup of nectar, offering it to each of the gods in turn, trying to bring something light and easy back into the room. He spoke to his mother with warmth, telling her gently that it wasn't worth the trouble, that Zeus was too strong, that provoking him further would only bring more pain. His words were careful and kind. He reminded her, according to Homer, of what he himself had once suffered because of her, though he did not say that part with bitterness. He was trying, in the way that people sometimes do in difficult families, to absorb the tension rather than add to it. For a moment, it seemed to work. Hera took the cup. The other gods, relieved, began to laugh and settle back into their seats. The crisis appeared to have passed, but that is not where this particular story ends. In an earlier moment of the same quarrel, or in a version of these events that other ancient writers drew upon, Hephaestus had intervened more directly. He had spoken on his mother's behalf, or placed himself between her and Zeus, or otherwise made it clear enough whose side he was taking. And Zeus, who did not receive challenges to his authority with patience or generosity, responded the way he sometimes did when something small became suddenly intolerable to him. He reached for his son. He took him by the foot, or by the leg, and he threw him. Out of the hall, out of the palace, out through the air and sky and clouds, Hephaestus fell again. Homer describes it with the same measure of time as the earlier tradition. A full day falling, from the brightness of morning until the light was fading from the sky, tumbling down from the height of Olympus with nothing to slow him and nothing to catch him. He came down, at last, on the island of Lemnos. The impact was tremendous. The Sintians found him there in the old accounts and took him in again, just as they had before, or just as their traditions said they had. It is worth pausing here, because the injury Hephaestus carried in his legs, the lameness that defined him in the eyes of every artist who ever painted him, every poet who ever described him, is explained differently depending on which account you follow. In some traditions, he was born lame, cast out because of that condition before he had any chance to demonstrate who he was. In others, the lameness came from the fall itself, the damage done when a divine body struck the earth after a full day in free descent. And in this Homeric version, it is possible that the second fall, the one Zeus caused, is what broke something in him permanently, or made permanent what had already been damaged. The ancient writers did not always agree on this, and some of them seem to have been aware of the confusion, noting that the stories had become layered over time in ways that were difficult to fully untangle. What is clear is that the two falls, the one his mother caused and the one his father caused, became woven together in the mythology in a way that made it nearly impossible to separate them cleanly. Later writers sometimes treated them as a single event, or as two events so close in character that distinguishing between them seemed unnecessary. But they were not the same. They came from different sources, described different moments in his life, and carried very different emotional weight. The first fall, if it happened, was the act of a mother who looked at her newborn and could not accept what she saw. It was cold and swift, the rejection of something that had never yet had the chance to prove itself. The second fall was something else. It was the punishment of a son who had already come back, who had already made his peace, or something like it, with a family that had not treated him well, who had returned to a hall where he ate and worked and sat alongside gods who had known about his first exile and said nothing. And when a quarrel rose in that hall, when his mother was in danger of Zeus's anger, he did not stay silent or look away. He stepped in. He offered the cup and the gentle word, and before that, according to some accounts, he had spoken on her behalf more directly still, and Zeus threw him from the mountain. There is something almost unbearably quiet about the irony of it. Hera, who in the other tradition had been the one to cast him out at birth, was the person he was trying to protect. He knew what she had done, or what she was said to have done. He had carried that knowledge all the years of his exile, through the fire and the forge work and the long, slow mastery of his craft. And still, when it mattered, he chose her side. He had defended his mother twice now, once in ways she never asked for, and once in ways she never thanked him for, and both times it had cost him everything. The island of Lemnos was volcanic country, black rock and sulphurous heat, a landscape shaped by fire, and for Hephaestus, it must have felt like home. The ground there was dark and porous, riddled with the kinds of fissures and vents that speak of deep heat moving just beneath the surface, and the air carried with it a faint mineral sharpness that had no equivalent anywhere else in the Aegean. It was not a soft island. It was not the kind of place where one lingered in meadows or watched the sun set over a calm blue harbour. It was a place of edges and temperatures, of stone that remembered fire, and yet, when you consider that Hephaestus had been thrown from the sky and had survived, that he had fallen for an entire day through the open air and still drawn breath when it was over, there is something fitting about the island that received him. The Sintian people, who were Lemnos's earliest inhabitants according to the ancient traditions, had taken him in without ceremony or condition, and in doing so, they had given him something far more valuable than sympathy. They had given him time to learn what his hands were capable of, time to discover that the same fire which scarred the landscape around him could be invited into a forge and made to obey. In those early years, working among the Sintians with the smell of sulphur in the air and the warmth of the earth rising through the soles of his feet, Hephaestus began to understand that exile was not the same as emptiness. He had been cast down, yes. He had been found unwanted by the very mother who brought him into existence. But the earth had caught him, and the earth, it turned out, was full of things worth making. He worked with raw ore at first, learning the textures of different metals, the way heat transformed one thing into another, the strange intimacy of holding something molten and coaxing it into a shape that had never existed before. He built simple tools for the Sintians, blades, clasps, hinges, things of modest beauty that nonetheless bore a quality that no ordinary craftsman could replicate. There was something in the work that felt innate to him, as if his hands had always known the language of metal and fire and only needed a place quiet enough for him to hear it. Lemnos gave him that quiet, and in that quiet, something remarkable began to grow. The transformation on Lemnos was not simply learning a craft. On Olympus, Hephaestus had been defined by his appearance, the way he disrupted the visual perfection the other gods embodied. But in the forge, surrounded by the Sintians who asked only that he work, he discovered categories of value entirely separate from appearance. A thing was good because it was well made. That was the logic. It was simple, absolute, and it changed everything about how he understood himself. Later traditions also placed him beneath the slopes of Mount Etna in Sicily, and it is here that the mythology becomes most vivid and most elemental. Etna was, and still is, one of the great fire mountains of the world, a volcano whose eruptions the ancient Greeks understood not as geological events, but as the sound of Hephaestus at work deep in the earth, his hammer rising and falling against the divine anvil in the workshop he had built for himself below the surface of the world. In some accounts, his forge on Lemnos and his forge beneath Etna were simply different expressions of the same underground realm, a vast and glowing kingdom of heat and craft that had no fixed address, because fire itself has no fixed address. Whatever the precise geography of the myth, the image is consistent. A god who had been thrown from the highest place in the world had descended to the lowest and had made it magnificent. Homer tells us that his palace on Olympus was fitted with 20 bellows, each one able to breathe air into a fire with varying degrees of force, so that he could control the temperature of his work with extraordinary precision. The great anvil stood at the center of the forge, worn smooth in some places and roughened in others by generations of work, and beside it, according to the tradition, moved the golden women, assistants he had fashioned from metal himself, figures of pure gold who could walk beside him, hold his tools, and even speak intelligently to him as he worked. They were, in a sense, his first great creations, not weapons, not armor, but companions, made not because anyone had asked him for them, but because he understood loneliness with a thoroughness that would have been difficult to explain to anyone else. Alongside these golden figures, other traditions brought the Cyclopes into the forge with him, Brontes, whose name carried the sound of thunder, and Steropes, whose name held the flash of lightning, and Arges, who was said to embody the brightness of the bolt itself. These three enormous beings worked beside Hephaestus at the anvil, their hammers falling in rhythms that shook the mountain above them, their single eyes reflecting the orange glow of the fire. When Etna rumbled and sent smoke curling into the Sicilian sky, the people living on the slopes below understood it as evidence of this work proceeding, of something extraordinary being brought into existence in the depths of the earth. There was very little fear in that understanding. There was, if anything, a kind of reassurance. The mountain was not angry. The mountain was busy. The work of the forge was ceaseless, and Hephaestus seemed to want it that way. There were always commissions to fulfill, weapons for Ares, robes for Athena, treasures for those persuasive enough to petition the gods, but also work he undertook for himself, projects that emerged from his imagination, objects serving no practical purpose but existing because he had envisioned them. These were perhaps his truest creations, the ones that revealed not what the gods required, but what he required of himself. It is worth pausing on what Hephaestus had built, because it was not merely a workshop. It was an entire world ordered according to his own principles, one where physical beauty mattered not at all. where what you could produce was the only currency, where intelligence expressed through the hands was the highest form of power. In the halls of Olympus, he had been something to be ashamed of, something that disrupted the elegant visual harmony of the divine court. Down in the forge, he was incomparable. Nothing moved, nothing was made, nothing of lasting significance came into being except through him. The Cyclopes needed his direction. The golden women needed his hands to have brought them to life in the first place. The fire needed his understanding of it before it could become anything other than destruction. He had, in the years since his fall, become exactly what the gods on Olympus would have least expected from a child they threw away, indispensable. And he knew it. There is something in the ancient accounts that suggests Hephaestus felt no particular urgency about returning to the world that had rejected him. He was not counting the days until Olympus called him back. He was working, the forge was going, the bellows were breathing, and on the great anvil, under the light of fire and the careful eyes of golden companions, the most beautiful things in the world were slowly taking shape. Down in the dark, surrounded by fire and the ringing of hammer on metal, the rejected god of Olympus had built himself a world that no one could take from him. At some point, and the ancient writers are not entirely clear on when, Hephaestus decided to send his mother a present. He had spent years in his forge by then, years of solitude and fire, and the slow, patient accumulation of skill. Whatever he felt toward Hera in those years, grief, anger, something that had quietly calcified into something colder, he kept it close and worked it into the metal the way he worked everything else. The gift he was preparing was not made in a single afternoon. It would have required the kind of sustained, meticulous attention that only someone with a very clear purpose could sustain. He was building a throne. He was building it to be the most beautiful thing Hera had ever seen. According to the tradition that has come down through the ancient sources, the throne was extraordinary even by divine standards. It was made of gold, a deep, warm, impossible gold, and it was decorated with the kind of intricate detail that could occupy the eye for hours without exhausting itself. Some accounts describe delicate figures worked into its surface. Others speak of the way the light moved across it as if the metal itself were breathing. Whatever its exact appearance, it was the sort of object that a goddess could not look at without wanting to sit in it immediately. That was precisely the point. Hidden within its arms and legs and seat, worked so finely into the structure that no one examining it from the outside could have detected them, were chains. Dozens of them, perhaps, articulated and spring-loaded and waiting for the weight of someone settling into that beautiful seat. Hephaestus sent the throne up to Mount Olympus as a gift for his mother. Hera received it the way someone receives any extraordinarily beautiful thing, with pleasure and without suspicion. The throne was placed in the hall of the gods. In due course, Hera sat down in it. The chains came out at once. They wrapped themselves around her arms and legs and waist with a speed and precision that left no time for resistance. Hera, queen of all the gods, found herself bound fast to a piece of furniture she could not leave. The other gods on Olympus tried everything they could think of. They tried to pry the chains loose by force. They tried to coax the mechanism apart by hand. Ares, the god of war, who was not a figure known for delicate problem-solving, reportedly offered to go down to Hephaestus and drag him back by force. According to at least one ancient account, he tried, and was driven away by jets of fire from the forge. None of it worked. The chains held Hera exactly as they had been designed to hold her. The only person who could undo them was the person who had made them, who was deep underground on his island, declining every invitation to return. The gods sent messengers. Hermes, who could travel between the realms with a speed that no other divine being could match, went to speak with Hephaestus more than once by some accounts. Hephaestus was polite perhaps, and absolutely unmovable. He had nothing to say to Olympus. He was busy. His mother could remain where she was. There is something almost serene in how the ancient sources describe his refusal. He was not raging, not gloating loudly, not making speeches about what had been done to him. He simply would not come, and no argument could change that. What the gods needed was not a messenger but a negotiator, and eventually the task fell to Dionysus. The choice makes a kind of mythological sense. Dionysus was not a figure of brute authority or formal diplomacy. He was the god of wine and altered states, and the unexpected approach. Where other gods had tried commands and arguments, Dionysus tried something else entirely. He went to Hephaestus with wine. He was generous with it. He was patient, and he stayed until Hephaestus had drunk enough that the sharp, still anger that had kept him anchored to his forge for so long softened into something warmer and less certain. The two of them, by several ancient accounts, became something like companions in that time, not adversaries, not supplicant and reluctant god, but two figures sharing wine in the firelight. When Hephaestus was thoroughly, cheerfully drunk, Dionysus helped him onto the back of a mule and led him up toward Olympus. Ancient vase painters loved this scene. It appears across hundreds of surviving pieces of pottery. In those images, Hephaestus is usually shown slumped comfortably on the mule, wine cup still in hand, with Dionysus and a procession of satyrs and nymphs accompanying him in what appears to be a very good mood. There is something gently comic about it, but there is also something worth sitting with. This god who had held Olympus at a standstill, who had managed what no warrior could manage, was returning to the world not in triumph, but swaying pleasantly on the back of an animal, having been talked into it with hospitality rather than force. When he was sober again, the situation was what it had always been. He had leverage, and he knew it, and the question was only what he would accept in exchange for releasing her. The ancient sources suggest that what he was eventually promised included two things: a recognized seat among the 12 Olympians, and a wife. The wife was to be Aphrodite. Whether those promises were made before he released Hera, or whether his return itself was considered the gesture of a son who had made his point and was ready to let it go, is something the ancient writers do not all agree on. What they do agree on is that Hephaestus eventually freed his mother from the throne he had built for her. It is worth thinking about what this myth was really describing, underneath the clever mechanism and the drunken procession. Hera had cast her own child from the sky because he was not what she had expected a god to look like. She had done this, depending on the version, either out of disgust at his imperfection, or out of the cold calculation that a lame son was no use to her in her ongoing rivalry with Zeus. In either case, she had made a judgment about him at the moment of his birth. She had never been asked to account for it. The golden throne was the accounting. It did not injure her. It did not shame her in front of an audience. It did not destroy her dignity in any permanent way. What it did was hold her completely still and make her wait in discomfort and helplessness, for as long as her son chose to let her wait. There is a quality of restraint in that revenge that feels, in some ways, more eloquent than violence would have been. He could have made her something worse. He was capable of it. Instead, he made her something that asked only that she sit and be unable to move, the way an infant is unable to move, the way a child thrown from the sky and falling toward the earth below has no choice but to fall. The reversal is quiet, but it is there. Worked into the metal, the way everything he felt was always worked into the metal. Whether Hera acknowledged any of this, whether she understood, sitting bound in her own throne hall, exactly what her son had built and why, is something no ancient source tells us. The gods were not always given to that kind of reflection in the stories that survived, but Hephaestus had made his point in the only language that had ever truly belonged to him. The point had been understood well enough that the whole of Olympus had stood still until he chose to make it. He released Hera from the throne. In doing so, he stepped back into the world that had thrown him out, not as a castaway, but as a god who had earned his place the hard way. His place among the 12 Olympians came with a palace, a forge, and a wife who had not chosen him. The return had not been graceful. He had arrived on the back of a mule, leaning sideways with wine-heavy eyes, led by Dionysus through the gates of Olympus, while the other gods watched with expressions that ranged from amusement to something more difficult to name. And yet, when the haze of the wine had cleared and the goddess Hera had been released from her golden prison at last, something shifted. The matter of where Hephaestus stood among the gods, a question that had gone unanswered for a very long time, was finally resolved. According to some ancient accounts, Zeus offered him a formal place among the Olympians as part of the agreement that brought him home, and with that place came all the things a god on Olympus was meant to have: standing, recognition, and a household of his own. The palace he was given was, by all accounts, extraordinary. This was not surprising. Hephaestus had spent years below the world, building things of impossible beauty for others, and when it came time to build something for himself, he did not hold back. Ancient sources describe a gleaming structure of bronze and precious metal, fitted with every refinement that the god of the forge could imagine. At its heart was what mattered most to him, not a throne room or a great hall for receiving guests, but a workshop. There was a forge there, with 20 great bellows arranged around a central fire, each one responding to his will, breathing heat into the flames at whatever intensity the work required. There was an anvil of sufficient weight and breadth for the largest commissions he might undertake. The tools of his craft lined the walls, everything in its place, the whole space organized with the quiet logic of someone who had spent a lifetime thinking about how to work efficiently and well. It was a palace built around a workshop, rather than a workshop tucked reluctantly into a palace, and that distinction said everything about who Hephaestus was. The marriage was a more complicated gift. Aphrodite was, in the Greek imagination, the most beautiful being in existence, a goddess whose appearance caused something close to pain in those who looked at her directly, the way very bright light does. She had emerged, according to the older tradition, from the sea itself, born from the foam near the island of Cyprus, and she carried with her a kind of radiance that the other gods found difficult to ignore. This was, it turned out, precisely the problem. Her presence on Olympus had been a source of constant friction from the beginning. Gods quarreled over her attention. Mortals went to war on her behalf. The tension she generated simply by existing was a disruption to the order that Zeus spent considerable energy maintaining. A beautiful, unmarried goddess of love was, from Zeus's perspective, an ongoing administrative difficulty. Binding her in marriage to Hephaestus resolved that difficulty in a way that was, from a purely practical standpoint, rather elegant. Hephaestus was not the sort of god who attracted rivals. He was not a warrior, not a figure of conventional beauty, not someone whose marriage to Aphrodite would cause the others to simmer with jealousy in the same way that a union between her and a more conventionally desirable god surely would have. He was also deeply loyal, deeply capable, and wholly dedicated to Olympus in a way that had been demonstrated, at considerable personal cost, more than once. Zeus appears to have regarded the arrangement as sensible. Whether he considered how either of the two people involved might feel about it is less clear from the ancient sources. Aphrodite had not been consulted. This much is consistent across the tradition. She was presented with the arrangement rather than invited into it, and the accounts that survive suggest she accepted it the way a person accepts weather, as a condition of the world, rather than a decision she had made. She was not cruel to Hephaestus, at least not openly, at least not at first, but there was no warmth in the union that the ancient stories ever describe, no moment of recognition or tenderness between them. They were, from the beginning, two beings who had been placed beside each other by someone else's reasoning. The strangeness of the pairing was not lost on the Greeks who told these stories. Here was the god described as the most physically unlovely of all the Olympians, lame, heavy-shouldered, often covered in the soot and grime of his work, married to the goddess who embodied physical beauty in its most absolute form. The two of them sat together at the divine feasts and moved through the same gleaming halls, and the contrast between them was, depending on how you looked at it, either deeply funny or quietly sad. Ancient poets noted the mismatch with the particular tone that Greeks reserved for things that were true and uncomfortable at the same time. Not quite mockery, but not quite sympathy either. There is something worth sitting with in that pairing, even now. The Greek divine order was not designed around fairness. The gods rewarded the powerful and the beautiful, and they arranged their world according to what was convenient rather than what was just. Hephaestus had earned his place on Olympus through suffering and skill and a kind of dogged perseverance that none of the other gods had ever been asked to demonstrate. And what he received in return for all of that was a palace, a seat at the table, and a wife who regarded the whole arrangement with the polite distance of someone counting the days. Zeus had given him the most beautiful goddess as a bride, and it had the texture of a gift that was also, in some ways, its opposite. A reminder that even in triumph, Hephaestus was still someone to whom things were given and taken away by others. For his part, Hephaestus seems to have hoped, at least in the beginning, that it might become something real. The ancient tradition does not describe him as indifferent to Aphrodite. He had built her a palace of luminous bronze, had filled it with every beautiful thing he was capable of making, had arranged it as carefully as any object that had ever come from his forge. Whether that constituted love in any recognizable sense is a question the myths leave open. It was, at the very least, the gesture of someone who wanted things to be different from the way they had always been for him. The palace shone on Olympus, and the bellows breathed steadily in the forge at its heart, and the god who had once fallen through the open sky for a full day before landing among strangers took his seat among the 12. Aphrodite took her seat beside him in his gleaming palace, and if she smiled, it was the kind of smile that concealed rather than revealed. It was Helios who told him, the sun god who saw everything, every day, as he drove his chariot across the sky. From that high, luminous passage above the world, there was nothing in the mortal or the immortal world that escaped his notice, and what he had observed in the palace of Hephaestus on Olympus was not something he could quietly set aside. He came to Hephaestus and told him simply and without embellishment what had been happening. Aphrodite, his wife, had been meeting with Ares, the god of war, with his bronze armor and his restless appetite for conflict. In the very rooms of the palace that Hephaestus had built with his own hands. It hadn't been a single occasion. It had been continuing for some time, and Helios had witnessed it from the sky with the dispassionate thoroughness that only the sun can manage, seeing everything and warming everything equally, without preference or mercy. When Hephaestus heard this, he didn't shout or make any dramatic declaration. He didn't move through the halls of Olympus, demanding an audience with Zeus. He went, instead, back to his forge, and he sat quietly with what he had been told for a long while before he began to consider what to do. The pain of it was real. There's no version of this story in which Hephaestus wasn't genuinely wounded by what Helios had told him. Aphrodite had not chosen him. She had made that clear enough from the earliest days of their marriage, in the way she moved through the gleaming palace, in the way she accepted his carefully made gifts with a kind of cool, remote politeness that never softened into anything warmer. She was the goddess of love, and she didn't love him. He had known this the way that people sometimes know things they would rather not examine too closely, the way a thought can live in the quiet back of the mind for a long time without ever being spoken aloud. But there is a difference between suspecting something and having the sun god arrive at your door to confirm it with complete certainty. Hephaestus lived with that difference now, and the way he had always lived with difficult things was the same. He went to his forge, and he made something. What he decided to make this time was not a weapon in any familiar sense, and it wasn't a work of beauty in the way that his shields and thrones and crowns were works of beauty. It was a trap, quiet, measured, and devastatingly precise. He worked at his bench with the kind of unhurried patience that only a craftsman of his particular gifts could sustain through grief, drawing the metal out into threads so fine they were nearly transparent, even when held directly in the firelight of the forge. Each strand was slender enough to pass through the eye of a needle, and when they were woven together in the careful pattern he had spent hours designing, they formed something that no force available to any god could break or pry apart. He worked through the heat and the glow of the fire, and the golden figures that assisted him moved silently around the bench, handing him what he needed without being asked. It was, in its quiet way, one of his finest creations, though it was not the kind of thing that would ever be admired or spoken of at a feast. When the net was finished, he carried it up from the forge and spread it with extraordinary care over the bed in his own palace, arranging it against the coverlet so that it lay completely invisible, its hidden clasps positioned to close at the slightest disturbance, silent and certain and waiting. Then Hephaestus announced that he was leaving Olympus. He said he was going to Lemnos, his island, the one that had always suited him, with its volcanic black rock and its quiet shores and its fires burning somewhere deep in the earth below. He departed in the manner of a god who has decided, with something very much like relief, to remove himself from a situation that had long since stopped serving him. Whether Aphrodite believed this fully, or whether she simply didn't trouble herself to question it, the ancient accounts don't entirely clarify. What is known is that she sent word to Ares, and that Ares came. The net closed around them the moment they settled together on that bed. Its threads, invisible an instant before, drew taut with a quiet, absolute certainty, not with violence, but with the composed and irresistible logic of something designed by a very precise craftsman for exactly this purpose. They couldn't move. They couldn't free themselves. Every physical strength that Ares possessed, every divine grace that Aphrodite could bring to bear, none of it made any difference against the net that Hephaestus had woven in those long, careful hours of his grief. And it was at this moment that Hephaestus returned. He stood in the doorway of his own palace and looked at what the net had caught, and then he called upon the other Olympians to come and witness it for themselves. What followed was not, by most ancient accounts, a particularly solemn occasion. The gods who gathered, the male gods in particular, found the scene considerably more amusing than tragic. There was laughter and a certain amount of commentary that Homer records without much moralizing. And Hermes reportedly said that he wouldn't mind being in Ares's position if it meant being beside Aphrodite, the kind of remark that lands squarely at someone else's expense and still manages to draw a laugh from the room. The goddesses, according to the story, chose not to come at all, holding themselves back from something that seemed to call for discretion rather than observation. Hephaestus stood apart from all of it. He wasn't participating in the laughter, and he wasn't performing his anger for the benefit of anyone watching. What he was doing was something quieter and more deliberate than any of that. He had taken a private betrayal, an invisible wound that he had been carrying alone, and placed it in full view of everyone on Olympus. The humiliation that had been his, the thing he'd been carrying since the morning Helios came to his door, he had transferred with his characteristic precision to the two people who had put it there in the first place. It was Poseidon who eventually stepped forward from among the gathered gods and spoke with genuine seriousness, asking Hephaestus to release the net and offering, on behalf of Ares, a pledge that restitution would be made, that whatever Hephaestus considered fair compensation for what had been done would be honored. Hephaestus agreed, though some tellings of the story suggest he did so with a degree of reluctance, noting that a pledge given by Poseidon on behalf of Ares was a somewhat uncertain guarantee. Those doubts seem, in retrospect, to have been reasonable ones. Nevertheless, he released the net, and Ares departed from Olympus, and Aphrodite made her way south to Cyprus, to the temple at Paphos where the gardens and the warm sea air restored her composure with remarkable efficiency. Their marriage continued in name after that, as it had always been a marriage mostly in name, and both of them understood this now with a clarity that left nothing softened or ambiguous between them. He had been humiliated once, by a wife who didn't want him, and he had answered that humiliation the only way he knew how, with something he made with his own hands. Section The most powerful weapon on Mount Olympus did not belong to a warrior god, and it was not forged by one either. It belonged to Zeus, the king of the gods, the lord of the open sky, the one who sat at the highest seat of all. And it was made for him by his lame son, working alone in the deep heat of a volcanic forge, far from the light of Olympus. The thunderbolt was not simply a weapon in the way that a sword or a spear might be called a weapon. It was something more particular than that. When the ancient Greeks looked up at a sky split open by lightning, at the sudden white fracture of light across the clouds and the low thunder that rolled afterward across the hills, they understood that what they were seeing was an expression of divine will made visible. It was the King of Gods, reaching down into the mortal world and making his authority felt in a way that left no room for doubt. And all of that, the terror, the majesty, the undeniable presence of Zeus in the sky, began in the underground workshop of a god who had twice been thrown from the very mountain Zeus called home. The thunderbolts were, in the oldest traditions, crafted with the help of the Cyclops, those massive, single-eyed beings who worked beside Hephaestus at his forge, their great arms swinging hammers that shook the rock around them. Their names, in some accounts, were Brontes and Sterapes and Arges, names that carried within them the sounds of thunder, lightning and brightness, and together they drew from the fires of the earth a metal unlike anything that existed elsewhere in the world. It was a metal that did not merely conduct heat or hold an edge. According to the ancient stories, it seemed to hold living lightning within its grain, as though the forge had captured something elemental and sealed it inside the finished bolt. You could imagine the glow of it even before Hephaestus lifted his hammer, a restless, shifting light moving just beneath the surface of the metal, waiting. The forging itself would have taken the whole of the forge's heat, all 20 bellows working at once, the Cyclops turning the raw material over and over in the fire until it reached the temperature only the deepest volcanic fires could provide. And then the hammering, methodical, unhurried, each strike landing with a precision that no other craftsman in the world, divine or mortal, could have matched. By the time Hephaestus set the finished bolt aside to cool, he had made something that was less like a weapon and more like a concentrated piece of the sky itself, hammered into a shape that a hand could hold. The process of making even a single thunderbolt was exhausting beyond measure. The Cyclops would labor for days, sometimes weeks, to complete even one of these divine weapons, and the forge would glow so intensely that mortal craftsmen working on the island would retreat to the farthest caves to escape the heat. It was not merely a matter of skill, though skill was certainly required in abundance. It required an understanding of something that transcended ordinary metallurgy, a knowledge of how to bind the raw forces of the earth into a form that could be wielded, how to make the infinite finite, how to capture something that was almost alive within the structure of inert metal. Once Zeus had commissioned his first batch of these weapons, he would return to the forge regularly, never satisfied, always demanding more. The thunderbolts would never run out, but neither would his appetite for them, as though possessing them made him continually aware of what he might lose without them. This cycle of creation and demand would define the relationship between the King of Gods and his craftsmen for the duration of their existence. What made the thunderbolts remarkable was not only what they were, but what they meant for the god who carried them. Zeus's authority over the other Olympians was never simply a matter of his strength or his will. The gods were a contentious and proud gathering of beings, each with their own domains and their own considerable powers, and they did not submit easily to being governed. What Zeus had, that the others could not easily counter, were those bolts. The ability to strike with a force that transcended ordinary divine conflict and expressed something absolute. Without them, his dominion would have been a more uncertain thing, requiring constant negotiation and display. With them, he could silence a hall of gods with a single raised arm. He could remind even the oldest and most powerful of the Titans that the order of the world had changed and that the change was permanent. In this way, the thunderbolts were not merely instruments of violence, they were instruments of cosmic order, and the order they maintained was the order that made Olympus itself possible. There is something quietly remarkable about that, if you sit with it for a moment. The God who sat at the center of everything, the God whose authority was supposed to be self-evident and complete, depended for his most essential symbol of power on someone else entirely, and that someone else was not one of his trusted allies, not one of the great warrior gods, not even one of the ancient titans who had been around since the beginning of the world. It was Hephaestus. It was the sun who had been cast off the mountain, who had grown up among mortals on a volcanic island, who had built his forge in the dark below the earth because there was nowhere else for him to go. Every commission Zeus placed at the forge was, whether he acknowledged it or not, an admission of something his pride would never have allowed him to say aloud, that the god he had thrown from the sky was the only one who could make what he needed most. Hephaestus, for his part, does not appear in any of the old stories to have withheld his work, or to have taken any particular satisfaction in this arrangement. He made the bolts because they were his craft, because the forge was his domain, and because making things of extraordinary power and beauty was simply what he did, regardless of who had asked for them, or what had passed between them in years gone by. His hands did not seem to carry resentment into his work. Every time Zeus raised his arm to throw that bolt of living fire, the authority behind it was borrowed, in part, from the hands of the god he had once thrown from the sky. Athena, of all the Olympians, may have understood Hephaestus best, perhaps because she was, in her own way, also a god of making things. Where the other gods concern themselves with dominion over natural forces or the affairs of mortals, Athena and Hephaestus both found meaning in the act of creation itself, in the careful, deliberate shaping of materials into something that had never existed before. She was the goddess of wisdom and warfare, yes, but she was also the patron of weavers, potters, artisans, the deity invoked by anyone who worked with their hands toward a purposeful end. He was the divine craftsman, the one who understood better than any being in the Greek world what it meant to take raw, unformed matter and transform it into something extraordinary. Between the two of them, there existed a kind of mutual recognition that rarely found its way into the stories told about Hephaestus and the other gods, not rivalry, not the particular tension that defined so many of his divine relationships, but something quieter and more collaborative. When Athena came to him, needing something made, she came as one maker to another. This kind of relationship fundamentally shaped how Hephaestus approached the work itself. Where he might have created weapons for other Olympians, with the detachment of a master craftsman fulfilling a commission, the items he made for Athena carried something additional, a collaborative intelligence that went into every detail. The Aegis was not simply forged, it was designed with the kind of deliberate intention that only emerged when both maker and user understood the deeper purposes of creation. Every choice, from the placement of the serpents to the specific positioning of Medusa's head, reflected a shared vision of how divinity could be expressed through physical form. That difference in the nature of their relationship left its mark on everything he created for her. The Aegis is perhaps the finest example of what that relationship produced. Ancient sources describe it in varying ways, sometimes as a shield, sometimes as a kind of divine breastplate or protective garment, but in almost every telling, it bore the same remarkable features: a border of coiling serpents, their scales catching the light as if alive. At its center, the severed head of the Gorgon Medusa, fixed there not as an ornament, but as a living power, a force capable of stopping an enemy cold before a single blow had been exchanged. The serpents that ringed the Aegis were not merely decorative either. In the older layers of Greek religious thought, serpents carried associations with the earth, with hidden wisdom, with transformative power, and the goddess of wisdom wearing a garment edged with serpents was no accident of design. Hephaestus would have understood this. the way a skilled craftsman understands that the best work always carries meaning layered beneath its surface. He built into the aegis something that went beyond mythology and into the realm of symbolic intelligence, the knowledge that what a thing represents can be as powerful as what it physically does. The Gorgon's head at the center of the aegis had its own mythology, of course. Medusa, whose gaze had the power to turn any living creature to stone, whose face was so terrible that even in death it retained the capacity to inspire paralyzing dread. The Gorgon's head itself bore the marks of Hephaestus's unprecedented skill. Not only had he created a shield that could turn away weapons, but he had captured within it a power that preceded all physical conflict. The shield was crafted in such a way that even the approach of battle could be forestalled by the mere presence of the aegis, the goddess's appearance enough to halt aggression before it began. Fixing that face to a shield was an act of profound mythological thinking. It meant that Athena, when she raised the aegis in battle, or appeared wearing it before a gathered assembly, was not merely defending herself, she was wielding the oldest and most primal kind of fear, the kind that bypasses reason entirely and strikes at something deeper. Enemies who looked upon the aegis were not simply threatened, they were, in a sense, already defeated, their courage undone before the goddess had moved a single step toward them. Hephaestus would have known, when he set that image into the metal, exactly what he was making. The two of them shared this, the understanding that a well-made thing is never only what it appears to be, that the finest work carries within it layers of intention and consequence that unfold long after it has left the maker's hands. Their connection extended beyond the singular commission of the aegis and into the broader life of Athens, where both deities were honored together as the joint patrons of craft and artisanship. The Chalkeia, a festival held each autumn in the city, was dedicated to them both, a celebration observed by smiths, potters, weavers, every kind of skilled worker who understood that what they did with their hands was itself a form of devotion. The two gods shared an altar in that tradition. Their names joined together in a way that acknowledged something the myths themselves had always quietly suggested, that wisdom without craft is incomplete, craft without wisdom is blind, that between them they represented something whole. This shared altar space represented far more than a mere acknowledgement of two related crafts. It embodied a principle central to Athenian values, that the practical work of making things was inseparable from the wisdom that guided the maker's hands. Artisans who stood before that shared altar understood that they were honoring not just deities, but a philosophy of creation itself. The Hephaestion, the great temple built on the hill overlooking the Athenian agora, housed cult statues of both Hephaestus and Athena standing together, a pairing that would have meant something immediate and recognizable to every artisan who climbed that hill to offer a prayer before beginning a day's work. In the aegis, the two of them had created something that was more than a shield. It was a statement about what craft and intelligence could accomplish when aimed at protection rather than destruction. Thetis arrived at the forge with salt water still glimmering on her arms, having risen from the sea to ask for something only Hephaestus could make. She had made the journey in grief, moving upward through the cold and darkening water with her mind already fixed on what she needed. By the time she reached the place where heat replaced the chill of the deep sea, she was carrying the particular quietness of a mother who has not yet begun to cry. The story, as Homer tells it in the Iliad, begins just after the warrior Patroclus has been killed on the plains outside Troy. Patroclus had gone into battle wearing the armor of Achilles, borrowed armor, meant to give him the appearance of that great warrior and steady the faltering Greek lines, and when Hector struck him down, he stripped that armor from the body and claimed it as his prize. Achilles was left without protection and without the one person in the world he had truly loved. Thetis, who knew her son's fate better than anyone, understood that if he was going to fight again, he would need something new. Not replacement armor exactly, but something made specifically for him, by hands that could not be matched anywhere in the world. The forge was deep in its working when she arrived. Homer describes the great smith moving between his bellows, from one task to the next with the practiced ease of someone who has spent more time in that place than anywhere else. The golden women who assisted him moved around the forge with the same ease, animate figures he had made himself, possessing strength and speech and something resembling thought, carrying tools and steadying the work with a competence that no ordinary assistant could have offered. The air was thick with heat and the smell of hot metal. The light came not from the sky, but from the fire itself, shifting and orange. Thetis stood at the edge of all of this and waited. When Hephaestus saw her, he set down his work immediately. He knew what she had done for him, in some traditions at least, how she had caught him when he fell into the sea, how she and the sea nymph Eurynome had sheltered him in an underwater grotto for 9 years while he learned his craft in secret, far below the world that had rejected him. He owed her something, and beyond debt, he felt genuine warmth toward her. He called her dear and old friend, and asked her to sit and listen to what she needed. She told him everything: the death of Patroclus, the lost armor, her son standing on the shore in mourning too raw to carry, the war that was waiting for him. Hephaestus did not hesitate. He promised her he would make Achilles' armor that any man alive would be glad to have. He meant it in the way that only someone who genuinely loves their work can mean it. He turned back to his forge, and he worked through the night. There was something in Hephaestus's commitment that went beyond the ordinary obligations of divine hospitality, or even the debt he carried from Thetis's kindness. This was his opportunity to create something that would outlast him, a work that would move through the world, still bearing his intention long after his hands had released it. He understood, in the way that only a true craftsman ever can, that this armor would carry a story, not just the story of its making, but the story of everything he had witnessed from his forge, everything he had learned about the world despite his isolation from it. The night stretched before him, and he did not rest. His assistant golden women did not rest either, moving with tireless efficiency as he called for what he needed. The metal was ready, the tools were sharp, and his mind was clear about what had to be done. He made the greaves first, the armor for the lower legs, bending and shaping the bright metal with the bellows singing behind him. Then the breastplate, heavier and more intricate, designed to sit against a man's chest like a second skin made of something the earth had never grown. The helmet followed, fitted with a crest and worked with such precision that it would sit on Achilles' head the way a crown sits on a king's, naturally and without effort. Each piece was finished to a perfection that ordinary metalwork does not approach. The surface is smooth and the joins invisible, the weight distributed exactly right. But it was the shield that required most of the night, the shield that would become what people remembered. Homer's description of it runs for well over 100 lines in the Iliad. Even across the distance of nearly 3,000 years, you can feel the care that the poet gave to it, the sense that this object deserved that kind of attention, that it contained something worth describing slowly and in full. Hephaestus laid down layer after layer of metal. Bronze and tin and gold and silver worked together, and on its face he placed the world. Not a version of the world, not a symbol of it, but the whole of it as closely as a craftsman's hands could render, beginning with the earth and sky and sea, the tireless sun and the full moon, the Pleiades and the Hyades and Orion and the Bear turning always in place, never dipping below the horizon. He put the stars on the shield as they actually appeared, as he had observed them from his forge on those long nights when the only light above the mountain came from the sky itself. Then, moving inward on the great round surface, he placed 2 cities of men. The first city was at peace. There were weddings in it. The torches were lit. The young men were dancing in the streets while women stood in doorways watching them go by. In the marketplace there was a legal dispute, 2 men arguing over the blood price owed for a killing. The elders were seated in a circle on polished stone, holding their staffs. Each was speaking his judgment in turn. It was the ordinary friction of people living together, handled with ceremony and patience. Hephaestus rendered it so that you could almost hear the voices. The second city was at war. 2 armies camped around it, gleaming with bronze, debating whether to divide everything inside by force or to accept half and leave the rest to the people within. A river ran nearby. Along its banks there was an ambush, armed men crouching in the reeds, waiting, while shepherds came down from the hills with their flocks, not yet knowing what was there. The attack came, and the cattle lowed, and the shepherds cried out, and all of it was caught in metal, suspended in the moment before its conclusion. Beyond the cities he placed the soft world of working life, fields being ploughed, the oxen turning at the end of each long furrow, while a man offered the ploughman wine. Behind them the earth turning dark and rich, a king's estate where the harvest was coming in, the reapers moving in rows with their curved blades, children gathering the cut grain behind them and binding it into sheaves, a vineyard heavy with grapes, the clusters black and ripening, a silver irrigation ditch running along one edge, a hedge of tin around it all, a single path through which the pickers moved, singing with baskets on their arms, while a boy played a lyre and sang to them in a thin, sweet voice. A herd of cattle moving toward a river through a meadow, the lead cows gold and the rest worked in tin. At the edge of that meadow, 2 lions had seized the nearest bull and were dragging it down, the dogs circling and barking and not coming close enough to do anything useful. A sheepfold in still country, the sheep silver, the pens and the herdsmen's shelters carefully there. And then the dancing floor. Hephaestus saved this for near the end of the shield's face. A place like the dancing floor that Daedalus had once made in Crete for Ariadne, where young men and women moved together in a great turning pattern, their hands linked, the young men in linen and the young women in gowns with garlands in their hair, the whole circle moving first one way and then the other, like the movement of a potter's wheel, but made of people and joy. A crowd stood watching them, and an aulos player stood at the center. 2 acrobats threw themselves spinning through the air among the dancers. Around the very outermost edge of all of it, the deep and powerful river of Oceanus ran in a circle, enclosing everything, the cities, the farms, the animals, the dancing children, the war, as if even the boundary of the world was something that could be held in a craftsman's hand. This was the shield that Hephaestus made for Achilles. What he had placed on it was not a decoration or a celebration of Greek military virtue, but something closer to a complete account of what human life actually was, its arguments and its weddings, its harvests and its violence, its music and its grief and its ordinary moments of watching the oxen turn at the end of a row. He had been watching all of it from below the earth for a very long time. When the opportunity came to put what he had seen into something permanent, he made it as full and as honest as the metal would allow. When it was done, Thetis took the armor in her hands, the greaves and the breastplate, and the helmet and the great shield, and she descended back the way she had come, carrying all of it through the morning light, the brightness of the metal moving with her. She carried it back across the water to her son. When Achilles looked at his own reflection in that shield, at the world his mother had carried to him, hammered out of divine metal by the hands of a god who knew what it was to be in pain, he picked it up and went to war. Zeus came to Hephaestus with an unusual commission, not a weapon, not armor, but a person. Prometheus had stolen fire from the gods, had crept close to the divine flame and carried it down to the mortal world in the hollow of a fennel stalk, and the humans who received it had grown stronger, more capable, and in Zeus's estimation, far too comfortable. Zeus wanted to restore a kind of balance, or perhaps what he truly wanted was simply to answer an insult with one of his own. Whatever his reasoning, he decided that his response to the theft of fire would not be another weapon, not a flood or a plague sent down from the sky, but something more quietly devastating, a woman. the first woman ever made. And the one he asked to make her was Hephaestus, who knew better than almost anyone what it meant to be shaped by someone else's intentions and sent out into a world that had not asked for you. The brilliance of Zeus's plan lay in its subtlety. Fire itself was a gift, a tool that could warm, cook, and illuminate. But in placing it in mortal hands, Prometheus had given humans access to divine knowledge and power. A simple punishment would have been expected, even deserved in the eyes of many gods. Instead, Zeus chose something far more complex, a response that would work not through force, but through desire, through the internal divisions that would grow within human civilization itself. Pandora would be sent as a bride, ostensibly a blessing, but carrying with her consequences that would unfold slowly, almost imperceptibly, across generations. It was the kind of revenge that required patience, the kind that worked through the very fabric of human relationships and daily life. The gift would seem precious, would seem like fortune, and only in time would its true nature become apparent. According to Hesiod, who tells this story in both his works and days and his Theogony, Hephaestus mixed earth with water and formed from that soft, common mixture a figure in the likeness of the immortal goddesses. He gave her a face of extraordinary beauty and a form that seemed almost familiar, as if the gods had always known her, though she had never existed before. Once she had taken shape, the other gods came forward one by one to complete what Hephaestus had begun. Athena clothed her in a shimmering silver gown and taught her the art of weaving, passing along something of her own patient intelligence. Aphrodite breathed into her grace and longing, a quality that would make her compelling and difficult to look away from. Hermes, the messenger and trickster, gave her a voice full of persuasion and a mind that moved sideways, capable of cleverness in ways that might not always serve her well or those around her. The Graces adorned her with golden necklaces, and the Horae, the goddesses of the seasons, crowned her with early spring flowers. Hephaestus himself fashioned for her a crown of gold, and on that crown he rendered images of every creature that moved across the land and swam through the sea. It was an elaborate and beautiful thing, and it was the kind of work he did with total care, regardless of what the object would eventually be used for. He did not make things carelessly. He never had. Each divine gift carried within it a particular kind of danger, though perhaps the danger was not always visible on the surface. Athena's weaving was a genuine skill, but it was also a tool for creation and deception alike. Aphrodite's grace and longing could inspire both love and obsession, both connection and the suffering that comes from desire unsatisfied. Hermes' gift of persuasion and lateral thinking was perhaps the most ambiguous of all. The ability to talk one's way through the world, to navigate social situations with intelligence, but also the capacity to mislead and manipulate. Together, these gifts created a being who was not merely beautiful, but dangerously equipped to influence those around her. She was fashioned to be irresistible, to be welcomed, to be brought into the heart of human households and communities. And it was in this very welcome that the catastrophe would eventually unfold. She was named Pandora, which in this tradition Hesiod understood to mean something like all gifted, a name that described the abundance of what each god had poured into her and that carried within it a note of irony. She was given a pithos, a large sealed storage jar, and was then sent as a bride to Epimetheus, the brother of Prometheus. Prometheus had warned his brother never to accept a gift from Zeus, and Epimetheus, whose name has been translated to suggest a certain slowness of foresight, accepted her anyway. Some ancient sources describe the jar as having been brought with her as part of what she carried into her new life. Others suggest the jar was already present in the household. In either case, the moment came when Pandora lifted the lid, and out from that sealed vessel came everything that had been held inside it. Illness, labor, suffering, grief, the full weight of what mortal life would become. They scattered into the world before she could close the jar again. What remained at the very bottom, beneath all of it, was hope, which did not escape. Whether that remaining hope was a mercy or a cruelty of its own is a question Hesiod leaves open, and the ancient Greeks who heard this story seem to have left it open too, which may be the most honest thing about it. There is something worth sitting with in the fact that it was Hephaestus who made her. He was a god who had been shaped by the hands of others and placed in a world that was difficult, thrown from the sky, raised among strangers, married without his own consent to a goddess who did not want him. He understood what it was to be made for someone else's purposes. And yet, as with every commission he received, he brought to Pandora's creation the full measure of his skill. He did not make her poorly or reluctantly. He gave her a beautiful face, and he placed on her head a crown that required extraordinary care to produce, a crown detailed with every animal that moved through the living world. That is what Hephaestus did. He made things beautifully, even when he could not fully understand what they were for, even when the one who ordered the work had purposes that went far beyond what he was asked to do with his hands. He had shaped her from ordinary earth and water, had placed a crown of gold upon her head, and had sent her into a world that was, from that day forward, a little harder to live in. The golden women who helped Hephaestus at his forge were not servants in any ordinary sense. Homer says they could speak, reason, move as if they had been born rather than made. In the 18th book of the Iliad, when Thetis arrives at the forge to ask Hephaestus for Achilles' armor, she finds him at work and surrounded by these figures. Homer describes them as golden, resembling living young women, possessed of intelligence and voice and strength, capable of supporting their maker as he moved about his workshop on his unsteady legs. They were not decorations or symbols. They were, according to the poem, functional beings, helpers who understood what was needed and provided it without being asked twice. For a god who had been cast out and left largely to his own devices, this was a remarkable solution to the problem of solitude. He had gone down into the earth with his craft and his fire and his pain. He had, over long years of patient work, made himself companions. It says something about him, perhaps, that when he needed help, he did not ask for it from the gods who had rejected him. He made it himself, the way he made everything else, carefully, from the ground up, with his own hands and his own understanding of what a useful, trustworthy thing ought to look like. The golden women of the forge are mentioned only briefly in the Iliad, almost as an aside, as if Homer expected his listeners to already know they were there. But that casualness is itself telling. It suggests that among the ancient Greeks, the idea of Hephaestus creating animated figures was not strange or surprising. It was simply part of who he was, a craftsman whose mastery extended so far beyond ordinary metalwork that the boundary between making an object and making a living being had, for him, become difficult to locate. He had forged thunderbolts that carried the will of Zeus, an armor that reflected the entire mortal world. Golden women who could speak and think and walk were, in this context, entirely consistent with what he was capable of. They were the most intimate expression of his genius, not weapons aimed outward at the world, but something made for the quiet interior life of the forge, for the hours between commissions when the fire burned low and the god who had been thrown from the sky worked on in the dark. These companions, born entirely from his own hands and will, represented a choice that separated him from every other god on Olympus. He had not inherited attendants or demanded them. He had created what he needed, understanding that true craftsmanship meant solving problems at their root. Talos was a different kind of creation entirely. The ancient tradition surrounding him is both older and stranger. According to some accounts, including the version preserved in Apollonius of Rhodes's Argonautica, Talos was a great bronze giant. Some traditions say he was the last of a race of men from the age of bronze, while others hold that he was made by Hephaestus and given by him, or by Zeus, to King Minos of Crete as a guardian for the island. Whatever his origin, his purpose was singular and relentless. 3 times each day, Talos walked the entire perimeter of Crete. a slow circuit of the coastline. Any ship that came too close was driven away by rocks hurled from his enormous arms. He was made of bronze throughout, all but one detail. A single vein ran the length of his body from his neck down to his heel. At the heel, it was sealed with a bronze pin or nail. That vein carried the ichor, the fluid that served as blood in divine or divinely made beings, and so long as the pin held, his form remained complete and his strength absolute. Talos was a living machine, organized around this single vulnerability. Every other part of him was impervious, built to endure across centuries. But this one detail, this fatal point, meant that he could be undone by those with sufficient knowledge and will to find it. Talos was whole and tireless and unstoppable. When the Argonauts arrived off the coast of Crete during their long return voyage, and were met with rocks and the sight of that enormous figure moving along the shore, it was Medea who found the way through. According to the Argonautica, she either bewitched Talos or deceived him into grazing his heel against a sharp rock, dislodging the pin. The ichor drained from him slowly, like water from a vessel with a crack near the base. Talos fell into the sea with a sound the ancient text describes as thunderous, his great weight settling into the water while the Argonauts watched from a cautious distance. What is quietly remarkable about Talos, about the golden women of the forge before him, is what they suggest about the ancient imagination's understanding of Hephaestus. He was not simply a craftsman in the ordinary sense, a maker of beautiful, durable, useful things. He was something more unsettling and more wondrous than that. He was a god who understood the principle of life well enough to approximate it in metal, who could look at the architecture of a living body, the veins, the fluid, the motion, the intention, and reproduce it in bronze and gold. The golden women who walked and spoke in his workshop, and the giant who patrolled the shores of Crete, were made by the same hands that forged Zeus's thunderbolts and Achilles' shield. Yet they were something the thunderbolts and the shield were not. They were, in their own way, alive. Ancient writers did not dwell on the strangeness of this for long, but it is worth pausing on. Hephaestus had been discarded because he was imperfect. This was because he did not look the way a god was supposed to look. This was because there was something about him that did not conform to the expectations of the divine world he had been born into. And yet, he was the only one among the Olympians who had made a living being from raw material, who had taken metal and fire and patience and produced something that could think and move and act in the world. In Talos especially, Hephaestus had made something that patrolled the edge of the world, a guardian built from bronze, powered by something no one entirely understood, doing its duty long after the god had moved on. It is worth taking stock of everything Hephaestus actually made. This was because the list says something important about how indispensable he had become. The golden automata were remarkable. The thunderbolts and the armor of Achilles were the kinds of creations that commanded awe even from gods who had never thought warmly of him. But his work extended far beyond those famous commissions, reaching into nearly every corner of the divine world, equipping gods and heroes alike with objects so perfectly made that they passed from one generation to the next without ever losing their virtue. When you begin to gather these creations together and lay them out, what emerges is a portrait, not just of a craftsman, but of someone who had quietly become the engine on which Olympus ran. Consider what he made for Hermes alone. The winged sandals that carried the messenger god between the mortal world and the divine, between the sunlit peaks of Olympus and the grey shores of the underworld, were his work, delicate things, fastened at the ankle, with small wings that beat with a soft and steady rhythm whenever Hermes had somewhere to be, which was nearly always. He also made the winged helmet that Hermes sometimes wore, a close-fitting cap with wings folded along its sides, ready to open when the god launched himself into the open air. These were not merely functional objects. They were made with the understanding that Hermes moved between worlds that operated by entirely different rules, that what carried him had to be worthy of every one of those worlds, beautiful enough for Olympus, durable enough for the underworld, swift enough for every errand Zeus had ever sent him on, that Hermes could do what he did, that messages moved between gods and mortals at all, owed something to the god who had been thrown from the sky and had spent his exile learning to make things that could travel anywhere. For Aphrodite, his own wife, Hephaestus made the famous girdle, a woven band of such extraordinary power that anyone who looked upon the wearer felt an overwhelming surge of desire and longing. It was, in some ways, a distillation of everything Aphrodite already was, gathered into a single object and made portable. She lent it, in one tradition, to Hera when Hera needed to distract Zeus during the Trojan War, a loan that suggests how well the girdle worked. Even on the king of the gods, there is something quietly complicated about the fact that it was Hephaestus who made this object for the wife who did not love him, who made her more irresistible to others than she already was. But he made it, as he made everything, with precision and without apparent sentiment. It worked exactly as it was meant to. He also made the bow and arrows of Eros, the small and dangerous god whose shots could cause gods and mortals to fall helplessly and sometimes disastrously in love. The bow was gold, the arrows sharp as any that flew in a real war. The fact that Hephaestus made them meant that even desire itself was armed with something that came from his forge. The chariot of Helios, the sun god who drove across the sky each day from east to west, carrying light to the whole world, was also attributed to him in certain traditions, a vehicle of gold and fire, built to withstand the heat of its own passenger, sturdy enough to follow the same arc every single day, without ever faltering. Among mortal heroes, his gifts were no less significant. The staff of Agamemnon, the great king of Mycenae who led the Greeks to Troy, was said to have been made by Hephaestus and given first to Zeus, who passed it to Hermes, who gave it to the ancestor of the Atreides, from whose line Agamemnon eventually received it. A staff that had passed through divine hands before it ever rested in a mortal one, and Hephaestus had made it at the beginning of that long chain. It carried with it the weight of legitimate authority. Every king who held it afterward carried something of that original making. For Heracles, he fashioned a set of bronze clappers, the crotala, instruments that rang and clashed with a sound so sharp and startling that even the Stymphalian birds, monstrous creatures that had plagued the marshes of Arcadia, were frightened from their nesting places by it. Heracles drove them into the open sky with sound alone, and then picked them off with his arrows. Without those clappers, the labor might have gone very differently. It is easy to overlook an object like that beside something as dramatic as the armor of Achilles, but it was precisely what was needed at that moment, made to the exact measure of the problem. That attentiveness to a specific need was itself a form of genius. Beyond any individual object, there was the physical structure of Olympus itself, the gates of the divine mountain, the palaces of the gods, the great halls where the Olympians gathered. These were not ancient and unnamed constructions. According to the tradition, Hephaestus had built them. He was the architect of the divine realm in the most literal possible sense, the one who had designed and raised the buildings where the gods lived and argued and feasted and made their decisions about the mortal world below. My own sense of it is that there is something almost difficult to absorb about this once you let it settle. The god they had thrown from that mountain had returned to build it. He had been carried away unconscious to Lemnos, had spent his early years among mortals, had been hurled through open sky by his own father, had come back to lay the foundation of the very place where all of that had happened. He had built the halls, the gates, the palaces. Every stone of the place that had thrown him out now bore the mark of his hands. This myth is one of the stranger corners of the Hephaestus tradition, and the ancient Greeks seem to have known that. It appears in several ancient sources, told with a certain careful delicacy, as though the writers themselves were not entirely sure how to hold it. It does not sit comfortably alongside the more heroic episodes of his story, the golden throne, the armor of Achilles, the thunderbolts shaped for Zeus. And yet, it was preserved, retold, and woven into the founding mythology of Athens itself, which suggests the Greeks found something in it worth keeping, even if they found it difficult to explain. The story begins simply enough. Athena came to the forge of Hephaestus to commission weapons. This was not an unusual visit, since she was a goddess of war and strategy and had need of armor and arms. Hephaestus had made things for her before, and their relationship as patron deities of craftspeople gave them a certain common ground that most of the Olympians did not share with him. She arrived at the forge in the way she always moved through the world, purposeful, composed, armored in her own authority. What happened next is told plainly in the ancient sources. Hephaestus attempted to assault her. Athena, who had sworn an oath of virginity and who was not a goddess easily overcome by anything, pulled away from him. In the struggle, his seed fell upon the earth, upon the ground of Attica, the land that would one day belong to Athens. From that earth a child was born. The Greeks called him Erichthonius, a name that ancient writers connected to the words for earth and wool, a small clue embedded in the name itself about the circumstances of his arrival. He was not born the way most divine children were born. He came from the soil, from the body of the earth goddess Gaia, who received what had fallen and gave back a life, and he was not entirely human in his form. In many accounts his lower body was serpentine. He was part child, part snake, a creature belonging to two worlds at once, rooted in the deep earth in a way that other beings were not. Athena, according to the tradition, did not abandon him. This is one of the most quietly remarkable details of the whole story. She had every reason to walk away from a child born of circumstances she had not chosen. Instead, she gathered him up. She placed him in a sacred chest, a kiste, a wooden box, and she carried him to the Acropolis of Athens, that great rocky height above the city that was already her sacred place. There she entrusted the chest to the three daughters of Cecrops, the first king of Athens, a figure who was himself half man and half serpent, which may be why the Greeks chose him as the one whose household received this particular child. Athena gave the daughters of Cecrops one instruction: do not open the chest. She did not explain why. She simply asked them to keep it safe, and then she left to attend to something else, trusting that her command would be followed. It was not followed. The names most ancient sources give to the daughters are Aglauros, Herse, and Pandrosos, and it was Aglauros and Herse who opened the chest, while Pandrosos, in some versions of the story, refused to look inside. What the two sisters saw when they lifted the lid has been described in slightly different ways depending on the source. Some accounts say they saw a serpent coiled protectively around the infant child. Others say the child himself had the tail of a snake in place of legs. In some tellings, Athena had placed a serpent inside the chest deliberately to guard him. In others, the serpent and the child were one and the same being. Whatever they saw, the result was the same. The daughters who had looked were seized by a kind of madness, whether that madness came from the sight itself or from the punishment of a goddess whose single instruction had been ignored. The sources do not entirely agree. They ran from the chest, ran across the Acropolis and threw themselves from the edge. They fell from that great height and were gone. Athena returned to find the chest opened and two of the king's daughters dead. She took Erichthonius and raised him herself within the sanctuary of her own temple on the Acropolis. The child who had been born from the earth of Attica, who carried within his body the mingled nature of the smith god and the ground itself, grew up under the protection of the goddess of wisdom and war. He grew, and in time he became a king. The ancient sources name Erichthonius as one of the early kings of Athens, a founder figure who shaped the city in its earliest days. He is credited in some traditions with inventing the four-horse chariot, with establishing the great Panathenaic festival in honor of Athena, and with introducing the use of silver coinage. He was a maker, a builder, a person who organized and created, which perhaps should not be surprising, given whose son he was. The serpent never entirely left the story. Sacred snakes were kept in Athena's temple on the Acropolis for centuries, fed on honeycakes, their presence understood as a continuation of something ancient and protective. Some ancient writers connected those snakes directly to Erichthonius, to the memory of the child who had been half earth and half something older, kept safe in a chest on the highest point of the city. There is something quietly circular about this myth when you sit with it long enough. Hephaestus, who had been rejected and cast away, whose hands had built half the divine world, and yet who remained in some ways outside of it, produced through the most disjointed of circumstances a child who became part of the very foundation of Athens. The goddess who escaped him raised that child as her own. The city she is most associated with carries within its oldest stories a trace of the forge god, not in glory, not in triumph, but in the earth, in the serpent, in the child that the ground itself chose to keep. Erichthonius grew up to become a king of Athens, and the city that bore Athena's name carried within its founding a trace of the smith god too, the earth, the serpent, the thing made from what had been spilled and could not be taken back. Of all the places associated with Hephaestus, it is Lemnos that holds the oldest connection, not Etna, not Olympus, but this dark volcanic island sitting in the northern Aegean. Long before the Greeks built temples in his honor or assigned him a palace among the 12 Olympians. Long before they gave him a wife he had not asked for and a role in the politics of the divine court, there was simply an island, a fire burning somewhere beneath it, and a people who understood that the two were connected. Lemnos was his first home in any real sense, not the place he was born, but the place that received him when no one else would. That particular kind of belonging tends to run deeper than the ordinary kind. The island itself seemed made for him. Its landscape bore the marks of ancient volcanic activity, black and reddish rock, sulphurous springs, soil that smelled faintly of something burning far below the surface. The Greeks who settled there later would have found it easy to believe that a god of fire and metalworking had once fallen from the sky and landed here. This was because the earth already seemed to be answering to something hot and invisible moving through it. There is a quality to volcanic landscapes that feels purposeful, as though the ground itself is working at something. For a people who believed that Hephaestus kept his forge burning in the chambers beneath the world, Lemnos must have seemed like proof of that belief made visible. The Sintians were the people who first received him. Ancient sources describe them as the original inhabitants of Lemnos, a people distinct from the later Greek settlers who arrived and eventually gave the island its more familiar mythological associations. It was the Sintians who found the fallen god, or the fallen child, depending on which version of the story one follows, and who cared for him after his long descent from the sky. Homer himself mentions them in this context. That tells us that the connection was old enough to have entered the epic tradition by the time the Iliad was composed. The Sintians were, in this sense, Hephaestus's first congregation. The people who built a relationship with him, not because he was powerful or useful or politically advantageous, but simply because he had arrived among them and they had chosen kindness. What that early worship looked like is not entirely clear from the surviving sources. But scholars who have studied the religious history of the Aegean have noted that Lemnos seems to have carried a tradition of fire worship that predated the full absorption of Hephaestus into the wider Greek pantheon. In other words, the island may have been honoring a fire deity of its own long before the Greeks arrived with their stories of the lame smith god thrown from Olympus. When those two traditions met, they found each other easily. This was because they were already describing the same thing, a sacred, subterranean fire that belonged to the island and could not be separated from it. The most striking evidence of this ancient bond is a festival described in ancient accounts of Lemnian religious practice, in which all the fires on the island were extinguished for a period of 9 days. Every hearth went cold. Every forge fell quiet. The island, which had always been associated with the warmth and light of sacred fire, was plunged into a kind of ritual darkness. During those 9 days, The people of Lemnos lived without the comfort of their own flames, waiting. On the 9th day, a ship arrived carrying new fire brought from the sacred source, from the deity's own burning heart, and from that single flame, every hearth and forge on the island was relit. Life resumed. The warmth came back. It is difficult to hear that ritual and not think immediately of Hephaestus himself, of the god who was cast out and spent his own long darkness in exile, separated from the place where he belonged, waiting for the moment of return. The 9 days of extinguished fire were, in a sense, a reenactment of his story: the exile, the cold, the absence of the divine spark, then the return of the fire as something renewed and welcomed rather than merely assumed. Rituals of this kind tend to encode within them the myths that matter most to a people. The Lemnian Fire Festival encodes the story of Hephaestus with a precision that no retelling in words quite matches. There is something worth holding onto in the image of Lemnos as it existed before Olympus claimed him, before the palace, before Aphrodite, before the thunderbolts and the golden throne. In that earlier layer of his mythology, he was simply the god of the fire burning beneath a dark island in the northern Aegean. The people who lived above that fire knew his name and tended the relationship with care. He had not yet been assigned his place in the cosmic hierarchy. He had not yet proven himself to anyone. He was just the fire, the island, and the people who did not look away when something strange and wounded arrived among them. When the new fire arrived on Lemnos after those 9 dark days, it was as if the god himself was returning from exile, which, according to the myths, he always was. The temple they built for Hephaestus in Athens still stands today, perhaps because it was built so well, or perhaps because the god of fire and metalworking has always been harder to destroy than he looks. It sits on a low hill called the Colonus Agoraios, just to the west of the ancient Agora. It has been standing there since around the middle of the 5th century before the Common Era. Most Greek temples have not survived. They were burned, dismantled, converted, stripped for their stone, or simply worn away by centuries of weather and neglect. The Hephaestion suffered some of those indignities too. For a long stretch of its existence, it served as a Christian church. That may be the very reason it was preserved as well as it was. But it is still there, its columns intact, its proportions quiet and serious against the Athenian sky. When you stand beneath it and look out over the agora below, you can understand something of what it meant to the people who built it, a place set slightly apart from the busy commercial life of the city, on a hill just high enough to feel removed, dedicated to a god whose work happened close to the ground, in the heat and the dark, rather than in the open air of public ceremony. The temple was dedicated jointly to Hephaestus and to Athena. That made a particular kind of sense to the Athenians, who regarded both of them as the divine patrons of craftsmen and artisans. Inside, according to ancient accounts, there stood statues of both gods side by side, the goddess of wisdom and the god of the forge, paired together as they so often were in Athenian religious life. The hill around the temple was once lined with the workshops of metalworkers and potters, so that the people who prayed there were the very people whose daily labour the god was said to oversee and protect. A smith could look up from his anvil and see the temple on the hill above him. There was something quietly reassuring in that proximity, the god of fire close enough to witness the work being done in his name. The Athenians honoured Hephaestus with at least 2 distinct festivals, each one reflecting a different aspect of his nature and his importance to the city. The Chalkeia was held every year in the autumn. It was a festival shared between Hephaestus and Athena in their roles as patrons of craftworking. The name itself came from the Greek word for bronze. The festival was observed primarily by metalworkers, potters, other artisans who regarded it as their own particular celebration, a day set aside not for warriors or athletes or politicians, but for the people who made things with their hands. The Hephaestia was something rather different in character. It was a torch race, held in Athens in honor of the god of fire. It was the kind of event that drew a crowd. Runners carried lit torches from somewhere in the city. Some accounts suggest the relay began at the altar of Eros in the outer district of the Kerameikos, and the goal was to arrive at the shrine with the flame still burning. If your torch went out before you reached the end, you were disqualified. The winning team's flame was used to light the sacred fire at the altar. There is something fitting about that. A festival in honor of a god who had always been associated with fire as a living, perishable thing, something that had to be carried carefully and could be lost if you were not paying attention. The torch race was also a way of reenacting, in a sense, the oldest meaning of fire in Greek religious thought, that it was not simply a natural phenomenon, but something given, something passed from one hand to another, something that connected the human world to the divine one. His cult extended well beyond Athens, of course. In Sicily, near the slopes of Mount Etna, communities maintained traditions of worship that placed him at the heart of the volcanic landscape itself. Blacksmiths and craftsmen throughout the Greek world kept his name close when they began their work, a quiet prayer offered before the first strike of the hammer, an acknowledgement that skill alone was not enough, that the fire which made the work possible was not entirely theirs to command. In this way, his worship was less formal than that of some of the other gods, and more woven into the texture of ordinary working life. You did not need a grand temple or a festival calendar to honor him. You needed only a forge, a fire, and the willingness to begin. What that worship reveals, when you consider it carefully, is something genuine about what the Greeks valued alongside all their reverence for beauty and strength and divine perfection. They knew that the world they lived in, with its tools and its ships and its weapons and its walls, had been built by hands like his, skilled, patient, disciplined hands that understood fire and metal and the slow transformation of raw material into something useful and lasting. Every smith who lit his forge in the morning and every torch runner who carried flame across the city in his name was, in a way, honoring the same thing the myths had always honored, the extraordinary power of making something from nothing. In ancient vase paintings, Hephaestus almost always looks like he belongs in a workshop rather than on a mountaintop. While the other gods are rendered in long, flowing robes or gleaming armor, he wears the exomis, a short, practical tunic pinned at one shoulder and leaving the arms free, the garment of a man who works with his hands. He is broad through the chest and shoulders, bearded, often stocky in a way that sets him apart from the idealized proportions of Apollo or Hermes. His legs in many depictions are shown bent or turned inward, a quiet visual acknowledgement of the lameness the myths described. There is nothing glamorous about the way Greek artists chose to portray him, and that seems entirely deliberate. He was not a god who inspired reverence through beauty or fear through power. He inspired something quieter and more lasting, a kind of respect for what patient, skilled hands could produce. The scenes that ancient artists returned to most often were the scenes of his labor. He is frequently shown at the forge, hammer raised above an anvil, the fire around him rendered in the red figure style that Greek potters developed in the 6th century before the Common Era. Sometimes the Cyclopes appear beside him, massive and one-eyed, working the bellows or steadying the metal. Sometimes his golden automata, the animated maidens Homer described, stand nearby, their posture attentive, their faces composed. The forge itself is depicted as a place of serious and concentrated effort, not chaos or violence. Even in the midst of all that fire, the images are strangely calm. One of the most beloved subjects in ancient Greek vase painting was the return of Hephaestus to Olympus, the scene in which Dionysus, having plied him with wine, leads him back toward the mountain on the back of a mule or donkey. Hephaestus is shown slumped or swaying, clearly drunk, surrounded by the reveling companions of Dionysus. It is one of the few moments in ancient Greek religious art where a god is depicted in a state of genuine, undignified vulnerability, and artists seem to find in it something worth returning to again and again. Perhaps because it was funny, or perhaps because it was true in some way that mattered. The god who had been thrown out was going home, however unsteadily. The scene of Hera bound to the golden throne, and the assembled gods gathered around her in frustration and helplessness, appeared on pottery, on friezes, and in painted panels across the ancient world. It carried within it a dramatic tension that translated beautifully into visual art. The queen of the gods, the most powerful woman on Olympus, made immovable by the ingenuity of her own rejected son. When the Romans absorbed Hephaestus into their own religious tradition, he became Vulcan, and the transformation was not entirely seamless. The Romans honored Vulcan as a god of fire, and they took seriously the destructive potential of flame, the fires that could consume a city, the volcanic eruptions that could bury entire towns under ash and stone. Roman art tended to lean into that destructive aspect more heavily than Greek art had. Where Hephaestus was most naturally rendered as a craftsman, Vulcan was sometimes depicted with a quality closer to menace, the fire around him less controlled, less purposeful, more a force unto itself. Roman sculptors and painters still showed him with his hammer and his forge, still dressed him in the working clothes of a laborer rather than the dress of a nobleman, but the emotional register shifted subtly. He became associated with volcanic landscapes in a way that gave his Roman identity a somewhat darker edge. The Romans built temples to Vulcan outside the formal boundaries of their cities, in open-air sanctuaries called Vulcanalia, partly out of reverence, and partly, it seems, out of a wish to keep his more destructive energies at a safe distance. The word volcano itself descends from his name, a linguistic inheritance that has outlasted every temple and every ritual, surviving quietly into the present day in the vocabulary of geology. When modern scientists study the behavior of volcanic systems, they use a term that traces back, through Latin, to the Roman name of the god the Greeks called Hephaestus. Every time someone looks at the cone of a volcano and thinks of fire as something creative rather than merely destructive, they are, without knowing it, still thinking about him. Among all the gods of Olympus, Hephaestus was the only one who made things, not illusions, not storms, not children, but actual objects that could be held in the hand. Zeus commanded the sky and ruled by the force of his will. Poseidon moved the seas with a gesture. Ares brought war simply by arriving. But Hephaestus had to work. He had to stand at the anvil, raise the hammer, feel the heat of the fire on his face, and coax raw metal into something that had never existed before. In a pantheon filled with gods who wielded power effortlessly, he was the one who earned it, piece by piece, in the dark and the heat, entirely alone. The ancient Greeks understood this distinction. They were a people who valued beauty and physical perfection deeply, who idealized the warrior and the athlete, and the radiant form of a god standing in full sunlight. And yet, they also built the Hephaestion on the hill above their marketplace, and they lit torches in his name, and they prayed to him before they lit their forges in the morning. There was something they recognized in him that they could not find anywhere else among the immortals, something true about what it actually costs to make a beautiful thing. What the story of Hephaestus quietly suggests is that suffering and mastery are not separate conditions. They arrived together in his life from the very first moment, and they never really separated after that. He was thrown from the sky, and he landed on volcanic rock, and the same fire that burned in the earth beneath that island became the fire in his forge. The rejection that broke his body, or that his body had already carried before anyone chose to reject him, did not prevent his work. In some older and quieter way, according to the way his myths seem to understand it, that rejection may have been what made his work possible. The gods who lived in ease and beauty on Olympus had no particular reason to learn anything. Hephaestus had every reason. He had all the time in the world and nothing to do with it except make things, and so he made the most extraordinary things that any world had ever seen. He made the thunderbolts that held the sky together. He made the armor that carried a man through the last great war of an age. He made a shield that held, in hammered metal, the entire living world, its cities and its rivers, and its dancing children, and its lions moving through the dark toward the cattle. He made all of this, according to the tradition, not because he was the most powerful god, but because he was the most patient and the most alone, and the most attentive to what the world actually looked like when you spent enough time observing it from below. There is something in that image worth sitting with for a moment. While the other gods moved through the world on its surface, visible, celebrated, causing everything they touched to tremble, Hephaestus was beneath it. He was in the mountain, in the heat, in the dark, working. The eruptions of Etna were, for the Greeks, proof of his presence. Not a catastrophe, but a sound. The sound of someone still at it, still hammering, still transforming one thing into another. They heard that, and they thought of him, the lame god who had been thrown away twice and had twice rebuilt himself somewhere deeper, somewhere hotter, somewhere no one else was willing to go. And perhaps that is why his worship endured as steadily as it did, not because he was glamorous or terrifying, but because he was recognizable. Every craftsman who had ever failed at something and tried again understood something about him. He was the god of the people who made things with their hands and their minds and their stubborn refusal to stop. The Romans called him Vulcan, and they gave his name to the mountains that burned. And in that naming, something of his essence survived into a different language and a different world. The word volcano carries him inside it still, the way a finished piece of metalwork carries within it the memory of the ore it came from. He was always that, the memory of something raw and difficult, transformed into something that would outlast the hands that made it. The ancient Greeks who told his story, generation after generation, seem to have understood that the things most worth having in the world are made rather than given, and that the making of them requires exactly the kind of endurance that Hephaestus embodied. Not the strength of Ares or the radiance of Apollo, but the quieter, more difficult endurance of someone who goes back to the forge the morning after being thrown from the sky, who lights the fire again and picks up the hammer and starts over. That quality, unglamorous, unheroic in the usual sense, and entirely indispensable, was what they chose to call divine. Somewhere under the mountain, the fire is still burning, and the hammer is still falling, and the god who was thrown from the sky is still at work, turning pain into something beautiful. Let's go once again back in time to ancient Greece, where we will follow the remarkable and complex story of Daedalus and his son Icarus. These are not merely names of figures from long ago, but rather they represent something that speaks to all of us, something deeply human and enduring. We will learn of their ingenuity, their ambition, and the choices that would ultimately define their legacies in ways neither could have anticipated. The story of Daedalus and Icarus is one of the most enduring myths in classical literature, first recorded in detail by the Roman poet Ovid in his grand collection of myths called the Metamorphoses. Yet the tale likely existed in various forms long before Ovid set pen to parchment, spoken around fires and whispered in the streets of ancient Mediterranean cities. It is a story that has never lost its power to move us, to make us reflect on the relationship between parents and children, on ambition and its consequences, and on the eternal human desire to transcend our limitations and soar beyond what we thought possible. Before we begin this journey, let us take a moment to settle into comfort and peace. Close your eyes gently and allow your body to sink into whatever surface supports you. Whether you rest upon a bed, a chair, or a cushion on the floor, feel the points where your body makes contact. Notice how you are being held, supported, embraced by the space you occupy. There is no urgency here, no demands waiting for you. In this moment, there are only you and the story, and the quiet night that surrounds you both. Imagine now that you are lying upon a hillside in ancient Greece, under a sky that stretches endlessly above you. The stars are beginning to appear as dusk gives way to evening. tiny points of light emerging from the deepening blue of the twilight sky. A gentle breeze carries the scent of olive trees and sea salt, a fragrance that has drifted across these lands for thousands of years. You feel completely safe here, completely at peace. The earth beneath you is warm from the day's sun, holding the heat like a gentle embrace, and you settle deeper and deeper into this imagined comfort. The grass beneath your body is soft and fragrant, and the sounds around you are the sounds of evening. The distant cry of a bird settling for the night, the gentle rustling of leaves, the faraway sound of waves upon a shore. With each breath you take, you drift a little further from the cares of your day, moving closer to the time of rest and restoration that awaits you. Your breathing becomes slower and deeper, more rhythmic and natural. Your muscles relax, tension melting away like ice under the summer sun. You feel yourself becoming heavier, sinking deeper into the earth, as if gravity itself is gently pulling you into a peaceful sleep. Now, as you lie there in that beautiful twilight, the story begins to unfold. We journey back more than 2,000 years to the city of Athens, where there lived a man whose name would echo through the ages. This was Daedalus, a master craftsman whose skills seemed to rival those of the gods themselves. He was not a warrior, not a king, not a priest or politician. He was simply a maker of things, a creator whose mind could conceive of marvels that others could scarce imagine, and whose hands possessed the skill to bring those marvels into being. Daedalus in Athens was not a humble tradesman laboring in obscurity. He was celebrated throughout the city for his extraordinary abilities, his workshop always filled with commissions and visitors seeking his services. When wealthy Athenians needed a sculpture that seemed almost alive, so perfect were its proportions and lifelike its expression, they sought out Daedalus. They would come to him with vague ideas, half-formed visions of what they wanted to create, and somehow he would translate those incomplete thoughts into works of such perfection that they seemed to transcend mere craftsmanship and approach art of a higher order. When architects required an innovation, a novel solution to an apparently insurmountable problem, they came to him. Perhaps a building needed to be constructed in an unusual location, or a structure required elements that had never been successfully executed before. Daedalus would examine the situation, consider the challenges involved, and then propose solutions that were so elegant, so perfectly suited to the circumstances, that others wondered how they had not thought of them first. His reputation was such that people traveled from surrounding cities and even distant lands, hoping to commission some work from this legendary craftsman. Some came with offerings and gifts, hoping to convince him to take on their projects. Others came simply to watch him work, to gain inspiration from witnessing a master of his craft in action. The skill of Daedalus extended across many domains, a breadth of capability that was almost unprecedented. He was a sculptor whose statues were said to be so perfectly executed that one might expect them to step down from their pedestals and walk away. The marble seemed to come alive under his chisel, expressing emotion and movement in ways that made viewers forget they were looking at stone. His portraits were not merely accurate likenesses, but rather seemed to capture something of the inner essence of their subjects, a quality that made the sculptures feel animated and present. He was an architect who understood not just the principles of building, but the deeper principles of how structures could be made not merely functional, but beautiful and elegant as well. His designs incorporated proportions that pleased the eye, spaces that seemed to flow naturally from one to another, and decorative elements that enhanced rather than distracted from the overall composition. His buildings seemed to belong wherever they were constructed, as if they had always been meant to stand in those particular locations. He was an engineer who grasped mechanical principles in ways that seemed almost magical to his contemporaries. He understood how to distribute weight through structures, how to create joints and connections that would hold firm under stress, how to use simple tools and basic principles to move or lift objects that would otherwise require the strength of many men. Most remarkably, he was an inventor in the deepest sense. someone who could perceive what did not yet exist and then create it through brilliant application of knowledge and skill. Those who knew Daedalus spoke of him with a mixture of admiration and something approaching awe. There was something almost otherworldly about his capabilities, something that seemed to transcend ordinary human limitations. How could a mortal man conceive of such things? How could his mind grasp the complex interplay of forces and materials that his creations required? How could his hands execute designs so intricate, so perfectly proportioned, so functionally brilliant, that they seemed beyond the reach of mortal capability? Some whispered that perhaps he had been taught by the gods themselves, that some divine inspiration guided his work, that Athena, goddess of crafts and wisdom, had taken a personal interest in fostering his abilities. Others suggested that his mind operated on a plane above ordinary human understanding, that he possessed faculties of imagination and technical knowledge that most people could never hope to attain, no matter how long they studied or worked. Yet Daedalus was mortal, bound by human limitations like any other man. He was born as any child is born. He grew and matured as all humans do. He learned his crafts through study and practice and the gradual accumulation of experience. What set him apart was not magic or divine intervention, but rather the extraordinary depth of his intellectual capabilities and the unwavering dedication he brought to his work. He studied the world around him with intense focus, observing how nature constructed things, how birds moved through the air, how water flowed around obstacles, how stone could be broken and shaped. He spent countless hours examining the work of other craftsmen, understanding their techniques, learning from their successes and failures. He understood the properties of materials with an almost intuitive knowledge that went beyond what he could have learned from any single teacher. He knew how wood could be worked, understanding the grain and how to cut it to maximize strength or flexibility depending on the application. He understood how stone might be shaped and dressed, recognizing the different types and knowing which would be most suitable for particular purposes. He knew how bronze could be cast into intricate forms, requiring understanding not just of the metal itself, but of the properties of molds and the way molten bronze would flow and cool. He grasped mathematical principles that allowed him to calculate proportions and create structures of remarkable stability and beauty, understanding geometry in a way that allowed him to envision how three-dimensional forms would interact with space. The story of Daedalus, however, is not one of uncomplicated triumph and recognition. Like many myths, it carries within it darker elements, complications, and moral ambiguities that give it depth and power. One such complication emerged in Athens itself, in an incident that would alter the course of Daedalus's life forever, transforming him from a celebrated master into a man in flight, a fugitive forced to abandon everything. According to the ancient sources, Daedalus had a nephew, a young man named Talos, who showed remarkable promise as a craftsman in his own right. The boy came to study under his uncle's guidance, apprenticed to learn the various crafts that Daedalus had mastered. This was a relationship that could have been deeply satisfying for both of them. The uncle had much to teach. Generations of knowledge and technique accumulated through years of dedicated study and practice. The nephew had youth and energy, and the potential to carry forward his uncle's legacy into the future. For a time, the apprenticeship seemed to flourish. Talos learned quickly, absorbing the lessons his uncle provided, mastering techniques that would have taken most craftsmen years to understand. He observed the master at work, watching how Daedalus approached problems, how he conceived of solutions that others had not imagined. The boy showed genuine aptitude, not merely the ability to copy what he was taught, but genuine understanding of the principles underlying the crafts. But Talos possessed a cleverness and creative ability that, in some accounts, began to rival even that of his uncle. This is where the story takes a troubling turn, for genius can sometimes be accompanied by darker emotions. We might imagine that Daedalus, already celebrated and secure in his reputation, would have welcomed a talented apprentice, would have taken pride in nurturing the boy's abilities and watching him grow into his potential. Yet human nature being what it is, and competition being a force that affects even those with great accomplishments and elevated social standing, something darker took root in Daedalus's mind. The tragedy of Talos is recounted in different ways across the ancient sources, each version revealing something about how the ancient world understood the relationship between genius, ambition, and the darker impulses that human accomplishment can sometimes provoke. According to some versions, young Talos invented something of remarkable ingenuity, a tool or device that showed such originality and cleverness that Daedalus recognized in an instant that his nephew possessed capabilities that matched, or perhaps even exceeded his own. Perhaps Talos invented a type of saw, or a compass for drawing perfect circles, or some other implement so clever in its design that it could only have come from a mind of extraordinary capability. Imagine the moment when Daedalus first saw this invention. He would have recognized immediately what it represented. This was not merely the work of a skilled apprentice reproducing techniques that he had been taught. This was original thought, creative insight, the kind of inventive genius that only appears in rare individuals. In that moment, Daedalus would have been confronted with a truth that is difficult for any master to accept. His apprentice possessed potential that could eventually surpass his own. The boy would grow, would gain experience, would develop his own reputation and following. Eventually, people might speak of Talos with the same reverence that they had long directed toward Daedalus himself. Eventually, the apprentice might overshadow the master. The specific nature of Talos's invention varies depending on which ancient source one consults, but the consequences remained consistent across all versions. In what may have been a moment of jealous rage, or perhaps a calculated act undertaken in cold deliberation to preserve his preeminence, Daedalus killed his nephew. The anger he felt, whether it erupted suddenly in a violent outburst or built over time until he could contain it no longer, led him to an act that would fundamentally alter his life. The method of the death varies between accounts, each version preserving different details of this tragic event. Some sources suggest Daedalus pushed the young man from a great height, perhaps from a tower or high wall where Talos had gone to view the city, or where he had been working on some project. The image of the boy falling through the air, realizing in that terrible moment what his uncle had done, unable to do anything to save himself. Others claim he struck Talos down in a moment of violent passion, the tool or weapon of a craftsman becoming an instrument of death. What remains constant across all versions is the fundamental fact: Daedalus, the celebrated master craftsman, the man whose talents were revered throughout Athens, the genius whose creations were admired by all, had committed murder, and the victim was his own nephew, his own apprentice, the young man he had been teaching. He had killed out of jealousy, out of fear that his own position and reputation might be threatened, unable to bear the thought that another, especially his own student, might achieve recognition and acclaim that approached or even surpassed his own. This act of violence carried profound consequences that extended far beyond the terrible deed itself. In ancient Athens, murder was not something that could be quietly hidden or forgotten, not something that could be explained away or forgiven through some simple act of appeasement. It was a transgression against both human and cosmic law, a violation that demanded response and accountability. When a life was taken unlawfully, it created a kind of spiritual pollution, a contamination that had to be cleansed through justice or ritual. The death of Talos could not be overlooked or forgiven through simple payment or ritual cleansing, not when the victim was of respectable family and the deed was witnessed. Daedalus found himself facing judgment, his own family's status in society notwithstanding. He faced the possibility of execution, or, at the very least, the certainty of exile from the city he had called home. The man whose genius had brought him wealth, honor, and the admiration of all would now face public trial and condemnation. Rather than face that judgment, Rather than endure imprisonment or death, Daedalus made the difficult choice to flee Athens. He could not remain in the city where his crime had been committed, where the family of Talos would forever demand justice, where the wound he had created in the social fabric would never heal. His reputation, once glorious and unmatched, was now forever stained by this act of violence and jealousy. He could not walk the streets of Athens without seeing the condemnation in people's eyes. He could not attend gatherings or conduct business. His very name had become associated with betrayal and murder. The exile of Daedalus marked a turning point in his life, a moment of profound rupture and loss that would echo throughout the remainder of his days. He could not remain in Athens, or indeed anywhere in Greece where his notoriety might precede him and condemn him to justice. The story of his crime would follow him like a shadow, whispered in the streets, recounted in the gatherings of craftsmen, known to officials and magistrates throughout the Greek world. He could not even attempt to hide who he was, for his reputation as a craftsman was too well known. A man of such distinctive genius could not simply vanish into obscurity and pretend to be an ordinary laborer. His skill at his work would inevitably reveal his identity to anyone who observed him working for any length of time. Think of what Daedalus left behind as he departed from Athens. He left the workshop where he had spent years perfecting his craft, where he had trained apprentices and received commissions from the most prominent families in the city. He left relationships and social connections that had been built over a lifetime. He left the city itself, with its familiar streets and landmarks, its markets and gathering places that had been the backdrop to his entire existence. Most painfully, he left his position and his reputation, the honor and respect that he had earned through decades of brilliant work. This was not exile in the sense of a temporary banishment, a period of time after which one might return home. This was exile in the deepest sense, a separation from one's homeland that would likely be permanent, a severance of connections that could perhaps never be fully repaired. The man who had been celebrated now became a fugitive, traveling away from everything familiar, moving toward an uncertain future in a land where no one knew him except by reputation. Exile and arrival in Crete became the next chapter in this man's remarkable and troubled life. Daedalus eventually made his way to the island of Crete, a destination that in many ways seemed almost providential given his circumstances. Crete lay across the sea from Greece, far enough removed that word of his crime might not have spread as quickly or with such force. The island had long been important as a center of civilization and trade, with connections throughout the Mediterranean world. It was large enough and prosperous enough that a skilled craftsman might find opportunities and patronage. Crete was ruled by King Minos, a powerful and ambitious monarch who understood the value of having brilliant craftsmen and engineers at his command. Minos had grand ambitions for his kingdom, visions of grand buildings and impressive monuments that would demonstrate Crete's power and sophistication. He had the resources to commission major projects, but he lacked access to craftsmen of the highest caliber. When word reached him that the legendary Daedalus had arrived in his kingdom, seeking refuge and patronage, Minos recognized an extraordinary opportunity. Picture King Minos receiving the news that Daedalus had come to Crete. Here was a man whose works were legendary throughout the Mediterranean world, a master craftsman whose name was synonymous with artistic genius and engineering innovation. And this man was now available, seeking a patron who could provide him with protection and employment. For a king who harbored ambitions about what his kingdom could become, this was an opportunity that could not be passed by. Minos was not a man to look a gift horse in the mouth, as the saying goes. He did not concern himself overmuch with the reasons for Daedalus's sudden arrival in his realm, nor did he ask too many questions about the murder of a young man in distant Athens. The inner workings of Greek city-state politics were perhaps not his primary concern. What mattered to Minos was that he now had access to the greatest genius of the age, the master craftsman whose creations were legendary throughout the Mediterranean world. Without hesitation, he offered Daedalus shelter, protection, and a prominent position in his court. For Daedalus, this must have felt like a strange mixture of fortune and fate. He had been driven from everything he knew by his own violent actions, expelled from his homeland as an exile and a killer. He was a man whose reputation in his native city was now forever tainted by the crime he had committed, whose name was spoken with expressions of disgust and disappointment. He had lost his home, his position, his standing in society, everything that he had built over a lifetime of achievement. And yet, in this new land far from home, he found acceptance. More than that, he found opportunity to continue his work, to create, to exercise his talents and genius. King Minos valued him not for his past crimes or moral failings, but for the extraordinary capabilities he could bring to bear on Minos's own ambitions and needs. The king did not judge him, did not demand that he atone for his crime or prove himself worthy of trust. Instead, Minos simply recognized genius and put it to use. The island of Crete itself was a remarkable place, worthy of being the seat of power for an ambitious king like Minos. It had been the seat of a great civilization, the Minoans, whose palatial complexes and intricate architectural achievements still astound modern archaeologists thousands of years later. The island had natural beauty, with mountains rising inland from coastal plains and towering above the landscape, and harbours that connected it to the wider Mediterranean world, allowing for trade and communication with distant lands. It was a place of wealth and power, of cultural achievement and artistic sophistication, where the sea provided both livelihood and connection to the larger world. For a man like Daedalus, an exile who had lost his home but retained his talents, Crete must have seemed almost like a new beginning, a place where he might rebuild something of what he had lost in Athens. Daedalus was not the only notable figure at Minos's court. The king had gathered around him various talented individuals, artists, craftsmen, and administrators who helped him govern and execute his vision for Crete's greatness. There were musicians and poets, military commanders and scholars, skilled workers in various crafts. Yet among all these individuals, Daedalus occupied a special position, one that reflected his unparalleled capabilities. His fame preceded him, his skills were unmatched by anyone else in the Mediterranean world, and King Minos took great pride in having secured the services of this legendary craftsman. To have Daedalus in his service was a sign of Minos's own status and power, a demonstration that he could attract and retain the greatest talent. The commission of the labyrinth represents perhaps the most famous and significant work that Daedalus would undertake during his years in Crete, a project that would define not only his legacy, but also become one of the most enduring images in all of classical mythology. To understand why King Minos desired such a structure, we must understand the context of his rule and the particular crisis that he faced, a crisis that seemed to have no ordinary solution. Crete, under the leadership of Minos, had become a major naval power, dominating the seas in ways that no other state could challenge. The king had conquered other islands and established Cretan dominance over much of the eastern Mediterranean. Ships bearing the standard of Minos ranged across the sea, bringing wealth and tribute to the island kingdom. Yet this power and ambition brought with it consequences and complications, for great earthly power sometimes invites retribution from the divine realm. According to the mythological tradition, Crete had incurred the wrath of the god Poseidon, the mighty deity who controlled the seas and all the creatures dwelling within them. The reasons varied depending on which version of the story one consulted, for ancient mythology allowed for multiple explanations and interpretations. Some accounts suggested that Minos had broken an oath or failed to fulfill a sacrifice that he had promised to the god. Others described political and personal complications that had resulted in divine punishment being inflicted upon the kingdom. Whatever the specific cause, the result was a curse upon the island and upon the royal house of Minos himself, a curse that manifested in a way that was both horrible and inescapable. Part of this curse took the form of the Minotaur, a creature that was neither fully human nor fully animal, but rather some horrible combination of the two, an abomination that seemed to violate the natural order of creation. According to the mythology, the Minotaur was born from an unnatural union between Queen Pasiphae, the wife of King Minos, and a sacred bull that Poseidon had sent to Crete as part of his punishment. The story of how this union came to be is dark and complicated, involving divine punishment and unnatural compulsion. What resulted from this union was a creature of considerable power and ferocity, with the head and horns of a bull and the body of a man, neither fully one thing nor the other, but a hybrid that seemed to embody the chaos that the gods had visited upon Crete. This creature could not be simply executed, for it was a being of some intelligence and strength, and moreover, it was the product of a curse from a god. To kill it without proper cause or justification might only intensify the divine wrath, yet it could not be allowed to roam free on the island where it would endanger the population, destroying and killing at will. The Minotaur was described as a being of such strength and ferocity, with such an appetite for human flesh, that it would be a terror to anyone who encountered it. It could not be imprisoned in an ordinary dungeon or secured by conventional means, for its strength was such that it would easily overcome normal constraints. King Minos faced a seemingly impossible problem: how to confine a creature that was stronger and more ferocious than any normal prisoner, a being that seemed almost invulnerable, in a way that would ensure it could never escape. This was a problem that required more than ordinary architectural skill. It required genius, innovation, a solution that went beyond conventional thinking. It required someone who could look at an impossible problem and imagine a way to solve it. It required Daedalus. It was in response to this problem that King Minos turned to Daedalus and commissioned him to create a structure that would become perhaps the most famous building project in all of Greek mythology. Minos asked Daedalus to design and construct a labyrinth, a vast and intricate structure built specifically to contain the Minotaur. This was not to be an ordinary prison, with thick walls and barred doors and guards stationed outside. Rather, it was to be something far more sophisticated, far more clever. It was to be a maze of such complexity that anyone imprisoned within it would be unable to find their way out without external assistance or knowledge of its design. Daedalus accepted this commission, and it proved to be a project that would occupy much of his attention and expertise during his years in Crete. The labyrinth would become his masterwork in many ways, a monument to his extraordinary capability to conceive and execute structures of remarkable complexity and engineering sophistication. It was a structure that would have required not just architectural genius, but also deep understanding of geometry, spatial relationships, and the principles of construction. The building of the labyrinth represented a significant investment of time, resources, and labor. Minos provided whatever materials and workers Daedalus required for the project. The structure itself would likely have been constructed of stone and wood, with passages that twisted and turned in ways carefully calculated to confuse anyone within them. Secret passages branched off in unexpected directions. Dead ends seemed to promise exit, but led nowhere, and the architecture incorporated architectural tricks and false turns that would disorient even the most careful observer. As the labyrinth took shape under Daedalus's direction, it became clear that the master craftsman had created something truly extraordinary. It was not merely a prison, but rather a work of engineering art, a structure that demonstrated principles of architecture and design that were far beyond what anyone else could have conceived or executed. The labyrinth would become so famous that its image would endure for thousands of years, becoming a symbol in art, literature, and even religious symbolism of complexity, mystery, and the seemingly impossible to escape. The actual construction of the labyrinth was a project of staggering complexity and ambition, one that would occupy Daedalus for an extended period and require the coordination of numerous workers and the expenditure of vast quantities of materials and resources. King Minos had provided whatever Daedalus requested, understanding that the creation of this structure was essential to managing the crisis that had befallen his kingdom. Workers were assembled, skilled masons and carpenters who could follow the elaborate plans that Daedalus had conceived. The structure itself would be built from stone and wood, with passages that twisted and turned in carefully calculated patterns designed to confuse anyone who walked through them. The project would take months, perhaps even years of sustained effort, coordination, and meticulous execution. Daedalus spent weeks in the planning stages, creating detailed drawings and models of what he envisioned. He studied the landscape where the labyrinth would be constructed, understanding the geological conditions and the properties of the earth and rock that would form the foundation of his creation. He calculated angles and distances, working out the precise geometry that would allow him to create a structure that seemed larger on the inside than the proportions of the exterior space would suggest. He understood principles of perspective and optical illusion, knowledge that he would employ in the design to further disorient anyone moving through the passages. The site where the labyrinth was to be constructed lay on the island of Crete, in a location that offered both sufficient space for the vast structure Daedalus had envisioned and reasonable access for the materials and workers that would be needed. The excavation work began with teams of workers removing earth and stone, creating vast underground chambers that would form the basis for the labyrinth's passages. This was labor-intensive work, requiring picks and shovels and the kind of sustained physical effort that only large numbers of workers could provide. Day after day, the excavation progressed, the underground space growing larger and more complex as more and more material was removed. As the excavation neared completion, the construction of the actual passages and walls could begin. This required a different kind of skill and expertise. The walls had to be constructed from stone that was carefully fitted together, quarried and shaped to precise specifications. The passages had to be the correct width and height, carefully designed to create specific psychological effects on those who walked through them. Some passages were made narrower than others, creating a sense of claustrophobia. Some opened into larger chambers, creating a sense of expansion and possibility that could disorient someone trying to maintain their bearings. Picture, if you will, the landscape where the labyrinth was constructed. The site had been chosen with care, a location on the island where a vast underground space could be excavated and a complex structure erected. The work would have begun with excavation and the creation of the foundational spaces. Daedalus would have overseen every aspect of the construction personally, walking the corridors as they took shape, ensuring that the passages twisted and turned precisely as he had envisioned them. His knowledge of geometry and spatial relationships allowed him to conceive of passages that would loop back on themselves in unexpected ways, creating a kind of three-dimensional puzzle that would be impossible to solve without knowledge of the overall design. He understood how the human mind worked when navigating through space, understanding that people naturally attempt to maintain a mental map of where they are and where they have been. He deliberately designed passages in ways that would defeat this natural human tendency, creating patterns that seemed logical but were actually deeply confusing. As the structure grew over months and perhaps years, it became increasingly elaborate. There were main corridors and secondary passages, some of which led to dead ends that seemed to promise exits but ultimately proved to be traps. There were narrow passages that opened into larger chambers, disorienting the person moving through them. Some passages descended while others ascended, creating a vertical complexity that added to the confusion. Daedalus incorporated features that would confound anyone trying to navigate through the structure. He created passages that seemed parallel to one another but never actually connected. Passages where the turning points were subtle and easy to miss if one was not paying careful attention. The work of construction required not just physical labor, but also constant supervision and adjustment. Daedalus himself was present throughout much of the construction, making sure that every wall was positioned correctly, every passage turned at the proper angle, every chamber was the right size and proportion. He worked alongside the craftsmen, showing them precisely how to shape and fit the stones, how to create walls that were both strong and invisible in their perfection. The work was meticulous and painstaking, requiring the kind of attention to detail that separated good craftsmanship from transcendent artistry. Daedalus understood that the smallest deviation from his plans could compromise the overall design, could introduce a passage that was too easy to navigate, could provide a hint or clue that might help someone find their way through. Every decision mattered. Every placement of every stone was significant. He maintained absolute control over every aspect of the construction, rejecting work that did not meet his exacting standards, requiring that passages be rebuilt if they deviated even slightly from his specifications. The ingenuity of the design lay not merely in its complexity, but in the way that it incorporated subtle psychological elements that would work against anyone trying to escape from within it. The corridors were constructed in such a way that they seemed to follow a pattern that invited someone to believe they might be approaching an exit, only to discover that the passage curved back on itself or led to a dead end. The proportions and lighting of the corridors were carefully considered to maximize disorientation. In some places, the passages were wide and open, creating a sense of possibility. In others, they narrowed, creating claustrophobia and anxiety. The sound of water or wind might carry through certain passages, creating auditory illusions that could mislead someone trying to use sound to navigate. Daedalus also understood the importance of variation in the labyrinth's design. If all the passages had been identical, someone might eventually recognize the pattern through repetition. Instead, he varied the passages substantially. Some had high ceilings, while others were lower. Some were smooth and well constructed, while others seemed rough and unfinished, creating the illusion of different ages of construction or different quality of workmanship. Some passages had small alcoves and side chambers, while others were simple, straightforward corridors. This variation served the dual purpose of further confusing anyone trying to navigate the structure and of making the passage of time within the labyrinth seem even more disorienting. A person moving through such varied spaces would find it difficult to remember where they had been, would struggle to develop any coherent mental map of the structure's overall design. What made the labyrinth so particularly brilliant was that it was not merely a physical space of confusing passages. It was a work of psychological architecture designed to work against the human mind's natural inclination to develop strategies for escape. A person imprisoned within the labyrinth would quickly realize that they were trapped in a space whose extent and complexity exceeded their ability to comprehend. They would have no way of knowing how large the structure was, no way of determining whether they were moving toward an exit or away from it, no way of knowing whether the same corridor they had traveled before was indeed the same corridor or a different one that merely looked similar. The human mind, under conditions of stress and fear, tends to fail in its attempts to remember and navigate, to develop coherent strategies for survival. The labyrinth was designed to exploit these psychological weaknesses, to turn the human mind against itself, to make confusion and disorientation seem inevitable. As the construction of the labyrinth neared completion, the realization grew among those who observed its creation that something truly extraordinary had been built. This was not a mere structure, but a work of genius, a creation that seemed to defy the normal rules of architecture and engineering. Daedalus had created a prison from which escape seemed literally impossible, a structure so complex and so cleverly designed that even he, the creator, understood that a person imprisoned within it and left without guidance would almost certainly never find their way out. He had created something that seemed to transcend human capability, something that seemed almost to possess a kind of sentience, a structure that seemed actively opposed to escape. The reputation of the labyrinth spread quickly throughout the Mediterranean world. Stories were told of its complexity, its size, its inescapable nature. Artists attempted to depict it in drawings and mosaics, though no mere representation could capture the full complexity of the actual structure. Philosophers and mathematicians were fascinated by the labyrinth as a problem, as a demonstration of principles of geometry and spatial relationships taken to their logical extreme. The labyrinth became more than just a physical structure. It became a symbol, a representation of the power of human intelligence to to create things of such complexity that they seemed to transcend normal human understanding. It became a monument to Daedalus's genius and to King Minos's power in being able to command such a creation. And indeed, there is a story within the broader mythology that suggests that the labyrinth developed a kind of mysterious reputation. Some ancient sources speak of the labyrinth as being so intricate that even Daedalus might have had difficulty finding his way through it if he had been imprisoned within it and forced to navigate without knowledge of his own design. This is likely an exaggeration, the kind of legendary embellishment that tends to accumulate around mythological structures, but it speaks to the extraordinary nature of what Daedalus had created. The labyrinth became, in a sense, a character in its own right, a structure with almost independent existence, something that seemed larger and more complex than any single individual could fully comprehend. The purpose of the labyrinth was to contain the Minotaur, and as the structure neared completion, preparations began for the creature to be transferred into its new prison. The Minotaur, that fearsome hybrid being that was neither fully human nor fully animal, would now spend what seemed likely to be the remainder of its existence within the winding passages and dead ends of the labyrinth that Daedalus had designed. The creature's strength was such that no ordinary prison could hold it, but the complexity of the labyrinth offered something different from ordinary confinement. It offered spatial complexity that the creature, despite its intelligence and its physical power, would be unable to navigate successfully. Even if the Minotaur attempted to break through the stone walls, even if it raged against its captivity, even if it pounded and pushed with the full force of its considerable strength, the structure would hold. The labyrinth was not merely a prison built of stone. It was a prison built of geometry and spatial complexity, and such a prison could not be escaped through strength alone. There is something profoundly sad about the idea of the Minotaur imprisoned within the labyrinth. The creature was not evil in any moral sense. It was the product of a curse, a being whose very existence was the result of divine punishment inflicted upon Crete. It had no choice in its nature, no ability to change what it was. And yet it found itself locked within a prison of such complexity that it could never escape, never see the sky, never experience anything other than the endless passages and chambers of the maze that Daedalus had constructed. Never again would the creature feel the warmth of the Mediterranean sun on its hide. Never again would it see the stars at night or experience the natural rhythms of day and night. Instead, it would exist in a kind of eternal twilight, illuminated only by the dim torches that guards would occasionally place in the passages, living a half-life in a space that was neither quite underground nor quite open, neither quite natural nor quite artificial. The creature's existence within the labyrinth would have been one of profound suffering and loneliness. The Minotaur, despite its fearsome nature and its appetite for human flesh, was still a being of intelligence, capable of thought and emotion and feeling. It would have experienced its imprisonment as a kind of torture, an endless wandering through passages that led nowhere, seeking an exit that did not exist, driven by the hunger that kept it alive, but finding little satisfaction in the scarce food provided. Some ancient sources hint that Daedalus felt sympathy for the creature, that he recognized something tragic in the Minotaur's situation, a being punished for circumstances beyond its control. It is possible that when Daedalus designed the labyrinth, he thought not merely of creating an escape-proof prison, but also of creating a space that, while inescapable, would at least allow the creature some room to move, some space in which to exist, however limited and tragic that existence might be. The Minotaur itself becomes significant in understanding why Daedalus would eventually become imprisoned within his own creation. As long as the Minotaur dwelt within the labyrinth, King Minos maintained control over a part of the curse that had been inflicted upon his kingdom. The creature could not escape, could not roam free, could not harm anyone outside the confines of the maze. This gave Minos a kind of power, an ability to manage a situation that had seemed unmanageable. The labyrinth was a monument to Daedalus's genius, but it was also a monument to Minos's power, his ability to hire the greatest craftsman of the age and have him create something of such remarkable complexity. But the labyrinth's purpose extended beyond merely containing the Minotaur. According to the mythological tradition, the labyrinth also housed something else, something equally important, though less visible and less dramatic. It housed the solution to the problem of the Minotaur, or rather, it housed the possibility of that solution. Within the labyrinth, in addition to the wandering Minotaur, there existed the possibility of a hero who might one day navigate through its passages and confront the creature directly. The labyrinth was designed to be inescapable to ordinary prisoners and to anyone who did not understand its structure. But it was not designed to be impossible to navigate for someone who possessed special knowledge or guidance. This brings us to one of the most famous episodes in connection with the labyrinth, one that would ultimately be responsible for Daedalus's fall from favor and his imprisonment within the very structure he had created. According to the mythological tradition, Athens had been forced by Minos to send periodic tributes of young Athenians to Crete. These tributes were sent to be imprisoned within the labyrinth, presumably to be devoured by the Minotaur. It was a cruel custom, a payment demanded by Minos as punishment for some transgression, or as a symbol of Cretan dominance over the Athenian city-state. Each tribute consisted of a group of young men and women selected from among the citizens of Athens, sent away from their homes and their families, knowing that they were likely traveling toward death. Imagine the anguish this system caused in Athens. Families would see their children selected for the tribute, knowing what awaited them across the sea. Young people would be torn from their homes, their lovers, their futures, sent to a foreign land where they would be imprisoned in a maze with a creature that would hunt them in the dark. The psychological torture of this system was as cruel as the physical death that awaited those who were selected. The knowledge that one's child might be among those selected, the fear and uncertainty, the devastating finality of the departure, would have been a source of constant anxiety for Athenian families. Young people would have lived in fear during the times when tributes were selected, knowing that at any moment they might be called upon to board a ship and sail toward their doom. The Athenian hero Theseus, however, had other plans. Theseus was the son of Poseidon, or in some versions, the son of the king of Athens, a hero destined for great deeds and remarkable accomplishments. When the time came for Athens to send another tribute to Crete, Theseus volunteered to be among the young people sent to the island. His decision was met with shock and disbelief by many, for Theseus was of noble birth and did not need to accept such a terrible fate. But he was driven by a sense of justice, by a desire to end the suffering of his people, by the deep conviction that it was his role and his responsibility to challenge the system that had brought so much pain to Athens. He did not go as a prisoner expecting to be devoured by the Minotaur. He went as a hero with a plan, determined to navigate the labyrinth, confront the Minotaur, and end the cycle of Athenian sacrifice. His determination and his courage were remarkable. His belief that he could accomplish what seemed impossible was the kind of faith that heroes possess, the conviction that right intention and noble purpose might overcome seemingly insuperable obstacles. Upon arriving in Crete, Theseus encountered Ariadne, the daughter of King Minos. Ariadne was moved by compassion for the young Athenians who had been sent to their likely deaths. She was struck by Theseus's courage and his determination to challenge the Minotaur. More than that, she fell in love with him, moved by his bravery and his noble intentions. Love being a powerful force, capable of driving people toward actions they would not otherwise have taken. Ariadne resolved to help Theseus achieve his goal. She could not allow this brave young man to walk into the labyrinth and be devoured by the creature that dwelt within it. She could not remain loyal to her father's cruel system when she saw the opportunity to help end it. Ariadne sought out Daedalus, the man who had designed the labyrinth, and asked him for his help. She asked him to reveal the secret of how to navigate through the maze, to provide some way for Theseus to find his way through the passages and back out again after he had accomplished his goal. The request was dangerous for Daedalus. To help Ariadne was to betray King Minos, to undermine the very system that the king had established, to compromise the structure that Daedalus himself had designed. It was a choice that could result in his own punishment, his own imprisonment, his own fall from favor. And yet Daedalus, whether moved by sympathy for the tributes or by some recognition of the cruelty of the system that the labyrinth perpetuated, whether motivated by compassion for Ariadne's distress or by some deeper moral conviction about the injustice of the system, agreed to help. He provided her with a solution that would become famous in its own right, a solution that seemed almost to contradict the inescapability of the labyrinth itself. Daedalus gave Ariadne a ball of thread, a simple object that would become crucial to Theseus's success. The idea was brilliant in its simplicity, the kind of elegant solution that only a true genius could conceive. Theseus would tie one end of the thread to the entrance of the labyrinth. As he walked through the passages, he would allow the thread to unwind behind him, marking the path he had taken. When he had found and defeated the Minotaur, he would follow the thread back out through the labyrinth to the entrance, guided by the same thread that had led him inward. The thread would serve as a kind of lifeline, a connection to the world outside, a path through the confusion and complexity of the maze. With this simple device, the labyrinth ceased to be an inescapable prison. The complexity and the confusion of the passages remained, but the thread provided a solution that transcended the labyrinth's design. Theseus entered the maze with the thread tied to the entrance. He walked through passage after passage, hearing the sound of the Minotaur echoing through the stone corridors, the creature's roars becoming louder as he approached it. He navigated through the complexity of the design, moving ever closer to the center where the creature awaited him. The thread remained always within his grasp, his constant companion in the darkness, his assurance that even in the depths of the maze, even in the heart of confusion and danger, there was still a path back to safety. When Theseus finally confronted the Minotaur in the heart of the labyrinth, a fierce battle ensued. The creature fought with tremendous strength and ferocity, its horns and its massive body and its hunger for human flesh all combining to make it a formidable opponent. But Theseus was a hero with courage and skill beyond the ordinary, a man who had come to Crete determined to end this cycle of suffering. Through determination and bravery, through strategy and skill, Theseus defeated the Minotaur, slaying the creature that had been the terror of Crete for so long. With the creature dead, the Minotaur's threat was ended. The cycle of Athenian sacrifice would cease. The curse that had been inflicted upon Crete seemed, at least in part, to have been lifted. Theseus then followed the thread back through the labyrinth, retracing his steps, guided by the very device that Daedalus had provided. He emerged from the maze alive and victorious, leaving behind the body of the creature and moving back toward the entrance of the labyrinth. He met Ariadne waiting for him outside the maze, and together they fled Crete, escaping before King Minos could understand what had happened and could move to stop them. Ariadne abandoned her family and her home, choosing to flee with Theseus, the hero who had saved her people from the cycle of sacrifice. She abandoned her father's kingdom, knowing that she would never be able to return, that her choice to help Theseus had severed her from everything that was familiar and comfortable. They departed from Crete together, sailing away toward an uncertain future. King Minos, however, was not a man who accepted defeat or betrayal lightly. When he discovered that Theseus had navigated the labyrinth, defeated the Minotaur, and escaped with his daughter Ariadne, his rage was tremendous. The legendary creature that had been the symbol of Crete's power now lay dead within the maze. The young Athenian princess was gone, fled with the hero across the sea. The whole carefully constructed system that Minos had put in place seemed to have collapsed in a single moment of betrayal. He understood immediately who had provided the help that had made all of this possible. The only person who truly understood the labyrinth's design was its creator, Daedalus. The only person who could have provided the solution that allowed Theseus to escape was Daedalus himself. Minos's anger fell upon the genius craftsman who had served him so well, the man whose brilliance had created the maze and whose compassion had opened the way for its conquest. Daedalus found himself in a precarious position. He was no longer a valued and honored member of Minos's court. He had become, in the king's eyes, a traitor who had betrayed his master's trust and compromised the very structure that was meant to be inescapable. Whether Daedalus had acted out of sympathy for the tributes, or out of compassion for Ariadne, or out of some recognition that the system of sacrifice was unjust, he had nonetheless violated the king's will. And violation of a king's will, especially when it resulted in such a spectacular failure and such great loss of face for the monarch, could not go unpunished. Minos made the decision to imprison Daedalus, to lock him away where he could pose no further threat. But Minos did not simply throw Daedalus into a dungeon or an ordinary cell. The king had a more particular solution in mind. Minos decided to imprison Daedalus and his son Icarus within the very labyrinth that Daedalus himself had designed and constructed. It was a fitting punishment, Minos thought, a kind of poetic justice. The man who had created an inescapable prison would now find himself imprisoned within that very structure, forced to experience the complex and confusing passages that he had designed for others. Icarus, Daedalus's son, had been living with his father on Crete. The boy had grown up in the shadow of his father's genius, had been trained in his father's crafts, and had assisted him in many of his projects. Icarus was young, intelligent, energetic, and skilled in the various arts and crafts that his father had taught him. But he lacked the mature judgment and the careful temperament of his father. He lacked the experience that comes from years of careful observation and deliberate practice. Now, as his father's fortunes fell, the boy found himself swept up in his father's fate, imprisoned along with him in the labyrinth. Imagine the moment when Daedalus and his son were brought to the entrance of the labyrinth and forced to enter. The king's guards, expressions of cold efficiency on their faces, escorted the two of them to the maze's entrance and told them they would not leave. The heavy doors of the labyrinth closed behind them, shutting out the light and the sounds of the world beyond. They would have known the structure intimately in a way that no one else did. They understood how it was designed, how the passages related to one another, how the various sections connected and disconnected. They knew the secrets of its construction. They understood that there were ways to navigate through it that were not immediately apparent to someone who did not possess that knowledge. And yet, they were now prisoners within it, locked away as punishment for Daedalus's betrayal of the king's trust. The irony of the situation would not have been lost on anyone who contemplated it. The greatest craftsman of the age, the man whose genius had created the most complex and sophisticated structure ever built, the man who had designed a maze so intricate that it was said to be inescapable, now found himself imprisoned within that very structure, his own creation becoming his prison. The punishment was exquisite in its cruelty, designed to be a constant reminder of his fall from favor, a daily torment of living within the consequences of his own genius. In one sense, his knowledge of the design was an advantage. He would not be completely disoriented in the maze as ordinary prisoners would be. He could navigate through it with relative ease, knowing where the passages led and how they connected, understanding the logic behind even the most confusing turns. In another sense, however, this knowledge provided no real advantage at all. Knowledge of how the labyrinth was designed did not provide an escape from it. Knowing the structure did not change the fundamental fact that Daedalus and Icarus were now the prisoners of King Minos, locked away within the stone walls of the maze, with no legal or legitimate means of escape. Day after day, Daedalus and Icarus found themselves confined within the labyrinth. They had food provided to them, enough to survive on, basic rations that kept them alive but offered little pleasure or comfort. They had water to drink, cold and pure, drawn from underground springs that fed into the labyrinth's lowest levels. But they had no freedom of movement beyond the confines of the maze itself. They could walk through the passages. They could move about within the structure, but they could not leave it. Guards were stationed at the entrance, ensuring that they did not attempt to escape. The king's will was absolute, and his punishment was irrevocable. There was no clear timeline for how long they would remain imprisoned, no indication that Minos might eventually relent and allow them to go free. It seemed as though they might remain trapped in the labyrinth indefinitely, or at least for as long as the king remained alive and maintained his anger toward them. Daedalus must have experienced profound anguish during this period of confinement. A man who had always been free to create, to move about the world, to exercise his talents and receive recognition for his genius, now found himself locked away, his capabilities useless, his talents irrelevant to his current circumstance. He could not create within the labyrinth. He had no materials, no workshop, no opportunity to do the work that had always defined his existence. He was reduced to a prisoner, a man living day to day in confinement, watching his son grow older in captivity, knowing that Icarus would have no childhood as it was meant to be lived, would have no opportunity to develop his talents or discover his own path in the world. It was this situation of imprisonment, this reality of being confined to a structure that he himself had created, that would drive Daedalus to conceive of an audacious and remarkable plan. Locked away in the labyrinth with his son, facing what seemed like a lifetime of captivity, facing the knowledge that Minos had essentially condemned them to lifelong imprisonment for the crime of helping Ariadne and Theseus, Daedalus began to think in new ways about the problem of escape. His mind, brilliant and restless, began to work on a new problem, one that had never been solved before in the history of human achievement. How could a man and his young son escape, not by navigating through the labyrinth, but by transcending it completely, by leaving it behind through means that no one had ever imagined possible? And so the days turned into weeks, and the weeks turned into months. Daedalus and Icarus remained within the labyrinth, the vast stone passages becoming as familiar to them as their own home had once been. The monotony of captivity settled upon them like a heavy cloak that could never be removed, day after day of confinement in passages that twisted and turned, passages that they had once seen as monuments to human genius, but now saw only as the bars of their prison. The days followed a pattern that repeated with almost numbing regularity. Morning came without light, without the clear distinction between night and day that existed in the world beyond the stone walls. The guards would bring food, always the same simple fare, bread and cheese and occasionally some dried meat, enough to keep them alive, but offering no pleasure or satisfaction. The water came from underground springs that ran beneath the lowest levels of the labyrinth, cool and clear, and somehow tasting of the earth itself, mineral-rich and ancient. The psychological weight of captivity pressed down upon them constantly. Daedalus, accustomed to the freedom to create, to move about the world, to exercise his talents and receive recognition for his genius, found the confinement almost unbearable. He was a man whose mind was always working, always conceiving of new projects and innovations. To be locked away in a space, even one that he had designed himself, was a kind of torture that physical restraints could not fully capture. He knew the labyrinth intimately. He understood its passages, its dead ends, its turning points. This knowledge gave him a certain psychological advantage over ordinary prisoners, who would have been driven to madness by the confusion and disorientation of the maze. And yet this same knowledge also deepened his anguish, for it made the reality of his imprisonment all the more apparent. He could not escape by navigating the labyrinth. He could not find some hidden passage or secret exit because he knew with absolute certainty that no such passage existed. He had designed this structure personally, had ensured that there were no hidden exits, no secret passages that might allow someone to escape. The labyrinth was inescapable by design, and now he found himself trapped within that very design. Icarus, younger and perhaps more adaptable to the circumstances of captivity, nonetheless suffered in his own way. The boy had spent much of his life in his father's company, learning the crafts and skills that defined his father's legendary status. He had assisted in many of his father's projects, had worked alongside him in various locations around Crete and beyond. He had known freedom and movement and the ability to go where he pleased, but he had never been a prisoner before this. He had never experienced the profound loss of liberty that captivity entailed. He had never known what it meant to look at the same stone walls day after day, week after week, knowing with absolute certainty that he could not leave, knowing that some authority beyond himself, some force more powerful than anything he could resist, had determined that he should remain confined in this place. The experience was affecting him profoundly in ways both seen and unseen. He was growing restless with each passing week, pacing through the passages of the labyrinth, sometimes acting out in small ways, occasionally testing the patience of the guards, seeing if they would respond to attempts to challenge their authority. He questioned his father constantly. Why did they remain here in this prison? Why did his father not do something to secure their release? Surely a man of such extraordinary capability and genius could find some way to escape or to convince King Minos to show mercy. Daedalus, for his part, did his best to explain the situation to his son, to help him understand the complexities of their circumstances, to make clear the limits of even his extraordinary capabilities when facing the absolute power of a king. He tried to teach Icarus patience and endurance, tried to help him understand that some situations could not be resolved through direct action or force, that sometimes one had to wait and observe and think carefully about what might be possible. But in his mind, even as his body remained imprisoned, Daedalus was already working on a solution. He was thinking about the problem of escape in ways that he had never allowed himself to contemplate before. The usual means of escape was simply not available to him. He could not tunnel through the stone walls that surrounded him, walls that were many feet thick, constructed with the kind of precision and durability that he himself had overseen. He could not overwhelm the guards through force or deception, as his strength was no match for their numbers and their weapons. He could not navigate through the labyrinth to find an exit that did not exist, because he knew with absolute certainty that he had designed this structure with meticulous care to ensure that no such exit was possible. He could not appeal to King Minos for mercy or forgiveness, because the king's anger was absolute and unforgiving, and Daedalus's act of betrayal, in Minos's eyes, was unforgivable. All of the conventional approaches to escape seemed impossible or impractical, locked away by the very circumstances of his imprisonment. And so his mind, which had always been his greatest asset, began to work in unconventional directions. He began to think about the problem of escape not as a problem that had already been solved by others and could be solved again, but as a problem that was truly unprecedented, something that required not the replication of known solutions, but the creation of entirely new possibilities. He began to think about escape in ways that transcended the normal assumptions about what was possible for a human being to accomplish. He began to think about transcending the physical space of the labyrinth altogether, not by navigating through it, but by leaving it behind entirely through means that had never been attempted before. He began to contemplate something so audacious, so seemingly impossible, that he barely dared speak of it even to himself. And yet, as he thought about it, the more possible it seemed. It was something that had never been achieved by human beings before, but it was something that his genius and his desperate circumstances might combine to make achievable. The inspiration for this extraordinary solution came from an unlikely source: the birds. The labyrinth, despite its vast underground passages and numerous chambers, did have certain openings to the world above. There were ventilation shafts and air passages that ran through the structure, allowing circulation of air so that the space would not become completely stale and unbreathable. Without these passages, anyone confined in the labyrinth for an extended period would eventually suffocate as the air became depleted of oxygen. These passages were designed specifically to allow air to flow through the labyrinth, a practical necessity, but they were far too small for a human being to crawl through. However, these passages were large enough to allow other creatures access to the space. Birds occasionally found their way into the labyrinth through these openings, either drawn by the hope of finding food or simply wandering in by accident. Sometimes they became disoriented within the structure, fluttering frantically through the passages in an attempt to find their way back out to the open sky. Sometimes they succeeded in finding an opening and managed to escape back to the world above. Sometimes they did not, but whenever Daedalus saw birds moving through the labyrinth, whether they were free or trapped, he watched them with intense focus and attention. He observed their movements with the careful attention of someone whose mind was always cataloguing details, always searching for patterns and solutions to problems, always trying to understand how things worked and why they worked that way. He began to think carefully about what made birds capable of moving through the air so freely and easily. They possessed feathers, obviously, countless feathers that covered their bodies and their wings. These feathers were attached to their wings in a very particular arrangement, each one positioned with precision relative to the ones around it. The feathers were remarkably light, almost weightless it seemed, and yet they possessed considerable strength and durability. They provided the structure necessary to support the bird's weight and generate the lift needed for flight. The way the feathers overlapped one another, the way they were aligned in precise patterns, the way they responded to air currents and wind, all of this represented a kind of engineering solution that nature had developed over millions of years of evolution. Daedalus, with his genius for understanding how things worked and how to create functional devices from raw materials, began to understand something remarkable. If feathers could be combined with some kind of framework and binding material, if the structure and function of a bird's wing could be replicated on a much larger scale, then perhaps it might be possible to create a device that would allow a human being to fly, just as a bird does. The thought seemed mad, almost delusional, the fantasy of a desperate man searching for any possible solution to his predicament. And yet the more Daedalus considered it, the more reasonable it began to seem. He had, after all, accomplished many things that had seemed impossible before he created them. The labyrinth itself seemed to defy normal architectural principles with its impossible complexity. He had created devices of remarkable ingenuity and innovation throughout his career. Why should the creation of artificial wings be any different? Why should the laws of physics that allowed birds to fly not also apply to humans, given the right mechanical devices? As Daedalus considered the problem more carefully, as he thought about the principles of flight and the properties of feathers and the force of air currents, he began to believe that the impossible might actually be possible. The more he thought about it, the more he became convinced that this was the only possible solution to their predicament, the only way out of their captivity. They could not escape through the labyrinth, not when they were imprisoned in a structure whose every passage and chamber had been designed by Daedalus himself with the specific intent of making escape impossible. They could not escape by ground, could not simply walk out through the entrance while guards were stationed there watching for any attempt at flight. But if they could escape through the air, if they could rise above Crete on artificial wings and fly towards Sicily or some other distant destination beyond Minos's reach, then they might achieve true freedom. King Minos's power extended over the land and over the sea surrounding Crete, his fleets controlling the waters and his armies controlling the island itself. But his authority did not extend into the sky. The sky was open and free, belonging to no one and to everyone, a realm where even a king's power could not reach. If Daedalus and Icarus could somehow achieve flight, they could leave Crete far behind, could escape the reach of Minos's anger and his pursuit, and reach safety in a distant land where they could build new lives. Daedalus began to consider the practical problems involved in constructing such wings. He would need feathers, obviously, great quantities of them. The birds that occasionally found their way into the labyrinth provided some feathers, scattered and lost when they were trapped in the passages, but not nearly enough for the scale of wings he was envisioning. He would need hundreds of feathers, perhaps thousands, all carefully sorted and arranged in a precise pattern. He would need some kind of binding material that would hold the feathers together while remaining light enough not to add excessive weight to the structure. His mind turned to wax. Beeswax was a material that was known and used throughout the ancient world. It was pliable and malleable, capable of being heated to soften it and then allowed to cool and harden into a firm structure. It had the property of being remarkably light, and yet when set, it was capable of holding things together with considerable strength. The feathers could be bound together with wax, secured to a framework of some kind. The frame itself would need to be very light, strong enough to support the weight of a human body, but light enough to be lifted by the feathers and by the air. He thought about thin branches, carefully selected and shaped, arranged in a way that would distribute weight evenly. He imagined carving and shaping wood to create a structure that would be both light and strong, combining strength with minimal mass. The primary problem was that he had no obvious way to obtain these materials while imprisoned in the labyrinth. He had no access to the outside world, where birds congregated and feathers could be collected systematically. He had no way to obtain large quantities of wax, such as would be needed for his purposes. He had no direct way to acquire the wood he would need for the frame structure. His imprisonment had been designed specifically to prevent him from having access to the tools and materials that would allow him to escape. King Minos had thought through the punishment carefully and deliberately. He had not merely imprisoned Daedalus in a place from which he could not escape through conventional means, like tunneling or overwhelming the guards. He had imprisoned him in a place where he would not have access to the raw materials that would allow him to create the innovative devices that might enable his escape. The king had studied his craftsmen carefully over the years of their relationship and understood fundamentally that Daedalus's genius lay in his ability to create remarkable devices and innovations from raw materials. By depriving him of access to materials, by locking him away in a place where he could not gather or obtain the things he needed, Minos hoped to render him helpless, to neutralize his genius by removing the resources that genius required. But Daedalus's ingenuity and cleverness extended far beyond merely having direct access to conventional sources of materials. As he thought about his situation more carefully, he began to understand what materials might actually be available to him within the confines of the labyrinth itself. The guards who brought food occasionally left behind items of one kind or another, items that might be useful. There might be rope available, or cloth or leather. The structure of the labyrinth itself was constructed primarily from stone, but there were wooden components throughout the structure as well, wooden doors and frames and supports and beams. If he was careful, if he worked gradually and without drawing attention to himself, if he operated with patience and deliberation, he might be able to gather small pieces of wood that he could somehow reassemble into the frame structure he envisioned. As for feathers, he would have to be patient and wait for birds to enter the labyrinth through the ventilation passages. When they did, when he saw birds fluttering through the passages, he would need to capture them with care, gather their feathers through plucking or collection, and then release them unharmed if possible. It would be a slow process, collecting feathers one or two at a time, building up a supply over weeks or even months of patient effort. But Daedalus was a man who understood patience. He had spent months, perhaps even a year or more, constructing the labyrinth itself, working methodically day after day, year after year, perfecting every detail. He could certainly spend as long as was necessary collecting materials for his escape. The most difficult problem was obtaining sufficient wax. Without wax or some equivalent binding material, he could not construct the wings in the way he was envisioning them. Feathers alone would not hold together in a coherent structure without some kind of binding material to secure them in place. And wax seemed like the perfect binding material for his purposes. It was light, far lighter than most adhesives or binding materials, and yet when it was set and hardened, it was capable of holding things together with considerable strength. It could be melted if necessary, and reshaped and reformed. But obtaining wax while imprisoned seemed almost impossible. Beeswax was not a material that would be readily available in an underground maze. It had to be obtained from beehives or from traders and merchants who dealt in such materials. It was not the kind of thing that was lying around waiting to be found. How could a prisoner in the labyrinth possibly obtain sufficient quantities of beeswax? And yet, Daedalus's mind was always working on problems, always finding solutions and possibilities where others might see only impossibilities and dead ends. He began to observe the guards more carefully, watching their behavior and their routines, noting what they ate, what they carried, what small items they brought with them when they visited the prisoners. He noticed that sometimes they carried candles, primitive candles made from beeswax that provided light in the darkness of the labyrinth. Wax candles were expensive items, not used casually or carelessly, but the guards had access to them, and these candles burned in the darkness to provide illumination in the maze's passages. It occurred to Daedalus, as he watched the guards work by the light of these candles, that if he could somehow obtain these candles, if he could melt them down carefully over a fire or through heat, he would have the wax that he needed. The amount of wax in a single candle was small, certainly not enough for his purposes by itself, but if he could accumulate candles over time, if he could gather them gradually and melt them down and combine them, if he could be patient and persistent, he might have enough wax to bind together the feathers into the wings that he was envisioning. The guards would not deliberately provide him with candles, of course, for the purposes of constructing an escape device. Such a thing would be unthinkable. He would have to be clever about obtaining them, would have to watch and wait for opportunities, would have to work with stealth and care. He would have to accumulate materials in small quantities, never taking so much that anyone would notice that something was missing, never drawing attention to his activities. It would require tremendous patience and caution and careful planning. He would have to observe patterns in the guards' movements, understand their routines, find moments when he might be able to take a candle without being noticed. It would require risk. It would require the possibility that at any moment he might be discovered, that the guards might realize what he was doing, that his plan might be exposed, and he would face terrible punishment as a result. But Daedalus was willing to do all of these things. He was willing to wait, willing to work slowly over weeks and months. He was willing to risk the punishment that would come if he was discovered, because the alternative was far worse. The alternative was to spend the rest of his life imprisoned in the labyrinth, watching his son grow old in captivity, watching Icarus's potential and youth slip away, watching both of them grow old and die without ever knowing freedom, without ever knowing the world beyond the stone walls of the maze that he had created. And so, while the days passed in their monotonous rhythm and the seasons changed beyond the stone walls, while weeks turned into months of captivity and the weight of imprisonment pressed down upon both Daedalus and his son, Daedalus began his secret work. He began to collect feathers, watching carefully for birds that found their way into the labyrinth through the ventilation passages. When he saw a bird, he would move with patience and care, catching it gently, careful not to harm the creature, and carefully plucking feathers from its wings and body, gathering a few feathers at a time. Once he had collected what feathers he could, he would release the bird, watching as it flew or fluttered its way back toward the passages that would lead it to open air. He watched and waited for the guards to bring candles, observed their routines and their patterns, and when they did bring candles, he found subtle ways to acquire them, trading small favors or convincing the guards to leave them behind in places where he could collect them later. He began to gather small pieces of wood from the structure of the labyrinth itself, removing them carefully so that the structural integrity of the maze was not compromised, so that no one would notice that materials were missing. He worked during the times when the guards were not present, during the deep night when Icarus was sleeping, during moments when he had relative privacy in one of the chambers of the labyrinth that he had begun to use as a kind of secret workshop. The work was slow and painstaking, proceeding at a pace that tested his patience, even though patience was something he had cultivated over many years. There were no blueprints, no detailed plans that he had prepared in advance, no reference materials he could consult. He was creating something that had never been created before in the history of humanity, something that existed only in his imagination, something that he was envisioning for the first time. He had to invent the design as he went along, figuring out the problems one by one as they arose, discovering solutions through trial and careful observation. How exactly should the feathers be arranged in relation to one another? How should they be attached to the frame in such a way that they would hold together, but also move and flex with the air currents? How large did the wings need to be to generate sufficient lift to carry a human body into the air? What was the precise relationship between the weight of the human body and the surface area of the wings needed to support that weight and propel it through the air? These were questions that he could not answer with certainty, questions that had never been answered before because no one had ever attempted to create artificial wings. He was working largely by intuition and by close observation of the birds that flew through the labyrinth. He watched how birds moved their wings with perfect grace and efficiency, how they manipulated the angle of their feathers to rise higher into the air or to descend, how they adjusted their position and the position of their wings to catch air currents and remain aloft. Slowly, over weeks and months of careful work, the wings began to take shape. The frame, made from carefully selected pieces of wood, gradually grew larger and more complex, becoming a structure of surprising elegance despite its unconventional purpose. The feathers, accumulated one by one through patient waiting and careful collection, began to be attached to the frame using the wax that Daedalus had so painstakingly gathered and refined. The work was delicate and difficult in ways he had not entirely anticipated. The wax had to be melted carefully, heated to exactly the right temperature, and applied in precise amounts to hold the feathers securely without being so heavy that it compromised the weight and balance of the wings. The feathers themselves had to be arranged so that they overlapped slightly, just as they did on a bird's wing, positioned in a way that ensured there would be no gaps through which the air could pass unimpeded. Each feather had to be in exactly the right place, at exactly the right angle, attached with exactly the right amount of wax. As the wings grew larger and more complete, as weeks turned into months and the project began to show real progress, Daedalus allowed Icarus to become more involved in the work. He showed his son what he was doing and explained his vision of flying away from Crete, explained how they might escape the labyrinth, not through its passages, but by rising above it entirely. Icarus, young and restless in captivity, experiencing the desperation of imprisonment, was thrilled by the prospect. The work gave him purpose and something to do beyond the monotony of imprisonment and the endless monotony of the maze. Father and son worked together in their secret chamber, constructing the wings that would, if Daedalus's calculations and intuitions were correct, carry them away from the labyrinth and away from Crete toward freedom and safety. The construction of the wings was unlike any project that Daedalus had ever undertaken before. It required not merely technical skill and mechanical innovation, which he possessed in abundance, but also an almost artistic sensibility, a sense of beauty and form that transcended mere function. The wings had to function as mechanical devices, capable of supporting human weight and generating the lift necessary for sustained flight. But they also had to be aesthetically beautiful, something that reflected the genius and care with which they had been constructed, something worthy of the craftsman who created them. As Daedalus worked, as he spent hour after hour in his secret workshop, shaping feathers and applying wax and refining the structure, he began to think of the wings not merely as escape devices, but as works of art, the final masterpieces of a craftsman who had spent his entire life creating beautiful and functional things. The feathers, now many thousands of them, had been carefully sorted and arranged according to size and shape. The smallest feathers formed the tips of the wings. The medium-sized feathers filled the middle sections and provided the main lifting surface, and the larger feathers formed the main structural support. The wax bound them all together in a carefully calculated arrangement, each connection precise and deliberate. The wooden frame, now more complete and more refined with each passing day, supported the weight of the feathers, and would eventually support the weight of the human body that would attach itself to the wings. Daedalus tested the wings by hand repeatedly, holding them up and feeling their weight, moving them through the air to understand how they responded to movement and air resistance. They were heavy, far heavier than he would have liked, but perhaps not so heavy that they could not be lifted by the air itself when a man was wearing them and pushing against the air with all his strength and all his skill. He made constant adjustments, removing unnecessary weight where possible, reorganizing the arrangement of feathers to improve the balance and distribution of the materials, always refining, always improving, never satisfied until everything was as close to perfect as his genius could achieve. Months passed. The seasons changed beyond the walls of the labyrinth. The monotony of captivity was broken by the secret work of constructing the wings. Guards came and went on their regular schedules, but none of them seemed to notice what was happening in the depths of the maze. They did not perceive that materials were being collected, that feathers and wax and wood were being gathered and transformed into something extraordinary. Daedalus worked with such care and such cleverness that no one realized what was taking place. No one suspected that the prisoner and his son were creating something that would change everything. And finally, after what seemed like an eternity of patient work, after months of careful effort and constant refinement, after testing and adjustment and improvement repeated again and again, the wings were complete. There were two of them, one for Daedalus and one for Icarus. They were beautiful and terrible at the same time, the embodiment of human ambition and human desperation, the product of extraordinary genius working under the most impossible constraints. They were, in every meaningful sense, works of art, creations that transcended their functional purpose and achieved a kind of beauty and elegance that reflected the remarkable mind that had conceived them. When Daedalus looked at the finished wings, he saw not merely an escape device, but evidence of his skill and his creativity, the final testament to the genius that had been locked away in this prison. He saw in them the culmination of everything he had learned in his long career as a craftsman and inventor, everything he knew about materials and structure and function and form. They would carry him and his son away from this place. They would carry them to freedom. They were, in every meaningful sense, works of art, creations that transcended their functional purpose and achieved a kind of beauty and elegance that reflected the remarkable mind that had conceived them. When Daedalus looked at the finished wings, he saw not merely an escape device, but evidence of his skill and his creativity, the final testament to the genius that had been locked away in this prison. He saw in them the culmination of everything he had learned in his long career as a craftsman and inventor, everything he knew about materials and structure and function and form. They would carry him and his son away from this place. They would carry them to freedom. With the wings now complete, Daedalus began to prepare for their departure. He tested the wings one final time, holding them aloft in his hands, feeling their weight and understanding their balance. He made small adjustments where needed, tightening connections that had loosened slightly over time, ensuring that every detail was precisely as it needed to be. The feathers, now ancient in their gathering, had taken on a patina that only patient accumulation could provide. Some of them had been plucked from birds months ago, and they had dried and set in their positions with remarkable durability. The wax that held them had hardened into a substance almost rock-like in its solidity, binding the feathers together with the kind of permanence that Daedalus had hoped for when he first conceived the plan. He held the first wing up to the light, examining every connection, every point where feather met wax and wax met frame. The leading edges held the largest and strongest feathers positioned to catch the air first and generate the lift they would need. The middle sections were filled with medium-sized feathers arranged in careful overlapping patterns, each angled precisely to channel air and work in concert with the feathers around it. The trailing edges were made of smaller, more flexible feathers that would allow for adjustment and control during flight. Daedalus thought about the journey ahead, about the distance they would need to travel from Crete to the coast of Sicily, about the hours of sustained flight that would be required. He had studied maps and charts in his mind, had plotted a course based on his understanding of geography and his observations of wind patterns from his years of living on Crete. The journey across the sea would be the most dangerous part, the part where there would be no possibility of landing, no place to rest, no escape but forward motion. If either the wings failed, or if they became exhausted, there would be only one outcome, a fall into the water and death. But the alternative, remaining imprisoned in the labyrinth, was a slow death, a gradual erosion of the spirit and the mind. He thought about the winds and the air currents, about what the sky would be like when they emerged from the labyrinth and took to the air for the first time. He had lived long enough to understand something of the patterns of the heavens. He knew that winds came from certain directions at certain times of day, that the air was sometimes stable and sometimes turbulent, that temperatures changed as one ascended higher. He understood that flying was not merely a matter of having wings, but of understanding the medium through which one would be moving, of respecting the forces at work in the atmosphere, of working with nature rather than against it. These were lessons that birds had learned over millions of years of evolution, lessons that they embodied in every movement they made. Daedalus was attempting to teach a human being to understand these same principles in a matter of moments, an undertaking whose audacity struck even him as almost impossible. Icarus watched his father work with a mixture of awe and anticipation. The boy was old enough to understand what was about to happen, to comprehend that they were about to attempt something that had never been done before in human history. He was old enough to feel both the hope of escape and the fear of the unknown, the anxiety that came with knowing that their lives would depend entirely on the success of this plan. Daedalus could see these emotions playing across his son's face, and he knew that it was time to speak with Icarus about what would happen once they left the labyrinth and took to the air. Daedalus called his son to him and sat down beside him in their small chamber. He held up one of the wings, turning it so that Icarus could see the intricate arrangement of feathers and the binding of wax that held them together. He began to explain to his son how the wings would work, how they would need to move through the air with purpose and control, how the angle of the wings would determine whether they rose higher or descended lower. He explained that flying would not be instinctive the way it was for birds. A bird was born to fly, its body designed with hollow bones and powerful muscles that worked naturally through instinct. But a human being was not built for flight. They would have to learn through conscious effort and deliberate movement. He showed Icarus how to position his arms in the wing harnesses, how to distribute his weight, and how to move his arms in broad sweeping motions to generate lift. He had his son practice these movements in the chamber, building muscle memory and understanding of the mechanics required. Icarus moved his arms repeatedly, sweeping them in the arcs his father had shown him, trying to understand how these movements would translate into the force necessary to keep two bodies aloft in the sky. And then Daedalus became serious in a way that he had not been before. He looked directly into his son's eyes and gripped Icarus by the shoulders, wanting to be absolutely certain that his son understood what was about to be communicated. He began to impart the warnings that he knew might save Icarus's life, knowledge that had been purchased with months of careful thought and observation. He told his son not to fly too low toward the sea, that the salt water would damage the wings beyond repair. The spray from the waves would saturate the feathers and destroy their ability to function. The buoyancy that the feathers provided came from their structure, and if they became saturated and waterlogged, they would lose the ability to generate lift. The wax itself could be damaged by salt water. The ocean below would be vast and cold and absolutely unforgiving. If their wings failed over the water, there would be no help, no rescue, no second chance. They would fall and drown. Daedalus spoke these words quietly, but with absolute clarity, wanting his son to understand the real danger and grasp the finality of such an outcome. He also warned Icarus against flying too high toward the sun. The wax binding the feathers had a melting point. The closer they flew to the sun, the greater the heat would become, and eventually the wax would melt. The feathers would loosen and scatter, the wings would disintegrate and they would fall from the sky. Daedalus explained this with precision, wanting his son to understand that even partial melting of the binding materials would be sufficient to cause feathers to loosen and fall away. Once the integrity of the wings was compromised, there would be no possibility of recovery. A wing cannot be repaired while one is falling through the air. He impressed upon Icarus the importance of flying a middle course, maintaining a steady altitude that kept them safely distant from both the water below and the sun above. He told his son to watch him, to follow his flight path, to maintain the same altitude and direction. He told Icarus that the excitement of flight might be overwhelming, that the sensation of flying might be so extraordinary that it would be tempting to go higher, to push the wings to their limits, to see how far they could really go. The feeling of freedom would be intoxicating, and the sky would seem to offer limitless possibilities. There would be an urge to test the boundaries, to see how high he could go, to feel the full power of human flight unfettered by caution or restraint. But he warned his son that this temptation must be resisted, that it would be the greatest danger they would face, greater than physical limitations, greater than any external threat. Survival depended on discipline and restraint, on following the middle path no matter how much the exhilaration of flight might urge otherwise. The middle path might seem boring and unchallenging, might seem to waste the tremendous potential of their achievement, but it was the only path that would lead to their survival, and that was all that mattered. Icarus listened to his father with grave attention. He understood the weight of what was being communicated to him. He nodded his head and repeated back to his father the warnings, showing that he comprehended them. He promised that he would follow his father's lead, that he would maintain altitude, that he would resist any urge to fly higher or lower. Daedalus looked at his son and wanted to believe that the boy understood, that he would have the discipline necessary to follow these instructions. But in his heart, Daedalus felt a small tremor of anxiety, a whisper of concern that warned him that youth and exhilaration were powerful forces, and that promises made in the calmness of preparation might not hold when faced with the overwhelming reality of flight. The day of their escape arrived. The guards came with food as they always did, and then retreated from the chamber. Daedalus and Icarus looked at each other with an intensity born of desperation and hope. They began to don the wings, fastening them carefully to their bodies, adjusting the straps and supports until they felt secure. The wings were heavy, far heavier than Daedalus would have liked, but not so heavy that they could not be lifted by the air once they were moving. The frames pressed against their shoulders and their sides. The feathers rustled with every small movement they made. Daedalus led his son through the passages of the labyrinth toward one of the larger chambers that opened to the ventilation shafts and passages that connected to the open air above. They walked through the familiar stone corridors, passages that had been the sum total of their world for so long now. Daedalus knew every turn, every dead end, every chamber that opened into another. His feet moved with certainty despite the weight of the wings. Icarus followed behind him, trying to keep pace, his breathing becoming quicker and shallower as anticipation and fear began to overtake him. When they reached the chamber with the opening that led upward, Daedalus looked up and could see the sky visible through the passage above. It was morning, and the light was pale and golden, filtered through the stone passage that led upward. The passage was large enough that they could ascend through it, large enough that they could take off their wings into the open air once they reached the surface. Daedalus looked at his son one final time before beginning their ascent. The climb upward was difficult with the wings attached to their bodies. The passages were not smooth, and they had to move carefully, testing each step, making sure their footing was secure. But gradually, moment by moment, they ascended higher and higher, leaving the darkness of the labyrinth behind them. The light grew stronger and stronger. The opening above grew larger and larger, until finally they emerged into the brilliant sunlight of the morning. The sensation of being outside after so long in confinement was almost overwhelming. The air moved around them, fresh and clean and alive with the possibility of their escape. Daedalus and Icarus stood at the edge of a cliff that overlooked the vast Mediterranean Sea, the water stretching away to the horizon, waves catching the light of the morning sun and glittering like scattered jewels. In the distance, they could see the coast of Crete falling away, the island diminishing as their perspective elevated. Daedalus tested the air with careful movements of his wings, feeling the resistance of the feathers against the atmosphere, understanding instinctively how to adjust the angle to generate lift. Beside him, Icarus did the same, moving his wings with the careful precision that his father had taught him. The moment had arrived. This was the instant when they would either achieve the impossible or fail entirely, either escape their imprisonment or fall and die in the attempt. Daedalus spread his wings fully and felt the air catch beneath them. He moved forward, stepping off the cliff edge with deliberate intent, and suddenly there was nothing beneath his feet but air and space and the vast emptiness of the sky. For a moment, terror and exhilaration warred within him. Then he felt the wings responding, felt the lift building beneath them, felt himself rising instead of falling. They were flying. They were actually flying. Icarus followed his father into the air, spreading his wings as he had been taught, leaning forward into the emptiness and trusting the artificial wings to support him. The sensation was like nothing he had ever experienced, like being lifted and carried by invisible hands, like becoming something more than human, like touching the realm of the divine. The fear that he had felt in the chamber below began to dissipate, replaced by wonder and exhilaration. They rose steadily into the morning air, their wings beating in rhythm, their bodies learning the small movements and adjustments necessary to maintain altitude and direction. The labyrinth beneath them receded, becoming smaller and smaller, until it was merely a pattern of stone visible from above, impossible to navigate from the ground but meaningless from the perspective of flight. Crete fell away below them. The sea stretched out in all directions, vast and magnificent. The sky above them was crystalline and clear, and the sun was rising higher and higher into the heavens. Daedalus maintained his course with careful attention, keeping himself at the precise altitude he had determined before the flight began. He felt the wind currents, understood them, worked with them, used them to help propel himself forward and upward. His years of observing the natural world, of understanding mechanics and physics, of careful calculation and deliberate planning, all of it served him now. He flew with purpose and precision, never allowing the exhilaration to overcome his discipline, never allowing the wonder of the moment to distract him from the constant small adjustments necessary to maintain flight. Icarus, behind and slightly below his father, was experiencing something entirely different. The sensation of flight was so overwhelming, so extraordinary, so utterly beyond anything he had imagined, that it consumed his entire consciousness. He felt weightless and powerful at the same time, felt capable of anything, felt as though he had transcended the limitations of being human and had become something more, something that belonged to the realm of the gods themselves. The wind caught his face, and he laughed with pure joy, a sound of exhilaration that was swallowed immediately by the vastness of the sky. Below him, the world fell away, Crete becoming smaller and smaller, the labyrinth that had imprisoned him becoming invisible, reduced to insignificance by the great height that he had achieved. Above him, the sun climbed higher and higher into the sky, a great burning orb of light that seemed to call to him, to draw him upward with a power that he did not fully understand, but could not resist. For the first hour of flight, Icarus did follow his father's course as he had promised. He maintained approximately the same altitude, kept pace, and moved through the sky with growing confidence as his muscles learned the movements required. His body began to understand intuitively what his mind had been taught. The sweeping motions of his arms became fluid and natural. The sun was growing warmer, but not uncomfortably so. The air around them was clear and bright and beautiful. They had escaped the labyrinth. They had achieved the impossible. They were flying. But as the second hour of flight began, as the muscles of his arms began to tire slightly despite the exhilaration that still drove him forward, something changed in Icarus. Perhaps it was fatigue beginning to wear on him, or perhaps it was the sheer intoxication of the experience beginning to overcome the discipline that his father had impressed upon him. Perhaps it was youth and exuberance and the growing belief that his father was being overly cautious, that the warnings had been based more on fear and parental worry than on real danger. The boy had not lived long enough to understand that sometimes the fears of experienced people are based on genuine understanding, on hard-won knowledge purchased through years of observation and thought. He was young enough to believe that caution was simply a form of timidity, that restraint was something that was beneath him, that he possessed capabilities that his father might lack. Perhaps it was the simple human tendency to test boundaries, to discover for himself the limits of what was possible, rather than merely accepting the limits that had been imposed upon him by someone else, even someone as important as his father. Whatever the cause, a thought began to form in Icarus's mind. What if he could go higher? What if by ascending further, he could get closer to the sun, could feel the power of that magnificent celestial body more directly? The thought was seductive and compelling. It whispered to him that he was young and strong, that his father's limitations were too conservative, that there was much more he could accomplish if he simply dared to push a little further. Icarus began to angle his wings upward, began to rise higher into the sky, began to move away from the steady, measured flight path that his father had established. At first, the change in altitude was subtle, barely noticeable, just a few feet gained as Icarus experimented with his wings. But with each adjustment, his altitude increased. He was climbing, rising steadily into the sky, moving away from the middle path and ascending towards something that called to him with a voice he could not resist. At first, Daedalus did not notice. The sky was vast and seemingly infinite in its expanse, and Icarus was behind him, and it was possible to lose track of a companion's exact position in the three-dimensionality of flight, where altitude could vary by dozens of feet without being immediately apparent to someone focused on maintaining their own course. But gradually, Daedalus became aware that something had changed. He could sense it in the air around him, a shift in the position of his sun, a distance that was growing between them in ways that were not part of the plan. He looked behind him and saw that Icarus was higher, that his sun was climbing steadily toward the sun, that he was not following the middle path that had been established. Daedalus tried to signal to his son, tried to gesture and communicate the warning that Icarus had promised to heed, but Icarus either did not see the signals or chose not to acknowledge them. He continued to climb, his wings beating with the energy of youth, his eyes fixed on the sun that hung above them like a beacon drawing him upward. The warmth was increasing now, and Daedalus could feel it even at his more modest altitude. He could only imagine how intense the heat must be at the height to which Icarus was ascending. Icarus felt the heat growing as he ascended, but in his mind it was not a warning or a danger signal that should cause him to turn back. It was merely the sensation of the sun's warmth, a natural consequence of flying closer to that magnificent celestial body. His face felt hot, his skin beginning to feel the effects of that intense radiant energy. The wax that bound his feathers together was beginning to soften as the temperature increased. He could feel the wings becoming slightly less rigid than they had been, could sense a subtle loosening in the feathers at the edges of his wings, a flexibility that had not been present before. But Icarus did not recognize these sensations as danger signals. He thought they were merely the result of physical exertion and the natural response of materials to the warmth of the air around him. His father had perhaps been overly cautious, he thought. The heat was intense but not unbearable. The looseness in the wings was not alarming. He was fine. He was doing well. He could continue to climb. He continued to rise, his wings beating with the fierce determination of youth, his eyes fixed upon the sun that seemed to be approaching with each upward movement he made. The sun was above him now, no longer at an angle, but directly overhead, and the heat was becoming increasingly intense. Icarus began to feel a strange sensation in his wings, a loosening that was unmistakable now, a beginning of disintegration that was undeniable. One feather pulled free from the wax that bound it to the wooden frame, and then another, The loss of individual feathers created small gaps in the structure of the wings. The wax was definitely melting now, softening under the intense heat, losing its ability to hold the feathers in their precise positions. The wings were beginning to come apart, but not quickly, not all at once. The disintegration was gradual, a slow loosening of the structure that held them together. For a moment, Icarus did not understand what was happening. For a moment, he thought perhaps that the sensation would pass, that if he just rested for a moment, if he just maintained his position at this altitude and let the wings cool slightly, the wax would harden again, and everything would be fine. He thought that the wings would hold together, that he could still fly higher and experience the full glory of ascending toward the sun. But then another feather came loose, and then several more at once, and suddenly the reality of the situation became impossibly clear. The feathers were not coming loose because of a temporary softening of the wax. They were coming loose because the wax was melting, because the heat at this altitude was too intense for the materials his father had chosen to survive. The integrity of the wings was being compromised in real time, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. The wings were failing. They were coming apart in his hands, or rather, they were disintegrating as he held them, as he desperately tried to maintain their position and their function. The feathers were scattering into the wind, floating away on air currents, disappearing into the brightness of the sky in ones and twos, then in dozens, then in great handfuls. Icarus tried with all the strength he possessed to hold them together, to keep the wings intact, but there was nothing he could do. The wax simply would not hold. The feathers simply would not stay in position. Icarus felt a moment of absolute panic, a moment in which he understood with perfect clarity that he had made a terrible mistake, that he had ignored his father's warnings, that he had let youthful exuberance and pride override the wisdom that his father had tried so carefully to impart to him. He had done this to himself. His own choices had led directly to this moment, and he was now going to pay for that mistake with his life. He fell, without wings to support him, without the careful balance that the artificial feathers had provided, without the structure that had allowed him to defy gravity. He simply fell, dropped downward through the air as if gravity itself was reclaiming him, pulling him down with absolute finality toward the sea far below. He fell through the sky with his arms still moving in the motions of flight, but the wings were gone, and his arms were only arms, and they could not generate the lift necessary to keep his body aloft. He tried to grab at the feathers floating around him, tried to reassemble them, tried to restore the wings by force of will and desperate effort. But feathers scattered to the wind cannot be caught, cannot be reassembled, cannot be restored to the structure they once formed. The wings that had taken him so high could not be reconstructed in mid-air, not by strength of will, not by desperation, not by any force that he could bring to bear. They were gone, and he was falling, and there was nothing in the world that could stop him from continuing to fall toward the water that waited below. Daedalus saw his son fall. He saw the moment when Icarus's wings began to disintegrate, saw the feathers beginning to scatter into the sky like snow, saw his son suddenly stripped of the apparatus that had been holding him aloft. He saw the transformation from flight to falling in an instant that seemed to stretch into eternity. Daedalus tried to dive, tried to descend quickly enough to save his son, to reach him before he fell too far, to somehow intercept his plummeting body and prevent the inevitable conclusion. But the laws of physics and the mechanics of flight did not permit such things. Daedalus was burdened by his own wings, limited by the speed at which he could descend while maintaining control of his own flight. He could not simply drop straight down the way a man might fall from a building. He had to adjust his wings, had to control his descent, had to maintain the angle and position necessary to keep himself from falling as well. He could not reach his son. He could not catch him. He could not do anything except watch in a horror so profound that it threatened to consume his mind entirely, as the boy he had raised and protected, the son he loved more than life itself, the only family he had left in the world, fell downward and downward toward the sea below him. Icarus's body hit the water far below with a force that must have been terrible. The sea that had seemed so magnificent and beautiful just moments before, so vast and powerful and full of possibility, became a tomb in an instant. The water that had sparkled in the sunlight became a grave that swallowed the young man whole. His body sank into the depths, into the darkness below the sunlit surface, into the eternal silence of the ocean, into a place where no one would ever find him, where he would remain for all eternity, far from his father, far from the world, far from any possibility of redemption or recovery. The falling boy was gone, and in his place there was only water and emptiness and the absolute fact of death. Daedalus continued to fly, but something within him had changed. The purpose of escape had been accomplished. He would reach Sicily safely. He would land and find refuge with King Cacalus. He would continue to live and create and work. But the cost of that escape, the price that had been paid, was the life of his son. Daedalus flew onward with a heart that had turned to stone, with a grief so profound that it had rendered him numb, with a knowledge that no amount of future success or achievement could ever compensate for what had been lost in the skies above the Mediterranean. The flight to Sicily took many hours. Daedalus flew with mechanical precision, his mind barely aware of what his body was doing. He moved across the vast expanse of water separating Crete from the coast of Sicily, and the shore appeared beneath him gradually, first as a distant line, then as actual land with features he could discern, and finally as a destination where he could land and begin the process of becoming earthbound again. When he finally came to rest on the shore of Sicily, Daedalus removed the wings that had served him so well, that had freed him from imprisonment and carried him to safety. But they were no longer sources of pride or wonder. They were simply reminders of what they had cost. He buried them in the sand and refused to look at them again. He would never create artificial wings again. He would never attempt to replicate the feat that had ended so tragically. King Cacalus received him with respect and honor, recognizing the genius of the craftsman who had arrived on his shores. Daedalus spent the remainder of his long life creating masterpieces and innovations in Sicily, never returning to Crete, never attempting to fly again, never recovering fully from the loss of his son. He lived in a world that recognized his genius and rewarded his accomplishments, but he lived it with the constant weight of grief that had become the true cost of escape. The story of Daedalus and Icarus has persisted for thousands of years, retold and reinterpreted by each generation that encounters it. Ancient peoples saw in it a warning against hubris. Medieval scholars found in it a meditation on ambition and obedience. Renaissance thinkers celebrated it as a triumph of human ingenuity. Modern psychologists have analyzed it as a representation of the tension between parental guidance and youthful independence. What remains constant is the tragic power of the narrative, the sense that something profound about human existence is being explored. The myth speaks to the universal experience of loss, of how our greatest triumphs can become intertwined with our deepest sorrows. It reminds us that wisdom without application is meaningless, that warnings can go unheeded, that the exhilaration of new possibilities can blind us to the dangers that accompany them. It tells us that even the most brilliant minds cannot control all outcomes, that parents cannot fully protect their children, that the world operates according to principles that do not pause for our grief. Perhaps that is what the myth teaches, that life is an interweaving of triumph and tragedy, that the same creativity allowing us to accomplish extraordinary things can lead us toward destruction, that the middle path, though promising neither excitement nor glory, offers the greatest likelihood of survival, and that sometimes the greatest achievements come at costs we never anticipated and can never fully repay. Atalanta's name comes from the ancient Greek word atalantos, which means equal in weight. That name would prove to be deeply fitting, for she was a woman who stood equal to any man, regardless of what her society told her about her proper place in the world. Her story spans from the dramatic moment of her birth through remarkable encounters with the greatest heroes of her time, from the wild mountains where she was raised and learned to survive to the grand hunts that made her famous across the land. It is a story that spans from her early childhood through to a choice between duty and love that would ultimately define the rest of her existence. It is a story about a woman who ran faster than anyone alive, who hunted with unmatched skill and patience, and who refused to be bound by the rigid rules that others tried to set for her, at least until the moment when everything in her life changed forever. In ancient Greece, where myths blended with memory and gods were said to walk among mortals, Atalanta emerged as something truly rare, a female hero whose power came not from beauty alone, not from magic or divine birthright granted to her at birth, but from her own hard-won discipline, her courage, and her skill. She would become known to hunters across the entire land, to warriors and heroes who travelled far and wide, and eventually to those who sought her hand in marriage, for reasons both honourable and selfish. Yet before any of that glory came to pass, before the stories of great hunts and impossible races began to spread, there was her beginning. There was an origin story marked by abandonment and devastating rejection, rescue by the most unlikely of mothers, and a childhood spent balanced between the wild animal world and the company of rough men who would teach her to survive and thrive in ways that no ordinary woman of her time ever could. The story of Atalanta teaches us something deeply important about fate and choice, about the limitations we choose to accept and the boundaries we dare to cross. It shows us how one person's determination to refuse conformity can inspire both admiration and fear in equal measure in those around them. And it reminds us that even the most capable, the most determined, the most skilled among us cannot fully escape the consequences of the choices we make, whether those choices come from our own hearts or are forced upon us by circumstance and the will of others who claim power over us. As we settle in to hear her tale unfold, know that we are stepping into a world where a woman could hunt beside the greatest heroes of her time, where speed and strength could challenge everything society believed about what a woman could be or do. So let us begin with Atalanta's earliest days, in a palace where her arrival was met not with joy, but with devastating disappointment. The birth of Atalanta took place in a royal household, where expectations were rigid and suffocating, where the weight of tradition pressed down like stone upon everyone who lived there. Her father was Hestia, a king of Boeotia in ancient Greece, a man of considerable wealth and power, a ruler with lands and subjects and influence that extended far beyond the walls of his palace. But despite all that power, despite everything he had achieved and accumulated, he had one consuming desire that overshadowed everything else in his life. He wanted a son. This was not an unusual longing in ancient times. In that world, sons were understood to be heirs to kingdoms, carriers of family names that would endure across generations, the ones who would ensure a family's power and prominence continued forward through time. Daughters could be married off strategically to bind families together, but they would leave eventually and become part of other households. Sons stayed. Sons inherited. Sons represented continuity and strength. In the mind of a man like Hestia, a son was validation of his own importance, proof of his role in the great chain of succession that made the world work. But in Hestia, this normal desire had somehow hardened into something more like an obsession. He had waited for a son. He had hoped for a son with the intensity of a man who saw his entire identity bound up in this one outcome. He had imagined the boy he would have, the heir he would raise, the legacy he would pass down. And then his wife gave birth to a daughter. The moment of her birth was a moment of devastating disappointment. The child was born into a world that had already decided she was not what was wanted. She was not the heir her father had imagined. She was not the continuation of his line as he had envisioned it in his mind. She was not the validation of his power and importance that a son would have been. She was simply a girl, and in his eyes, that was a kind of failure. The midwives who attended the birth could feel the shift in the room when they announced the child's sex. They could see it on Shunius's face, the disappointment, the anger, the sense that something had gone wrong. Modern ears might recoil at such a response to a newborn child, might see it as monstrous and incomprehensible. But in the ancient world, this reaction was tragically common. Families in Greece sometimes made devastating choices about children they could not support or did not want. The practice of exposing unwanted children, of leaving them in places where they would likely die, was a grim reality of ancient life. It was one of the ways that people coped with circumstances they felt they could not manage. And Atalanta's father, faced with a daughter when he had wanted a son, made a choice that would become central to her entire legend. The decision was made quickly. There would be no prolonged period of hope or attempts at acceptance. Atalanta was taken from her mother's arms, or perhaps her mother fought against this, or perhaps her mother, knowing she had no authority in these matters, could only watch in horror, and brought to Mount Parthenion, a wild and remote place in the mountains, far from the comforts and security of the palace. The mountain was a place of wilderness and danger, a place where the gods and wild creatures held dominion and humans were merely temporary visitors. She was left there, exposed to the elements, abandoned to whatever fate might find her. This was called exposition, an act of abandonment that was not uncommon in ancient Greece, particularly for children born into circumstances that were seen as inconvenient or unwanted. It was technically a legal practice, though it was generally done quietly and without fanfare. A parent could decide that a child was not wanted, and that was that. The child would be left in some remote place, and if the gods wished to intervene, so be it. If not, well, the problem would solve itself. Her own father, his will absolute in his household, had decreed that she would not remain. She would not inherit his title or his wealth. She would not be a daily reminder of his disappointment. She would be left in the mountains to live or die according to the will of the gods and the creatures who inhabited that wild place. The decision did not cause him any great anguish, at least not any that he allowed himself to show. In his mind, he was simply being practical. He would wait for a son. Perhaps his wife would give him a son next time. Or perhaps he would take a second wife, a younger woman, someone who might be more capable of bearing him a male heir. But Atalanta, the daughter, the failure, was no longer his concern. The mountain was cold and unforgiving. Wind swept across the peaks with a force that could knock a person down. The wind moved through the rocky valleys, carrying with it the chill of the higher elevations and the bitter cold of nights where temperatures plummeted far below what human comfort required. There were dangerous animals living in those mountains, predators that hunted in the darkness. Wolves roamed in packs. Larger predators lurked in caves and rocky crevices. There were cold nights where an abandoned infant would surely perish, where the cold alone would be lethal within hours. There was no shelter, no warmth, no human to tend to the infant's needs. There was no one to feed her when she cried from hunger. There was no one to comfort her when she was frightened. There was no blanket, no cloth, no protection of any kind. Everything about Atalanta's exposure on Mount Parthenion spoke to a sentence of death. It spoke to a father who had rejected her so thoroughly that he was willing to let the wilderness take her life rather than let her live in his home. She was utterly alone, utterly vulnerable, completely defenseless. There was no earthly reason she should have survived even a single night. Everything in that mountain environment was arrayed against her survival. Her odds of living past the first day were virtually non-existent, and yet she did survive. Her survival would become the first of many impossible things about Atalanta's life, the first indication that she was somehow different, somehow marked by the gods for a different fate than her father had planned for her. On that cold mountainside, in the grip of an unforgiving climate, an infant who should have perished within hours somehow persisted through the night and into the next day. The rescue came not from human hands but from an animal. Deep in the wild places of that mountain, a she-bear roamed the forests and rocky slopes with the particular sadness that comes from profound loss. Not long before Atalanta was left on the mountain, this bear had given birth to cubs of her own. She had nursed them, raised them, protected them from the dangers that surrounded them in that wild place. But hunters had come, as hunters do, seeking bear meat for their families and bear hide for clothing and shelter. Those hunters had killed her cubs. They had torn away everything this mother bear had been living for, leaving her with an emptiness that seemed to echo through every cave and forest path. Bears are known to be protective of their young in ways that rival any creature walking the earth. A mother bear will defend her cubs against almost any threat, will die rather than abandon them. And so when the cubs were taken from her, the grief that followed was not a small thing. It was complete, overwhelming. The kind of pain that animals feel with a purity and intensity that sometimes seems sharper than anything in the human world. The she-bear moved through the mountains in a daze of sorrow, going through the motions of existence but finding no comfort in anything. It was in this state of devastating loss that the she-bear encountered the abandoned infant on the mountainside. The tiny human child, crying weakly against the cold stone, unable to survive without intervention, was in many ways a mirror of what the bear had lost. And in the strange ways that grief and instinct sometimes work together, something shifted in the she-bear's mind. She did not see a human. She did not see a potential prey to be killed and eaten. She saw a small creature in need, and more than that, she saw a way to fill the terrible emptiness that the loss of her own young had created. The she-bear approached the infant slowly. In any other circumstance, a human child exposed on a mountainside would mean nothing to a wild animal, except as food or as a threat. But this was not any other circumstance. The she-bear lowered herself to the cold ground and nuzzled the child gently. Then, with an act of compassion that would become central to Atalanta's entire legend, she took the infant in her mouth, careful not to harm her, and carried her back to her den. The den where the bear had raised her own cubs, still carried their scent, still held their memory in every shadow and corner. It was a large space carved into the rock face of the mountain, protected from the harsh winds and the worst of the weather. The floor was soft with moss and plant matter. There were places worn smooth by the movements of the previous cubs, small hollows where they had lain. And now, into this space that had been empty and full of sorrow, the she-bear brought Atalanta. The bear, remarkable in her compassion and driven by an instinct that transcended the normal boundaries between species, did something extraordinary. She allowed the infant to nurse at her side. She offered her body's warmth and nourishment to a creature who was not her own, who belonged to a different species entirely, who would never grow into a cub that would hunt beside her or play in the forest as she had imagined her own young would do. But in nursing Atalanta, the she-bear found something precious. She found purpose again. She found a reason to wake in the morning and hunt for food. She found something to protect and care for, something that needed her as urgently as her own cubs once had. This act of a wild animal caring for a human child was not merely the stuff of practical survival, though it was certainly that. It was deeply symbolic and sacred. In Greek mythology, bears held a special place in the world of the gods. Bears were sacred to Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, the virgin goddess who roamed wild places and protected wild things. She was a goddess who turned away from human society, who chose the company of nymphs and wild animals, who valued freedom and skill and self-determination above all other things. Many versions of Atalanta's story suggest that it was Artemis herself who sent the she-bear to find the abandoned child on that mountainside. Perhaps the goddess, looking down from Olympus and seeing an infant left to die, recognized in Atalanta a soul that matched her own values. Perhaps Artemis saw in the child the potential for a huntress who would one day mirror her own fierce independence and skill. Or perhaps it was simpler than that, and the she-bear's action was simply the pure response of one grieving mother to the plight of a helpless child. Whatever the reason, the result was that Atalanta survived. She thrived. Day after day, the she-bear cared for the child as tenderly as she had cared for her own cubs. The mother bear would leave the den to hunt, bringing back food for herself and the infant. She would return to find Atalanta waiting, crying out in that way that infants do when they are hungry or uncomfortable. The bear would settle herself, and Atalanta would nurse, drawing strength and life from the animal who had become, in every meaningful way, her mother. Atalanta grew stronger in that den. She grew warmer as the seasons turned, and the bear's thick fur provided insulation against the mountain cold. She grew nourished, not just by the milk that sustained her body, but in ways that shape a being's entire existence at the deepest level. She was being raised in the wild, surrounded by the rhythms of nature, in a way that most human children never experienced. She was surrounded by the constant, living presence of an animal mother whose love was fierce and absolute, and uncomplicated by doubt or hesitation. The palace where she was born seemed a world away, a place that existed perhaps only in dreams. The father who had rejected her seemed impossibly distant, like a figure from a story that had happened to someone else. What Atalanta knew, in these formative years, was the warmth of fur and the safety of a den. She knew the constant presence of a mother bear who watched over her, who protected her from the dangers that surrounded them. She knew the sounds of the mountain at night, the calls of birds and the movement of other animals in the darkness. She knew the smell of the earth and the forest, smells that would remain familiar and comforting to her for the rest of her life. She knew security in a way that many children never do. Time passed in that den. Months turned into years. Atalanta grew from an infant into a young child. Her limbs lengthened and strengthened. Her awareness of the world around her expanded. The she-bear taught her things without words or intention, simply by proximity and survival. Atalanta watched how the bear moved through the forest, how she found food, how she avoided danger. She watched how the bear interacted with the other animals they encountered, when to be cautious and when to be bold. She learned the smell of the mountain and could follow scent trails as naturally as breathing. She learned the sounds of the forest and could interpret them, knowing which sounds meant danger and which meant other creatures simply going about their lives. Atalanta learned to be silent and still. She learned to observe. She learned to understand the world in the way that animals understand it, without the mediating layer of human language and human rules and human logic. She learned the rhythms of danger and safety by living them. The she-bear's warmth became Atalanta's entire world, and the den became the only home she had ever known. The palace of her birth had never been real to her at all. This den, this mountain, this animal mother, this was what was real. And then one day, the hunters came. It was a bright morning, the kind of morning where the mountain light seemed to wash everything clean and new. The air was crisp and clear, and the sun beat down on the peaks with warmth that suggested the season was transitioning toward times when travel in the mountains became easier. The she-bear had left the den earlier in the day to search for food, as she did every single day without fail. Atalanta was perhaps 5 or 6 years old by then, old enough to have begun understanding the world in more complex and nuanced ways, but still very much a child in many important respects. She had learned the language of the forest, but she had not yet learned to be afraid in the way that humans fear. She was playing in the clearing near the den's entrance, doing the things that children do when they are left to their own devices. She was testing her body, running and jumping, discovering what her limbs could do. She was exploring the edges of the clearing, looking at small things, insects, plants, interesting rocks, with the concentrated attention that children bring to a world that is still full of wonders and mysteries. When the hunters appeared through the trees, she did not immediately react with fear. The men who came to those mountains were rough and weathered, their skin darkened by sun and wind, their hands scarred from years of working with leather and wood and the sharp edges of hunting tools. They were accustomed to tracking game and surviving in harsh conditions that would kill more delicate people. They were hunting, as hunters do, seeking prey to feed their families and communities. They moved through the territory with the sure footing of men who knew these mountains better than they knew their own homes. These particular hunters were moving through the region when they discovered something extraordinary. What they saw stopped them in their tracks. There, in the clearing near a bear's den, was a human child. The child was young, perhaps 5 or 6 years old, but already showing signs of remarkable physical capability. She was running and moving with the ease of someone who had spent her entire life in the wild, who understood the forest as naturally as she understood breathing. Her skin was tanned by the sun. Her hair was long and somewhat tangled but strong-looking. Her body was lean and muscular in a way that spoke to constant physical activity and hardship survived. But most striking of all, they could see that the child was living in a bear's den, and from the signs around the clearing, she was living there with the she-bear. It was not hard to piece together what had happened. This child had somehow survived in the wild, in the company of a wild animal, in circumstances that should have been deadly. Yet here she was, thriving, healthy, strong, bearing witness to something that seemed almost impossible. The hunters watched for a while before deciding whether to approach. They could see clearly how the child moved, how she seemed completely at ease in her surroundings, in a way that most human children never did. She navigated the rocky clearing with confidence and awareness. They could see evidence all around them that she was being cared for by the animal, that the bear was protecting her and providing for her. There were bones and remnants of kills scattered about, evidence of a mother bringing food to feed both herself and her small human child. It was a remarkable and unprecedented thing to witness, and for a few long moments they simply stood in the trees and observed, processing what they were seeing before them. Some of them had seen many strange things in their lives in the mountains, but nothing quite like this. One of the hunters stepped forward slightly, and Atalanta noticed them. She did not cry out or run. She simply looked at them with the direct gaze of a child who had learned to assess whether something was a threat or not. The hunters exchanged glances, trying to determine what the right course of action might be. When the she-bear returned to the den, some hours later, she found the hunters there with Atalanta. This is where the ancient stories diverge a bit. Some versions say that the hunters and the bear came to some kind of understanding. Some say that the bear, seeing that others had come to claim the child, allowed them to take her, knowing perhaps that the child needed to be among her own kind. Other versions suggest that the hunters simply took Atalanta and left, and the bear, knowing that she could not keep the child in her den forever, let her go. What matters is that Atalanta went with the hunters. Whether this was a choice made by the she-bear or a separation that was inevitable, the result was the same. The child who had been raised by the wild and by an animal mother was now taken in by human hunters who saw something valuable in her. The hunters faced a choice in that moment. They could have brought the child to a nearby settlement and left her in the care of other humans, returning to their hunting as if they had seen nothing remarkable. They could have viewed her as a burden or a curiosity, something strange that had no place in their world. Or they could have done what they actually did. They took Atalanta with them, and they chose to raise her as one of their own. For the hunters who found Atalanta, she was not a burden or a novelty. She was a child who had proven herself capable of surviving in the wild, a child who had been hardened by her first years in a way that most human children never were. She had lived longer in the mountains than most children lived anywhere. The hunters, who lived rough lives themselves, understood what they were looking at. They saw in Atalanta someone who could be shaped into a skilled member of their hunting group. They saw a child who had already begun the process of becoming what they were. They took her into their community, and they raised her in the mountains just as surely as the she-bear had, but now with human knowledge and human skills layered on top of what the bear had already taught her. The transition from the bear's den to the hunter's camp was not an easy one. Atalanta had to learn human speech, had to learn to understand human social structures and human ways of thinking about the world. But she learned these things with the same ease that she learned everything else. She was remarkably adapted to learning, remarkably capable of absorbing new skills and information. This was the beginning of Atalanta's true transformation into the huntress she would become. The hunters taught her to use a bow and arrow, and she learned to handle these weapons with a naturalness that surprised them. She already understood the importance of silence and stillness, the need to be aware of her surroundings and to move without making unnecessary noise. The hunters added to this foundation the specific skills of their craft. They taught her to track game through the forest by reading signs that others missed: a bent blade of grass, a disturbed patch of earth, the scent carried on the wind. They taught her to move silently through undergrowth that would snare and entangle others. They taught her to read the signs that the earth left behind, to understand which direction an animal had traveled and roughly how long ago it had passed. They taught her to understand the habits and movements of the different animals they hunted. When would deer come to a particular stream? Where did boar like to root and forage? How could you anticipate the movements of prey before it even appeared? But more than these specific skills, the hunters taught Atalanta to see the world as they saw it, as a place to be navigated and survived through competence and awareness. They did not teach her to be afraid of the forest or of the wild. They had no need to, because Atalanta had never learned fear of the places that had nourished her. Instead, they reinforced what the bear had already taught her, that the wild was a place where a person could belong, where skill and strength mattered more than bloodline or wealth or any of the things that mattered in human society outside the mountains. They taught her that a person's worth was determined not by their family or their circumstances of birth, but by what they could do, by who they actually were, by what they had proven themselves capable of. Atalanta learned quickly and with a hunger that seemed almost insatiable. She learned better than the hunters might have expected, even given her remarkable starting point and her foundation in wild survival. The skills that came naturally to the rough men of the mountains seemed to flow through her like water, finding its inevitable course downhill. She could shoot arrows with an accuracy and consistency that impressed even the most experienced hunters in the group, men who had spent decades perfecting their craft. She could move through the forest with a silence and grace that the others admired and spoke of with something like awe when they gathered by the fire at night. She could track prey by instinct as much as by learned skill, following trails that other people would have missed entirely. She could read weather patterns and understand with uncanny accuracy when a storm was coming, how long they had before the rains began, how hard the winds would blow. She could anticipate the movements of animals, almost as if she could think the way they thought, could understand the logic that governed their lives and decisions. When she hunted with a kind of pure focus that made the other hunters respect her in a way they might not have expected to respect a girl raised by a bear. Everything they taught her, she absorbed and mastered completely. The hunters watched with genuine satisfaction as the wild girl developed over the years into a truly exceptional huntress. They recognized clearly that they had something remarkable in her, something worth nurturing and developing, and they took pride in her development in a way that suggested a parental pride. By the time she was a young woman, approaching adulthood, she had become widely recognized as one of the finest hunters in the entire region. Stories of her hunting prowess spread, and people from other settlements would sometimes come to see her, to watch her work, to marvel at what a woman could do if she had the training and the will and the strength. The mountains that had been the place of her abandonment and near death had become truly her home, the place where she felt most herself. The wild had become her refuge and her domain, the place where she was most at home and most confident. The skill of the hunt had become her identity in a way that was so complete and absolute that most people could not imagine her being anything else at all. Atalanta was not a girl in the way that human girls were understood in that world. She was something different, something shaped by survival and by the wild, something that no one quite knew how to categorize or understand. And as she grew older, people would come to realize that she was something even more remarkable than they had imagined. The mountains that had been the place of her abandonment and near death had become truly her home, the place where she felt most herself. The wild had become her refuge and her domain, the place where she was most at home and most confident. The skill of the hunt had become her identity in a way that was so complete and absolute that most people could not imagine her being anything else at all. Atalanta was not a girl in the way that human girls were understood in that world. She was something different, something shaped by survival and by the wild, something that no one quite knew how to categorize or understand. And as she grew older, people would come to realize that she was something even more remarkable than they had imagined. There was something in the way she carried herself that suggested she belonged to the mountains rather than to any human settlement. When she walked through the forest, her movements seemed to flow with the same naturalness as the water flowing down the mountainsides or the wind moving through the trees. She had lived more years in the wild than in any structured human community, and that life had marked her in ways that went far deeper than simple physical skill. She understood the language of the forest in a way that seemed almost innate, the way that birds understand the meaning of danger in another bird's call, or the way that prey animals sense the presence of a predator long before they actually see it. As Atalanta moved through her teenage years and into young adulthood, her training deepened in ways that went far beyond the basic skills the hunters had first taught her. They had given her a foundation, certainly, but she had built something far more sophisticated on top of that foundation. She had taken what they offered and then surpassed it through sheer dedication and a kind of relentless perfectionism that seemed almost obsessive to the men around her. The hunters had taught her to shoot arrows, but Atalanta had devoted countless hours to refining that skill until she could shoot with an accuracy that seemed almost supernatural. She would practice for hours every day, setting targets at increasing distances, working on her technique until every movement was fluid and economical and perfectly calibrated. The bow itself became an extension of her body in a way that was remarkable to witness. Her fingers knew exactly how to nock the arrow, how to draw the string back to precisely the right angle, how to release it with just enough force and at just the right moment to send it flying true to its target. She learned to shoot while moving, while standing on difficult terrain, while balancing on things that seemed impossible to stand on. She would practice running at full speed down a mountainside and then stop abruptly, her breathing controlled and steady, and draw and fire in one fluid motion that seemed to take only a heartbeat. Her arrows would fly true even after she had just exerted herself completely. She learned to shoot in different weather conditions, learning how wind affected her arrows and how to adjust for it. She studied the way leaves moved in the breeze and could read the wind's direction and force with uncanny accuracy. Rain made the bowstrings slippery, so she practiced until she could maintain perfect control even with wet fingers gripping the wood. Snow on the ground changed how arrows behaved, creating new variables that she methodically worked to understand. She learned to shoot in low light, when the sun was setting or when clouds obscured the sky, learning to compensate for the dimness by relying on her other senses and on muscle memory developed through endless repetition. She learned to shoot from different positions and angles, sometimes lying on her back or hanging from a tree branch, always pushing herself to extend the range of what was possible. She would suspend herself from high branches and shoot downward at targets below. She would lie on her stomach on rocky ground and practice precision shots at great distances, her breath steady and her focus absolute. The other hunters watched this development with something approaching awe. Most of them had learned to shoot well enough to hunt effectively, to put food on the table, and to survive. But Atalanta was not interested in good enough. She seemed driven by something deeper, some internal standard that demanded perfection in everything she did. The men understood this drive because they had felt it themselves in limited ways, but they had never seen it taken to quite this extreme, never seen someone push themselves so relentlessly in pursuit of mastery. Beyond archery, Atalanta trained herself in all the skills that a hunter needed. She became expert at tracking, developing an almost preternatural ability to read the signs that animals left behind. She could look at bent grass and know not just that a deer had passed through, but how long ago, which direction it was heading, and whether it was moving at a normal pace or fleeing from something. She could smell the air and identify what animals were in the area long before she could see them. She could listen to the forest sounds and interpret what they meant, knowing whether other creatures were nearby or whether the area was empty. She developed exceptional patience in a way that many hunters struggled with. Hunting often meant waiting, sometimes for hours, in complete stillness and silence. Many people found this boring or uncomfortable, their minds wandering and their bodies growing restless. But Atalanta seemed to thrive in these moments of waiting. She could remain completely still, her attention focused like a hawk's, waiting for the precise moment when prey would appear. She had learned this patience from the bear who raised her, from all those years of watching a mother animal wait for food to come within reach before acting. The bears of that mountain did not rush unnecessarily. They moved deliberately. They conserved energy. They waited for the right moment. Atalanta had absorbed all of this without ever needing to be explicitly taught. Her physical conditioning was extraordinary. She ran constantly, covering vast distances through difficult terrain without apparent effort. The hunters had noticed early on that she was fast, faster than any of them certainly. But as she grew and trained, her speed seemed to increase even further. She ran up mountainsides that left other people gasping for breath, her leg muscles powerful and tireless. She ran across rocky fields without seeming to feel the impact of stone beneath her feet, her joints and bones somehow absorbing the shock without complaint. She ran through forests with a grace that suggested her feet barely touched the ground, jumping over fallen logs and skirting around rocky outcroppings with a fluidity that seemed almost supernatural. She would run in the early mornings when the air was still cool and crisp. She would run in the heat of the day when the sun beat down mercilessly. She would run through rain and wind and snow, her body adapting to whatever conditions the mountain threw at her. Running became something she did not just as a means to get from one place to another, but as a discipline in itself, a way of training her body and her mind together. She understood that speed was not just about the muscles in her legs, but about mental discipline and the development of her cardiovascular system. She would run at different paces, sometimes sprinting at top speed for short distances, and then walking to recover, other times maintaining a steady middle pace for hours at a time. She developed the kind of breathing rhythm that allowed her to run almost indefinitely, her lungs and heart working in perfect synchronization. The hunters did not have a formal system of teaching her all of this. Instead, Atalanta learned by watching them, by copying what they did, by pushing herself to do things better and faster and with more precision than they could. The older hunters would demonstrate a skill, and Atalanta would practice it obsessively until she had mastered it completely. Then she would find ways to improve on what she had been shown, ways to make it more efficient or more effective. She had an intelligence about physical tasks, an ability to understand how her body worked and how to make it work more effectively. She seemed to learn as much from her own experimentation as she did from watching the men around her. By the time she reached young adulthood, Atalanta had developed a skill set that made her virtually unmatched as a hunter. She could survive in the mountains with minimal supplies. She could track and hunt any animal in that region. She could navigate by reading natural signs that most people would never notice. She could move through the forest without making any sound. She could climb trees and scale rock faces with ease. She could swim, dive, and handle herself in water with competence. Her archery was so precise that she could hit a target the size of a hand from distances that seemed impossible. When she pulled back her bow, her aim was steady and true, and everyone who hunted with her knew that whatever prey she was aiming at would fall. The hunters began to speak of her in awe during the long nights when they sat around the fire. They told stories about shots she had made, impossible shots that seemed to defy the laws of physics. They talked about the time she had hunted a mountain lion alone and brought it down without any help. They talked about how she could track a single animal through a forest when the trail seemed completely invisible to anyone else. They talked about her speed, about how she could outrun any of them over any distance. These stories grew with the telling, as stories do, but they were rooted in real accomplishments that Atalanta had achieved through years of dedicated training. What made Atalanta different from the hunters who had raised her was not just technical skill, though she certainly possessed that in abundance. What made her different was something less tangible, but no less real. She had a presence in the forest that suggested she belonged there in a way that went beyond mere competence. She moved through the wild places as if they were an extension of herself. She seemed to understand the forest not as an external place that needed to be navigated, but as something that she was fundamentally a part of. The animals seemed to sense this too. They did not flee from her the way they fled from other hunters. It was as though they recognized her as something other than a human intruder, something that belonged to their world even though she was not one of them. Birds would perch nearby when she sat quietly, watching her with unafraid eyes. Deer would sometimes pause and look at her rather than bolting immediately at her scent. Even predators seemed to treat her with a certain respect, as if she were a fellow hunter rather than a rival to be avoided or confronted. This connection to the animal world had developed gradually over her years in the mountains, beginning with the she-bear who had nursed her and continuing through years of careful observation and respectful interaction. Atalanta did not kill for sport or from cruelty. She killed to eat and to survive, and the animals seemed to sense this distinction. She spoke to them sometimes as she hunted, soft words in a language they could not understand but could feel the intention behind. She thanked them for their lives when she made a kill, offering a genuine gratitude that seemed almost sacred in its sincerity. This presence, this connection to the wild, began to spread beyond the immediate circle of hunters who had raised her. Stories of a huntress in the mountains began to travel from settlement to settlement. People would hear tales of a woman who could move through the forest without being seen, who could hunt any animal, who had skills that seemed almost magical in their precision and consistency. Some of the stories were exaggerated, naturally. Some of them had elements added over time that had no basis in reality. But the core of all these stories was true. There was a huntress in the mountains, and she was extraordinary. The reputation of Atalanta began to reach beyond the immediate region where she lived and hunted. Travelers who passed through mountain settlements would hear the stories and carry them onward to other towns and villages. A man might arrive in a town and say that he had met a huntress who was faster than the wind and could shoot arrows with uncanny accuracy. A hunter from one region might visit another region and tell tales of the remarkable woman he had heard about. The stories grew and traveled, picking up details and embellishments as they went, until the name of Atalanta was known across a much wider area than anyone might have expected. Some of the stories that traveled were exaggerated to the point of pure fantasy. People began to whisper that she must be blessed by the gods themselves, that Artemis had taken special interest in her and granted her supernatural abilities. Others suggested that she was perhaps not entirely human, that some divine blood flowed in her veins, that she was touched by something otherworldly in a way that explained her extraordinary abilities. These supernatural explanations made for good storytelling, and people enjoyed telling them, but they also reflected the genuine sense that Atalanta was somehow different, somehow operating at a level beyond what ordinary human effort could achieve. The truth was both simpler and more remarkable than the magical explanations. Atalanta was extraordinarily talented, certainly, but her abilities had been developed through relentless training and dedication. She had inherited physical capabilities that were remarkable, but she had built on those capabilities through years of work. She had been raised in a way that was fundamentally different from how most women in that world were raised, and this difference in her upbringing had shaped everything about who she was and what she was capable of. There was no magic involved, except perhaps the magic of discipline and dedication, and refusing to accept limitations that others tried to place on her. As her reputation grew, Atalanta began to receive visitors at the mountain settlement where she lived. Some were curious hunters who had heard the stories and wanted to see if they were true. Some were priests or representatives of gods and goddesses who had heard the tales and wanted to confirm them. Some were simply people who had nothing better to do and enjoyed traveling to see something remarkable. Atalanta tolerated these visitors with a kind of patient indifference. She was not interested in seeking fame or in being the center of attention. She had lived for many years without seeing many people outside the hunters who raised her, and she was not particularly inclined towards socializing. But something significant happened as Atalanta's reputation continued to spread. She began to attract the attention of people who were planning significant events, people who held power and influence in the world beyond the mountains. Priests spoke of her in temples. Kings and nobles heard the stories and wondered about this remarkable huntress. Word of her abilities reached the ears of people who were organizing great hunts and important expeditions, people who understood that having someone with Atalanta's skills would be valuable. It was in this context that a summons came for Atalanta to participate in an event that would become central to her legend. A great king, a man named Oeneus, who ruled over the region of Calydon, had angered a goddess through his own pride and carelessness. Oeneus had held a festival in honor of the gods, making offerings and conducting rituals to show his respect and gratitude. But in the midst of all his preparations and his celebrations, he had made a critical error. He had failed to include Artemis in the offerings. He had somehow forgotten or overlooked the goddess of the hunt, the goddess who was deeply revered and respected. The reasons for this oversight are told differently in different versions of the story. Some accounts suggest that Aeneas simply forgot, that in the midst of planning the festival, the name of Artemis slipped his mind and he did not remember to make an offering in her name. Other versions suggest that he deliberately excluded her, perhaps out of arrogance or a belief that she was less important than the other gods, or perhaps as punishment for some reason that the stories do not fully explain. Whatever the reason, the result was the same. Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, the virgin goddess who was deeply respected and feared throughout Greece, was not honored as she should have been. Artemis did not take this oversight lightly. The goddess, who was known for being both merciful and terrible, depending on the circumstances and the offense, decided that Aeneas needed to be taught a lesson. The king had been careless and disrespectful, treating the goddess's domain as something unimportant enough to overlook. For this, he would pay. The punishment that Artemis sent was a boar, but this was not an ordinary boar, the kind of animal that hunters occasionally encountered and hunted for meat. This was a massive creature, enormous beyond the size of any normal wild pig. It was said to be as large as a horse, with tusks that were as long as spears and sharp as knives. The boar's hide was said to be so thick and tough that ordinary arrows bounced off it without penetrating, deflecting away as if hitting stone. It had been created or sent by Artemis herself as a tool of vengeance, and it embodied the goddess's anger made manifest in physical form. The creature seemed almost impossible in its dimensions, almost too large to be real, and yet there it was, tearing through the countryside and leaving destruction in its wake. It had been said that the boar could run faster than a horse, despite its massive size, that it was stronger than any normal animal, that it seemed almost to understand strategy and the lay of the land. Some hunters who had glimpsed the creature and lived to tell about it claimed that its eyes seemed almost intelligent, as if the goddess had poured some of her own consciousness into the beast. The boar was released into the land of Calydon, and it immediately began to wreak havoc. It ran through the countryside with apparent malevolence, destroying crops and farmland, killing livestock, generally terrorizing the region with an almost calculated brutality. The king's people were frightened and desperate, their lives thrown into chaos by the appearance of this impossible creature. Farmers saw their crops destroyed and their animals killed, their livelihoods wiped out in moments of terrible violence. Entire fields were trampled into uselessness by the massive creature, rows of grain beaten down into mud, productive land rendered barren and unusable. Hunting parties sent out to deal with the boar came back defeated and sometimes broken, their confidence shattered by encountering something that seemed beyond their ability to handle. People were afraid even to venture outside of the settlements because of the danger the boar represented, and the enclosed settlements soon began to feel like prisons rather than homes. The situation grew more dire with each passing day, and the king realized that the problem was beyond the capability of his own warriors to solve alone. Something had to be done, or the kingdom would be destroyed. King Oeneus called together the greatest hunters and warriors of his time. He issued a summons that traveled throughout Greece, calling for the most skilled and brave men to come and help him deal with the monstrous boar. The call went out to heroes and warriors of renown, to men who had proven themselves in combat and in hunts. The fame of this summons spread quickly, and word of the great hunt that was being organized reached far and wide. Men from across Greece began to make their way to Calydon, eager to participate in what was being billed as a great and important hunt, a chance to prove their skills and their courage against an enemy that was truly extraordinary. And it was in this context, in the midst of this assembly of the greatest male hunters and warriors of the time, that Atalanta received her invitation to participate. The message came to her in the mountains, delivered by messengers who had traveled a great distance to find her. They told her of the great boar hunt that was being organized. They told her of King Oeneus's need for hunters of exceptional skill. They told her that her reputation had reached the king's ears, that he had heard of her abilities and wanted her to participate in this great hunt. Atalanta's first instinct was to refuse. She was not interested in travel or in participating in grand events organized by distant kings. She had her life in the mountains, her hunting, her connection to the wild. The idea of leaving that behind to travel to some distant place and participate in what sounded like a political event held little appeal for her. The mountains were her home in a way that no place constructed by human hands could ever be. The thought of leaving them, even temporarily, filled her with a kind of melancholy, a sense of being uprooted from something that sustained her on a fundamental level. But there was something about this particular summons that was different. The hunt was being organized in honor of Artemis, the goddess to whom Atalanta had devoted herself, the goddess who had sent the bear to nurse her as an infant, the goddess who embodied the wild and the hunt and the freedom that Atalanta valued above all other things. This was not a hunt organized for the glory of a king or for some political reason. This was a hunt that was fundamentally about Artemis and the offense that had been done to her. It was a hunt that would, in a sense, be in service to the goddess herself. Atalanta considered this, and she made a decision. She would go. She would travel to Calydon and participate in this great hunt. She would help to defeat the boar that Artemis had sent, and in doing so, she would be serving the goddess in a direct and tangible way. It was an opportunity that aligned with her values in a way that few things did. Beyond the call to serve Artemis, there was also something appealing about the challenge itself. The boar was described as an extraordinary creature, and hunting it would require all of the skills that Atalanta had developed over her years of training and dedication. It would be a test unlike any she had faced before, a true measure of her abilities against something that was genuinely dangerous and difficult. In a way, that appealed to her deeply. The journey to Calydon was long, and Atalanta found it strange to leave the mountains that had been her home for so many years. She traveled with guides and helpers, though she preferred to move on her own, walking faster than they did, and often finding herself waiting for them to catch up. She passed through regions that she had never seen before, through lands that were different from the mountains and forests where she had spent her entire life. She saw settlements larger than any she had encountered before, towns with buildings crowded close together and streets filled with people and noise and activity. She saw roads that had been constructed for the movement of many people, wide paths of packed earth worn smooth by countless travelers. The journey took weeks, and with each day that passed, she felt herself moving further away from the wild places where she truly belonged. When she arrived at Caledon, she found herself in the midst of a gathering unlike anything she had ever experienced. There were hundreds of men there, hunters and warriors from across Greece who had answered the king's call. The camp stretched across a wide valley, with tents and temporary structures set up to house all the warriors who had come. There were famous heroes whose names were known throughout the land, men whose deeds had been commemorated in songs and stories. She saw Meleager himself, the king's son, a warrior with a reputation for courage and strength. She saw Nestor, an older warrior with the bearing of someone who had lived through many battles. There were legendary warriors who had fought in great battles and won renown for their skills, men who were known for their prowess in combat and hunting. The camp was bustling with activity, with men preparing weapons and armor, sharpening spears and testing bowstrings. There were conversations about strategy and about the boar they would be hunting, speculation about its size and the best way to approach it. The air itself seemed charged with anticipation and energy. And when Atalanta arrived among this gathering of the greatest male hunters and warriors of the time, something remarkable happened. The reaction was mixed. Many of the men recognized her immediately from her reputation and were impressed to meet the legendary huntress in person. They had heard the stories about her speed and her skill, and they were curious to see whether the reality matched the legends. But others were skeptical. How could a woman possibly hunt alongside them? How could she survive the challenges that they would face? Some of the men voiced their doubts openly, arguing that the presence of a woman would be a distraction at best and a liability at worst. The most prominent of these doubters were two men named Hephaestus and Anchios, who were warriors of considerable renown themselves, and who believed that a woman had no place among the hunting party. They questioned whether she would be brave enough when facing true danger, whether her body was strong enough for the physical demands of such a hunt, whether her presence might anger the gods who were sending them to fight this creature. They were not being entirely unreasonable, given the attitudes of their time, but their skepticism also revealed the deep-rooted assumptions about what women were capable of doing and what role they were meant to play in the world. But the king had summoned Atalanta, and the king wanted her to participate, so participate she would. Meleager, the king's son, publicly welcomed her to the hunting party, acknowledging her reputation and expressing confidence in her abilities. His support gave weight to her presence, even if not all the warriors were convinced. Atalanta said little in response, preferring to let her actions speak for themselves. She knew that she would have to prove herself once the actual hunting began, and she was prepared to do exactly that. The preparations for the hunt continued through the night and into the next day. Weapons were checked and rechecked. Strategies were discussed. Plans were made for how the hunters would approach the boar and attempt to bring it down. Atalanta participated in these discussions, offering observations about the best ways to track an animal as large and dangerous as the one they were hunting. She spoke about the importance of finding where the creature was bedded down, about reading the signs it left behind, about approaching downwind so that it would not catch their scent. Some of the warriors listened to her suggestions with interest, recognizing that she had knowledge and experience that could be valuable. Others dismissed them without really considering what she had to say, their pride or their skepticism preventing them from taking seriously the words of a woman, no matter how knowledgeable she might be. But regardless of their attitudes, the time had come for the hunters to set out. The hunting party assembled in the early morning, as the sun was just beginning to lighten the sky. They gathered their weapons and supplies, preparing themselves mentally for what was to come. There was a tension in the air, an awareness that this was not a normal hunt, but something far more significant and dangerous. The boar they were going after was not just a large animal to be brought down for meat. It was a creature sent by a goddess, an instrument of divine vengeance, something that represented forces beyond the normal world. The warriors felt this weight. They understood that they were not just hunting an animal, but confronting something that had the backing of the gods themselves. The hunt was organized. and the hunters set out to find and face the great boar that had been sent by Artemis. They moved through the countryside, following the path of destruction the boar had left in its wake. The signs were impossible to miss. Entire hillsides were scarred by the boar's passage. Trees were stripped of bark where the creature had rubbed itself. The ground was torn and gouged as if by some massive plough. As they drew closer to where the boar was believed to be, the tension in the hunting party grew palpable. Every man understood that when they finally encountered the creature, everything would change. When they finally saw the boar with their own eyes, when they finally had to confront the reality of what they were hunting, the theoretical discussions and the careful planning would mean nothing. In that moment, it would come down to courage, skill, and the willingness to face something that seemed almost impossible to defeat. The moment finally came when the boar was spotted. One of the scouts returned to report that he had seen it in a remote valley, bedded down in the muddy ground near a stream. The animal was as enormous as the stories had suggested, perhaps even larger than anyone had anticipated. Its tusks gleamed in the sunlight, massive curved things that looked more like weapons than anything that could naturally grow from an animal's head. Its body was covered in thick, bristling hair that stood up along its spine, like a natural defense against any attack. The creature seemed almost prehistoric in its bulk and power, a thing that did not quite belong in the modern world. When the hunting party caught their first glimpse of it, even the most confident warriors felt a moment of doubt. This was not like hunting an ordinary boar, no matter how large. This was something fundamentally different, something that carried the weight of divine vengeance with it. The valley where the boar had taken refuge was rocky and treacherous, with uneven ground that made movement difficult. Boulders were scattered across the landscape, some as large as houses, creating natural barriers and places where the creature could hide or use to its advantage. A stream ran through the valley, and the boar had been wallowing in the mud near the water, coating itself in a thick layer of protective dirt. The valley itself seemed to have a weight to it, as though the presence of the divine creature had changed something fundamental about the place. The air felt heavier. The light seemed dimmer. Even the sounds of birds and insects seemed muted, as if all of nature was holding its breath in the presence of the goddess's vengeance. The boar spotted the hunters as well, and rather than fleeing, it charged. This was not the behavior of a normal animal. An ordinary wild boar would run away from a large group of humans, or at least attempt to do so. But this creature, sent by Artemis herself as an instrument of punishment, seemed almost to welcome the confrontation. It lowered its head and rushed toward the hunters with startling speed despite its massive size. The ground actually seemed to shake beneath its hooves as it ran, and the sound it made was terrible, a kind of shrieking roar that seemed to come from something older and more primal than any normal animal should possess. The hunters scattered, some of them diving out of the way of the creature's charge. Spears were thrust at it, but many of them glanced off its hide without penetrating. The skin was tougher than leather, tougher than armor, as if the goddess had reinforced the creature specifically to withstand mortal weapons. Arrows were shot, and while some of them stuck in the boar's thick hide, they seemed to cause the creature little actual harm. Some arrows simply bounced off, their wooden shafts splintering on impact. Others embedded themselves shallowly in the bristly skin, but did not go deep enough to cause any serious injury. The boar's tusks were dangerous, capable of disemboweling a man with a single swipe, sharp as blades and curved in a way that made them ideal for hooking and tearing. 2 of the hunters went down in the first charge, their bodies trampled beneath the creature's hooves and tusks. One of them was a man named Ancaeus, a hunter of some renown, and he was gored deeply by one of the boar's tusks, the wound terrible and immediately fatal. The other hunter was thrown clear, but the impact broke bones in his chest and legs, and he lay gasping on the ground, unable to continue fighting. The violence of it was shocking, a reminder that this was not a game or a test, but a genuine battle against an enemy that was both powerful and genuinely intent on causing harm. Atalanta watched all of this unfold from her position, at the edge of the hunting party. She had taken up a place where she had a good vantage point, a slightly elevated area that gave her a clear view of the action below. She was standing on a large stone outcropping, her feet steady beneath her bow already in her hands, though not yet drawn. She understood immediately what was happening. The boar was dangerous, yes, but it also had a pattern to its movements. It was not a mindless creature simply lashing out at everything around it. It was a hunter itself, and hunters have patterns. They look for prey. They charge when they see movement. They follow the fleeing. They become momentarily disoriented when their targets scatter and do not present themselves as easy targets. Understanding these patterns was the key to dealing with it, and Atalanta had spent her entire life learning to read the patterns of animals in combat and in escape. She watched the boar charge and turn. She watched the hunters scatter and reform. She watched the creature become slightly confused by the fact that its prey was not behaving as a herd animal might, running in one direction and then being predictable. These hunters were too experienced, too trained. They scattered in different directions, which made the boar's instinct to chase the fleeing crowd less effective. It had to choose a direction, had to pick which group of fleeing humans to pursue, and in that moment of choice, Atalanta saw an opportunity. Atalanta nocked an arrow and waited. She did not rush forward with the other hunters. She did not try to strike immediately while the boar was in motion and still focused on the other men around it. Instead, she watched. She observed. She waited for the moment when the creature would slow its charge, when it would turn or pause, when it would become still enough for a true shot to land with precision. This was the patience that had been trained into her through years of hunting in the mountains, through countless hours of waiting for deer to step into clearings, for birds to land on branches, for predators to return to their kills. Some of the hunters who saw her standing back, not rushing forward to participate in the fight, might have questioned her courage. But Atalanta knew better. The greatest hunters were not always the ones who moved the fastest or fought the hardest. Sometimes the greatest hunters were the ones who understood timing, who knew when to act and when to wait. The difference between a hunter who was merely good and a hunter who was exceptional was often not strength or speed, but the ability to recognize the moment when action would be most effective and to move then and only then. The boar charged again, this time at a different group of hunters. More men were injured. One experienced hunter was caught on one of the creature's tusks and thrown into the air, his body tossed like a rag doll. He landed hard on the rocky ground, and the impact knocked the wind from his lungs. He lay still for a moment, trying to breathe, blood dripping from a deep gash on his shoulder. Whether he was dead or merely badly wounded, Atalanta could not tell from her vantage point, but either way, he was no longer able to participate in the hunt. The chaos continued, and through it all, Atalanta waited. The stones beneath her feet remained solid and steady. Her position did not change. Her bow remained at the ready, but she did not draw it yet. She was waiting for the right moment, the moment when everything would align, when the creature would be still enough and positioned correctly for a shot that would truly matter. And then it came. The boar, having driven off its immediate attackers and scattered the hunters around it, seemed for a moment to pause and gather itself. It stood there, breathing heavily, its massive body heaving with exertion. For just a moment, its focus shifted away from the hunters directly in front of it. It was looking toward the slopes where the hunters had originally come from, as if considering whether to charge in that direction or whether to deal with the hunters who were reforming their attack around it. It was a brief moment of vulnerability, a pause in the relentless assault and counter-assault that had been dominating the battle. In that moment of inattention, in that brief pause, Atalanta drew back her bow. She moved with a fluid grace, the motion of drawing the bowstring back one she had practiced thousands of times. Her muscles knew what to do without her having to think about it. Her fingers were steady, her breathing was controlled. Her eye looked down the length of the arrow, already nocked on the string, already aligned with her target. Everything she had trained for, all the hours of practice and dedication, All the years of building her skill and strength and understanding of how to move through the world with precision and purpose came together in that single moment. She released the arrow, and it flew true through the air, covering the distance between her position on the stone outcropping and the boar below with remarkable speed. The arrow moved in a flat arc, barely dropping at all before it reached its target. It struck the creature behind the ear, in exactly the spot where Atalanta had aimed, the place where her knowledge of animal anatomy told her would be most vulnerable, most likely to cause significant harm. It was not a kill shot, but it was an effective one, a wound that would cause the boar genuine pain and distress, and would make it aware that it was no longer dealing with mere humans, but with hunters who possessed the skill and knowledge to harm it. The boar screamed, a sound like nothing the hunters had heard before, a sound of rage and pain combined. It was a shriek that seemed almost to have language in it, an expression of rage at being wounded by a creature it had not expected to be a threat. It wheeled around, searching for the source of this new attack. Blood was running from the wound that Atalanta had opened, pouring down the creature's thick neck and soaking into its bristling hide. The creature was bleeding, which meant it could be hurt, which meant it was not invincible. The revelation seemed to give the hunters around her renewed courage. If the legendary huntress could wound the creature, then perhaps it could be defeated after all. Perhaps the task that had seemed impossible only moments before was actually possible. Perhaps they could actually succeed in this endeavor. More arrows flew toward the boar. More spears were thrust at it. The hunters, emboldened by Atalanta's successful strike, pressed forward with greater determination. They moved with renewed confidence, their movements less hesitant than they had been before. The battle continued, with the boar defending itself fiercely, but gradually being worn down by the combined assault of so many determined fighters. Other hunters landed blows, struck it with spears and swords, drove it backwards step by step. The creature fought with all its strength, but the wounds were accumulating, and the loss of blood was weakening it. The boar was powerful and dangerous, but it was also eventually brought to bay by the sheer number of attackers and the relentless assault. It was Meleager, the king's son, who finally brought the creature down. He drove his spear deep into the boar's body, striking a vital spot. The massive creature stumbled, its legs giving out beneath it. It fell to the ground, blood pouring from multiple wounds. The hunters converged on it, ensuring that it was truly dead and would not rise again. The great boar, sent by Artemis as an instrument of divine vengeance, lay dead on the rocky ground of the valley. There was a moment of stunned silence after the creature finally fell. The hunters stood around it, breathing hard, some of them bleeding from wounds inflicted by the boar's tusks or from the violence of the struggle. The great beast lay on the ground, its massive body seeming somehow smaller in death than it had in life, the supernatural quality that had animated it gone now that its life had departed. They had done it. Against tremendous odds, they had defeated the creature that had been terrorizing the kingdom. Against an enemy sent by a goddess, an enemy that had seemed nearly impossible to defeat, they had prevailed. The relief was palpable, almost visible in the way the tension drained out of the hunters' bodies. Some of the men dropped their weapons and sat down on the ground, exhausted. Others stood silently, looking at the body of the great boar and trying to process what they had accomplished. But the relief was short-lived. Once the initial shock of victory had faded, once the hunters had confirmed that the creature was truly dead and would not rise again, a new problem arose. What would be done with the spoils of the hunt? The boar's hide and tusks were valuable prizes, symbols of victory, items that marked the hunter who possessed them as one who had participated in this great achievement. In an ordinary hunt, the spoils would have gone to whoever had landed the killing blow. That would have been Meleager, and the matter would have been settled without question. The tradition was clear. The hunter who delivered the final, fatal blow to the prey was the one who claimed the spoils. But this was not an ordinary hunt. This was a significant event, and there were many important people involved. There were kings and princes and renowned warriors. men whose reputations and standing were tied to the success of the hunt. The question of who deserved the spoils began to create friction among the hunters, subtle at first but growing more evident as the day wore on. Meleager, standing over the body of the great boar, made a decision that would prove to be consequential. He took the hide and the magnificent tusks and announced that they should go to Atalanta. He did this in front of all the assembled hunters, making it a public declaration, not a quiet aside that could be misunderstood or challenged privately. He said that he was awarding the spoils to Atalanta as recognition for the fact that she had struck the first blow, the arrow that had wounded the boar and proven that it could be hurt. He said that without her, the hunt would have continued even longer than it did, and more hunters would have been killed. She had played a crucial role in the eventual victory, had demonstrated her exceptional skill and judgment, and Meleager felt that her contribution deserved to be honored in the most public and significant way possible. There was a note in his voice that suggested he cared for Atalanta, that this was not merely a practical recognition of her hunting skill, but also an expression of deeper feeling. Some of the hunters noticed this. Some of them understood immediately what was happening, that the king's son had fallen under the spell of the beautiful and exceptional huntress. This decision was not popular with everyone. Some of the hunters accepted it without complaint. They recognized that Atalanta's skill and bravery had been essential to the hunt's success. They had seen what happened with their own eyes, had watched her wait patiently on the stone outcropping and then strike at exactly the right moment. They understood that this was not a matter of politics or tradition, but of recognizing genuine achievement. But others, particularly some of the older and more traditionally minded hunters, felt differently. The idea that a woman should receive the most prestigious prize from such an important hunt was offensive to them. It went against the way things were supposed to work, against the order of the world as they had always understood it. In the hierarchy of the world as they understood it, women did not receive major honors for hunting achievements. Women were not hunters. Women bore children and managed households and did women's work. The presence of Atalanta had been controversial from the beginning, and her being awarded the spoils was seen by some as not merely unusual, but as an actual insult to the order of things, a violation of the fundamental principles that held society together. Meleager's uncles were among those who were most offended by his decision. These were men of some standing and reputation themselves, brothers of the king, and men who had participated in the hunt, though they had not distinguished themselves particularly during the battle with the boar. They felt that their dignity had been insulted by the award of the spoils to a woman. They felt that Meleager had humiliated them in front of all the assembled hunters, had essentially said that his choice to honor a woman was more important than his respect for his own uncles. They could not allow such an insult to stand. It would set a dangerous precedent, would suggest that women could challenge the traditional order and be rewarded for doing so. They took the hide away from Atalanta while she stood there, shocked by their sudden action. They took it from her hands and announced loudly that they were taking control of the trophy themselves. It was an act of open defiance against Meleager's decision, a public rejection of the honor he had tried to bestow on the huntress. They declared that no woman was going to take prizes that belonged by right to men, no matter what the king's son had decided. Meleager was not a man who accepted such defiance lightly. He was the king's son, and he had the authority to enforce his decisions in a way that the uncles did not. He was also, according to the stories that would come down through the generations, profoundly in love with Atalanta, not merely attracted to her beauty, though she was beautiful, but actually in love with her, moved by her intelligence and her skill and her quiet strength. The decision of his uncles to disrespect her and to take away the prize that he had given her in front of everyone was not something he could tolerate. It was a direct challenge to his authority, to his judgment, and to the woman he loved. In a fit of rage, burning with the fury of wounded pride and passionate love, he killed his uncles. He did not hesitate or waver. He struck them down where they stood, using the same weapons he had used against the boar, turning his power against members of his own family. The act was not premeditated or carefully considered. It was an emotional reaction driven by anger and a desire to defend the honor of the woman he loved, an impulse that overrode all other considerations, even family loyalty. But killing one's own uncles was a violation of fundamental family bonds, regardless of the justification. The act brought a terrible curse down upon Meleager, though he did not understand what he had done or what the consequences would be. His mother, Althea, learning of what her son had done to her own brothers, was overcome with grief and rage. The grief came first, the terrible realization that her brothers, men whom she had known and loved her entire life, were dead at the hands of her own son. But the grief quickly turned to rage, a burning anger that seemed almost to consume her from within. She was a queen and a mother, a woman of power and understanding, but she was also a sister, and her love for her brothers ran deep. In her chamber, Althea held a magical item in her possession, an object that had been among her treasures since the day her son was born. It was a burning log, and according to the magic that bound this object to her son, his life was tied to the log's survival. As long as the log remained unburned, as long as it was carefully guarded and protected, Meleager could not be killed by any ordinary means. He could not be harmed in battle or by disease or by accident. The log was his protection, his shield against death. Althea had always kept this log carefully, had guarded it jealously, had made sure that no harm came to it. But in her fury at losing her brothers, in the heat of her grief and rage, she made a different choice. She took the log from its hiding place and carried it to the fire that burned in her chamber. Without hesitation, without allowing herself time to reconsider or to reflect on what she was doing, she threw the log into the flames. The consequences were immediate and terrible. In the valley where the hunters had defeated the boar, Meleager suddenly cried out in pain. His body began to burn, not with ordinary fire, but with something far worse, a supernatural flame that seemed to come from within his own being. He could not escape it. He could not extinguish it. The fire consumed him utterly, a punishment that went beyond death itself, a suffering that was beyond anything ordinary. The pain of it drove him to madness, and after hours of terrible agony, after burning in this supernatural fire while his body slowly charred and destroyed itself, he finally died. The tragedy that had unfolded was complete and absolute. Atalanta, who had come to the hunt with the best intentions and who had performed brilliantly, had inadvertently become the cause of a terrible family tragedy. The gift that Meleager had given her, meant as an honor and a recognition of her exceptional skill, had led to his death. The spoils of the hunt that she had earned through her own skill and bravery had become the object of contention that destroyed a family. A man had died because he loved her and wanted to honor her. His mother had killed her own son in revenge for the deaths of her brothers, brothers who had died because they could not accept that a woman had been awarded the most prestigious prize of the hunt. Atalanta had done nothing wrong, and yet she bore the weight of this tragedy. Such was the way with the gods and goddesses of ancient Greece and their interventions in human affairs. Things rarely worked out simply or without consequence. The will of the gods, once set in motion, ran its course regardless of the innocence or guilt of the mortals who found themselves caught in its path. The hunt that had been such a grand event, such an opportunity for Atalanta to prove her worth alongside the greatest warriors of Greece, had ended in tragedy and sorrow. The huntress, who had been celebrated for her role in defeating the boar, found herself at the center of a family catastrophe. Some of the hunters blamed her for what had happened, claiming that her presence had brought bad fortune, or that the gods had intended her to be a source of division among the hunters, just as Artemis herself had apparently foreseen when she sent the young huntress to participate in the hunt. Whether that was true, or whether it was simply that human pride and stubbornness had led to tragedy, was unclear. The stories would later tell different versions, some blaming Atalanta directly, others understanding that she was merely the unfortunate focus of events that would have unfolded regardless of her involvement. What was clear was that Atalanta could not remain in Calydon much longer. The situation had become awkward and uncomfortable, and the presence of the huntress had become associated with death and misfortune in the minds of many people. Some of the hunters would not look her in the eye. Others actively avoided her. The king himself had fallen into a kind of mourning, grieving the loss of his son, while simultaneously grappling with the knowledge that his own family had caused this tragedy. The palace felt suffocating to Atalanta, full of accusation and sorrow and blame that, while not always directed at her explicitly, seemed to hang in the air around her nonetheless. Atalanta made the decision to leave, to return to the wild places where she belonged, to go back to the mountains and forests that had always been her true home. She did not wait for anyone to suggest that she should leave. She did not wait for formal permission. She simply gathered what few possessions she had brought with her and began to make her way out of Calydon. The journey back to Arcadia was long, and it gave Atalanta many days to think about what had happened. The road stretched out before her, sometimes climbing through hills and sometimes descending into valleys, sometimes passing through settlements and sometimes through wild country. She travelled mostly alone, though she occasionally walked with other travellers who were heading in the same direction. But even when she walked with others, she remained largely silent, lost in her own thoughts. She had proven herself as a hunter and a warrior, had demonstrated her skills in a way that could not be denied. Everyone who had been present at the Caledonian boar hunt knew the truth of what had happened, knew that she had struck the first blow and that her skill had been essential to the eventual victory. She had been honoured by a great prince and had struck the first blow against one of the most dangerous creatures anyone had ever encountered. She had earned that honour through her skill and her bravery and her patience, and yet the experience had left her feeling hollow in a way that was difficult to explain. The recognition she had sought, or perhaps had never sought at all, but had nonetheless received, had come with a price that was almost unbearable. A man had died because of her. A family had been destroyed. The spoils that had been given to her as an honour had become the cause of tragedy. The mountains, when she finally returned to them, seemed both exactly as she remembered them and somehow different. She was different, certainly. She had ventured out into the world beyond the peaks and valleys where she had spent her entire life. She had seen cities and large groups of people gathered together. She had seen the gatherings of hunters and warriors, the camps and the feasts and the complicated politics of the wider world. She had participated in a great hunt alongside the most renowned warriors of her age, had proven herself their equal or superior in skill and judgment. She had received honours and had been at the centre of significant events. She had experienced love, or something like it, the kind of love that a prince could offer to a woman he had only just met, but who had captured his attention and his heart through her exceptional nature. And yet, walking through the familiar forests, following the trail she had walked 1,000 times before, she felt the pull of her true home more strongly than ever. The wild did not care about honours or spoils or the politics of kings and princes. The wild simply existed, beautiful and indifferent, following its own laws and patterns that had nothing to do with human pride or ambition. The animals did not judge her for being a woman. The forests did not care whether she had killed the Caledonian boar or struck the first blow or received any recognition at all. The mountains were simply there, as they had always been, offering her peace and solitude and the chance to live in the way that felt most natural to her. The simple rhythm of hunting and resting, of moving through the seasons and understanding the patterns of the animals and the changing weather, seemed infinitely more valuable than any honour or recognition could ever be. Atalanta settled back into her life in the mountains, but something had changed in a fundamental way. She had tasted the wider world, and while it had brought tragedy and complexity, it had also brought something else. It had brought awareness that there were other parts of the world beyond the peaks and valleys, where she had spent her entire life. There were people who knew her name, who had heard of her achievements, who recognized her as someone remarkable and exceptional. That knowledge, whether she wanted it or not, could not be unlearned or forgotten. She could not unknow it. She could not pretend that the wider world did not exist. She was no longer simply a mysterious huntress living in the mountains, a figure of legend whose true nature was unknown. She had become someone whose reputation extended far beyond those peaks, someone whose name would be remembered in stories told around fires in distant villages and cities, someone whose face people might recognize if she ever ventured out into the world again. She had entered the realm of mythology, had become a figure that people would speak of and debate, would wonder about and embellish with their own imaginings. The girl who had been abandoned on a mountainside and raised by a bear had become a woman who had proved herself the equal of the greatest heroes of her age. The Caledonian boar hunt would be remembered, and so would her role in it for generations to come. Future hunters would hear the story of Atalanta and would feel inspired or challenged by her example. Some would speak of her with admiration, others would speak of her with something closer to resentment, troubled by the idea that a woman could do what men did and do it as well or better than they could. Yet here, in the mountains and forests that had always been her home, none of that seemed to matter. She moved through the familiar landscape with the same grace and confidence as always. She hunted, she provided for herself, she lived according to her own nature and the demands of the wild. The seasons changed and she changed with them, adapting to the patterns of the animals and the land. Winter came with its snow and cold, and she endured it as she always had. Spring came with its new growth and its abundance of life, and she participated in the cycles of reproduction and migration that the animals of the land followed. Summer brought the long days and the warmth that made movement through the forests and over the mountains pleasant and relatively easy. Fall brought the preparation for winter, the gathering and storing of food, the understanding that the cycles of nature would continue regardless of what happened in the human world. As the years passed and Atalanta settled into the rhythms of mountain life, her reputation grew in ways she could not have anticipated. The story of her role in the Caledonian boar hunt spread far beyond Caledon, carried by travelling merchants and wandering poets who heard the tale and embellished it as they travelled. Men came to the mountain seeking her out, some curious, some eager to test themselves against the legendary huntress. She turned them all away with the same quiet firmness. Her vow of virginity was absolute, not a negotiable thing that could be compromised by flattery or persistence or even genuine devotion. The mountains had become her sanctuary, a place where she did not have to justify herself or defend her choices. Here, in the high passes and deep forests, no one questioned why she had chosen solitude over marriage, independence over the conventional path that society had laid out for women. She was content in her isolation, in the simple clarity of her days. She hunted. She moved through the landscape with a grace that only came from years of practice and familiarity. She was whole in herself, needing nothing from the world beyond the mountains. But her father had other ideas about what his daughter's life should become. The king had come to understand that his daughter would never willingly leave the mountains and the life she had built there. He had also come to understand that her exceptional nature was something that could not be changed or influenced by argument or pressure alone. And yet, a father's desire for his daughter to marry, to provide grandchildren, to follow the path that women were meant to follow, was powerful and difficult to suppress entirely. The traditional ways of the world did not account for daughters like Atalanta, daughters who rejected marriage and children and the domestic sphere with such absolute certainty. So he came to her one day with a proposition that he believed would be difficult for her to refuse. He told her that he would accept her decision not to marry on one condition. If she truly would not marry, then she would at least have to acknowledge that marriage was a possibility. She would have to agree to compete in a foot race, a race that any man who desired her could attempt to win her hand in marriage. If anyone could defeat her in this race, she would agree to marry that person. It was a compromise of sorts, a way of honoring her demand for independence while still maintaining the possibility that she might eventually be married off. Her father was certain that no man alive could outrun her. The proposition seemed safe, unlikely to ever actually result in marriage. It was a way of saving face while accepting the reality of his daughter's determination to remain unwed. Atalanta considered his proposal carefully. She understood what he was doing, understood the reasoning behind it, even if she disagreed with the underlying assumptions about what she should want from her life. But she also understood that her father would not let the matter rest if she simply refused him outright. She had already turned down suitor after suitor. She had already rejected every marriage proposal, every attempt at courtship. She had made her position abundantly clear through countless conversations and firm declarations. And yet her father persisted, as fathers do, driven by tradition and concern and the desire to see his daughter settled and secure in the way that he understood secure to mean. So she agreed to his proposition, though with modifications of her own. If any man wished to marry her, she said, he would have to beat her in a foot race. They would start at the same place and run toward the same finish line, and whoever crossed first would claim victory. But if he failed to do so, if he could not match her speed and surpass her before reaching the finish line, then he would forfeit his life. The penalty for losing would be death. This was not a simple defeat that would be forgotten. This was a permanent consequence. Her father was genuinely shocked by this addition to the terms, but he also understood something essential about his daughter in that moment. She was not going to be married. She was making the conditions so impossibly demanding that no reasonable man would accept them. She was using the framework that her father had proposed to ensure that her independence would be preserved in absolute form. Any man foolish enough to attempt the race would fail and would be killed for his presumption. The likelihood of anyone actually succeeding was so small as to be virtually non-existent. And if somehow a man did succeed, well, Atalanta had set the terms. She would honor them, but the chances of it happening were remote enough that her father seemed satisfied with this compromise. Word of the race challenge spread quickly, carried by the same merchants and travelers who had already spread word of her other achievements across the lands. Atalanta the huntress, the woman who had struck the first blow against the Caledonian boar, the woman who had defeated Peleus in wrestling at the funeral games, the woman who had sailed with Jason and the Argonauts in search of the Golden Fleece, was now offering marriage to any man who could defeat her in a foot race. But there was a cost attached to this offer. Losers would die. The stakes were extraordinary, almost unthinkable, the kind of terms that should have discouraged any reasonable man from attempting the challenge. And yet, suitors came anyway, drawn by the promise of marriage to the most exceptional woman in the world. Some were driven by overconfidence, men who believed that their own speed and strength made them capable of anything, men who thought that they alone would be the one to defeat her where so many others had failed. Others were driven by genuine desire, moved by the descriptions of Atalanta's beauty and intelligence and the almost supernatural quality of her athletic abilities. Some were driven by pride, unable to resist the challenge of competing against a woman, convinced that regardless of her reputation, a woman could not possibly be faster than a man, that there must be some deception or magic at work. These suitors would race, would run with all the speed they could muster, and would be defeated. Their bodies would be left behind as grim reminders of the cost of failure. Atalanta was not happy about this arrangement. She had not chosen to be the executor of would-be suitors, had not wanted to be responsible for the deaths of men who were driven by love or pride or the simple desire to test themselves against her. But she had set the terms, and the terms were absolute. She would not compromise, would not reduce the penalty, would not make it easier for men to risk their lives on a chance encounter with her on a running track. The races themselves became public events of sorts, drawing crowds of spectators from the surrounding villages and towns. People would gather to watch, drawn by the spectacle and the danger and the opportunity to witness Atalanta running at her full speed. It was a morbid kind of entertainment in many ways, but it was also genuinely thrilling. She was something to behold in motion, a figure of such grace and power that observers sometimes found it hard to believe she was entirely human. The way she moved, the way her feet barely seemed to touch the ground, the way she could accelerate and turn and navigate an uneven track without losing her rhythm or her balance, all of it suggested something more than ordinary human capability. Some wondered if she had been blessed by Artemis herself, if the goddess had granted her some portion of divine nature, in addition to the care she had shown Atalanta as an infant. Others speculated that she had been touched by some kind of magic, that there was something supernatural about her abilities that transcended normal human physiology. Whatever the truth of her capabilities, Atalanta was fast. She was remarkably, impossibly, almost supernaturally fast. Every suitor who came to challenge her was left behind, running as hard as they could, but unable to close the gap or pull ahead, or do anything but watch as the huntress pulled further and further away from them. One afternoon, as the sun was beginning its descent toward the horizon and the light was starting to turn that particular golden quality that comes in the late hours of the day, a young man arrived at the place where Atalanta conducted her races. He was not particularly imposing in appearance. He was not exceptionally tall or broad-shouldered or obviously muscular in the way that some of the other suitors had been. He was simply a young man, somewhat ordinary in his physical appearance, unremarkable in almost every way. His clothes were worn from travel. His face was youthful, but marked by a kind of seriousness that suggested depth of character. And yet, there was something different about him, something in his manner and the way he carried himself that suggested intelligence and purpose. His name was Hippomenes, and he had travelled a considerable distance to reach this place. He had heard the stories about Atalanta in a distant city where merchants gathered and told tales. He had heard about her beauty and her speed and the impossible challenge that she offered. He had heard about the suitors who had come and failed and paid with their lives. He had heard all of this and had come anyway, driven by something he could barely name, a feeling that had seized his heart the moment he had heard her described and would not let go. It was not merely attraction or desire for conquest. It was something deeper, something that made him believe that this woman was meant to be significant in his life, that their meeting was not a matter of chance but of destiny. Hippomenes understood something fundamental about the situation that many of the other suitors had not. He understood that he could not outrun Atalanta through physical ability alone. He understood that no matter how fast he was, no matter how much he trained or how hard he pushed himself in the days before the race, he would never be able to match her speed. The gap was too great. Her gifts were too extraordinary. Defeating her required something beyond mere physical prowess. It required strategy, cleverness, an understanding of human nature and the way that even the most disciplined mind could be distracted or influenced by circumstances. It required divine intervention, and that was something that could not be guaranteed. Hippomenes spent the evening before the race in prayer. He did not pray to any god in particular, did not ask for strength or speed or physical ability in the way that most men might have done. Instead, he prayed to Aphrodite, the goddess of love. He found a quiet grove of trees, a place away from the attention of others, and he knelt there in the gathering darkness. He spoke to the goddess with sincere emotion, asking for her help not in running faster, but in winning the heart of the woman he loved. He told her of his feelings for Atalanta, of the way that her reputation had captured his imagination and his heart, of his certainty that if given the chance, if he could overcome the impossible odds and defeat her in the race, he could make her happy. He spoke of wanting to be worthy of her, of understanding that she was exceptional and would require someone equally exceptional, or at least someone clever and determined enough to appreciate her nature. His prayer was not a demand or a complaint. It was a genuine plea, made with the kind of sincerity that comes only from genuine feeling. Aphrodite, moved by the sincerity of his words and the depth of his feeling, appeared before him. She did not come in any dramatic or overwhelming way, accompanied by thunder and lightning or dramatic celestial displays. She simply appeared, as goddesses do in the old stories, materializing out of the gathering dusk like a figure stepping out of a dream. She held in her hands 3 golden apples of extraordinary beauty. They seemed to glow with an inner light, shimmering in a way that was almost impossible to look at directly. These were the apples of the Hesperides, she told him, the most valuable fruits in all the world, items that carried a weight of significance far beyond their material value. The Hesperides were nymphs who guarded a sacred garden far to the west, a place that few mortals had ever seen. The apples from their garden were symbols of achievement and legendary status, of heroic deeds and immortal fame. Any hero would be tempted by them. Any warrior would recognize their worth immediately. But more than that, they were hypnotically beautiful, shimmering in a way that seemed to draw the eye and hold it, impossible to look away from once one had seen them. They possessed a quality that transcended mere physical beauty. Aphrodite explained carefully how to use the apples, her voice gentle but authoritative. She told Hippomenes that if he threw the apples during the race, Atalanta would be drawn to them, would stop running to collect them, would lose precious seconds that might be just enough to allow him to pull ahead and win. It was not a guarantee of victory, she warned him. Success would depend on many factors, on timing and luck and the will of the gods. But it was a strategy, a way of turning the impossible into something merely very difficult. She also told him that if Atalanta collected the apples, she would understand what had happened, would understand that he had sought divine assistance. She might forgive him for it, or she might not. Aphrodite could not tell him how her heart would respond. Hippomenes took the apples and thanked the goddess profusely. She smiled at him, a smile that held a kind of knowing affection, and then she faded back into the dusk, leaving him alone once more with his thoughts and his preparation. He spent the rest of the night turning the apples over in his hands, examining their beauty in the moonlight, thinking about what they represented. These were not mere tricks or deceptions. They were items of real value, symbols of something important in the world of heroes and legends. If Atalanta stopped to collect them, it would not be because she had been foolishly distracted by something shiny or because her mind was weak. It would be because even the most dedicated warrior understood the value of such things, understood that acquiring them was worth the slight delay, understood that these were symbols of something greater than herself. The next morning, as the sun rose over the mountains and painted the sky in shades of gold and pink, Hippomenes presented himself to Atalanta. He was calm and polite, introduced himself with respect, and asked for permission to race. Atalanta assessed him with the cool gaze of someone who had seen many suitors come before her. She saw nothing particularly remarkable about him, nothing that suggested he would fare any differently than the ones who had come before. But she agreed to the race, as she did with all suitors. There was no reason to refuse. The rules were clear. The penalty for failure was known. If he chose to attempt the race anyway, that was his choice and his responsibility. They took their positions at the start of the track as spectators gathered to watch. Word had spread through the region that another suitor had come to attempt the race, and people were always interested in watching Atalanta run, always eager to see her move at her full speed. They took their positions at the start of the track, the ground marked with a line of white stones that indicated where they should begin. Atalanta stretched her legs and arms, preparing her body for the explosive exertion that the race would require. Her movements were fluid and practiced, the movements of someone who had prepared her body countless times for intense physical effort. Hippomenes did the same, though his movements had a nervous quality to them, a sense of someone preparing for something momentous. He could feel the weight of the golden apples beneath his clothing, concealed carefully so that no one would see them before the race began. He could feel their presence against his body, like a kind of promise or a kind of prayer. When the signal was given, when the horn sounded to start the race, both of them exploded forward with tremendous speed. It was immediately clear that Atalanta was the faster runner. She pulled ahead almost instantly, her stride longer and her pace faster despite the equal effort that both runners seemed to be expending. Hippomenes found himself behind her, watching her back as she created distance between them with every passing second. Her form was beautiful in motion, each step perfect, each breath controlled. The spectators cheered, though their cheers seemed to be mostly for Atalanta, acknowledging her speed and her grace. For a moment, it seemed as though this would be like all the other races, ending with Atalanta's victory and Hippomenes' death. The outcome seemed inevitable, the result predetermined by the simple fact of her superior speed. But then, Hippomenes reached beneath his clothing and withdrew one of the golden apples. He threw it to the side of the track, a movement that seemed to distract Atalanta from the singular focus she maintained on reaching the finish line. The apple landed on the ground ahead of her and rolled slightly, glinting in the sunlight like a small sun itself. Atalanta's eyes were drawn to it. She saw it and recognized its value immediately. Those were the apples of the Hesperides. She understood, in that instant, what it was and what its presence meant. And in that understanding, she faced a choice. She could ignore it, could keep running, could maintain her focus on the finish line and the victory that had seemed to be hers just moments before. But the value of the apple was not something she could deny or ignore. She broke her stride, veered slightly off course, and collected the apple from the ground. It cost her perhaps 3 or 4 seconds, a small amount of time in the grand scheme of things, but enough that Hippomenes, who had continued running at full speed, was able to close some of the distance between them and pull slightly ahead. But not enough to win, not yet, because Atalanta, once she had secured the apple, accelerated again, and her speed was such that she quickly made up the ground she had lost. She pulled alongside Hippomenes, then began to edge past him again. The finish line was still far away. The race was far from over. Hippomenes was breathing hard, his lungs burning with exertion, but he was not defeated yet. He reached beneath his clothing again and withdrew a second golden apple. He threw it to the side of the track once more, and once more Atalanta found herself drawn to it. She was faster than before in collecting it, understanding now what was happening, understanding that the apples were a distraction and a test of her character and priorities. But understanding something and being able to resist it were two different things. The value of the apples was not something she could deny or ignore. She collected the second apple and once more accelerated in pursuit of Hippomenes. They were approaching the final stretch of the race now, the part of the track where the finish line was coming into view ahead of them, like a promise of conclusion and resolution. Atalanta was pulling ahead again, her speed superior, even with the slight delay caused by collecting the second apple. Hippomenes was tiring, feeling the strain of running as hard as he could for this extended distance. His breath was coming in ragged gasps. His legs were burning with a deep ache that made each step painful. But he still had the third apple. He was saving it for the moment when he would need it most, the moment when the race would be decided. It came with perhaps 50 paces remaining before the finish line. Atalanta was pulling away from him, her superior speed evident in every stride. In a few more seconds, she would be clearly in the lead, and from that position, she would be nearly impossible to catch. Hippomenes withdrew the third apple and threw it with all the force he could muster, sending it far to the side of the track, farther than he had thrown the other two. It arced through the air in a high trajectory, catching the light, glimmering as it fell. Atalanta saw it flying through the air, saw it land on the ground and bounce and roll toward the edge of the track. She made a choice, or perhaps the choice was made for her by Aphrodite, or by her own nature, by the power of the apples and their significance in the world of heroes and legends. She veered off course to collect the third apple, and those precious seconds of time became the margin of victory. When she turned back to the race, apple in hand, she saw Hippomenes crossing the finish line ahead of her, his arms raised in triumph and astonishment at his own victory. He had done it. He had found a way to defeat her. The impossible had become real. Atalanta came to a stop a few paces past the finish line, breathing hard from the exertion of the race. Her chest heaved as she tried to catch her breath. She held the 3 golden apples in her hands, looking at them with a mixture of appreciation and some emotion that was harder to define. They were beautiful, yes, but they were also proof of her defeat. She had been defeated, which was strange and unusual and not entirely unwelcome. She had lost a race for the first time in her life, which meant that according to the terms of the challenge she had set, she would now have to marry this young man who had come out of nowhere with his clever strategy and his divine assistance. She approached Hippomenes and looked him in the eye. She saw in his expression a combination of genuine feeling and respect for her, something that was different from many of the other suitors who had approached her with their overconfidence and their unwillingness to see her as anything other than a prize to be won. She saw a young man who genuinely cared for her, who had sought divine help not to humiliate her, but because he recognized how extraordinary she was. She agreed to marry him, accepting the outcome of the race as binding and final. They were married in a quiet ceremony, not the grand affair that a royal wedding might have been, but something more intimate and more genuine. The ceremony took place at sunrise, with only a few witnesses present. Atalanta brought to the marriage a deep sense of commitment, understanding that she had given her word and would honor it. She had made a promise when she agreed to the race, and she was a person who honored her promises. Hippomenes brought to the marriage a love that seemed to grow deeper with each passing day, a genuine affection for his wife that extended far beyond her beauty or her speed. He loved her for her intelligence, for her strength, for her refusal to accept the conventional limitations that had been placed upon her. They were happy together, or at least content in a way that suggested genuine companionship and mutual respect. They traveled together, sometimes hunting in the forests where Atalanta felt most at home, sometimes exploring new territories. They had adventures and discoveries, and a partnership that seemed to work because they respected each other and because Hippomenes did not try to change Atalanta or force her into a mold that did not fit her nature. But their happiness was not destined to last. In the myths, happiness and tragedy often exist in close proximity to each other, and for Atalanta and Hippomenes, tragedy was waiting in the most unexpected place. One day, while they were hunting together, in a remote area far from any settlement, they came across a beautiful shrine dedicated to the goddess Cybele, the mother goddess of the wild and of nature. The shrine was ancient and sacred, a place where many had come over the years to honor the goddess and make offerings. But Atalanta and Hippomenes were not thinking about the sanctity of the place. They were overcome with a kind of madness in that moment, a desperate desire for each other that seemed to drive all other considerations from their minds. Perhaps it was Aphrodite exacting revenge on them for not properly honoring her. Perhaps it was simply the passionate nature of love, which does not always follow reason or respect social conventions. Whatever the cause, they gave in to that desire right there in the shrine, making love in a sacred place where such profane acts were strictly forbidden. As soon as the act was complete, as soon as they realized what they had done and where they had done it, they felt a strange sensation beginning in their bodies. Their skin began to change, began to harden and take on a different texture, becoming rough and thick. Hair began to grow across their bodies, thick golden hair that covered their skin. Their faces began to extend and reshape themselves into something no longer entirely human. Their jaws lengthened, and their teeth became sharp and terrible. Their arms and legs began to change, to become more powerful and more animal in their shape and strength. They fell to the ground, screaming and crying out, but their cries became roars as their vocal cords transformed along with the rest of their bodies. They were being transformed by the goddess whose sacred space they had violated, being punished for their sacrilege in the most dramatic and terrible way possible. By the time the transformation was complete, Atalanta had become a lioness and Hippomenes had become a lion. They stood there in the shrine, no longer human, no longer capable of human speech or human understanding of the world around them. They could not recognize themselves or each other. They could not remember their names or their love or their devotion. They were animals now, beautiful and terrible and utterly removed from their previous existence. According to the ancient stories, there was an additional cruelty to this punishment. In the ancient world, there was a belief, whether true or false, that lions could not mate with other lions, that they could only breed with leopards. This meant that Atalanta and Hippomenes, bound together in their animal forms, would be unable to reproduce, unable to continue their line or their love in any physical way. They would be together for eternity, locked in their animal forms, unable to be the creatures they had once been, but also unable to truly be the creatures they had once been, but also unable to truly be the creatures they had once been, but also unable to truly be the creatures they had once been, but also unable to truly be the creatures they had become. The punishment was absolute and inescapable, a consequence that would follow them for all the days of their lives. The story of Atalanta does not end with her triumph in becoming a legendary huntress, or with her acceptance of defeat in the foot race. It ends instead with her transformation and her eternal punishment for the act of sacrilege that she and Hippomenes committed in their moment of passion and forgetfulness. She had managed to keep her independence for many years, had resisted the conventional path that society expected of her, had proven herself the equal of the greatest warriors and hunters of her age. She had achieved things that no woman before her had achieved. She had struck the first blow against the Caledonian boar. She had defeated men in wrestling. She had participated in the voyage of the Argonauts. She had set impossible terms for marriage and had been certain that no man would ever meet them. But in the end, she had been caught by love and by the forces that the gods sent into the world to punish those who violated sacred spaces and sacred laws. Her story is a reminder that even the strongest and fastest and most determined among us cannot escape the reach of the gods and the consequences of our actions. The mountains where Atalanta had spent so much of her life remember her, in a sense, though she is no longer there to walk their paths. The trails she ran are still there, winding through the high passes and across the meadows. The forests she hunted in still stand, filled with the same animals she once pursued with such grace and skill. The rivers she bathed in still flow, carrying the memory of her touch, if rivers could carry such things. And somewhere in the world, transformed into something neither human nor quite animal, Atalanta and Hippomenes remain together, bound to each other by their fates, eternal reminders of a huntress who was extraordinary in every way and of the cost that sometimes comes with such extraordinary nature. Her legend endures, carried in stories told around fires in distant villages and in the hearts of those who hear about her and are moved by her courage and her defiance and her ultimate tragedy. She was a woman who refused to accept the limitations that her society placed upon her, who proved that gender was not a barrier to greatness or achievement. She showed that women could run as fast as men, could hunt as skillfully as men, could participate in the greatest adventures and quests of the age, and that, in many ways, is the most important part of her story, the part that continues to matter long after the gods have worked their vengeance and the transformations have been completed. She mattered, she was significant, she was remembered. Her name echoes through the ages, a testament to the power of independence and determination, and to the price that sometimes must be paid for refusing to accept the world as it is presented to you.